Su Jianghe, a prominent figure in Shanghai's venture capital circle with a net worth in the 10-digit range, unexpectedly finds himself reborn to the year of his 19. In his past life, an elite paragon of humanity, he now embarks upon a new and unremarkable phase of life, inundated with self-doubt. From this point onward, every step he takes reverberates like thunder, and the path before him blossoms with vibrancy. Chapter 1. In the past, I indulged you. 7 o'clock, before the morning study session. Su Jianghe, I have already told you once, if the buns are cold, do not bring them to me again. Do you not understand? If you cannot even manage such a trivial task, you might as well give up early. I permit you to pursue me, but not to burden me further. Do you comprehend? Su Muxuan, with her arms crossed, sat in her seat, her exquisitely beautiful face etched with irritation and vexation. Beside her stood a girl of robust build, who, echoing Su Muxuan's words, disdainfully shook her head and mocked. Su Jianghe, you can't even handle something as simple as buying breakfast? Haha, I am truly at a loss for words. Her remark about being at a loss for words elicited a ripple of quiet laughter throughout the classroom. Meanwhile, Su Jianghe gazed at the strikingly beautiful girl with long, dark hair and an expression filled with annoyance and exasperation, feeling utterly confounded. Su Muxuan, his first love, her haughty demeanor and sharp tongue remain as they ever were. However, the troubling matter is Su Jianghe is now 33 years old and has not paid her any mind since their breakup years ago. Why has she suddenly reappeared before him? Su Jianghe took a deep breath. Was this merely a nightmare? At that moment, Su Muxuan's desk mate, a bespectacled girl with short hair, lifted her face and couldn't help but interject. Muxuan, Wu Yin, you shouldn't say that. I just saw Su Jianghe fall off his bike on the way here. Perhaps the thermos broke, which is why the buns he bought for you are cold. Upon hearing this, Su Muxuan slightly raised her eyebrows. Yet, after a moment, she shook her head and scoffed. So what? It's still useless. Useless? Su Jianghe furrowed his brows. Wu Yin turned to the girl in glasses and immediately responded with a sarcastic tone. Oh, Shun Xian, are you speaking up for Su Jianghe? What does that mean? Are you feeling sympathetic? You wouldn't happen to like Su Jianghe, would you? Shun Xian? Dr. Shun? Su Jianghe couldn't help but glance at the bespectacled girl. Her face flushed slightly as she wished to retort, but felt helpless. Clearly, she deemed it pointless to argue with someone like Wu Yin and dismissed her with a mere boring. With that, Shun Xian looked up at Su Jianghe, adjusted her glasses, shook her head, and resumed her reading. At this moment, Su Jianghe fixated on the chalkboard in the back that read, 107 days until the college entrance examination, in large letters. His brow furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed, and a smile formed on his face. Indeed, they dared to let me be reborn. Furthermore, he has been reborn to this precise moment at the beginning of his senior year. As for the scene unfolding before him, Su Jianghe quickly pieced together the context. At this stage of his life, he was still wholeheartedly pursuing Su Muxuan. Su Muxuan adored the soup dumplings from He Shi Li's, so Su Jianghe would rise early each day, taking a detour to buy them for her. Concerned that the buns would be cold and lose their delightful texture, Su Jianghe even prepared a small thermos. However, today, due to an unfortunate fall from his bicycle, the thermos was damaged, and despite Su Jianghe's swift arrival in class, the buns were indeed cold. Then Su Muxuan became angry. This moment was merely a microcosm. Memories of Su Muxuan from his previous life began to flood Su Jianghe's mind. The two families were old acquaintances, so they could be considered childhood friends. Su Jianghe had cherished her for 10 years, pursued her for 4 years, and they had briefly been together for 1 year. Su Muxuan was his first love, embodying his entire youth. Yet, this relationship had left the former Su Jianghe utterly devastated. Su Muxuan was exceptionally beautiful, hailing from an affluent family, and was unanimously regarded as the goddess of the school. In his youth, Su Jianghe was pure-hearted and naive, believing that loving someone meant giving everything to them. However, his efforts yielded no reciprocal affection. Su Muxuan was far too proud. Su Jianghe's kindness, forbearance, tolerance, and self-deprecation, even to the extent of sacrificing his dignity, seemed to her as mere entitlements, and she treated him with disdain and haughtiness. Just like now, the buns are cold, and you are angry? I fell, and you say I am useless? You immediately tell me to keep my distance and not add to your troubles? Very well. In the past, consider me indulgent towards you. Reflecting on this, he felt like a clown surrounded by many in the classroom. Regaining his composure, Su Jianghe nodded, took the buns, and calmly stated, Fine, I give up. I will no longer pursue you. His declaration was resolute and unequivocal. He would not pursue her any longer. He turned and walked away. Su Jianghe could not quite recall what his 19-year-old self was like. Yet, at 33, he embodied the archetype of a Shanghai elite, having achieved considerable success with a net worth surpassing 1 billion. Emotional stability was a fundamental trait, and he had long since developed a set of established principles for navigating life. Su Muxuan's hostility towards him, Wu Yan's derision, and the classmates' eyes, which regarded him as a source of amusement, were not sentiments that Su Jianghe could easily alter with a fit of anger or a few harsh words. That would still render him a fool, perceived as impotently furious. The pre-rebirth Su Jianghe was not one to engage in idle chatter. He had no need for it. Often, to borrow a saying, "You need not speak. Your worth will speak for itself." What does that worth represent? It is the intuitive reflection of your personal value. Similarly, in his youthful days, Su Jianghe's relentless pursuit of Su Muxuan had diminished his self-worth, leading to a collapse of his value, rendering further words largely meaningless. At this moment, within the classroom, Su Jianghe uttered a simple sentence. His tone was calm, and his voice was not loud, yet the previously boisterous classroom fell into an immediate silence. Numerous pairs of eyes widened in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend what they had just heard. Did I mishear? What did Su Jianghe just say? It seems he just declared that he is giving up, no longer pursuing Su Muxuan. No way, that must be a joke. Just words. The moment Su Muxuan beckons him, he will undoubtedly scurry over with his tail wagging. Indeed, that's just how Su Jianghe is. A murmur of gossip reached Su Jianghe's ears. The remarks were unpleasant. Su Jianghe's expression remained unperturbed. He merely glanced towards the source of the voices, and the speakers promptly lowered their heads, revealing their cowardice. At that moment, Su Muxuan suddenly called out, "Su Jianghe!" Her voice resonated loudly. The classroom fell into an immediate hush. Following this, Su Muxuan, with her usual haughty tone, retorted, "You said that, so don't you dare regret it." "I said it," Su Jianghe affirmed with a nod. His demeanor remained crisp and decisive, not even casting a backward glance at Su Muxuan. He refused to squander any emotional energy on her. Drawing upon his memories, Su Jianghe located his seat. Once seated, he fixated on the review materials on his desk, lost in contemplation. Gradually, the classroom became lively again. Su Jianghe could sense numerous unfriendly gazes sweeping over him. He was indifferent, for he acknowledged that his high school self had indeed been rather unimpressive. However, in his past life, as Su Jianghe persevered and achieved success, those who once mocked behind his back, his so-called classmates, swiftly altered their tune. Regardless of how dismal Su Jianghe's past may have been, they managed to find new angles to glorify him. Such is human nature. Therefore, it stands to reason that one need not speak. There will always be those eager to speak on your behalf. Su Jianghe exhaled a soft sigh. How had he ended up reincarnated? In his previous life, he had been a bona fide elite, the founder of a publicly listed company at the age of 33. Recently, he was progressing with a merger deal. Should it succeed, his stock would surge, and he would likely surpass a personal net worth of $2 billion, easily qualifying for the Huruan U40 entrepreneur list. Perhaps he had been pushing himself too hard lately without adequate rest, leading to this unexpected reset. The crux of the matter is that I truly did not require reincarnation. Enough of this. Su Jianghe has seldom wasted time on meaningless matters. Therefore, the achievements of his past life were of no consequence. They belonged to a bygone era. What truly mattered was the present. Yet at this moment, Su Jianghe found himself massaging his temples, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he never considered himself a sycophant. For every man experiences a moment of genuine affection. The younger one is, the more recklessly one tends to fall. This is indisputable. The error lies in selecting the wrong person. Moreover, in his previous life, Su Jianghe had indeed won her over, albeit with considerable anguish, and their relationship lasted a mere year. It had inflicted significant harm upon him, plunging him into years of self-doubt and inner turmoil from which he could not extricate himself. Yet, he had at least tasted the forbidden fruit. Regrettably, Su Jianghe had cherished it too dearly, unwilling to let go. In retrospect, he concluded that Su Muxuan was simply too proud. She was incapable of loving others, forever enamored with herself. She had likely never harbored feelings for Su Jianghe, dismissing him and consistently believing he was unworthy of her. During their courtship, her remarks ranged from, "You think you can win me over like this?" to, "If you don't wish to pursue me, then don't." When they were together, it became even more excessive. It seemed she always bore a mindset that she was doing Su Jianghe a favor, constantly critical and willful, never offering any emotional value. Her arrogance and audacity were perpetually draining Su Jianghe's affection. And let us not even mention the forbidden fruit. Su Muxuan's beauty and figure were indeed of the highest caliber, fully deserving of the title of goddess. In later years, when her online persona emerged, she registered an account, engaging in neither scandalous antics nor superficiality, sharing merely a handful of daily moments. And within months, she amassed 2 million followers. Yet the issue was that she exhibited neither affection nor interest towards Su Jianghe, never attempting to please him. She insisted on her terms. She stated that if it was to end, it must conclude. Damn it. Su Jianghe often doubted whether he was merely a tool. Their relationship lasted less than a year. With a simple declaration from Su Muxuan, "Being with you is utterly uninteresting," she ended things. Su Jianghe could never comprehend what he had done wrong. He even foolishly fantasized about Su Muxuan regretting their breakup. He believed that she would never encounter someone as devoted as he was. Yet reality delivered another slap to Su Jianghe's face. After their separation, Su Muxuan was hardly lacking in suitors. Her new boyfriend matched Su Jianghe in both height and looks, boasting an even more favorable family background and an ability to flatter her. However, this fellow was even more unfortunate. Within a month, he was dumped after holding her hand just once, leaving him bewildered. In that moment, Su Jianghe grasped a harsh truth about relationships between men and women. At their core, they are a matter of aligning value systems. A man lacking substance or true capability, relying solely on his so-called sincerity, is not only feeble, but also laughable. To put it bluntly, what difference does sincerity make between the poor and the wealthy? The former sincerity is worthless, while the latter's is genuinely valuable and can be directly monetized. From that point onward, Su Jianghe strove to prove his worth, working diligently to gain admission to a prestigious graduate program, transitioning from second-tier university to a top-tier institution. Upon graduating with a master's degree, he entered a reputable company, climbing the corporate ladder with fervor, seizing opportunities to embark on entrepreneurial ventures, and indeed, he achieved remarkable success. However, it was precisely because Su Jianghe adhered so fervently to this value system, harboring resentment and remaining emotionally fractured and closed off, that his second relationship, the one etched most deeply in his heart, also met with failure. The girl in that relationship was named Song Wei, a name as melodious as a song. Su Jianghe encountered her during his master's studies at Nanjing University. At that time, he was in his second year, while she was in her fourth. He was aloof and withdrawn, while she was lively, endearing, and somewhat quirky. His heart was shattered, while she was as pure as a blank canvas. He called her Xiao Song, and she referred to him as Lao Su. Before they became a couple, she smiled and said, "Lao Su, your kindness towards that woman is not due to her merits, but rather because of your own goodness." Once they were together, she playfully remarked, "Lao Su, you take charge, and Xiao Song shall admire you." During their entrepreneurial journey, she cheerfully stated, "Lao Su, your eyes hold the stars and the ocean, while my gaze is solely fixed upon you." Upon their breakup, she tearfully expressed, "Su Jianghe, lying is not the terrifying part. The frightening aspect is that I no longer know how to trust you." Their separation stemmed from Su Jianghe no longer being the man she had first encountered. At that time, he had grown too arrogant. Before turning 30, his company's valuation soared beyond 10 billion, with his identity, wealth, and reputation all on an upward trajectory, surrounded by alluring temptations. Additionally, his mindset had shifted. He believed that she could freely spend his money, and as long as he returned home at night, what more could she desire? After their separation, Su Jianghe has gone through several romantic partners, each of whom possesses admirable qualities, beautiful and considerate, thus relieving him of any worries. Subsequently, Su Jianghe visited Shanxing on several occasions to see Song Wei, hoping for reconciliation. However, the steadfastly single Song Wei remained resolute in her refusal, expressing her fears. In truth, Su Jianghe understood her sentiments all too well. Events that have transpired are destined to remain indelible. Just as, after achieving entrepreneurial success, the once proud Su Muxuan found herself deflated and humbled, prompting her father, Su Pingzhong, to journey to Shanghai to gauge Su Jianghe's stance. At that moment, Su Jianghe found himself laughing in disbelief. Chapter 3, that bowl of rice is worth over 100 million. The ringing of the bell for the morning reading class jolted Su Jianghe back to reality. At this moment, the classroom of Class 3 in the third year of Liuyi High School was already filled to capacity, with the sounds of students reciting vocabulary and ancient texts growing louder. However, many individuals occasionally turned a glance at Su Jianghe. Their expressions varied, engaging in whispered conversations and laughter that, of course, were far from flattering. Su Jianghe paid little mind to it. For an adult, the ability to block out distractions is an essential skill. The resounding voices of study filled the air as he lowered his gaze to the essential vocabulary for the college entrance examination laid out on his desk. Though he had just regained his composure, he felt a flicker of excitement within. Youth is invaluable, and being reborn signified a second chance. With a keen ability to adapt and adjust, Su Jianghe began to contemplate and strategize his path following his rebirth. It was now the second semester of his senior year, not long after the new year of 2009. From a broader perspective, this marked the onset of the golden age of mobile internet and the rapid ascent of the domestic economy. With economic growth, opportunities flourished everywhere. Nevertheless, Su Jianghe remained unhurried. In his previous life, he had already proven his capabilities and qualifications. Now, in this rebirth, armed with the most valuable asset of future insights. Surpassing his past achievements would undoubtedly be easier. Before long, Jianghe had defined his current objectives. As a student with over 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination, he resolved to strive for excellence and see if he could secure a spot at a prestigious 985 university. The rationale behind this ambition was straightforward. The evaluation system during student life hinges solely on academic performance. In his previous life, Jianghe had been preoccupied with Muxuan, neglecting his studies and barely passed the second-tier university threshold. He followed Muxuan to a second-tier institution in the provincial capital, Nining. When the results were announced, teachers shook their heads and his parents expressed disappointment, while his classmates who had once looked down on him grew even more contemptuous. Indeed, it was foolish for a man to squander his future for a woman. This time, he sought to rectify past regrets and provide himself with a more advantageous starting point. Moreover, what is the essence of life? It lies in experiences, more diverse experiences. With his goals established, the next step was to analyze, plan, and execute. Jianghe vividly recalled that during the final exams of his first semester in senior year, he ranked 42nd out of 51 students in his class, falling significantly short of the second-tier university threshold. Liuyi High School is regarded as one of the top schools in Lucheng, with a consistent undergraduate admission rate hovering around 90, yielding 4 or 5 students each year who gain admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida. However, Class 3 was a parallel class, and the exceptional students were not particularly outstanding. In his previous life, only one student entered a 985 university, while 4 managed to secure spots in 211 universities. The main reason for this was the severe lack of educational resources in Guangxi province, with only one policy-driven, low-tier 211 university, making it genuinely challenging to gain admission elsewhere. In his last semester's final exam, Jianghe scored just over 400 points. To achieve his goal of entering a 985 university, he needed to score at least 640. With over 100 days left, aiming to improve his score by more than 200 points and reach a high-scoring tier would not be an easy task. After all, no student had achieved such a feat in Liuyi High School in recent years. However, if Jianghe succeeded, it would be nothing short of remarkable. Yet he felt confident. This confidence was not unfounded. He was acutely aware of his own qualities. Firstly, he possessed above-average intelligence. Secondly, he was full of energy. And thirdly, he maintained excellent self-discipline and had developed an effective methodology for accomplishing tasks. Although many years had passed, and he had forgotten much of his high school knowledge, he could quickly reacquaint himself with the material. Jianghe was a science student, and in his previous life, he had pursued a master's degree at a second-tier university, which meant he had a solid foundation in English and mathematical logic. By sharpening these two subjects, he could potentially elevate his score by at least 150 points. The comprehensive science subject would pose more challenges, but with ample time and room for improvement, he aimed to increase his score by over 80 points. He also attempted to recall the types of questions from the college entrance examination he had encountered in his past life, such as the essay prompts, which he remembered distinctly, hoping to benefit from the advantages of his rebirth. As he was strategizing, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he smiled. It was Wei Jiahao, his desk mate for 3 years in high school. Wei Jiahao, true to his name, was a quintessential individual from the Guangdong region, short in stature, slightly dark and sturdy, sporting a distinctive hairstyle that obscured one eye. This fellow bore many labels: a rich second generation, a troublemaker, a rogue, and a lordway. In his previous life, he relied on the wealth of over 100 million left by his father, safeguarding a small piece of land in Lucheng, and lived a remarkably carefree life thanks to his perceptive nature. Indeed, he could be considered quite the lord. Furthermore, due to Jianghe's influence, Wei Jiahao had always been quite critical of Muxuan, often urging Jianghe to wake up and reconsider his choices. His words were somewhat gentle, suggesting that Muxuan was not worth such devotion. Eventually, he conceded that the issue was not simply about worth, but also about compatibility. However, despite Wei Jiahao's audacity, he dared not speak ill of Muxuan in her presence, for the simple reason that his father's livelihood depended on her father. That bowl of rice is worth over 100 million. Make way, hurry up. The old class teacher is right behind us, Wei Jiahao urged as he squeezed in. He often arrived late for morning readings and seemed indifferent to his studies, yet he did not dare to disregard the authority of the teacher. Jianghe adjusted his seat, saying nothing, simply observing Wei Jiahao's childish demeanor, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, the noise of morning reading escalated. There was no need to guess. It was undoubtedly the arrival of the teacher. Jianghe looked up and indeed saw the old class teacher, Wang Weijun, standing at the podium, hands clasped behind his back, belly protruding, with a fierce expression. The old class teacher was a competent authority figure. In his previous life, every time Su Jianghe returned to Lucheng, he would invite Shan Xian and Wei Jiahao to his home for a gathering, bringing along boxes of fine cigarettes and liquor. It was Su Jianghe who arranged jobs for the teacher's somewhat wayward children. This matter garnered attention, and later, an assistant in charge of investment promotion from the city would occasionally visit the teacher's home, engaging in pleasantries and ultimately advising him to persuade Su Jianghe, saying that no matter how far one roams, one's hometown remains one's roots. At this moment, the teacher seemed to feel Su Jianghe's gaze and cast a glance in his direction. Habitually, he turned away but paused for a moment before returning his focus to Su Jianghe's face. The teacher appeared surprised, for in the past, Su Jianghe would have invariably lowered his head, too timid to meet his eyes. Yet, this surprise was fleeting. Wang Weijun regarded Su Jianghe with a complex expression, shook his head, seemingly sighed, and then shifted his gaze away. This change in expression momentarily stunned Su Jianghe, leaving him silent, his heart awash with mixed emotions. He understood precisely what this meant. Chapter 4. Let me tell you, Su Jianghe is different this time. There is a sense of regret, helplessness, and a disappointment akin to wishing one would not waste their potential. Liuyi High School is a leading institution with high admission scores. Su Jianghe's entrance exam scores placed him among the top 3 in his class, which should have naturally led him to a 211 university. Yet, he had acted foolishly. The old class teacher, Wang Weijun, had spoken with Su Jianghe numerous times, earnestly advising him, and ultimately, he had resigned himself to letting Su Jianghe go his own way. After graduating from high school in his previous life, Su Jianghe felt too embarrassed to return and face his old teacher until he successfully passed the graduate entrance examination. Upon his visit, the old teacher greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "You should have done this much earlier." Su Jianghe let out a sigh of relief. "No worries. For now on, just watch me," he said, gritting his teeth. After a brief conversation, the old teacher took his leave. Wei Jiahao immediately slumped over his desk to catch up on some sleep. Su Jianghe, keeping his head down, remained focused on his own plans. As the early study session concluded, during the break, Wei Jiahao returned, panting, and quickly leaned over to Su Jianghe, his large eyes wide with curiosity. "Hey, Su Ziyang, was that thing from this morning for real?" "What thing?" Su Jianghe asked, puzzled. "About Su Muxuan. What does it mean? Are you not planning to pursue her anymore? So resolute? Are you sure you won't be chasing after her again if she beckons you in a couple of days? What? Am I that kind of person?" "Su Ziyang Vito. Aren't you?" "Not anymore, at least," Wei Jiahao affirmed. "Are you certain?" "Yes. Brother, remember what you said today." Wei Jiahao suddenly became serious, patting Su Jianghe's shoulder with a look of profound satisfaction. Su Jianghe glanced at him, smiled, and nodded. However, Wei Jiahao suddenly froze, staring intently into Su Jianghe's eyes, shaking his head in disbelief. No. Something's off." "What do you mean?" "Su Jiang, Thou Wen, you seem completely different today. It feels like you've become a different person," Wei Jiahao remarked. "Of course, I am not the same. The body remains unchanged, but the soul has evolved. A mature mindset and emotional stability can profoundly influence a person's outward demeanor." Su Jianghe could hardly recall how he used to be, but that no longer mattered. Personal transformation sometimes hinges on a singular opportunity. Isn't that a good thing? Su Jiang Gao De. It is good, but the contrast is quite stark and unexpected. "Damn, I'm having a hard time accepting it," Wei Jiahao admitted. "No worries, you'll adapt in time," Su Jianghe reassured him. "Goodness, your current demeanor. How do I describe it?" Yes, calm and unhurried, yet decisively straightforward. It's impressive," Wei Jiahao exclaimed, taken aback. Su Jianghe chuckled, but chose not to comment. He knew Wei Jiahao was not being sarcastic. This is what maturity looks like for adults. Clear logic, concise expression, substantial content, and a focus on the main issues without unnecessary chatter, allowing one to gauge another's cognitive level with just a few exchanges. The morning consisted of 4 classes, 2 core subjects, and 2 electives. Su Jianghe attempted to keep pace with the teachers, but soon realized it was futile. He was struggling to catch up. It was already the 2nd semester of his final year, and with most of the review material behind him, he had forgotten too much and needed to revise his study plan and rhythm. He spent the entire morning deeply engrossed in his seat, utterly oblivious to the distractions around him. However, since he was seated in the middle of the room and Wei Jiahao was beside him, the teacher noticed the discrepancies in his book and had to point them out several times. "This won't do. I need to come up with a solution," Su Jianghe thought, furrowing his brow. As soon as the lunch bell rang, he swiftly exited the classroom and headed to the cafeteria alone, keeping his head down and his pace brisk. finishing his meal quickly before returning to class. His fellow classmates regarded him with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Shortly after, Wei Jiahao returned and called out, "Hey, Su Jianghe, why are you in such a hurry? I blinked and you were gone. Weren't we supposed to eat together? The cafeteria is closer, and the food isn't bad." Su Jianghe replied, momentarily taken aback as he recalled that during high school, he would always eat lunch with Wei Jiahao, ordering 2 dishes and devouring 2 large bowls of rice. In their first and second years, Su Muxuan would return home for lunch. But as the third year became more intense, their family's housekeeper began bringing meals. Breakfast was whatever she desired, and Su Jianghe would fetch it for her, no matter the distance. After evening study sessions, they would walk home together. But that was all in the past. Huh, you're not wrong to say that, Wei Jiahao nodded, observing Su Jianghe fixated on his textbook and refrained from further conversation. Suddenly, Su Jianghe lifted his gaze and glanced back toward the corner of the classroom by the rear door. After a moment, he stood up and walked out of the classroom. "Hey, Su Jianghe, where are you going? Is it to the restroom? Wait for me," Wei Jiahao shouted after him. But upon stepping outside, he was taken aback to realize Su Jianghe was not heading toward the restroom. Wei Jiahao shook his head, puzzled. At that moment, Su Muxuan approached from the opposite end of the corridor, her long black hair cascading down, slightly taller than Wei Jiahao, with her chin held high, emanating an air of cool detachment, accompanied by the burly Wu Yan. Su Muxuan merely cast a fleeting glance at Wei Jiahao before brushing past him, igniting an inexplicable frustration within him. What was with her arrogance? Su Jianghe no longer cared about her. In a moment of impulse, he called out, "Hey, what?" Su Muxuan halted in her tracks. Wei Jiahao, still wary of Su Muxuan, softened his tone as he replied, "I just wanted to let you know that Su Jianghe is different this time." "In what way?" she inquired. "I saw him sitting in his seat all morning, looking like a fool. He must be regretting his earlier bravado. Is he embarrassed now?" Wu Yan chimed in with a series of mocking remarks. Su Muxuan remained silent. Though Wei Jiahao was apprehensive of Su Muxuan, he had no qualms about confronting Wu Yan, glaring at her as he retorted, "What? Am I talking to you? What do you mean?" Wei Jiahao shot back. "That's exactly what I mean. So what? Are you feeling confrontational? Go ahead, bite me. You're ridiculous, don't you see?" Wu Yan exclaimed, turning to Su Muxuan with a look of feigned innocence. Her stomp and pout were powerful enough to momentarily daze Wei Jiahao. "What exactly do you want to say?" Su Muxuan finally spoke. Chapter 5. Don't blame me for not giving you face. It's nothing much. Just letting you know that Su Jianghe is serious this time. He has changed. Just wait and see, Wei Jiahao declared. Deep down, he felt a sense of frustration. It was one thing that he couldn't keep Su Jianghe in check over the past 2 years, but he also recognized that Su Jianghe genuinely liked Su Muxuan. Therefore, it was even more infuriating to see Su Muxuan maintain her haughty demeanor, claiming she allowed Su Jianghe to pursue her while simultaneously treating him like a servant. In Wei Jiahao's simplistic view, he thought, when my brother was chasing you, you ignored him. Now that my brother has stopped pursuing you and isn't treating you well, that's your loss. Just wait for the regret to come. However, Su Muxuan merely laughed, as if hearing a ludicrous joke. You can't be serious. Do you really think that Su Jianghe's disinterest will make Su Muxuan regret or feel sad? One absurd thought. Do you really think she would want to spare him even a glance if it weren't for Su's uncle? It's utterly laughable. Wu Yan cackled, her loud voice drawing the attention of many in the classroom, who joined in the laughter. Damn it! Wei Jiahao felt defeated and had no retort left. Su Muxuan ignored him and directly entered the classroom, with Wu Yan following behind, reveling in her triumph. At that moment, Shan Xin approached, casting a glance at Wei Jiahao. Then, at Su Jianghe's position, she shook her head and made her way directly to her own seat. Meanwhile, upon exiting the classroom, Su Jianghe hurried to the teacher's office to seek out his homeroom teacher. He knocked on the door and entered, aside from his homeroom teacher, Wang Weijun, who taught physics. Several other teachers occupied the office, including 2 responsible for the English and mathematics classes of the 3rd grade. Homeroom teacher, Su Jianghe politely called out. Wang Weijun, surprised by Su Jianghe's sudden appearance, nodded and inquired, "What is it?" Homeroom teacher, I would like to move my seat to the back of the classroom, Su Jianghe stated. The moment he spoke, Wang Weijun was taken aback, raising his eyes to scrutinize Su Jianghe, his expression darkening. He was about to frown and question him when Su Jianghe quickly interjected. Homeroom teacher, please let me finish. All right, go ahead, Wang Weijun replied, still astonished, as he leaned back in his chair, teacup in hand, and regarded Su Jianghe intently. With the college entrance examination a little over 100 days away, Su Jianghe expressed his desire to improve his grades. However, I find that I cannot keep up with the review pace and need to follow my own rhythm. Sitting in my previous position draws too much attention from the teachers, and besides, there are classmates all around me. I do not wish to affect them, nor don't want to be influenced by them. Upon hearing this, Wang Weijun choked on his tea, momentarily unable to swallow. The other teachers in the office were also drawn into the conversation. Some found it intriguing, while others shook their heads in disbelief. What a joke. Does he think he no longer needs a teacher? Why not just go home? You want to improve your grades, which is commendable. But you're saying you can do it on your own? Clearly, the homeroom teacher was skeptical. Yet before he could finish, Jianghe continued. Homeroom teacher, please listen to me. I have given this considerable thought before approaching you, so I take full responsibility for my words. I have no ulterior motives. I genuinely want to strive. If I fail to deliver on this promise, the embarrassment will be mine alone, and I am fully aware of that. Furthermore, there's little point in discussing this any further. Just wait for the next mock exam. You can evaluate my performance then. After delivering his points, Jianghe looked back at Wang Weijun, having articulated his thoughts clearly. The atmosphere in the teacher's office became noticeably quieter. The expressions of several teachers shifted. They nodded in understanding, evidently convinced by his reasoning. Wang Weijun fixed his gaze on Jianghe, and after a moment, smiled, nodding in agreement. You have indeed thought this through. Very well, go ahead and move. Just remember, if your grades do not improve by the next mock exam, do not blame me for not giving you any leeway. Thank you, homeroom teacher. Jianghe's face lit up with joy. At this moment, grandiose statements held little meaning. It's not about how you articulate your intentions. It's about how you manifest them. All right, you may return now, Wang Weijun concluded. Jianghe bid farewell and departed. At the doorway, he encountered a familiar face, Cheng Zijian, the math class representative, who ranked among the top 10 in their class and was presumably there to collect test papers. He had overheard Jianghe's earlier remarks. Once Jianghe had walked away, Cheng Zijian chuckled and muttered, what a show-off. Inside the teacher's office, after Cheng Zijian retrieved the test papers, the teachers immediately engaged in conversation. Wang Laoshi, that was Jianghe from your class, right? What is going on? Has he finally had a breakthrough? Believe it or not, the young man spoke quite persuasively. It seems he has some ambition. Why didn't he realize this sooner? I've been teaching Wang Laoshi's class since freshman year. Jianghe initially performed exceptionally well, ranking in the top 3, but it has been unfortunate since then. With just 100 days left, if he truly has the determination to improve, there is still a chance. Wang Weijun listened to their discussions, feeling quite pleased. He had sensed something different about the boy that morning. While the notion of following his own rhythm to enhance his grades may have made a teacher uneasy, the fact that he had given it serious thought was sufficient. Jianghe had potential. There was still time. After all, he had previously fallen short of the second-tier university cutoff, but with 100 days left, achieving a respectable score for a second-tier university would suffice. He just hoped that Jianghe's words were not mere lip service. As Wang Weijun reflected, his heart held a tinge of uncertainty. Li Laoshi, who taught English, nodded in agreement, stating, given his current scores, aiming for a good second-tier university would require an increase of at least 100 points, which is no small feat. Even those who repeat a year may struggle to achieve that. Nonetheless, having such ambition and mindset is undoubtedly positive. Jianghe returned to the classroom. The moment he stepped inside, he was immediately pulled aside by Wei Jiahao. Wei Jiahao recounted the earlier confrontation with Su Mushuan. Looking remorseful and feeling that his actions had inadvertently caused Jianghe further embarrassment. Jianghe remained calm. Indeed, Wei Jiahao had oversimplified the situation, leading to his own embarrassment. It's fine. I'm already quite embarrassed. This little incident doesn't matter. Jianghe smiled, brushing it off nonchalantly. Wei Jiahao was taken aback, staring at Jianghe in disbelief. Why are you not laughing now? A moment later, Wei Jiahao grinned widely and said, all right, I won't mention it again. I'll be more careful next time. Jianghe nodded in agreement. The two then re-entered the classroom. Once seated, Jianghe immediately began to tidy his desk in preparation for the move. Hi, Ziyang. What are you doing? Wei Jiahao questioned, puzzled. The commotion attracted the attention of other classmates, many of whom turned to observe. Without pausing his actions, Jianghe replied, I'm changing my seat. Why change seats? Where to? To the back corner. Why? To study. What? Wei Jiahao was left utterly dumbfounded. By the time he regained his composure, Jianghe had already moved his desk to the corner. The classmates turned to look at him, all bewildered, unable to comprehend his motives. At that moment, a voice laden with unmistakable reprimand rang out. Jianghe, what do you think you are doing? Do you think you can just move your seat as you please? What do you take class discipline for? Restore it to its original state immediately. Upon hearing that jarring voice, Jianghe furrowed his brow and turned to look. Guoming, the class leader from class 3, was adopting an air of superiority as he reprimanded Su Jianghe with a stern expression. Su Jianghe cast a glance at Guoming, choosing to ignore him. Guoming, who ranked among the top 5 in academic performance and came from a well-off family, had a bloated sense of superiority due to his position as class leader, often wielding more authority than the teachers when managing the class. Moreover, during high school, Guoming had always targeted Su Jianghe, a rivalry stemming from the trivial fact that he too harbored feelings for Su Mushuan, but never had a chance to express them. He frequently approached her, but after just a few words, Su Mushuan would grow annoyed and send him away. This had left Guoming feeling quite out of sorts. Now, observing Su Jianghe in the corner, Guoming wore an expression of disdain and contempt. He had already felt displeased with Su Jianghe earlier that morning, and now, witnessing him move his seat, felt compelled to express his annoyance. Su Jianghe, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Guoming shouted again. Class leader, I just went to the office to collect the test papers and saw Su Jianghe speaking to the homeroom teacher, saying he wanted to study properly and needed to move his desk to the corner so he wouldn't be distracted by others. Cheng Zijian chimed in sarcastically. Upon hearing this, Guoming burst into laughter. What is this? Studying? Afraid of being distracted? As he counted down from 10, one couldn't help but ponder how many individuals could still wield influence. A wave of laughter erupted within the classroom. Guoming was not finished. He added, Su Jianghe, I'm not trying to insult you, but haven't you been conspicuous enough since this morning? You still wish to focus on your studies? At this point, with merely 100 days until the college entrance examination, what can you possibly learn? Another round of laughter ensued. However, Wei Jiahao abruptly stood up, slamming his hand on the desk, and pointed angrily at Guoming, exclaiming, What the hell, Guoming? Who do you think you're looking down on? Guoming, though dismissive of Su Jianghe, felt a twinge of trepidation facing Wei Jiahao. His tone softened slightly, yet he remained defiant. What is your problem? Wei Jiahao's anger flared further. Nonetheless, upon noticing Su Jianghe had risen to his feet, he fell silent, merely gesturing towards Guoming with a fierce glare, which sent a pallor across Guoming's face. Su Jianghe, initially inclined to ignore Guoming, reconsidered and decided to assert his stance. Class monitor, first and foremost. My change of seat was sanctioned by the teacher. Secondly, I ask you, what is wrong with wanting to study diligently? Su Jianghe articulated each word with clarity and conviction, his voice resonating throughout the classroom. Guoming was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a retort. The previously reserved Su Jianghe, who would typically remain silent when reprimanded, was now confronting him directly. What did you say? Guoming stammered, caught off guard. I'm asking you, what is wrong with my desire to study seriously? Su Jianghe pressed further. Is that so difficult to answer? His tone suddenly turned sharp, laced with a palpable aggression. A hush fell over the class. So what if it is? What of it? Guoming stuttered, his bravado faltering. Right? Well, I'm not in the wrong. I've violated no rules, nor have I affected anyone. So why are you being so sarcastic? What is your agenda? What are you trying to convey? Su Jianghe inquired once again. This line of questioning left Guoming utterly confounded. He had no retort. His initial intention was merely to provoke. Su Jianghe had laid bare the petty machinations of Guoming's mind. Come on, Guoming, speak up. What's your purpose? What are you trying to express? Aren't you just stirring trouble for no reason? Wei Jiahao chuckled. The classroom remained silent. Many students gazed at Su Jianghe, who sat in the back corner, his demeanor cold yet combatively charged, their expressions shifting considerably. Su Jianghe chose not to focus on Guoming. He was indifferent to Guoming's futile attempts at justification, aware that his logical reasoning was severely lacking. At that moment, he scanned the faces of his classmates. The essence of the dispute was not to force the instigator into submission. After all, Guoming was merely a provocateur, seeking trouble. It was unwise to exert effort for his capitulation, as even a fleeting glance in his direction would diminish one's dignity. What was the true objective? It was to sway the opinions of the bystanders, to demonstrate that one was correct and that the person arguing against them was, in fact, foolish. This was why Su Jianghe chose to engage with Guoming. The class, having developed a habitual bias against Su Jianghe, easily joined in the laughter at Guoming's jibes, failing to consider the logic of the situation. But was this truly humorous? Not at all. The classroom was now devoid of laughter. Su Jianghe aimed to make them understand this point, to prevent them from acting foolishly in the future. Guoming, now flushed with embarrassment, could not muster a single word. Chapter 7. Could he possibly have feelings for me? Su Jianghe disregarded Guoming and instead glanced towards the front row of the classroom. Su Mushuan had not turned around, but her desk mate, Shun Xian, did glance back at Su Jianghe. Their eyes met, and Su Jianghe smiled. eliciting a look of surprise from Sun Xian as her delicate brows furrowed slightly before she quickly turned away. Su Jianghe couldn't help but feel a twinge of wistfulness. At that moment, Sun Xian was likely still harboring disdain for him. As for her defense of Su Jianghe earlier that morning, it was merely because she was a decent person. In his previous life, Su Jianghe had maintained contact with only 2 high school classmates, Wei Jiahao and Sun Xian. However, it was only years after graduating high school that he truly grew close to Sun Xian during his postgraduate studies. Sun Xian had candidly remarked that during high school, she thought Su Jianghe's mind was somewhat unhinged, fixating on Su Muxuan instead of his studies, and questioned what he was truly aiming for. Su Jianghe felt a flush of embarrassment and found himself speechless. He knew he had been somewhat erratic. In their high school class, the 2 most notable girls were Su Muxuan and Sun Xian. The term notable meant that students from other classes were aware of them, primarily due to their looks. Su Muxuan was all surface, while Sun Xian was attractive in her own right, possessing a sweet demeanor and wearing glasses. At that time, Sun Xian had not yet mastered the art of makeup, and her stature did not compare to the striking height of Su Muxuan, making her slightly less remarkable. Nevertheless, Sun Xian excelled academically, consistently ranking first in their class, and in his previous life, she was the only student from their class to attend a prestigious university. Such qualities, being academically gifted, attractive, and possessing an impeccable reputation, were rare and thus highly desirable. However, what Su Jianghe admired most about her was her relentless diligence and independence. After all, once men ascend the social ladder, they find themselves surrounded by beauty. Thus, they quickly become desensitized to physical appearances, shifting their focus towards intrinsic qualities such as intelligence, perception, independence, and individuality. In her previous life, Sun Xian pursued clinical medicine with unwavering determination. Spanning 5 years of undergraduate studies followed by Master's and a doctorate, emerging as a nearly 30-year-old woman. After graduating, she returned to Lucheng, becoming a surgeon at the city hospital. Given her qualifications, she was a formidable contender in the local marriage market. Yet, until Su Jianghe's rebirth, she remained single, claiming that romantic entanglements would hinder her surgical prowess. In truth, Su Jianghe could sense her underlying feelings. Wei Jiahao had also believed the 2 of them could be a match, often making light-hearted comments about returning to a true love from high school. Nevertheless, Su Jianghe had reservations, feeling that it was not a suitable match. This was partly due to his own reputation regarding personal relationships at the time. Furthermore, Sun Xian was a surgeon. Every time she heard that Su Jianghe had a new companion, she would grin mischievously and remark that she would soon give him a few cuts. Lastly, transitioning from friends to romantic partners often came with significant risks. Moreover, he still harbored feelings for Song Wei. At this moment, Sun Xian rested her chin on her hand, twirling a pen with her other hand, her thoughts clearly elsewhere, struggling to comprehend. Did Su Jianghe just smile at me? What could that mean? Could he possibly have feelings for me? As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed slightly, feeling that such a notion might be a touch presumptuous. Almost immediately, discomfort settled in her heart, deeming the situation trivial and juvenile. Was it not absurd to pursue Su Muxuan and then turn to express interest in another girl? Disgusting. In truth, Sun Xian harbored no animosity towards Su Jianghe. Yet neither did she possess any fondness for him. She merely felt a sense of regret. Upon entering the first year of high school, Sun Xian ranked second, while Su Jianghe followed closely in third. At that time, she held a rather positive impression of him, finding the tall and slender boy, with his delicate features, quite handsome, and excelling academically was an added bonus. However, as time passed, Sun Xian found herself perplexed. Why did he revolve around Su Muxuan so incessantly? True, Su Muxuan was beautiful and had many admirers, but his devotion seemed excessive, bordering on foolishness. Observing Su Jianghe's earnest efforts contrasted with Su Muxuan's indifferent demeanor, Sun Xian felt a mixture of pity and frustration. Students should focus on their studies, as that is their primary responsibility. Individuals like Su Jianghe appear to be lacking in sound judgment. However, today, Sun Xian thought Su Jianghe was somewhat commendable. This morning, he seemed to have an epiphany, realizing that pursuing Su Muxuan was a futile endeavor. His newfound awareness and determination to excel in his studies were indeed positive developments. Sun Xian reflected on this, not dwelling too long on the matter, nor did she harbor high expectations. To be precise, she still paid little attention to Su Jianghe. Her remarks in the morning were merely casual observations. As she adjusted her focus, Sun Xian immersed herself in her comprehensive science review. Soon enough, the lunch break commenced. Following the confrontation between Su Jianghe and Guoming, The classroom had maintained an unusual tranquility, with occasional glances cast towards the corner. It was not that everyone dismissed Su Jianghe. Rather, the class could be categorized into three groups. The first group, like Shen Xian, was indifferent, consumed by their studies and forming the majority. The second group comprised those who acknowledged Su Jianghe, albeit in limited numbers, with Wei Jiahao as a notable representative. Lastly, a portion of the class genuinely looked down upon Su Jianghe for various reasons, led by Guoming, who was notoriously insufferable. Yet on this occasion, many students were taken aback by Su Jianghe and instinctively began to re-evaluate their perceptions. Most classmates were not inherently unkind and possessed their own sense of right and wrong. They recognized that Su Jianghe was not at fault. It was Guoming who was truly insufferable. In fact, many students, who initially had a favorable impression of Su Jianghe due to his handsome looks and tall stature, acknowledged him as the most attractive boy in class. Standing beside Su Mushuan, he seemed quite compatible, yet his unwavering devotion to her lacked any semblance of self-respect. Su Mushuan, with her haughty disposition, consistently belittled and disregarded Su Jianghe. Lacking any assertiveness, gradually diminished in others' eyes. If one does not value oneself, how can one expect others to do so? While loving someone wholeheartedly is not inherently wrong, it often leads to one's own humiliation. Chapter 8. Be low-key in conduct, high-key in accomplishments. In summary, many began to alter their perceptions, leaning towards a greater acceptance of Su Jianghe. Some even developed a palpable sense of anticipation. They believed that Su Jianghe's decision to cease his pursuit and his newfound resolution to focus on his studies were commendable. However, it would be best if he adhered to these commitments, lest he end up embarrassing himself further. Such is the psychology of onlookers. In the corner, at the elegant seating area, Su Jianghe felt quite content. The lunch break had commenced, and he, typically brimming with energy, seldom indulged in napping. This trait could be considered one of the essential qualities of a successful individual. Those who achieve greatness are often tireless in their pursuits. During the break, Su Jianghe completed a set of English exam papers. After self-grading, excluding the writing and listening sections, he scored 86 out of 95. Including the listening and writing, he estimated he might score around 120 to 130, compared to his previous final exam score of below 80. This represented a significant improvement of 40 to 50 points. With a bit more review of high school grammar and key concepts, he could easily secure a score of 104. As the lunch break drew to a close, Wei Jiahao approached, still bleary-eyed, and exclaimed, "Wow, Su Jianghe, you're really sitting here? Why not? Never mind. Are you going to the restroom? Not now. I'll wait until the next class. Seriously, what's with your bladder?" Wei Jiahao shrugged and headed off. Su Jianghe nodded, then turned to find two girls in front of him glancing back at him. He recognized them from his previous seat in the back row, though their names eluded him. Considering the passage of time since graduation and the multitude of acquaintances he had encountered, upon making eye contact, Su Jianghe, adhering to the customary politeness of adulthood, smiled at them. The two girls were momentarily taken aback. The quieter one blushed, while the more extroverted one appeared astonished, but quickly returned a friendly smile. Su Jianghe then noticed their desk was occupied with exam papers, and he matched their names to the faces. The more vivacious girl, sitting in front of him, was Lu Dan, while her quieter desk mate was Tao Xiaojiao. Just as Su Jianghe was about to resume his studies, Lu Dan tapped on his desk with her pen, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she whispered, "Su Jianghe, did you take extra classes during the winter break?" How should he respond? Su Jianghe was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of what she meant, Lu Dan and Tao Xiaojiao exchanged glances before Lu Dan continued, "I saw you working on an English paper, and you were so fast. How did you score so high when you graded it yourself?" Now Su Jianghe understood. Lu Dan had caught a glimpse of him working on the exam and assumed he had attended winter classes. "Well, I had to put in some effort," he replied. "Oh." Lu Dan nodded, her expression reflecting her satisfaction with his response. She seemed eager to say more, but, noticing Su Jianghe's reserved demeanor, decided against it, finally uttering, "Good luck," while making a fist in encouragement. Su Jianghe smiled and nodded, offering no further comment. He then glanced at Tao Xiaojiao, who had been staring at him. Her cheeks still flushed. As their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze, which surprised Su Jianghe. He certainly understood the implications of such behavior. The two girls turned back to their conversation, and soon after, Lu Dan tugged at Tao Xiaojiao, and they excused themselves to the restroom. As they exited the classroom, Lu Dan leaned in closer to Tao Xiaojiao, unable to contain her excitement. "Xiaojiao, did you notice? Su Jianghe is completely different today. That English paper was a real exam, and his score was so impressive. And when he smiled at us and spoke, his demeanor was just so pleasant, it's hard to describe. It felt really comfortable, don't you think?" Before Tao Xiaojiao could respond, Lu Dan, who had a tendency to chatter, added, "And up close I realized Su Jianghe is actually quite handsome. He was so focused all afternoon, wasn't he? Izopozizo." Tao Xiaojiao replied softly, glancing back into the classroom as they passed a window. Throughout the lunch break, she and Lu Dan had been discreetly observing Su Jianghe, feeling quite surprised, particularly by the pleasantness of their earlier interaction. At that moment, Lu Dan spotted Shen Xian, who was walking ahead, and quickly tugged at Tao Xiaojiao to catch up, calling out, Hey, Shen Xian, come here, I need to tell you something." "What is it?" Shen Xian slowed her pace, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "It's about Su Jianghe. You won't believe it." Lu Dan reiterated her earlier words. Upon hearing this, Shen Xian felt a wave of surprise wash over her, even a hint of disbelief. As the class representative, she was acutely aware of Su Jianghe's academic standing. He had never scored above 80 in English, and now, with listening and composition involved, could he truly achieve over 80 in objective questions? Had he been attending tutoring sessions during the winter break? She hadn't heard anything about that. Lu Dan's infatuated remarks about Su Jianghe's handsome appearance and charming demeanor struck Shen Xian as somewhat exaggerated. Yet, she reflected, today he indeed seemed remarkably different, as if transformed. Still, Shen Xian didn't dwell on it too much. She merely chuckled and replied, "Well, that's quite good, isn't it? I'm utterly stunned. I genuinely feel that Su Jianghe, he might really be on the verge of turnaround. He's so focused, and he had a solid foundation to begin with, right?" Liu den chattered incessantly. "Yes, let's hope so." Shen Xian nodded in agreement. After using the restroom, the three girls returned together. As Shen Xian entered the classroom, her gaze instinctively drifted to the corner, where she found Su Jianghe deeply engrossed in his work, which made her smile unconsciously. She then proceeded to her seat and noticed Su Muxian sitting there, her expression cool and composed as she flipped through her study materials. In front of her, Guoming turned around, wearing a sycophantic smile, seemingly trying to ingratiate himself with Su Muxian. Shen Xian harbored no fondness for Guoming, even feeling a tinge of aversion. Her feelings towards Su Muxian were more complex. Aware of Su Muxian's privileged family background, Shen Xian had spent the entirety of her high school years seated next to the top student in their class. At that moment, Shen Xian felt a pang in her heart. Su Muxian was undeniably beautiful, truly breathtaking. Even as a fellow girl, Shen Xian found her strikingly attractive, with exquisitely refined features, a statuesque figure, and skin that resembled that of a beauty advertisement. Academically, she hovered around the 15th position in class, just above the threshold for first-tier universities. However, Su Muxian was not the kind of diligent student who immersed herself in her studies. Her stable performance was largely due to the attentive care of her teachers and the financial support for private tutoring from her family, with Shen Xian as her deskmate. In truth, Shen Xian's impression of Su Muxian was not entirely negative. They had a decent rapport. Yet, she was acutely aware that they belonged to different realms of existence. Su Muxian had once confided in Shen Xian that her family hoped to send her abroad for studies, but she had no interest in studying overseas. As for university, any place that was decent enough would suffice, as long as she didn't have to struggle too hard. It was natural for someone who had everything handed to them from birth to exhibit a sense of superiority and a somewhat difficult temperament. However, it was also unreasonable for Su Jianghe to continually endure and appease Su Muxian, as such behavior would inevitably lead to disdain from others. Fortunately, it seemed that Su Jianghe had finally begun to change. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, Shen Xian felt a sense of regret at that moment. She had witnessed the various efforts and kindness Su Jianghe had extended towards Su Muxian over such a long period, and as her desk mate, she had observed it all. Regardless of the circumstances, it represented the genuine feelings of a boy. Just like that morning when she saw Su Jianghe fall off his bike, the first thing he did upon getting up was to protect his thermos. At that moment, Shen Xian's heart had ached for him. Shen Xian had always been a girl who clearly understood her desires and the necessary steps to achieve them. She did not consider herself particularly intelligent, so she had to exert considerable effort to maintain respectable grades, avoiding any semblance of complacency to secure a place at her ideal university. She had never contemplated romance, and had yet to encounter a boy who stirred her heart. Yet, during her first year of high school, when she first met Su Jianghe, she had been quite taken with him, but her initial impression quickly faded into disappointment. Recollecting her thoughts, Shen Xian approached her seat. As she settled in, she needed Su Muxian to stand up momentarily, leading to a brief exchange of glances, during which Shen Xian smiled, prompting Su Muxian's expression to soften somewhat. Once seated, Shen Xian glanced at Su Muxian's profile. marveling at her beauty while pondering whether she ever experienced any emotional fluctuations. Did she truly remain indifferent to Su Jianghe's feelings after all this time? Sighing inwardly, she mused, true feelings are only valuable when cherished. If not, they amount to nothing. I hope he has truly awakened this time, Shan Xian thought, casting a glance back at Su Jianghe in the corner, feeling inexplicably reassured. Turning back, she adjusted her focus and buried herself in her studies. Unbeknownst to Shan Xian, after she looked back at Su Jianghe, Su Muxian's previously expressionless demeanor momentarily flickered with emotion. During the afternoon's 4 classes, Su Jianghe hardly paid attention, stacking his books on the desk and burying his head, ensuring he did not disturb others, nor did they disturb him. The second class was physics with the old teacher, who, breaking from his usual routine, adopted a roaming approach, checking on Su Jianghe several times without uttering a word. While other teachers seemed indifferent to the shifting dynamics in the classroom, the English teacher did glance over at Su Jianghe, taking note of his presence. With Su Jianghe moved away, Wei Jiahao became a solitary figure. After class, he approached Su Jianghe, fidgeting awkwardly, and asked, "Hey, Su Jianghe, are you up for some noodles? I'll eat in the cafeteria. You guys go ahead," Su Jianghe replied nonchalantly. "Come on, really? Are you serious?" Wei Jiahao pressed. Surprised. "What do you mean? No, you're right. Are you really not going out to eat? Let's go." Su Jianghe changed his mind at the last minute. Lucheng was not yet well known in 2009, but in a few years, it would gain fame as a small city renowned for a uniquely flavorful dish. Yes, the famous luossifin, snail noodles. Having returned to the present, Su Jianghe had not ventured beyond the school grounds. As he stepped out with Wei Jiahao, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic at the unchanged streets he remembered. Small towns were like that, especially in the older districts. They remained unchanged for decades. After walking a few steps and turning down an alley, they arrived at the familiar old noodle shop. Su Jianghe ordered a bowl of 2 liang, about 100 grams, of luossifin, adding duck feet and tofu. Wei Jiahao, whose skin had recently been plagued by acne due to puberty, opted for a bowl of rice noodles. As soon as they sat down, Wei Jiahao pulled out a pack of cigarettes and nudged Su Jianghe, asking, "Want to smoke one?" "I don't smoke." Su Jianghe waved his hand dismissively. He had never developed the habit. In his previous life, he had briefly tried smoking during his first year of college. But since Su Muxian detested the smell of smoke, he had quit and never resumed. Wei Jiahao nodded and shared the cigarettes with his 2 companions, who began to puff away, creating a cloud of smoke. One was named Wu Chao, and the other was Wei Tao, together forming the perennial bottom 3 of Class 3 along with Wei Jiahao. Of course, Su Jianghe was not in a much better position himself, hovering around the lower ranks of the class. The trio consists of students who have gained admission through financial means, resulting in a lack of foundational knowledge, which in turn has led to poor academic performance, compounded by their disinterest in studies. During their time enjoying a bowl of noodles, Wei Jiahao speaks little, yet occasionally casts peculiar glances at Su Jianghe. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jianghe understands the underlying sentiment, concern for a brother's struggles juxtaposed with envy over his brother's luxurious lifestyle. However, Wei Jiahao is not the type to harbor such feelings. Nevertheless, the essence of the thought remains similar. Having previously lounged around together, if one suddenly decides to take a different path, the other's mindset is bound to shift in a subtle yet awkward manner. Su Jianghe observes this without feeling the need to comment. He consumes his noodles swiftly, and as the other 3 are still occupied, he opts to sit and wait. The state of a person is often quite evident. Chapter 10. Enlightenment and Awakening to Wisdom. At this moment, Wei Jiahao is experiencing such a transformation. The more he observes Su Jianghe, the more he perceives a stranger. What was Su Jianghe like before? He used to be somewhat reticent, amiable, and considerate of others, always ready to assist whenever called upon, whether it was for fetching water or enjoying noodles. Never refusing a request, he habitually kept his head down, embodying a sense of timidity that prevented him from meeting others' gazes directly. Moreover, he was perpetually orbiting around Su Muxian, his attention consistently fixated on her. But what now? Since the afternoon, Wei Jiahao has been scrutinizing Su Jianghe, noting the undeniable change in him. His speech seems to have dwindled. He buries himself in his studies during class, no longer casting glances at Su Muxian. His gait is brisk, still inclined to lower his head, yet devoid of the previous airiness. It now conveys steadiness and strength. Yes, strength. Although Wei Jiahao lacks the vocabulary to articulate this sentiment, he senses an undeniable aura of power emanating from Su Jianghe. This was particularly evident during the confrontation with Guoming, where Su Jianghe's sudden burst of aggression momentarily stunned Wei Jiahao. Now, As Su Jianghe rapidly finishes his noodles and gazes out the window, his expression remains serene, yet his eyes sparkle with intensity. In stark contrast, Wu Chao fidgets with his bowl, glancing around and occasionally grinning foolishly. After some contemplation, Wei Jiahao's mind is struck with an epiphany, enlightenment and awakening to wisdom. How vividly accurate! He almost wants to applaud his own wit. Were Wei Jiahao to inquire, Su Jianghe could explain that this transformation reflects the emotional maturity and stability of an adult, coupled with a clear understanding of his desires and actions. In simpler terms, it embodies focus without confusion. This state of being can indeed amplify one's personal charisma. After all, the earnest werewolf is the most captivating. Returning to the classroom after their meal, the late-night self-study session for the senior year is postponed until 10:30, yet day students are permitted to leave half an hour earlier. At around 10, Su Jianghe's home is not far from the school, while Su Muxuan's is even closer and conveniently along the way. At her father's insistence, Su Jianghe is tasked with escorting Su Muxuan home after evening study sessions, before returning to his own residence. As the clock approaches 10, the once quiet classroom begins to stir. Approximately half of the class comprises day students, either residing at home or with parents who rent nearby to accompany them. Thus, they can choose to leave at 10:30. Shun Xian has just finished revising a science exam paper, feeling dissatisfied as she knits her brow and begins to pack her bag, preparing to review before sleep. Her peripheral vision catches a glimpse of her deskmate, Su Muxuan, who rarely carries a backpack, opting instead for a small handbag. At that moment, she rises, glances back, and then sits down again. Shortly thereafter, she stands and exits the classroom. Shun Xian comprehends the implication of this action. Su Muxuan's rising and falling is evidently habitual. Typically, at this hour, Su Jianghe would have approached her. Shun Xian turns to look at the corner where Su Jianghe remains engrossed. Pensive, she finishes packing her bag and quietly steps out of the classroom. When one is deeply engrossed, the concept of time easily slips away. Had it not been for Lu Dan gently tapping Su Jianghe's desk, he might not have realized it was already past 10. Hey, Su Jianghe, it's 10:10. Aren't you leaving? Liu then whispers. Next to her, Tao Xiaojiao, a boarding student, is buried in her studies, her ears twitching, clearly not fully engaged. Su Jianghe is momentarily taken aback before responding, I'll head out now. No worries, you seem very dedicated to your studies. Lu Dan hesitates before offering a compliment. Su Jianghe smiles and nods in gratitude. He swiftly packs his bag, gathers a few textbooks, and exits the classroom with brisk steps. Many classmates watch him, evidently surprised, as Su Jianghe does not cast a single glance at Su Muxuan's seat and shows no signs of pausing. Lu Dan lingers, and as Su Jianghe walks away, she remains behind with a look of astonishment before sitting back down, whispering to Tao Xiaojiao, Did you notice? Su Jianghe seems to have completely lost interest in Su Muxuan. I was watching him the whole time. He didn't look at her seat even once. Of course, Su Muxuan left first, so he wouldn't look. Tao Xia da zipli sopti. No, he hasn't looked at her at all since he moved here. He never behaved like this before. Well, isn't that a good thing? Students should focus on their studies. Sigh, I can't explain it to you. I'm off. All right, see you. It is only upon exiting the school gate that Su Jianghe remembers his bicycle. He retraces his steps to the bike rack, searching for a while before finally locating his blue bicycle with a broken brake, a battered thermos lying in the basket. Standing there, he feels a moment of daze and shakes his head. His left elbow has been aching all day, but he has brushed it off. All right, Su Muxuan. It suddenly strikes him that he is supposed to escort Su Muxuan home after evening study, a task entrusted to him by Su Uncle. Has Su Muxuan left? He hadn't paid attention. Whether she left or not is no longer his concern. The previous incarnation of Su Jianghe was never one to indulge in sentimentality. He would not lament over his efforts going unreciprocated, nor would he dwell on grievances like a scorned lover. What is past is in the past. One must look ahead, forge onward, and focus on their own affairs. Thus, he remains indifferent to the pain of his injured arm from the fall, and he is unconcerned about Su Muxuan's current reactions or thoughts. Nevertheless, memories cannot be erased, and moving on does not equate to forgiveness. The scars and emotional turmoil wrought by these experiences will linger for years to come, evoking a sense of lingering regret when never recalled. Su Muxuan hails from a distinguished family, belonging to the upper echelon of this small fourth-tier city. The local economy is narrow, with only a handful of major industries, one of which was founded by Su Muxuan's grandfather, a pioneer in the automotive sector. In such a small town, social stratification is entrenched and deeply rooted. Wealth and influence are two distinct matters. Logically, Su Jianghe's background would never intersect with Su Muxuan's. Yet, because of Su Uncle, who is none other than Su Muxuan's father, Su Pingzhong, their paths have crossed. Su Jianghe held Su Shu in high regard. He epitomized the archetype of a character reminiscent of Song Yunhui. Emerging from the impoverished depths of a mountain valley, this once struggling university student nearly lost his life due to illness in his youth. It was Su Jianghe's father, Su Guozhong, who, through sheer determination, managed to borrow 3,000 yuan by bowing to others at construction sites, thus securing the funds necessary for hospitalization and saving his life. In those days, university students were indeed a rare breed, particularly those studying automotive engineering at South China University of Technology. Chapter 11. I Don't Have a Father Like You. After graduating, Su Shu returned to his hometown's automobile factory, where he met Luo Lan, Su Mushuan's mother, and became the son-in-law of the factory. Young, visionary, cultured, and full of ambition, he ascended to the factory's core leadership by his 30s, making significant contributions during pivotal transformations. All thanks to favorable circumstances and a wave of youthful cadre promotions. This truly exemplified how knowledge could alter one's destiny. Su Shu never forgot Su Guozhong, initially arranging for him to work at the factory. Later, with resources at his disposal, he contemplated paving a prosperous path for Su Guozhong, believing that, should Su Guozhong be willing, financial freedom would be easily attainable. However, Su Guozhong declined, asserting that such generosity would lead Su Shu astray, and thus remained a technician in the workshop for his entire life. Even when offered a promotion to supervisor, he refused, believing that his lack of education warranted a humble position and that as long as they lived comfortably, he should not provide any opportunity for ill-intentioned individuals to exploit. In his previous life, Su Jianghe and his father were often at odds. Yet in this regard, he felt a genuine respect for Su Guozhong. Su Jianghe had always received care and concern from Su Shu, who orchestrated his education, ensuring he attended the same school and class as Su Mushuan. As time passed, and Su Jianghe showed promise, Su Shu entertained the idea of uniting their families through a marriage alliance, actively attempting to bring them closer together. Su Gudong, though stubborn, was pleased by this prospect. As Su Jianghe grew older, he gradually sensed this underlying intention. He had harbored a sincere affection for Su Mushuan since childhood, believing that encountering someone from such a distinguished family was a stroke of luck, for which he was eternally grateful. Thus, he felt compelled to cherish her and devote himself to her happiness. However, the outcome, that is a story best left untold. Su Mushuan bore a striking resemblance to her mother, Luo Lan, but Su Jianghe was not Su Pingzhong. A person lacking in noteworthy attributes is often dismissed, and thus, any sincere effort or affection appears equally devalued. This was evident when Su Mushuan openly criticized Su Jianghe's inadequacies, a sentiment echoed by the severely challenged Wu Yan, who also regarded him with disdain. Su Jianghe's home was situated a modest distance from the school, nestled within an aging residential complex. The position of a technician at the automobile factory had long been respectable in the small town, providing a decent income, which led Su Guozhong to purchase an apartment early on. When he fell short of funds, Su Shu, aware of the situation, generously sent over 100,000 yuan, though Su Guozhong later insisted on repaying it. On his way home, Su Jianghe discarded a broken thermos in a nearby trash bin and, guided by memory, retraced the familiar path to his apartment, ascending the stairs until he stood at his doorstep. With the key in hand, he hesitated, unable to bring himself to unlock the door for a prolonged moment, his heart a tumult of emotions. As an only child, he had distanced himself after pursuing graduate studies and later embarking on a career, often returning home infrequently due to a strained relationship with his father. In this moment of indecision, the door swung open, revealing his mother, Wu Xiaomei, who beckoned him warmly. "Oh, son, why are you standing there?" "Gumin." Su Ziang stood momentarily. Despite having been reborn, his mother appeared a decade younger, yet the essence of Wu Xiaomei remained much the same as he remembered, simple and aged, not at all resembling a woman in her 40s. Wu Xiaomei was the archetypal rural woman from Guishi, uneducated yet indefatigably hardworking, dedicating her life to her family. After marrying Su Guozhong, Su Shu had arranged for her to work in the factory's canteen, which was a respectable position. In the household, she held little authority, deferring to Su Guozhong in all matters. Due to his connection with Su Shu, Su Guozhong was treated with respect by everyone at the factory, fostering a sense of entitlement that shaped his demeanor at home, where he ruled with an iron fist. While Su Guozhong possessed no major flaws and commanded a degree of respect, his limited education and narrow worldview often led him to be overly self-assured, rigid, and obstinate. These were the very roots of the discord between father and son in their previous life. "Hurry and wash your hands, dear. I made you some pork rib soup. You should eat well, especially since you're in your senior year. Your brain needs fuel." you know? Wu Xiaomei called as she entered the kitchen. By now, it was already past 10:30 at night. Listening to her familiar yet endearing nagging, Su Jianghe felt a warmth in his eyes, murmuring an acknowledgement as he set down his backpack and surveyed the living room. Just as he remembered, the sofa was draped in a cover, and the television remained the old, bulbous type. However, there was no sign of Su Guozhong. By this hour, he would have long retired to bed, never waiting for Su Jianghe to return from evening study. In his previous life, it was only after Su Jianghe's entrepreneurial endeavors began to flourish that Su Guozhong's temperament softened. Albeit marginally, he would still erupt in anger, declaring, "I will always be your father. Come, son, drink up and then get some sleep," Wu Xiaomei urged, bringing out a bowl of pork rib soup, her eyes filled with maternal warmth, wrinkles etched into her face, and strands of white hair visible at her temples. She spoke softly, careful not to disturb Su Guozhong in the bedroom. This detail stirred a flood of memories for Su Jianghe. In the years leading up to university, the home had always been enveloped in this atmosphere. Su Guozhong was domineering, while Wu Xiaomei lacked assertiveness, contributing to Su Jianghe's somewhat submissive disposition. Regarding Su Muxuan, Su Guozhong had instilled in Su Jianghe a belief that with her exceptional background and family, he should cherish her and treat her with utmost reverence, implying that without Su Shu, he could never aspire to such prospects. This was an unconscious diminishment of his self-worth. Su Guozhong harbored a strong obsession with marrying off his children to distinguished families. In his previous life, when Su Jianghe first brought Su Muxuan home, Su Guozhong was elated. Yet when she ultimately rejected him, he relentlessly urged Su Jianghe to pursue her, attributing all the failures to his son. "You must have done something wrong. Have you even reflected on your actions? You useless child." Their relationship reached a breaking point after Su Jianghe began working. In the second year of his relationship with Song Wei, he introduced her to his parents, only for Su Guozhong to flatly refuse her entry into their home. At that moment, Su Jianghe had had enough. He stood at the threshold and declared, "I don't have a father like you," before turning and leaving with Song Wei to Shanghai. In the ensuing years, Song Wei endeavored to mend a rift between Su Jianghe and his father. Yet Su Guozhong remained unyielding. Eventually, Su Jianghe and Song Wei drifted apart, and as he grew older, even after his company went public, Su Guozhong's temperament had only slightly softened. Su Jianghe ceased bringing women home altogether, often only returning to share a meal with his mother, Wu Xiaomei. Without residing at home, many experiences during his formative years passed by unnoticed, only to be pondered upon years later, as time stretched and personal growth occurred, allowing him to glean insights from those memories. Chapter 12. Nothing is more important than this. At present, Su Jianghe savored his mother's pork rib soup, his emotions a complex tapestry. The deterioration of the father-son relationship from a previous life left the most affected party as the mother, Wu Xiaomei. She was not an exceptionally astute woman. Having relied on her husband for sustenance, she subsequently placed all her hopes on her son, Su Jianghe. Furthermore, there was another matter that contributed to Su Jianghe's primary objective after his rebirth, excelling in his studies. Su Jianghe had gained admission to Lu Yizhong as the top student in his class, and relatives and neighbors praised his academic prowess, believing that entering Lu Yizhong was tantamount to securing a place in a prestigious university. For 3 years in high school, this perception prevailed, and Wu Xiaomei took great pride in him. However, when the college entrance examination results were released, the outcome was disheartening, leading to whispers among the neighbors. Su Jianghe remembered how, in his previous life, Wu Xiaomei had spent considerable time sighing in despair. Su Guozhong would pound the table, berating Su Jianghe for his perceived ineptitude, questioning how they could have raised such a failure, and whether he was worthy of his parents' sacrifices. Some matters must be addressed at their appropriate stages. Once missed, they cannot be rectified. Regardless of how much money Su Jianghe sent home later, his mother still lamented the regret of that college entrance exam. She even went so far as to blame herself, believing it was her failure to manage and nurture Su Jianghe properly. Sighing, Su Jianghe took a deep breath, the scent reminiscent of memories past. He adjusted his thoughts, looked up with a smile at Wu Xiaomei, and said, "Mom, from now on, I will return after self-study at 10:30. You needn't wait for me. It's time for you to rest early. I'm not a child anymore, am I? 10:30? That's quite late. What about Xian? Does she also finish self-study at 10:30? Wu Xiaomei paused in surprise. I won't be escorting her home anymore. With only a little over 100 days until the college entrance exams, I must make a concerted effort. Nothing is more important than this, Su Jianghe asserted. With this declaration, Wu Xiaomei had nothing further to say. She nodded and replied, "That is fine. Whether I sleep early or late makes no difference. If I can't see you return, I'll rest easily." "Mom," Su Jianghe felt a pang in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he changed his mind. I'll still come back by 10. Studying at home is the same. All right, that works. Hurry and eat, finish quickly, and rest early. Don't tire yourself too much. Wu Xiaomei smiled, her spirits evidently lifted by her son's commitment to his studies, sensing a subtle change in him today. After finishing the ribs, Wu Xiaomei did not require him to clear the dishes, so he took his backpack and headed to his room. Upon entering and switching on the light, he saw the bed, the desk, an old computer, and the walls adorned with Wade posters. Everything just as he remembered. On the desk lay a framed photo of Su Jianghe and Su Muxuan taken at their middle school graduation. In the picture, Su Jianghe appeared youthful and naive, flashing a peace sign, his face radiating a mischievous delight. Under the sunlight, his angular features were quite handsome. Su Muxuan, too, looked young and beautiful. Though her expression was one of cool detachment, her disdain for the world already evident. After gazing at the photo for a while, Su Jianghe closed the album and tossed it into the bottom drawer. The computer still ran on Windows XP, with a Nokia 5320 mobile phone resting beside the keyboard. It was indeed 2009. Everything retained the essence of that year. He sat for a moment before rising to wash his face in the bathroom, then gazed at his somewhat gaunt reflection in the mirror and smiled. Su Jianghe's smile was bright and attractive, a sentiment echoed by many. With a strong foundation in his features, he stood at approximately 183 centimeters, likely to grow another few centimeters upon entering university. However, he was somewhat slender, his hair slightly long, his beard unshaven, and his chest and back somewhat frail with a slight stoop. The image of Su Jianghe before his rebirth had been quite commendable, as he had maintained a solid fitness regimen, enjoyed a successful career, and accumulated a wealth of experiences that transformed his overall demeanor. I'll get a haircut tomorrow and shave, Su Jianghe told his reflection. Returning to his room, he reviewed some grammar and vocabulary before going to bed promptly before midnight. The following day, Su Jianghe awoke to find himself still in his small room at home. At this hour, Su Guozhong had yet to rise, while Wu Xiaomei had prepared breakfast. After a hasty meal, Su Jianghe shouldered his backpack and departed. He arrived at class early, finding only a few students present. Among them Shen Xian, who was already seated and engrossed in her book. Shen Xian was always like this, arriving early. As Su Jianghe passed the podium, he stole a glance at Shen Xian, just as she looked up, their eyes meeting. Habitually, he nodded in her direction, a gesture of polite acknowledgement. However, upon observing the astonished expression on Shen Xian's face and her slightly furrowed brow, he quickly realized he had overstepped. Their relationship was not yet close enough for such familiarity. I must be more mindful next time, Su Jianghe thought as he returned to his secluded spot at the back of the classroom, burying himself in his studies. After a while, he heard a loud thump on the floor, followed by a stack of books on his desk being forcefully struck, startling him. Furrowing his brow, he looked up to see Wu Yin standing there, her eyes wide and accusatory. Su Jianghe, what do you mean by this? Where's the breakfast you bought for Xian Xian? She demanded loudly. What breakfast? Su Jianghe glanced toward Su Muxuan's direction. At that moment, Su Muxuan suddenly stood up, visibly anxious, and shouted at Wu Yin, come back. What are you doing? Xian Xian, you don't need to worry. You didn't even eat breakfast. It's all Su Jianghe's fault for always buying you breakfast. Why didn't he do it today? What does that mean? Wu Yin retorted with bravado. You come back here. Su Muxuan raised her voice. Wu Yin faltered, slammed her palm against Su Jianghe's desk again, then huffed and turned away. The ground shook with her departure. Once Wu Yin returned to Su Muxuan, her tone was clearly more indignant as she reprimanded her. Wu Yin, are you out of your mind? What does my eating or not eating breakfast have to do with Su Jianghe? I intentionally skipped breakfast today to lose weight. And besides, have you forgotten what happened yesterday? Su Jianghe no longer has the standing to pursue me. Even if he bought breakfast, I wouldn't eat it, you know? Su Muxuan's voice was loud, clearly intended for Su Jianghe to hear. Just because Su Muxuan is attractive? Su Jianghe said nothing further after that mention of breakfast. Wu Yan's sudden outburst had caused him to frown momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. He would not squander time or emotions on trivial matters. However, Su Muxuan's intentionally loud remarks made Su Jianghe want to laugh. He understood the situation immediately. It was likely that Su Muxuan had grown accustomed to the breakfast Su Jianghe bought her in the mornings and, in a moment of oversight, had not eaten breakfast that day. When Wu Yin questioned her, she panicked and foolishly directed her ire towards Su Jianghe. Wu Yin might be foolish, but Su Muxuan was not. How proud she was, after her bold declaration yesterday, demanding Su Jianghe not to regret. This incident with Wu Yin was a slap at her face, making it seem like she was desperate for breakfast. Hence, she became flustered. The subsequent explanations were clearly unnecessary, a testament to her agitation. In Su Jianghe's eyes, such behavior was a glaring mistake, far too evident. But then again, how profound could the thoughts and insights of high school students be at this age? Essentially, the thoughts are rather juvenile, emotions clearly etched on their faces, and intentions intertwined with those emotions. Su Jianghe could discern everything with a mere glance. The proud peacock like Su Muxuan is, in fact, no different. Nevertheless, he buries himself in his studies, continuing to read. However, the classroom remains in disarray. At this moment, Wu Yin finally realizes her folly, standing beside Su Muxuan's desk. Her head bowed as she softly murmurs, "I'm sorry, Muxuan. I've just gotten used to it. Whenever Su Jianghe acted up, I would be the first to confront him on your behalf." "All right, enough said. Just remember, from now on, I have no ties with Su Jianghe." Su Muxuan, arms crossed, her exquisitely cold face suffused with irritation and impatience, cannot even be bothered to spare Wu Yin a glance. Wu Yin, hesitant to utter more, mutters, "Then Muxuan, may I return to my seat?" Su Muxuan waves her hand dismissively. She is inexplicably vexed, her mood quite unfavorable. Last night, after self-study, Su Jianghe did not accompany her home. She walked back alone. The distance was not far, and she harbored no fear of the night, but upon exiting the school gate, an unexpected sense of trouble washed over her. She contemplated calling home for her aunt or the driver to pick her up. Yet she feared her father would ask too many questions. And now, she feels foolish for having forgotten that she had severed ties with Su Jianghe yesterday and for neglecting her own breakfast. The loud reprimand directed at Wu Yin earlier had, in some way, alleviated her inner turmoil. As for Su Jianghe, she genuinely does not care whether he exists or not. "Hey, Su Muxuan." At that moment, Guoming from the front row turned around, calling out with a sheepish grin. Guoming always approached Su Muxuan in this manner, flattering yet cautious, as if he were under some inexplicable pressure in her presence. This was largely due to Su Muxuan's unparalleled beauty, compounded by her family background and temperament. "What do you want?" Su Muxuan indeed regarded him with a frosty demeanor. It's nothing much. I just remembered you liked the dumplings from Hushi Li's. My home is quite close. If you're interested, I could bring you some tomorrow. I'll even buy a thermos," Guoming stammered, grappling to articulate his thoughts. He had secretly pondered this for quite some time and mustered considerable courage. Guoming believed that now that Su Muxuan had cast Su Jianghe aside, his own opportunity had arrived. He must seize it. "Are you out of your mind?" Su Muxuan's face hardened, an inexplicable wave of disgust washing over her. "Huh?" Guoming was momentarily dumbfounded, quickly apologizing. "All right, I'm sorry." Yet Su Muxuan had already crossed her arms, refusing to even glance at Guoming again. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, but did not seem to mind, for after all, it was Su Muxuan. Even before turning back, he surreptitiously stole a lingering gaze at her, finding her beauty utterly captivating. Meanwhile, Shan Xian, seated nearby, rested her head on her left hand, observing the scene unfold. Unable to suppress a shake of her head, Shan Xian could not comprehend what some boys in the class were thinking. Su Jianghe had behaved similarly in the past, and now Guoming followed suit. Many boys in the class seemed eager to curry favor with Su Muxuan. All for her beauty? Please. The college entrance examination was just over 100 days away. The morning passed uneventfully. Su Jianghe remained focused and diligent. During one period, the homeroom teacher casually wandered over to Su Jianghe's desk, glancing at him without uttering a word. Occasionally, Su Jianghe would lift his gaze, smiling at the teacher, who appeared momentarily taken aback before nodding and smiling in return. Wei Jiahao, unusually, did not come to invite Su Jianghe to join him for a chat. After Su Jianghe had moved to a different seat, he found himself alone, which felt somewhat disjointed, yet the homeroom teacher said nothing, allowing it to remain as is. Throughout the morning, Su Jianghe enjoyed a rare tranquility, undisturbed by anyone. He was not inattentive in class. Whenever a subject of interest arose, he would lift his head, eyes focused, and exhibit noticeable feedback when the teacher highlighted key points. This surprised several of the instructors. Su Jianghe had developed a clear thought process. Time had passed, and many concepts had grown hazy, but he had previously learned them, retaining some impressions and understanding. Thus, his current task was to memorize these key points. More reading, more memorization, and if necessary, rewriting them several times. Su Jianghe found great satisfaction in this sense of fulfillment. At noon, Su Jianghe stepped out of the school gate. He got a haircut and shaved his unkempt beard, instantly revitalizing his appearance. Returning to the classroom, many classmates, especially the female students, displayed expressions of astonishment. The next 3 days passed methodically. The atmosphere in the class gradually settled. After all, It was the final year of high school at the esteemed Lu Yi High School. The primary focus remained on studying, preparing for the college entrance examination. Yet, Su Jianghe sensed subtle changes. Su Muxuan was exceptionally renowned at Lu Yi, and the claim that she was the most beautiful school belle in history was not an exaggeration. Hence, Su Jianghe, once a mere admirer, had also gained notoriety. However, more and more people became aware of the events that unfolded that day, knowing Su Jianghe had moved his seat to the corner, declaring his intent to focus on his studies. Some were curious, while others found it amusing. In any case, many began to pay secret attention to Su Jianghe. Even in class, students would habitually glance toward the corner. Words alone were ineffective. Actions spoke volumes, and everyone had eyes to see and hearts to remember. Thus, an increasing number of people began to realize that Su Jianghe seemed genuinely committed. Some anticipated this, while others merely chuckled. Nevertheless, Su Jianghe continued to go about his solitary way, undistracted by these observations. He awaited the first mock exam of the second semester of his final year. Time remained, just 10 days. Chapter 14, It is Indeed Peculiar. Soon, the first mock exam for the second semester of the 2009 Lu Yi High School seniors arrived. The exam was scheduled for the upcoming weekend, 2 days away, marking half a month since Su Jianghe's extraordinary rebirth, with just 91 days remaining until the college entrance examination. On Friday evening, during self-study, the homeroom teacher, Wang Weijun, entered with the seating chart for the mock exam, instructing Guoming, "Please post this seating chart on the front and back blackboards." Following this, the teacher rapped the podium and cleared his throat. Addressing the students below, "Please put your pens down for a moment. I would like to address the important details regarding tomorrow's mock exam. This exam is the first of the second semester and differs from previous ones. It will closely align with the college entrance examination, encompassing the 3 major subjects along with comprehensive science. The papers may present some difficulty, as part of the syllabus has yet to be covered, but that is not a significant issue. Just approach the exam earnestly, and do not resort to any deceitful tactics. Understood? Understood. The entire class responded. The teacher nodded and added, "There is nothing more to say. Continue with your self-study. Su Jianghe, please step out with me for a moment." In the corner, Su Jianghe was momentarily startled, caught off guard. His current level of attention in class was quite unique. For instance, now that the teacher had suddenly called his name, all eyes turned to him. Well, not quite. Su Muxuan did not turn around. All right. Su Jianghe nodded and stood up. Exiting the classroom, the teacher awaited him outside. Su Jianghe approached, nodded, and continued toward the office at the end of the corridor. It was an independent office, devoid of other teachers at the moment. Upon entering, the old class teacher sat down directly, picked up a teacup, and beamed at Su Jianghe. Su Jianghe, noticing the expression on the old teacher's face, instantly comprehended and smiled in return. "You, my boy, have indeed performed remarkably well during this period. I have been observing you closely." The old teacher expressed his affirmation candidly. "Thank you, old teacher," Su Jianghe replied, feeling deeply moved. He could genuinely sense the old teacher's concern for him throughout this time. The old teacher nodded, his smile unwavering as he continued. "What is there to thank? Your current state is commendable, one that does justice to both yourself and your parents." Pausing for a moment, he added, "I called you out to remind you not to feel pressured for tomorrow's mock exam. Approach it with confidence and boldness, without worrying about how much you improve. After all, it's not the college entrance examination, is it? I'm aware of your sentiments. Don't burden yourself with the thoughts you shared in my office last time. I've been witnessing your efforts, and your teachers have also begun to regard you with newfound respect. Remember, studying is a long-term endeavor, and maintaining a positive mindset is essential. Rest assured, old teacher." Su Jiang zet ponde. "All right then, I want to ramble on. You truly are different from before. Remember my words. Keep a good mindset and return to your self-study." "Understood, old teacher." Su Jianghe felt confident in his mindset. He remained taciturn, knowing that ultimately, it all hinged on his mock exam results. Upon returning to class, he was still the center of attention. As he passed by the podium, he instinctively glanced at Shen Xian. Over the past few days, he had been mindful, refraining from any overt actions, merely stealing a glance without offering any smiles or gestures. However, unexpectedly, Shen Xian appeared momentarily taken aback, her gaze flickering slightly before she smiled at him proactively. With her short hair, sweet demeanor, and bespectacled appearance, her face flushed slightly when she smiled. This caught Su Jianghe off guard. In all the days since his rebirth, he had not exchanged a single word with Shen Xian, making this the first instance of her displaying a smile towards him. Shen Xian was actually quite intriguing. With her cute visage, she was academically formidable, embodying the archetype of a serious-minded top student. Hence, She had previously thought that the old Jianghe was somewhat unhinged. When he had once smiled at her, she had frowned, revealing her discomfort. Yet now, this development indicated that her perception of him had shifted during this time, and she had begun to acknowledge him. Jianghe reciprocated her smile with a slight nod. Their eyes met briefly, but he managed his emotions well, appearing natural and casual, before making his way to a secluded corner, unnoticed by most. At that moment, Xian rested her left hand on her head, gazing downwards as a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Suddenly, she felt exceptionally cheerful. Over the past few weeks, she had indeed developed a significantly altered view of Jianghe. Initially, she held no expectations, even when their gazes met and he inexplicably smiled at her. It had puzzled her and elicited a sense of dislike. However, after those two instances, he had not repeated such behavior. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit, but she felt a twinge of disappointment when he ceased smiling at her. Xian had assumed Jianghe's zeal would only last a few days, yet here they were. Half a month later, she had not paid particular attention, only occasionally glancing at him as he diligently immersed himself in his studies, seemingly foregoing breaks, quietly pursuing solitude. However, due to her close friendship with Lu Dan, a notorious chatterbox fond of gossiping about Jianghe, she often heard enthusiastic remarks like, "Oh my, Jianghe has truly transformed," or "I've noticed Jianghe has genuinely changed," or "Jianghe is becoming increasingly handsome." Despite not being particularly familiar with Jianghe, having exchanged only a handful of words throughout their high school years, she still felt a sense of delight upon hearing Lu Dan's words. She recognized that Jianghe's current state and enthusiasm were commendable. He was striving and focused. This was how boys should be at this stage. When Jianghe entered the classroom, Xian instinctively glanced over, and coincidentally, Jianghe also looked her way. It felt peculiar. There seemed to be nothing significant about it. Yet Xian found her spirits lifted immensely. However, just as she was lost in thought, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of her deskmate, Sumu Xuan, whose right hand, resting under the table, was clenched into a fist, the knuckles turning pale from the exertion. Did she notice? Is she angry about this? An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over Xian. Yet upon reflection, she deemed it unreasonable to feel this way. Over the past half-month, Xian had experienced a considerable amount of tranquility. Previously, Jianghe would orbit around Sumu Xuan, often approaching her, which would agitate Sumu Xuan, leading to much turmoil. Now, without Jianghe, the frequency of Sumu Xuan's outbursts had noticeably diminished. Chapter 15. A More Elevated Pleasure. Xian believed that Sumu Xuan was quite agreeable most of the time, aloof, proud, and surprisingly quiet when not in a foul mood. She often ignored the teacher, sleeping during class, but would occasionally ask Xian questions. At this moment, Xian sensed something was amiss with her own state and glanced at her deskmate once more. This time, Sumu Xuan's arms were crossed over her chest, her gaze fixed on the examination paper with a blank expression. Yet she had not turned the page for quite some time. Xian took a deep breath, attempting to recalibrate herself, and continued working on practice problems. Yet, after a considerable time, she still struggled to find her focus. Perhaps it would be better to pull out her collection of mistakes to review. Considering the mock exam was tomorrow, in the back row, the atmosphere in the designated area was somewhat lax due to the impending mock exam, with a persistent hum of chatter filling the classroom. Jianghe, however, remained steadfast, exhibiting remarkable self-discipline. His approach to tasks was systematic and efficient, and he had been diligently applying himself over the past month, feeling more confident than anticipated. In addition to his academic improvement, he could also sense the shift in the perceptions and opinions of those around him, exactly what he desired. He had never been one to seek shortcuts. In his previous life, he believed that achieving results was essential, but equally important was the process, one that was beautiful, robust, and worthy of discussion. This was, in fact, a more elevated pleasure. Talp, talp. The sound caught Jianghe's attention as he recognized Lu Dan in the front row tapping her pen against his desk. Each time this occurred, his deskmate, Tao Xiaojiao, would lean in slightly, her small reactions providing a touch of amusement. "Hey, Jianghe, tomorrow's the mock exam. I'm sure your score will improve significantly this time," Lu Dan whispered as she turned to face him. "We'll have to wait for the results to know for sure," Jianghe replied. Over the past month, although he had been accustomed to solitude, his relationship with the two girls in the front row had considerably warmed, primarily due to Lu Dan's gregarious nature. She often engaged him in conversation, which explained her placement at the back of the classroom. Tao Xiaojiao, in contrast, was much quieter but tall, standing at least 175 meters, making her the tallest girl in the class. Jianghe typically refrained from initiating conversations, at most borrowing a reference book or two. Su Jianghe, you are far too modest. Your efforts over the past 2 weeks will undoubtedly yield significant improvements. Lu Dan is truly adept at initiating conversation. However, before she could finish her thought, Guoming suddenly bellowed, "What's going on here? Is the college entrance examination over? Have you all achieved stellar results?" No talking during evening study. After his outburst, he pointed directly at Lu Dan, adopting an air of superiority, and declared, "Lu Dan, what are you looking at? You're the loudest here. I am eager to see what score you will achieve in this mock exam." Lu Dan quickly retreated, muttering under her breath, "What do you mean I'm loud? Besides, how I perform is none of your business." "Oh, Lu Dan, you possess quite the thick skin. While it may not concern me, I must remind you not to interfere with Su Jianghe. If he performs poorly, it might be blamed on your influence, and that would be quite unfortunate." Guoming retorted with a mocking tone. His intention in calling out Lu Dan was, in fact, to target Su Jianghe. As soon as Su Jianghe's name was mentioned, the classroom fell into a notable silence, with everyone glancing at Guoming and then back at the corner where Su sat. Soon after, Cheng Zijian chimed in with a sardonic remark. "The class monitor is right. This mock exam is crucial for Su Jianghe. They have guaranteed in the office that they will be watching his results closely. If there is no significant improvement, it would be quite embarrassing." "What is embarrassing about it?" "Su Jianghe has a thick skin," Guoming sneered. His intent was clearly to remind the class of Su Jianghe's previous conspicuous behavior. When the mock exam results are released, should Su Jianghe not perform well or show significant improvement, it would indeed become a source of ridicule, a slap at his own face. However, before Guoming could revel in his jests, Wei Jiahao suddenly interjected, "Well, you still can't match his skin thickness. Remember how you went out of your way to buy breakfast for that girl, only for her to reject it after 2 tries? Laughter erupted in the classroom. Guoming, unable to maintain his composure, shouted, "Wei Jiahao, what do you mean by that? Don't you understand your own implications?" His face flushed with rage, yet he had no retort. Given his natural intimidation of Wei Jiahao, he resorted to barking at the class. "What are you laughing at? Get back to studying. I'll be watching how you all perform in tomorrow's mock exam." With that, he angrily sat down, and the class gradually quieted once more. Su Jianghe remained silent, his expression unchanging. Guoming's antics appeared to be nothing more than a futile attempt to provoke, akin to a rabid dog seeking attention. A mere glance from Su Jianghe would be considered a loss. Yet, Wei Jiahao proved to be a true friend. Reflecting on Wei Jiahao, Su Jianghe felt a sense of gratitude. After his departure, Wu Chao moved up from the back row to sit alongside Wei Jiahao, filling the void. During this time, Wei Jiahao rarely disturbed Su Jianghe, refraining from calling him to join for meals or hang out, yet he frequently glanced in Su's direction, clearly concerned. Wei Jiahao's behavior and mindset were quite apparent to Su Jianghe. He wanted to connect, yet feared disrupting Su's focus. The sudden shift in their paths left Wei Jiahao feeling a bit lost and contemplative. During the break in evening study, Wei Jiahao unexpectedly approached Su Jianghe in a cautious manner. His expression was tentative, and he wore a smile that suggested he wished to say something but was unsure how to proceed. "Let us go get a drink," Su Jianghe suggested, rising immediately. "Let us go," Wei Jiahao responded, momentarily taken aback, then smiled broadly, reminiscent of his usual self. While they were out, Wei Jiahao's habits were less than refined. As he stood by the pool, he first surveyed the area with a critical eye and then shook his head, displaying his usual displeasure. "Su Ziyang, what on earth do you eat to grow up like this?" His loud voice caused the boys standing nearby to glance over, momentarily stunned, before quickly moving away. "You really need to change this habit. It's impolite and only serves to annoy yourself," Su Jianghe remarked, exasperated. "I can't help it. Besides you, no one else can irritate me," Wei Jiahao retorted, cigarette in hand, shaking his head nonchalantly. Su Jianghe simply smiled, choosing not to respond. Reflecting on his past life, he realized that a significant reason Su Muxuan had been with him for a year was due to his reliability and usefulness. "Hey, you should be able to improve quite a bit in this mock exam, right?" Wei Jiahao inquired, his tone somewhat awkward, a departure from his usual demeanor. "Su Ziang, not that." Responding honestly, "Yes, I should make considerable progress." "I knew it. I've been watching you, brother. This is the right approach for you, truly," Wei Jiahao exclaimed. "All right, after the English exam the day after tomorrow, let us play basketball together," Su Jianghe suggested with a smile. "You'd better keep your word. Just wait and see how I'll dominate you," Wei Jiahao teased. "You're too short for that." Su Jianghe shot back playfully. Upon returning to class, Lu Dan turned back around. She wore an expression of guilty concern and asked, "Su Jianghe, I haven't really affected you, have I?" "No, don't worry. Su Ziang Zipli Ao Sets Di Li." Upon hearing this, Lu Dan visibly relaxed, saying, "That's good to hear. By the way, let me tell you, Guoming is really just a fool. All of us girls secretly dislike him. Just because he is a top student and class monitor, he has become so arrogant." As she spoke, Lu Dan seemed to recall something, lowering her voice to share, "Oh, there is something you might not know." That morning, Guoming shamelessly approached Su Mushuan, offering to bring her buns, and do you know what she said? She asked if he was sick. We all laughed so hard about it later. He acted as if nothing had happened. As she continued, Lu Dan suddenly fell silent, her gaze falling on Su Jianghe's face, realizing how awkward the moment had become. She quickly added, just don't let someone like Guoming get to you. Oh dear, I'm talking too much again. I want to say anything more. I don't want to distract you. Good luck on your mock exam tomorrow. Su Jianghe could only smile and nod in acknowledgement. At that moment, Tao Xiaojiao turned around. Her face flushed and quietly said, "Su Jianghe, you can definitely do it." Quickly, she turned away, leaving Su Jianghe with only a view of her fair neck. Blushing fiercely, in the study area, Su Jianghe focused on his work, though his mind was elsewhere. He had no significant recollection of the two girls from his past life, nor did they share any further interactions. He recalled that Tao Xiaojiao was the tallest in the class, and, as Wei Jiahao would say, had an impressive figure. In truth, both girls were quite nice. Su Jianghe noted Tao Xiaojiao's innocent feelings, which were evident to him. During the last half hour of evening study, the class began rearranging seats and affixing student numbers, with several class officers, led primarily by Guoming and Shun Xian, bustling about. Su Jianghe's seat remained undisturbed. When Shun Xian came to affix the number paper, she merely glanced at him without a smile or a word. At 10 o'clock, the day students left after evening study. Su Jianghe was not one to be precise about time, often lingering a bit longer, usually waiting for the commotion to settle before gathering his things. As he picked up his backpack, he noticed that many seats in the classroom had already emptied. A quick glance at the front revealed that both Su Mushuan and Shun Xian had already departed. In the past half-month, Su Jianghe had indeed paid little attention to Su Mushuan. Of course, Su Mushuan likely had not been concerned about him either. Since that day, it felt as if they had become complete strangers. Previously, Su Jianghe would always accompany her home after evening study, but since they had clarified their relationship, he had not walked her home again, and nothing else had transpired. Even Su's uncle had not inquired further. After Su Jianghe returned home, Su Guizhong appeared to be uncharacteristically calm. Even during this period, the girl known as female Zhang Fei, Wuyan, had also become notably subdued. When they crossed paths, she would merely glare at him, and nothing more. This was quite in line with Su Jianghe's expectations, and was indeed reflective of Su Mushuan's character. She would not suddenly experience a moment of reckoning or regret simply because her admirer had ceased his affections, nor would she, in a fit of desperation, lower herself to pursue him. Firstly, she lacked suitors. Secondly, she truly did not regard Su Jianghe as significant. Thirdly, her inherent pride meant that she would not easily concede. Moreover, Su Mushuan was not foolish. Indeed, beautiful women are rarely naive. From a young age, they become accustomed to the flattery and disingenuous behavior that men often display when they are drawn to their beauty. From Su Jianghe's understanding of Su Mushuan, Wu Yan's uncharacteristic quietness was likely her doing, as causing a scene would only lead others to believe she still held Su Jianghe in high regard. As for the fact that Su Jianghe no longer accompanied her home after evening classes, she would probably have her family pick her up instead. However, she would never admit it was due to Su Jianghe's reluctance. Instead, she would claim it was her own decision to sever ties with him. This arrangement was rather agreeable. No unnecessary entanglements, no disturbances, and they could part ways as strangers. Having been reborn, Su Jianghe possessed a mature mindset, and one of his fundamental principles was to act based on his own desires and motivations. Whether he focused on his studies at this stage or ventured into entrepreneurship to elevate his social standing later, those pursuits were entirely for himself, not for anyone else, let alone Su Mushuan. Returning home, he traversed familiar paths at familiar times, thoroughly enjoying his current state. Despite being reborn for quite some time, they were still family, and he understood that maintaining a cordial relationship with Su Guizhong was essential. He was acutely aware of Su Guizhong's temperament. In his previous life at this age, he had been timid and compliant, hesitant to oppose Su Guizhong, so now he opted to minimize communication and avoid conflict. Whatever Su Guizhong said was his own affair. Right or wrong, it was best to let it go in one ear and out the other. After all, arguing would only distress his mother. Conversely, Su Jianghe had made significant changes in his interactions with his mother. He had become more talkative and sweet, often encouraging her not to overexert herself or worry excessively. The essence of filial piety, after all, is not intrinsically linked to wealth. It revolves around companionship and concern. Even if expressed merely verbally, it constitutes emotional value. Over the past month, his mother had noticeably rejuvenated, her face often adorned with smiles as she frequently remarked that Su Jianghe had matured and become more understanding. However, this evening, the atmosphere was palpably different. As Su Jianghe entered, he instinctively adjusted his demeanor and called out for his mother. He was determined not to bring any negative emotions home, knowing she would surely sense them, resulting in a sleepless night for her. Yet, my son. His mother, Wu Xiaomei, did not greet him with her usual bright voice and beaming smile. Sensing something amiss, he glanced toward the living room sofa and, indeed, found Su Guozhong seated there, his face stern, casting a heavy pall over the household atmosphere. Su Gudong, a tall and robust man who had labored on construction sites in his youth, had developed a forceful temperament. Later, due to his association with Su Shu, he had been somewhat pampered, allowing his temper to flourish, often resorting to physical reprimands when angered. Son, your father has something to ask you, his mother spoke softly, her expression fraught with anxiety. I understand, Su Jianghe replied with a smile directed at his mother. Internally, he remained composed, having surmised the cause of the tension. Had he been the version of himself from his previous life at this age, he might have been rendered pale by the oppressive atmosphere. Su Guozhong remained silent, fixated on the television, which was turned off, without casting a glance in Su Jianghe's direction as he entered. Su Jianghe approached, standing before his father, who still did not lift his gaze. Su Jianghe was acutely aware of Su Guozhong's penchant for creating pressure. He knew his father was waiting for him to speak first. To ask Dad, what is it? Before Su Guozhong would unleash his fury. However, this time, Su Jianghe chose to stand firm and wait. As anticipated, Su Guozhong soon grew restless, raising his eyes to Su Jianghe, his square face dark and his expression fearsome. What is the matter with you? Su Gudong in Gui? What do you mean by what is the matter? Su Ziang Gao De. Su Guozhong appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response. Then, his expression soured, and he rebuked. What is this attitude? Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. I have a mock exam tomorrow, and it's getting late. Su Jianghe responded calmly and rationally. Su Guozhong was momentarily at a loss for words. He found himself unable to maintain a firm grip on the situation. Seated there, Su Guozhong stared at the direction of the television, which remained off. After a moment, he turned to Su Jianghe, looking at the floor before him, his tone still cold and authoritative. I ask you, what is happening between you and Su Xian? Have you done something wrong to her? You had better tell me the truth. So, it was indeed about Su Mushuan. However, Su Jianghe was still unclear about the specifics of the situation that had incited Su Guozhong's anger. He pondered for a moment and spoke up, Dad, can you first tell me what you have heard? I'm asking you. Su Gudong Su Den Li Sao Det, slamming his palm onto the coffee table with a resounding thud that startled Wu Xiaomei beside him. Guozhong, you should speak to your son calmly. Wu Xiaomei hurriedly interjected, hoping to diffuse the tension. Yet before she could finish, Su Guozhong reprimanded her. I am speaking. Do not interrupt. Wu Xiaomei fell silent, her head bowed, her eyes filled with concern. Su Jianghe closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and upon reopening them, gazed at his father, Su Guozhong. He maintained his composure and said, Dad, you need to tell me what you have heard first. Only then can I explain the situation to you. Acting like this will not resolve anything. Su Jianghe refused to argue with Su Guozhong. Such confrontations would not solve their problems. He also would not engage in defiance, as that would be immature and only serve to worsen the atmosphere at home, causing his mother distress. In his previous life, Su Jianghe had reflected on the father-son relationship. As a youth, he had been naive and submissive in the presence of Su Guozhong. Later, as he grew more independent and mature, he harbored some resentments due to past grievances, particularly concerning Song Wei, leading him to maintain a rigid stance without attempting to ease the relationship or resolve conflicts. Yet now, having been reborn, many of those issues had not yet transpired, and it was time to amend his approach. After all, at the end of the day, family is family, and it was also for his mother's sake. Su Jianghe attempted to reason with Su Guozhong, but it was evident that Su Guozhong had no intention of engaging in rational discourse. Su Guozhong had always believed that Su Jianghe was unqualified to reason with him. Whatever he said should be obeyed without question. What problem needs solving? The biggest issue right now is you. Su Guozhong slammed the coffee table once more, pointing at Su Jianghe in reprimand. Wu Xiaomei trembled again at the outburst. Su Jianghe's expression remained neutral as he nodded, his voice icy and deliberate. Fine. If you think not addressing the problem means you want to solve me instead, then go ahead, kill me. That way, there will be no more problems. At most, you will lose a son, and my mother won't survive either. What do you think? What did you just say? Su Guizhong appeared genuinely stunned. So, please don't speak recklessly. Why would you say such things? Wu Xiaomei was taken aback. Su Jianghe quickly turned around to comfort Mom. It's all right. I know what I'm doing. As he spoke, he flashed a reassuring smile at his mother, causing her to exhale in relief. He then turned to the still-dazed Su Guizhong, softening his tone slightly and saying, Dad, can we communicate properly now? Su Jianghe understood his father all too well. A straightforward conversation would not suffice. He needed to find a point of contention to catch Su Guizhong off guard, allowing him a chance to be heard. Since entering the room, Su Jianghe had skillfully navigated the situation. He initially expressed a willingness to communicate, subtly mentioned the upcoming mock exam, indicating it was a critical time in his senior year. When that failed, he resorted to a more blunt approach, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with, declaring, if you can't handle it, then just finish me off. After a while, Su Guizhong's anger had lessened but lingered. Coldly, he remarked, Today, your Uncle Su called me, saying that for the past 2 weeks, Xian hasn't allowed you to escort her home after evening study sessions, claiming you two have severed ties. Is that true? Su Jianghe calmly replied. And then? Su Guizhong continued. Your Uncle Su's words were rather diplomatic, but I could sense it. Xian harbors significant grievances against you. Have you reflected on what went wrong? Huh? Su Guizhong slammed the table again, repeating this familiar routine, exactly as Su Jianghe had anticipated. Su Muxian's explanation to Uncle Su was that she didn't allow Su Jianghe to escort her, rather than Su Jianghe himself proclaiming he wouldn't. Yet, this distinction was inconsequential to Su Jianghe. He perceived this as an opportunity to clarify matters and address some of the issues at hand. Xian has always had her reservations about me. Her dislike stems from the disparity between our families, which must be a source of distress for her. Thus, this situation is rather advantageous. What do you mean by advantageous? What are you talking about? Su Guizhong interjected. Dad, I'm trying to communicate with you. Could you let me finish? All right, go ahead. Su Jianghe took a breath and said, First and foremost, she doesn't like me. Secondly, our family and Uncle Su's family are vastly different. We are mismatched. Lastly, Dad, do you know my current grades? What grades? Su Guizhong asked. In the last final exam, I scored 415, which places me at the bottom of the class. With such scores, I can't even qualify for a second-tier university. Su Jianghe remained composed. However, upon hearing this, Su Guizhong's face flushed with anger, and he raised his hand as if to strike Su Jianghe, only to be quickly restrained by Wu Xiaomei. Guizhong, please don't act impulsively. Our son is grown. Can't we discuss this calmly? She urged. What more is there to say? Didn't you hear? Scoring 400? I'm only now realizing this. Does he think he can justify such performance? Su Guizhong zebut angvili. Chapter 18. Once she is dealt with, all problems will vanish. Wu Xiaomei finally grasped the gravity of Su Jianghe's earlier statements. She immediately panicked. Disbelief etched on her face as she looked at Su Jianghe with concern. Trembling as she said, Son, you've always done well academically. You were admitted to Lu Yizhong. You even ranked first in your class during the entrance exam. How could this happen? Mom, it's true. If you don't believe me, call the class teacher tomorrow, Su Jianghe replied. You little rascal, I'll beat you. Su Guizhong threatened, ready to lash out. And what good would that do? Are you pleased with this? Su Jianghe shot back. Su Guizhong was speechless with rage. Son, what on earth is going on? How did your grades decline so drastically when you used to perform so well? Wu Xiaomei's voice trembled with emotion. Facing his mother, Su Jianghe remained gentle and comforting. Mom, let us not dwell on the past. I simply wasn't focused on my studies. But there is still time to rectify this. You've seen my efforts over the past 2 weeks. Rest assured, I am making strides. And tomorrow's mock exam will showcase my improvement and results. Really, son? Please don't deceive me, his mother implored. I promise, truly. Su Jianghe's voice quivered slightly. His mother had always believed in him, and that acknowledgement eased his heart considerably. Turning to Su Guizhong, Su Jianghe maintained his composure and smiled gently. Dad, you are not unreasonable. From now on, let us communicate openly as father and son. I'm not a child anymore. I know what I want and what I'm doing. After a brief pause, he added, All right, it's getting late and I have a mock exam tomorrow. I need to rest early. I hope we can put Xian's matter to rest and not discuss it further. To his surprise, Su Guizhong nodded in agreement. However, he quickly regained his composure, flaring up and pointing at Su Jianghe. You little rascal. How dare you speak to me like that? Guizhong, can we not argue? What our son said is reasonable. He has a mock exam tomorrow, so let him rest, all right? Wu Xiaomei pulled at Su Guizhong, who seemed to have calmed down a bit. Su Jianghe sensed the conversation had reached a resolution and smiled at his mother. Say, Mom, please rest early and don't worry too much. I didn't perform well last time, but you'll see, I will definitely improve this time. His words, laden with sincerity and assurance, brought a smile to his mother's face, easing her worries. All right, son, I don't expect much from you. Just take care of yourself and get some sleep. It's already past 11, Wu Xiaomei instructed. That one tea do. I must strive to make you proud. Su Jianghe insisted, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Wu Xiaomei chuckled, truly relieved, and playfully scolded. All right, I understand. Good son, hurry up and sleep. Meanwhile, Su Guizhong appeared dazed. Before he could gather his thoughts, Su Jianghe changed his tone, both polite and firm, and remarked, Dad, you should also rest early and think things over. You little brat. Su Guizhong was immediately incensed. Yet, surprisingly, Wu Xiaomei chided him gently. Enough. Let's not say more. Our son is doing much better now. Haven T, I told you several times that he has matured. What more do you want? Can we really consider Xian's family as one we can aspire to? Fine, let us just sleep. Su Guizhong, unusually, refrained from losing his temper. The following day, early in the morning, Wu Xiaomei began preparing an abundant breakfast for Su Jianghe, rich in nutrition. As Su Jianghe devoured his meal, Wu Xiaomei watched with a smile, her face reflecting pride and joy. Son, your dad went to bed around 3 last night. He must have thought about a lot. He has that temper. But no matter what, he is your father, and he means well for you, Wu Xiaomei remarked. I know, Su Jianghe nodded. Such words were best received without argument. Disputing right or wrong was futile. He felt that the previous night, as father-son conflict held positive significance. Every family has its own struggles. This situation differed from that between Su Jianghe and Su Muxian. The latter was straightforward. Resolving her issues would eliminate all problems. However, with parents, there were always deeper issues that required resolution. Today was Saturday, marking the first mock exam of the second semester for the senior year. In 2009, the educational model here was still quite harsh, with a strong emphasis on ranking, and seating arrangements for exams were based on previous mock exam scores. Since the beginning of his second year, Su Jianghe has consistently lingered around the 40th position in his class, ranking approximately in the 8 or 900 range among the 1,200 science students in the school, perpetually situated in the back few classrooms. The top student in Class 3 is Shan Xian, who ranks within the top 50 of the grade and is always seated in the first examination room. Notably, there is also Wei Jiahao, who occupies the last examination room, a large lecture hall filled with the bottom 100 students of the entire school. The atmosphere in the lecture hall is quite lively. In his previous life, Wei Jiahao often shared amusing anecdotes with Su Jianghe. For instance, a significant portion of the students are akin to brothers from the streets. After an exam, he would receive dozens of answer sheets, and astonishingly, each one was utterly unique. The most ridiculous aspect was the invigilators, who were quite brazen. They would distribute the papers and leave, only to return after a couple of classes to collect them. Wei Jiahao often felt insulted by the situation. The morning exam was for the Chinese language. The paper was nothing remarkable, as long as one had hands. It was feasible to attempt it. Achieving a high score was challenging, but to fail with a low score required a certain level of talent. Nevertheless, one particular observation struck Su Jianghe profoundly. In his year, there are 20 parallel classes for science students and 2 elite classes, totaling around 1,200 individuals. When divided, each examination room accommodates only a handful of familiar faces from his class. Yet, upon entering the examination hall, Su Jianghe felt as though he had stepped into his own classroom. Despite the unfamiliar faces, it seemed as though each one recognized him. Su Jianghe understood the reason behind this phenomenon. Indeed, it was due to Su Muxuan. Su Muxuan had truly become a sensation. It is no exaggeration to say that every day, numerous individuals would take lengthy detours just to pass by Class 3's classroom, hoping for a fleeting glimpse of her. Although there were many who secretly admired her and wished to pursue her, throughout high school, only Su Jianghe could genuinely approach her. The average person lacked even the opportunity to speak with her. Su Muxuan was not someone with a strong need for social interaction. She was proud and had a sharp temper. If one showed her even a hint of excessive attentiveness, she was likely to be repelled. This behavior was entirely normal and aligned with Su Muxuan's goddess-like demeanor. If she were the type of girl who could not survive without the attention and adoration of boys, Su Jianghe would not have been so infatuated for so many years in his previous life. However, it was precisely this aspect that inadvertently brought Su Jianghe into the limelight. Outsiders viewed him through a different lens, particularly some boys who harbored feelings of envy, jealousy, and resentment, intentionally belittling or even slandering him to derive a sense of psychological satisfaction. Moreover, since Su Muxuan never regarded Su Jianghe with any seriousness, his so-called puppy dog image was continually diminished, much to their amusement, as they looked down upon him while secretly envying him. Among them, The class leader Guoming was a quintessential example. Yet, the situation has now changed dramatically. The rift between the two had long become common knowledge, especially following Su Jianghe's surprising decision to willingly give up, which he seemed to have genuinely done. He even moved his desk to a corner of the classroom, declaring his intent to focus on studying. Many were astonished, skeptical of his sincerity, and soon, students frequently passed by Class 3 to observe Su Jianghe, curious to see if he was indeed earnest. As Su Jianghe entered the examination room, he overheard numerous discussions. "Hey look, that's Su Jianghe from Class 3. Is that really him? The one who used to follow Su Muxuan around like a dog? I heard he genuinely gave up. Is it true? It seems like it. He says he wants to study hard now. Haha him. That's hilarious. Hold on. I heard from someone in Class 3 that Su Jianghe is indeed working hard now. What if? I don't believe it. Wait until the results of this mock exam come out. He'll still be a joke." The remarks were rather unkind. The less acquainted individuals held the most prejudice and disdain. Nonetheless, Su Jianghe remained unfazed, adopting a nonchalant attitude. A person reborn does not lack the foresight for the long game. Simply put, he was patient and learned to wait, as every action and change necessitated a certain period for feedback. What's the rush? How long can you all continue to laugh? In my last life, I was in such a pitiful state, yet I still made a magnificent turnaround in the end. The afternoon was dedicated to mathematics, a subject in which Su Jianghe felt nearly as confident as he did in English. In his previous life, he had significantly improved his math skills during his postgraduate studies, thus granting him a clear advantage in mathematical understanding. Furthermore, Su Jianghe possessed a strong logical acumen, which had been evident since his rebirth as he tackled various problems with remarkable precision. During the last term, he had not passed his mathematics exam, barely scraping a score below 80. After the afternoon exam, he felt the difficulty of the problems was moderate and believed he could significantly improve his score. Having submitted his paper by 5 o'clock, Su Jianghe continued his solitary pursuit of knowledge, returning to his familiar corner in the classroom, diligently studying at his own pace. As the room remained relatively empty, at 6 o'clock, he headed to the cafeteria for dinner. Upon returning to class, he noticed an increase in the number of students gathered in small clusters, chatting and relaxing. Where there are people, there are cliques, and student life is no exception. For example, a small circle of so-called top students, led by Guoming and Cheng Zijian, was engaged in discussing answers, indulging in various forms of insincerity. "Oh dear, this math exam was so difficult. I feel like I really messed it up," Cheng Zijian lamented. "Is that so? Cheng Zijian, you're the math class representative. And if you didn't do well, then we're even worse off," a girl exclaimed somewhat exaggeratedly. Following that, the girl turned to Guoming, expressing her admiration. "Class leader, you must have done exceptionally well in this math exam. Surely you will surpass Shunxian this time." The girl, Hu Tingting, served as the Chinese class representative. Although not particularly attractive, her academic performance was commendable, placing her among the top 10 in the class, and she openly displayed her admiration for Guoming. Guoming cast a glance at Hu Tingting, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, as though he had overeaten during dinner. Furthermore, after 2 exams, Guoming sensed his performance was subpar, clearly out of sorts. Forget about surpassing Shunxian. He had never done so before, and now he was uncertain whether he could even maintain his second position in the class. This math exam was indeed challenging, primarily because several topics we hadn't reviewed were included. "I didn't do well this time either," Guoming confessed. "Class leader, you're being too modest. I was in the same examination room as you, and with 10 minutes left, you stopped writing, which clearly indicates the questions were easy," remarked Li Wei, the math class representative who had ranked 3rd in the previous exam. Guoming twitched his face in annoyance. "It's not that the questions were easy. I simply didn't know how to solve them, and was left sitting there." At that moment, Su Jianghe walked in, prompting Guoming to frown and steal a glance. Feeling even more unsettled, he had noticed that Su Jianghe's reputation was shifting, though he was unwilling to admit it. He had to concede that Su Jianghe was indeed more handsome than he was. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, his features were quite striking. Recently, some girls had privately commented on how Su Jianghe's demeanor had changed significantly, making him quite appealing. Some even dubbed him the class heartthrob. Him, the class heartthrob? I'm still the class leader. Hey, ISNT, that Su Jianghe? I wonder how he did this time? Li Wei provocatively initiated the topic. What can he do? Last semester, how much change could one expect from the students at the bottom of the class in just half a month? Learning is not a simple endeavor. Hu Tingting scoffed. Then, turning her face towards Guoming, she smiled dreamily and remarked, "Isn't that right, class leader?" Indeed, learning is far from an uncomplicated matter. Guoming, however, preferred not to gaze too long at Hu Tingting's face, merely nodding in a feigned display of maturity. Suddenly, he was struck by the thought that it would be wonderful if Su Muxuan could look at him that way, or even if Shun Xian would do the same. Isn't it true? I've noticed that Su Jianghe has been quite serious lately, Li Wei interjected. That's just an act. He is only putting on a show for us. Someone who doesn't even pay attention in class, claiming he is self-taught? Just wait and see how he embarrasses himself after this exam. Right, class leader? Hu Tingting immediately dismissed the notion. In her eyes, Guoming was the most outstanding boy in class 3. With excellent grades, a decent family background, and serving as class leader, he exuded authority while managing the class, which she found utterly charming. As for Su Jianghe, he was unworthy of even carrying her class leaderess shoes. But I think Su Jianghe might genuinely make some progress this time. Li Wei couldn't help but argue. Have you lost your mind? Why are you always defending Su Jianghe? Hu Tingting huffed indignantly. Li Wei, enough already. Effort? Huh. Don't we all strive? Learning is not that simple. Cheng Zijian chimed in with a laugh. Li Wei fell silent after that. Chapter 20. If you don't cherish, don't enjoy. Beyond the elite circle of perceived top students, other small cliques in the class were similarly engrossed in discussions about Su Jianghe, though their malice and arrogance were less overt. Do you think Su Jianghe can make any progress this time? Perhaps. Lu Dan keeps saying he is very earnest. Effort will yield results. That is true. I believe he will certainly improve, though it may not be too noticeable. After all, it's only been half a month. Learning ISNT that's straightforward. If he manages to advance 10 places, I consider him impressive. 10 places? That seems exceedingly difficult. Indeed it is. Meanwhile, Su Guozhong was on leave today, but his mood was anything but bright. His countenance was grim. The events of the previous night still weighed heavily on him. How could his once obedient son, Su Jianghe, dare to defy him? What was even more infuriating was that Su Guozhong hadn't scolded his son at all, especially when Su Jianghe told him to reflect on his actions. What kind of words were those? What attitude and tone did he possess? Even the factory leaders did not speak to Su Guozhong in such a manner. Nevertheless, Su Guozhong began to reflect. He was not entirely unreasonable. Yet, what troubled him the most were Su Jianghe's grades. Scoring only 400 points in the last semester as final exam, ranking among the bottom 10 in class. How could he have performed so poorly? Was this acceptable? What had he been doing at school? Though Su Guozhong was strict, Su Jianghe was still his son, and he had once felt pride in him. He had always performed well academically, ranking first in the entrance exams, and had gained admission to the best school in the city, Lu Yizhong. Tall and handsome, Su Jianghe had been exceptionally obedient as a child. When Su Guozhong instructed him to go east, he wouldn't dare venture west. In short, whether among factory leaders, co-workers, or friends, everyone praised him, attributing his success to Su Guozhong's upbringing. At noon, Su Guozhong retrieved the phone number of the homeroom teacher, Wang Weijun, and called him, discussing many matters. It was then that Su Guozhong learned that Su Jianghe had not lied. His grades had indeed declined and were quite poor. When Su Guozhong inquired about the reasons, the homeroom teacher spoke vaguely but maintained a positive attitude, offering high praise for Su Jianghe, stating that he had shown signs of awakening, was putting in effort, and was worthy of hope. He also advised Su Guozhong that it was a critical period and urged parents to fulfill their responsibilities by showing concern without applying pressure, as the college entrance examination was a matter of significant importance for the child's future. This conversation provided Su Guozhong with a measure of relief. He took Wang Weijun's words to heart. However, the pressing question remained. Why had his son severed ties with Su Muxuan? Had it not been for him, Su Muxuan's father, Su Pingzhong, might have truly succumbed to illness outside the school all those years ago. For many years, Su Pingzhong had remembered this debt of gratitude and had not forgotten Su Guozhong. Yet as a leader, Su Guozhong could not afford to err. He sought to keep the matter of personal favors clear and defined. However, when Su Pingzhong expressed a desire to establish a familial connection through marriage, Su Guozhong felt elated, treating the matter with utmost seriousness. He genuinely wished to form a kinship. Su Guozhong did not perceive anything amiss, nor did he find any form of inequality in the arrangement. He had saved Su Pingzhong's life, and besides, Su Pingzhong had risen from humble beginnings, eventually marrying the factory's heiress, Roland. Now, faced with this sudden development, Su Guozhong felt uncertain. His limited education led him to consider seeking Su Pingzhong's counsel for analysis and advice. Su Pingzhong, being an intellectual and leader with insight, would undoubtedly provide a unique perspective. At noon, Su Guozhong called Su Pingzhong. Su Pingzhong instructed Su Guozhong to wait at home while he took a moment to swing by after lunch, promising to discuss matters in person. Wu Xiaomei still had to work, leaving Su Guozhong alone at home. Around 1 o'clock, Su Pingzhang arrived, and Su Guozhong promptly began, excessively polite. Chief Engineer Su, I sincerely apologize for troubling you, but I find myself quite uncertain. Brother, there's no need for such formalities between us. Besides, I've always cared for young Su. If you hadn't brought it up, I would have felt resentful, Su Pingzhang replied, dressed in a black jacket, appearing in his 40s. Exuding a sense of competence and poise, further accentuated by his glasses, resembling a distinguished intellectual. In private, he had always addressed Su Guozhong as brother, never adopting a condescending attitude. This bond, coupled with Su Guozhong's inherent integrity, had indeed left a favorable impression on Su Pingzhang within their circles. Though Su Pingzhang was typically occupied, representing the younger generation within the factory, he had been attentive to Su Jianghe's situation, genuinely keeping in mind. Brother, on my way here, I called the school and spoke extensively with a homeroom teacher. I have a general understanding of the situation. I remain optimistic, so you need not worry too much, Su Pingzhang stated as he settled into his seat. Su Guozhong breathed a sigh of relief. For Su Pingzhang was the one person he trusted most in his life. At that moment, Su Pingzhang sipped his tea, gazing at his elder brother with a constant smile, radiating calmness. In truth, having grasped the situation, Su Pingzhang felt a sense of relief. Over the years, he had observed many things, forming a positive impression of Su Jianghe. He recognized that the boy had a good nature, much like Su Guozhong, having been obedient and academically successful in his youth, excelling in various aspects. Su Pingzhang did not concern himself with one's origins, as he himself had no notable background. Remembering his gratitude toward his elder brother and recognizing Su Jianghe as potential, he had always taken an interest in Su Jianghe, encouraging him to interact with Su Muxuan, grow together, and nurture their relationship. Before high school, everything had been fine, but gradually, Su Pingzhang noticed troubling signs. Su Jianghe seemed to be drifting off course. However, he believed this issue could not be dismissed outright. It required guidance, as his own daughter also had significant problems. What Su Pingzhang most hoped to see was for the two children to encourage one another through their growth, providing each other with positive reinforcement. However, it appears that due to the elevated status of his own daughter, the young girl, Xiaoxiu, being rather naive and soft-hearted, has placed undue weight on this relationship, which has gradually led to an imbalance. Su Pingzhang had previously engaged in several discussions with Su Jianghe, articulating his thoughts quite aptly. He conveyed to Su Jianghe that the most crucial aspect of any relationship is whether there exists a positive mutual influence, something that can guide you towards personal growth and improvement. He even candidly stated that contributions must be measured, contingent upon their value. However, it seems that Su Jianghe failed to grasp these principles. Subsequently, Su Pingzhang had reiterated to his daughter the importance of cherishing what one has, emphasizing that if one does not value something, one should refrain from enjoying it. Yet, evidently, his daughter did not heed this advice, having been indulged throughout her upbringing, particularly by Roland, who spoiled her excessively. Chapter 21. It turns out Su Xianxian has been lying. Su Pingzhang was exceedingly busy with work. With Roland and a large family at home, he had no reason to be distracted. However, of late, he noticed that Su Muxuan was returning home from evening study sessions being driven by the maid, prompting him to inquire with Roland. Roland explained that Su Xianxian did not permit Su Jianghe to escort her home. Essentially, Su Xianxian harbored a dislike for Su Jianghe, finding him bothersome, and thus their relationship had come to an end. Unlike Su Pingzhang, Roland was a true heiress, and she certainly did not hold Su Jianghe in high regard. From her perspective, she could not discern any redeeming qualities in Su Jianghe, merely that he treated Su Xianxian kindly. Countless young men professed their intentions to treat Su Xianxian well. Certainly, Roland herself experienced similar attentions in her youth, being fashionable, beautiful, and of good lineage, with peers swearing to cherish her. Yet, she ultimately chose Su Pingzhang, continuing to love him throughout their years of marriage. When Su Pingzhang contemplated the prospect of a familial alliance, Roland was not particularly pleased, yet she did not oppose her husband. She recognized Su Guozhong's life-saving debt to him, and her husband's loyalty to relationships was a quality she admired. Nonetheless, Roland adopted a firm stance this time, insisting that Su Pingzhang respect Su Xuanxuan's wishes. As she had reached adulthood, Su Pingzhang found himself without grounds to dispute her. Thus, he took the opportunity to call Su Guozhong, seeking clarification on the matter. Initially, he felt somewhat pessimistic, contemplating that perhaps there was a lack of fate between the two. However, his perspective shifted after clarifying the situation with their homeroom teacher, Wang Weijun, which left him astounded. It turned out that Su Xianxian had been deceitful. It was not that she forbade him. Rather, it was Su Jianghe who was unwilling. Instead of feeling anger, Su Pingzhang felt a sense of joy. He believed Su Xianxian had indeed acted excessively, and Su Jianghe's stance was justified. A young man should never lack spirit. Later, Wang Weijun elaborated on Su Jianghe's recent circumstances, all in positive terms, further impressing Su Pingzhong. He was well acquainted with his elder brother Su Guozhong's temperament. He was a kind man, albeit sometimes stubbornly traditional, which is why Su Pingzhong had come over to offer some advice. Brother, could you recount the events of last night? Su Pingzhong in Gui. Last night, that brat infuriated me. Su Guozhong responded, immediately incensed. However, he recounted the events in detail, ending with a reprimand. That boy no longer even acknowledges me as his father. It's high time he learn a lesson. Brother, please allow me to speak, Su Pingzhong interjected. What? Go ahead, Su Guozhong urged. Su Jianghe is not in the wrong. He is doing exceptionally well, truly exceptional, Su Pingzhong affirmed without reservation. Su Guozhong was taken aback, momentarily believing he had misheard, his expression one of confusion. Really? He is exceptionally well? Su Pingzhong nodded solemnly, exuding an air of authority that compelled Su Guozhong to trust him. At that moment, Su Pingzhong felt genuinely pleased. He highly regarded Su Jianghe's manner of addressing the issues from the previous night. Su Guozhong's greatest aversion was Su Jianghe's assertion of knowing what he wanted and what he was doing, yet this was precisely what Su Pingzhong admired. Initially, he had thought the two children had no future together, but now he sensed a glimmer of hope. The boy has spirit and attitude, quite commendable. Pingzhong, is that brat truly okay? I must confess, I am at a loss regarding his grades at this point, Su Guozhong lamented. After all, he was a father. It was impossible not to care about his only son. Brother, do not fret, grades are not the issue. There is still time. If necessary, he can repeat a year. The key is his character. He possesses spirit and knows what he wants. It is never too late, and you should be pleased, Su Pingzhong advised earnestly. He paused for a moment before adding, let me emphasize one more thing. Brother, you need not interfere. Let him forge his own path. We can merely observe. But what about the children's matters? For now, let it be. They are both adults. If they are meant to be together, they will find their way. If not, we cannot force it. Yet, Su Jianghe's current state is undoubtedly better than before, truly excellent. Su Pingzhong could not help but praise again. This reassured Su Guozhong completely. He trusted Su Pingzhong, believing that if Su Pingzhong deemed it good, it must be so. That's wonderful. That brat seems to have transformed. He was never like this before. Last night, I found myself devoid of any anger, haha. No worries, just relax. Brother, I have a meeting to attend. I must take my leave. Slow down on your way. Let me see you off. No need, the driver is waiting downstairs. Then I shall accompany you. Su Guozhong insisted, wanting to show off to the neighbors in the community. Louis Zhong, evening study. As it was the weekend and a mock examination. The discipline was not as strict. The homeroom teacher was absent, and the classroom buzzed with chatter. Shun Xian finished her math exam in the afternoon and returned home, lingering a while before entering the classroom after 6:30. Upon entering, her deskmate Su Mushuan was still absent, likely skipping evening study as she often did. Shun Xian habitually glanced at the corner, where Su Jianghe was indeed buried in his studies, which caused a soft glow in her eyes. She wondered how he had performed this time. It should not be poor. Effort invariably yields rewards, and he had indeed been diligent over the past fortnight. Shun Xian mused, eagerly anticipating the results of this mock examination. After sitting for a while, she rose and headed to the teacher's office, as the homeroom teacher had printed a set of papers for her to collect and distribute to the classmates. At the office door, Shun Xian knocked, and the homeroom teacher gestured for her to come in. Just then, a voice called out from within the office, Teacher Wang, come here for a moment. One of the teachers whom Shun Xian recognized, who taught math and was also a homeroom teacher, but not for class 3, was calling. What is it, Teacher Yao? Wang Weijun responded. He then pointed to the desk, indicating that the papers were there for Shun Xian to take. Following that, he rose and approached Teacher Yao. Teacher Wang, your student Su Jianghe has made significant progress in math this time. Teacher Yao remarked. Su Ziang? Wang Weijun paused momentarily. Shun Xian, who had just picked up the papers, stood there in shock, frozen in place. Chapter 22. Su Jianghe, I suddenly find you quite cool. Didn't we just have the math exam this afternoon? The papers from class 3 were graded by me. I remember Su Jianghe, so I took out his paper first for grading. Quite a surprise, remarked Teacher Yao. How'd he do? What score did he achieve? The voice of the old class monitor, Wang Weijun, was filled with excitement and joy. 113. That score is quite commendable. He has certainly captured all the points he should have on the foundational questions. Weren't you telling me he only scored 78 in math last time? This is a remarkable improvement, Teacher Yao exclaimed. Several teachers in the office gathered around, astonished yet affirming. Particularly the mathematics teacher from class 3, who snatched the paper away, flipped through it, and nodded incessantly, genuinely elated. Very good, very good. The progress is substantial, and the work evident. He has certainly put in the effort. Turning to Wang Weijun, he smiled and said, Teacher Wang, Su Jianghe has truly lived up to his words this time. He deserves commendation. It's just one math exam. There is progress, yes. But we must consider the overall score. This is just the beginning, Wang Weijun replied, albeit unable to suppress his joy. Unbeknownst to him, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. He had been closely observing Su Jianghe's hard work during this period. As a teacher, the outcome is indeed significant. But the process also speaks volumes. Thus, he had worried that Su Jianghe might falter during the exam, thereby affecting his confidence. Because of this, he had called Su Jianghe out beforehand to offer some words of encouragement. Now, it is a splendid beginning, truly splendid. From a previous score in the 70s to over 100 this time, and the paper was challenging, the improvement is indeed considerable. After a moment of daze, Shen Xian snapped back to reality and hurriedly left with the exam paper. Upon exiting the office, she couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, her heart racing with inexplicable excitement and happiness. Shen Xian began to reminisce about Su Jianghe's demeanor over the past few weeks, and the atmosphere in the teacher's office just moments ago, where several teachers were pleased and approving, especially the old class monitor. This brought a smile to Shen Xian's lips, and her steps felt considerably lighter. Regarding the math portion of this mock exam, the difficulty was manageable. It was merely the pace of review that had fallen behind, making it quite taxing. Shen Xian estimated her own score to be around 103. So Su Jianghe's scoring over 110 was truly a significant and unexpected improvement. Upon returning to class, Shen Xian instinctively glanced towards the corner. Su Jianghe was still there, quietly engrossed in his work. It seemed she herself was unaware that every time she saw this scene, her gaze softened and her mood lifted. Shen Xian began distributing the papers, starting from the front row and passing them back. When she reached the row where Su Jianghe sat, she couldn't resist glancing over. Just as he lifted his face and looked at her, caught off guard, she instinctively turned away, feeling a slight flush on her cheeks. Upon returning to her seat, she didn't dwell on it too much, merely feeling a surge of joy. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Shen Xian believed that since Su Jianghe was so focused and diligent, she should strive to emulate him and put in more effort as well, fully immersing herself in practice questions. In the back row, upon receiving the exam paper, Su Jianghe cast a glance at Shen Xian's back, deep in thought. His eyesight was sharp, and during that brief moment of eye contact, he discerned much. Shen Xian's face was evidently flushed, her gaze evasive. It seemed that she had been the one to scrutinize him, her expression imbued with warmth and a hint of a smile. He paused for a moment, chuckling softly, not wanting to overthink it. Humans possess a need for social interaction. Yet since his rebirth, Su Jianghe had walked a solitary path. Even his relationship with Wei Jiahao had grown somewhat distant. This was because Su Jianghe had a clear understanding of when to engage in certain activities. In truth, he desired to interact with Shen Xian. She is still Shen Xian for now, but at this stage, the most pressing matter remained the college entrance examination. Thus, he was careful to maintain a sense of propriety. Understanding boundaries was of utmost importance. Su Jianghe was also acutely aware of his current demeanor. Though he remained silent, he undeniably exuded a positive influence on those around him. For instance, Tao Xiaojiao in the front row had evidently been inspired by Su Jianghe and had become noticeably more diligent and serious. Though Su Jianghe had yet to speak with Shen Xian, their exchanged glances had conveyed a wealth of unspoken understanding and encouragement, which was quite wonderful. While lost in contemplation, Su Jianghe's desk was tapped. He looked up to find Lu Dan turning around to engage him, whispering, "Hey, Su Jianghe, that math exam was so difficult this afternoon. I couldn't complete many of the questions. What do you think? How'd you fare?" At this moment, the desks were separated, single seats, and Tao Xiaojiao was seated next to Su Jianghe. Thus Lu Dan could only reach out to Su Jianghe for conversation. Otherwise, she would surely go mad holding it in. "I don't know. We'll have to wait for the results," Su Jianghe replied. Lu Dan frowned, pouting as she stared at him, clearly displeased. This response was evidently aimed at closing the topic. How dull. Yet, after a brief moment, Lu Dan suddenly raised an eyebrow, tilting her head to look at Su Jianghe, and blurted out, "Hey, Su Jianghe, I suddenly think you're really cool." "Huh? What brought that thought on?" Su Jianghe was taken aback. Beside him, Tao Xiaojiao paused her writing and looked over, her eyes wide with surprise and curiosity. "Really? Every time I ask you something, your answers are like this." Although a bit unexciting, they are refreshingly straightforward, unlike those top students who, after performing well, feign humility and claim they did poorly. all while trying to uplift others in a particularly insincere manner. You, on the other hand, are simply unpretentious. It feels very stylish and cool. Is there more? Su Jianghe was flabbergasted. Lu Dan was indeed a chatterbox. Even her compliments flowed endlessly. All right, no need to flatter me further. If you do, I might just take flight. Su Jianghe joked, feeling unusually jovial. Lu Dan momentarily processed this, tilting her head in confusion, her face a picture of astonishment. Fly away? Su Jianghe, can you fly? Not fly, but drift. Drift until I lose my way. Su Jianghe quickly interjected. Beside them, a snicker escaped Tao Xiaojiao, unable to contain her laughter. Only to lower her head, her ears flushed deeply. Chapter 23. Has Lao Deng truly reflected on himself? What was meant to be a closure of the topic ended up. Lu Dan paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, her gaze towards Su Jianghe transforming into one of unexpected intrigue as she leaned in and exclaimed, Hey, Su Jianghe, you can actually joke around? Huh? Su Jianghe was taken aback. What did you mean by can actually? Your previous comment was so amusing. It had me in stitches. I didn't expect you had a humorous side. Lu Dan continued her chatter. Su Jianghe pondered for a moment, realizing that his previous demeanor had been so stable that this sudden quip created a stark contrast. In response, he simply smiled and said, I'm just an ordinary person. Really? Su Jianghe, I find you exceptionally modest. What you just said was genuinely funny. I feel that the class doesn't truly understand you. Liu dan remarqued earnestly. Really? And you're still complimenting me? Su Xiang Zipli, why thank me? I'm merely stating the truth, not flattering you. Lu Dan insisted with sincerity. Indeed, Tao Xiaojiao nodded, her cheeks tinged with red. Su Jianghe truly found himself unable to recall any memories of Lu Dan from his past life. Observing her now, he believed that this young woman would undoubtedly have no trouble attracting suitors in the future. Despite her garrulous nature, she possessed an exceptional ability to provide emotional value. Su Jianghe chose not to engage further. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Dan grew restless and called Tao Xiaojiao to accompany her to the restroom. As they passed by Shun Xian, Lu Dan, ever the social butterfly, beckoned her to join them, her demeanor suggesting that she would burst if she kept her thoughts to herself. Hey, Xian, I have something particularly interesting to share. Just now, Su Jianghe, can you believe it? I was utterly surprised, truly unexpected. The moment they exited the classroom, Lu Dan could no longer contain her excitement. Upon hearing Su Jianghe's name, Shun Xian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. After listening, she was not particularly astonished. Was there really another side to Su Jianghe? In recent times, Lu Dan had been singing his praises to the point of exaggeration, and though Shun Xian had initially found it to be an overstatement, she seemed to gradually accept it. Throughout, Shun Xian remained quietly attentive, in high spirits, relishing the gossip. On Saturday evening, some classmates were absent from self-study, including Su Mushuan and the 3 stragglers from Wei Jiahao's group. Entering the final stretch of their senior year, teachers tended to adopt a lenient approach, selectively enforcing rules as long as it did not disrupt the rest of the students. Su Jianghe immersed himself in his studies for the entire night. When it was time to go home, he hesitated at the door. The previous night's conflict with his father, Su Guozhong, likely would not have subsided. However, to his surprise, upon opening the door, he found his mother beaming with joy, while Su Guozhong was seated on the sofa, nonchalantly donning reading glasses as he perused the newspaper. Despite having only graduated from elementary school, Su Guozhong relished engaging in grand discussions about Western affairs. Son, you're back. Hurry and wash your hands. I made chicken soup for you. Come quickly, Wu Xiaomei exclaimed. Recently, her spirits had been particularly high, rejuvenating her demeanor, and she had been preparing various nourishing meals for Su Jianghe. All right, Mom, thank you. Su Jianghe responded, continuing to provide emotional support. What is there to thank? You're my son. It's only natural, Wu Xiaomei replied, though her face radiated with happiness. Su Jianghe grinned foolishly, glancing at Su Guozhong, who sat on the sofa like a dignified elder, and decided to speak up. Dad, aren't you going to bed? Su Guozhong appeared momentarily flustered. He had not anticipated that Su Jianghe would casually address him. Why would I sleep so early on a Saturday? He retorted with a tone of authority. Su Xiang Juke shook his head and disregarded his father's response as he went to wash his hands. Upon returning, Wu Xiaomei had set the chicken soup on the table, her eyes darting between Su Jianghe and Su Guozhong, unable to conceal her delight. Throughout the day at work, Wu Xiaomei had felt uneasy. The previous night's argument between the two men had been quite heated. Although her son was understanding, she still harbored concerns. Upon returning home and finding Su Guozhong in good spirits, her anxiety eased. He had been asleep, but had risen around 10 o'clock. sitting on the sofa late into the night, absorbed in the newspaper. After spending half a lifetime together, Wu Xiaomei, though lacking decisiveness, knew Su Guozhong well enough to sense that he had calmed down, still harboring thoughts of their son and reflecting on some of the previous night's conversation. Thus, she felt a sense of relief. Su Jianghe, too, felt somewhat surprised. What was going on? Had his father actually reflected on his actions? Regardless, it was a positive development, and the issues seemed to be resolving. How did the exams go? Su Guozhong inquired after a while. It was decent. I'm sure there's improvement. Su Zian Zipli. However, he quickly lifted his gaze to his mother and added, Mom, the mock exams aren't what matters. The key is the college entrance exam, which is still 3 months away. Don't worry. I'll definitely make you proud. Speaking as if you're already an expert. Don't get ahead of yourself. Do you really think you don't need your parents anymore? Su Guodong snot. After that remark, he felt considerably better. Rising from his seat, he passed the dining table with a commanding presence and declared, the college entrance exam is for your own benefit. It's your responsibility. If you have any requests, direct them to your mother. Without waiting for Su Jianghe's response, he strode toward the bedroom. Oh, Dad, you're quite imposing. Su Jianghe chuckled, calling out Dad. Su Guozhong halted, not turning around, likely taken aback that Su Jianghe had called out to him. This left him momentarily at a loss. Dad, it's about time you reflected on yourself, don't you think? Look, Mom is happy. Su Zian, Hapfim, how do you speak to your father? Wu Xiaomei quickly chided him. Su Guozhong remained silent, not responding. After a brief pause, he entered the bedroom, clenching his teeth in displeasure. Yet, inexplicably, he suddenly smiled. That rascal, Su Guozhong muttered under his breath. Previously, Wu Xiaomei had always remarked on Su Guozhong's obliviousness, but now it seemed that their son had matured overnight. Apparently, Ping Zhang was indeed correct. Wait a minute, isn't it true that his mother is his mother, while his father isn't his father? This boy still needs discipline. Once he finishes his exams, I will definitely have a proper talk with him. Su Guozhong mused, feeling a twinge of irritation. Chapter 24. Girls saying someone is handsome is nothing to worry about. On the weekend, they had a science exam in the morning and English in the afternoon. Science was Su Jianghe's current weak point, but he gave it his all. However, English was his forte. After completing the exam, he submitted his paper 15 minutes early, leaving his fellow test takers astonished. During the evening study session, the homeroom teacher made attendance optional, providing a brief respite. Earlier, Wei Jiahao had arranged to play basketball with Su Jianghe after the exam, and Su Jianghe had not forgotten. He returned home, changed out of his school uniform, donned his shoes and casual attire, and brought along his phone. In his previous life, Su Jianghe had scarcely made any friends during high school, and his relationship with Wei Jiahao was not particularly close. They exchanged more words simply because they were desk mates. As for Shen Xian, they had hardly spoken during high school, their interactions only blossoming years later during their graduate studies. Arriving at the gate of the first high school, Su Jianghe called Wei Jiahao, inquiring, Hey, where are you? I'm having some kingbuling at the school gate, at a mean milk tea. Are you coming over? It's on me, Wei Jiahao replied. What are you having kingbuling for? I'm not eating. I'll wait for you at the gate. All right, I'll be right there. Moments later, Wei Jiahao jogged across the street. Though not particularly good-looking and with basketball skills that left much to be desired, he certainly dressed flamboyantly, sporting an authentic Jordan jersey, expensive Kobe sneakers, knee and wrist guards, and even a red headband. Damn, Su Jianghe, you're at D University, but why are you getting even more handsome? He exclaimed loudly amidst the bustling crowd at the school gate. Su Jianghe immediately felt embarrassed and instinctively glanced around. To his surprise, Lu Dan had just exited the school gate, standing there with wide eyes. Tao Xiaojiao was with her, clearly having overheard, and her face flushed crimson. This time, the typically talkative Lu Dan fell silent, and together with Tao Xiaojiao, they pretended not to see Su Jianghe and walked away toward the other side of the gate. Wei Jiahao failed to notice them, and after approaching, he scrutinized Su Jianghe from head to toe, shaking his head and sighing, continuing his nonsensical ramblings. Sometimes I truly cannot fathom it. If I were to possess your looks, what woman would I be unable to attract? One must be deranged to consider hanging oneself from a single tree branch. Alas. At this moment, standing by the school gate, Su Jianghe realized that he was receiving quite a few glances. Although his reputation was far from stellar, the school was immense, with 3,000 to 4,000 students, most of whom were diligently studying, and the majority had merely heard of the name Su Jianghe. The early spring in Lu City was just like this, neither too cold nor too warm, hovering around a pleasant temperature of 12 degrees. Su Jianghe was not dressed in the school uniform. Instead, he wore a pair of athletic pants and a hoodie, both exemplifying a minimalist style with a singular color palette devoid of any logos or patterns. During his high school years, Su Jianghe's attire followed this same motif, which in 2009 could be considered ahead of its time. Furthermore, his tall stature and broad shoulders suited the sporty aesthetic, exuding a certain charm, which undoubtedly provoked Wei Jiahao's initial outburst. As for boys, while it may not be significant for girls to comment on someone's handsomeness, if a brotherhood acknowledges it, then it is indeed a fact. Perhaps it was this appealing exterior that prevented Su Muxuan from entirely severing ties with Su Jianghe in his previous life. They even maintained a relationship for a year. As they walked along, Su Jianghe casually remarked, Wei Jiahao, in the future, when in larger groups, refrain from being so loquacious. What's wrong? Wei Jiahao retorted. I find embarrassing. Goodness, Su Jianghe, come on. Wei Jiahao himself sensed the impropriety of his behavior. In 2009, smartphones had yet to dominate the landscape, and online gaming had not yet voraciously consumed the leisure time of youth, leaving many to partake in basketball. Upon entering the playground, Su Jianghe found it bustling with dozens of players. Apart from his exceptional talent, Su Jianghe possessed commendable physical fitness, though he was slender in high school. His explosive strength was remarkable, allowing him to dunk. Basketball, after all, was a significant part of Su Jianghe's youth, as evidenced by the walls of his room adorned with posters of his favorite players. In his previous life, he had played for the university team during his undergraduate studies and even clinched the championship title for the graduate school during his master's program. Even as he ventured into work and entrepreneurship, he never relinquished the sport, always finding time to play. Every time he returned to Lu City, he would drag Wei Jiahao along for a game, still managing to dominate him even at 30. Wei Jiahao had established a solid reputation at the school. As soon as he stepped onto the court, familiar voices called out to him, greeting him with enthusiastic shouts of how good. He approached a group of acquaintances and said, How many more games do we have? Let us add a team. We're short on players and so is looking for someone to fill in. Only 2 left. It's almost your turn, how good. Hey, who is that? He looks pretty handsome. That's Su Jianghe. Don't you know? He.S. Su Jianghe? Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Wei Jiahao's expression darkened, visibly displeased. Damn it. We're here to play basketball, not to chatter endlessly. Let us speed it up. He then turned to Su Jianghe, wearing an apologetic expression. Su Jianghe, however, showed no change in demeanor. Since his rebirth, he had devoted the past half-month solely to his studies, hardly socializing, and today he merely wished to engage in some physical activity. Before long, Wei Jiahao gathered 2 friends, effectively forming a 4-man team with Su Jianghe. Wei Jiahao, despite his lack of skill, had an insatiable appetite for the game, while the other 2 were polite, passing the ball to Wei Jiahao. Before long, the score was 1-3, and with a 5-point game, if they lost 2 more, they would have to step down. No way, Su Jianghe, you come in, Wei Jiahao shouted after exhausting himself with a layup. Su Jianghe had been playing rather casually, not pushing his defense. In high school, he had always been this way, skillful yet lacking in aggressiveness or a competitive spirit, believing that it was all in good fun. But now, he decided to unleash his potential. After a defensive play, gaining possession, Su Jianghe stood at the arc, unguarded. All right, he shot the ball. It went in. Goodness. Wei Jiahao was ecstatic. The rules allowed for consecutive plays. Once one scored, they continued. Wei Jiahao served the ball, and when it reached Su Jianghe's hands, he dribbled a few times, feeling the familiar rhythm of his well-honed technique. In basketball, actions speak louder than words. Su Jianghe's speed, power, coordination, and fundamentals were evident to any discerning eye. Suddenly, the gazes of the boys on and off the court shifted. With a deft change of direction, he maneuvered past his defender, executing a quick stop. The opponent nearly stumbled as Su Jianghe leaped for a jumper, sinking another shot. Excited gasps erupted from the sidelines. Goodness. Su Jianghe, you weren't this skilled in your previous life. Wei Jiahao exclaimed, clearly thrilled. Su Jianghe merely smiled, remaining silent. It was down to the final shot. Su Jianghe seemed to be holding his breath, gathering himself for a display of agility. He swayed his shoulder, then executed a behind-the-back dribble, leaving his defender in the dust. The crowd erupted in astonished cheers. Wei Jiahao, having learned from experience, cleared space for Su Jianghe, who, after a swift drive, prepared to slam the ball down. Bang! The ball crashed through the hoop, accompanied by a resounding thud. The rim reverberated under Su Jianghe's powerful finish. Goodness! Goodness! He actually dunked it. The excitement was palpable, reverberating throughout the entire court, with spectators in adjacent areas joining in the commotion. Wei Jiahao, nearly frantic with exhilaration, rushed over, more animated than Su Jianghe himself. Unbelievable! Incredible! He shouted, delivering a playful punch to Su Jianghe while roaring in delight. However, he He soon noticed that while Su Jianghe's face was flushed, he maintained a calm demeanor, though his eyes glimmered with emotion. Wei Jiahao quickly understood, smiling as he gritted his teeth. Brother, that was incredible. Not bad, just a bit of pain in my hand. Su Jianghe replied quietly with a smile. Wei Jiahao stared in disbelief. What? Seriously? With one round concluded, a new team took the court. The newcomers regarded Su Jianghe with newfound respect, particularly the player assigned to guard him, who donned flashy gear reminiscent of Wei Jiahao's. Clearly someone of means and status within their social circle. Upon his arrival, the player couldn't help but grin at Su Jianghe, saying, dude, that dunk was absolutely insane. Then, shifting his tone to a more serious note, he added, but I must remind you, the cement court and the worn-out hoop. Be careful not to injure yourself, all right? His words were sincere. This was part of what Su Jianghe loved about basketball. Players often communicated through their actions, which was refreshing. I appreciate it, thanks. Su Jianghe smiled back. The player nodded, adding another compliment about Su Jianghe's performance. Often in life, if one possesses no true skills or reputation and has a less than favorable standing, anyone may feel inclined to step on them. Such disregard is not always born of malice. Frequently, it is merely a habitual and conformist form of condescension. The game continued. Su Jianghe refrained from further dunks, but maintained his aggressive demeanor and competitive spirit. One of the most significant distinctions in Su Jianghe's rebirth lies in his increased aggression and competitive spirit. He believes that a man must possess these traits. Under the ruthless social Darwinism, it is imperative to seize what one can. Wei Jiahao recognizes Su Jianghe's need for an outlet, and being his usual self, he continues to set up plays for him. Su Jianghe's strength is remarkable, especially after integrating the refined skills from his past life, allowing him to play with an extraordinary sense of freedom. His tall stature, explosive athleticism, and long limbs make his dribbling and movements exceptionally graceful and captivating. He is undeniably a unique presence on the court. After a powerful dunk, he remains firmly planted, not retreating from the spotlight. As the game unfolds, a large crowd gathers around the court, comprising students from all grades, including numerous girls who are captivated by the action, exclaiming in awe, wow, that guy plays basketball so beautifully. He's incredible, and he scored again. Have you noticed how handsome he is? What's his name? How come I've never seen him before? You don't know? That's Su Jianghe. He is Su Jianghe? The one who used to pursue our goddess Su Mushuan at number 1 high school? Yes, he did before, but I've heard he has stopped chasing her now. Su Jianghe is actually quite impressive. Impressive? That's an understatement. I was utterly amazed by that dunk. Unbelievable. Did that really go in? Meanwhile, on the track adjacent to the basketball court, Shun Xian, Lu Dan, Tao Xiaojiao, and another girl named Wei Kylie stroll leisurely side by side. Tonight's evening study session is optional, yet Shun Xian chooses to return to the classroom for self-study. However, upon entering, Lu Dan pulls her outside to walk on the playground. After a series of mock exams, Shun Xian feels a need to unwind and joins them. Liu Dan, ever the chatterbox, flits from one piece of gossip to another, and although she had previously mentioned Su Jianghe numerous times, tonight is surprisingly different. She refrains from mentioning him at all. This intrigues Shun Xian, leaving her feeling slightly disappointed. Suddenly, Lu Dan exclaims in a hushed tone, oh, I just remembered something. What is it? Why are you whispering? Wei Kylie asks instinctively. Well, it's about that incident. Jiao Jiao knows too, Lu Dan replies. Huh, I know. Tao Xiaojiao is taken aback. This afternoon, when we left the school gate, we saw Su Jianghe, remember? Have you forgotten Jiao Jiao? Du Dan Furu's Herbruth. As the memory dawns on Tao Xiaojiao, her face flushes and she falls silent. Upon hearing Su Jianghe's name, Shun Xian listens intently. Wei Kylie, who has also been following Su Jianghe closely, curiously inquires, what happened with Su Jianghe? Lu Dan, eager to share, warns, I'll tell you. But you mustn't spread this around. I heard from Wei Jiahao that Lu Dan overheard something when we exited the school. Lu Dan, why do you have to share everything? Tao Xiaojiao nudges her. Shun Xian is momentarily stunned, her face flushing as she thinks, why would you mention that? Yet, Wei Kylie remains unfazed, scoffing, is that all? I already knew. How do you know? Liu Dan As. Astonished. My boyfriend told me. Boys can be pretty bored in the restroom, Wei Kylie replies. Among the 4 girls, Wei Kylie is the only one discreetly dating, and everyone familiar with the situation is aware of it. Naturally, those who have experienced romance tend to be more composed. Is that really true? Liu Dan is secretly surprised. All right, let us drop this topic. It feels strange, Shun Xian interjects, insisting they steer clear of it. Fortunately, Lu Dan heeds Shun Xian's request, chuckling quietly and refraining from further discussion. However, she soon points toward the basketball court, curiosity evident in her voice. Look at all those people gathered. When we passed earlier, I heard someone shouting incredible. There must be a talented guy playing basketball. I wonder if he is handsome. Let's go check it out. What's so interesting about basketball? Shun Xian, lacking enthusiasm, responds. Just let us take a look. What if he is a handsome guy? I adore guys who play basketball. Wei Kylie eagerly insists. Left with no choice, Shun Xian is pulled along by her friends. Tao Xiaojiao, despite her tall stature, is the most reserved and never quite learns to refuse others. Chapter 26. The importance of showing off and the significance of a grand finale. Shun Xian still finds it peculiar to watch boys play basketball. She feels shy and slightly bashful. However, as they draw closer, she notices numerous girls gathered to watch. There must be a handsome guy. Otherwise, why would so many girls be here? Wei Kylie asserts confidently. Absolutely. Hurry up, Lu Dan urges, unable to contain her excitement. Just a few steps forward, a chorus of gasps erupts. Suddenly, a familiar voice bellows, incredible. Su Jianghe is amazing. Isn't that Wei Jiahao? Wait a moment, Su Jianghe? The four girls simultaneously freeze, exchanging glances of shock. Without uttering a word, they instinctively quicken their pace, making their way to the sidelines, where they confirm it is indeed Su Jianghe. At that moment, Wei Jiahao stands just beyond the three-point line, passing the ball to Su Jianghe before stepping back. Su Jiang, with the ball in hand, executes a mesmerizing crossover, swiftly altering his rhythm, then accelerates past his defender. Yet, the challenge isn't over. As he approaches the basket, another defender rushes in. Su Jianghe halts abruptly, executing a silky, smooth step back, then rises leaning back as he releases a perfect shot that swishes through the net. Unbelievable. A picture-perfect play. Incredible. Did you see that crossover? That step back? That lean-back shot? The crowd erupts in applause, echoing their admiration. Positioned to the left rear of Su Jianghe, Shun Xian finds herself momentarily entranced, for she is witnessing a side of him she has never seen before. In her memory, Su Jianghe has always worn his school uniform, often keeping his head down, exuding an air of timidity. Today, however, he dons athletic attire that accentuates his tall, broad-shouldered, and long-legged physique, transforming him into an entirely different person. As Shun Xian remains captivated, Lu Dan suddenly leaps up in excitement, calling out, Su Jianghe, Su Ziang, Liu Den. Shun Xian gasps, startled and flustered. How could she shout his name like that? Su Jianghe, momentarily taken aback, turns around and sees Lu Dan waving, with Shun Xian beside her, though she averts her gaze, blushing. What are the odds of this? Su Jianghe muses silently, slightly amused. Nevertheless, he waves back at Lu Dan. Seeing Su Jianghe respond emboldens Lu Dan even further. She shouts, Su Jianghe, that shot was so cool. We all saw it. This unexpected attention makes Su Jianghe feel a bit shy. Shun Xian finds herself uncomfortable in this unusual atmosphere. Watching boys play basketball had already been challenging for her. And now, Lu Dan's loud exclamation of Su Jianghe's name only amplifies her embarrassment. Lu Dan, let us head back. It's getting late. Shun Xian urges, tugging at Lu Dan. Why go back? It's Su Jianghe. Let us watch a little longer. Liu Dan protests. I'll head back first, Shun Xian decides, unwilling to insist further. I'll go with you, Xin Xian, Wei Kylie offers. Though Tao Xiaojiao remained silent, her steps indicated she was indeed preparing to return with Shun Xian. Upon seeing that everyone was about to leave and with dusk fast approaching, Lu Dan decided to abandon her prior intentions and remarked, Let us go. Let us go. After just a few steps, unable to contain her excitement, Lu Dan exclaimed, I truly didn't expect Su Jianghe to excel at basketball as well. Though I cannot fully comprehend the game, the shot he made just now was incredibly impressive. Indeed, Su Jianghe had been remarkable, particularly with that backward jump shot. Wei Kylie, who possessed some understanding of basketball due to her partner's fondness for the sport, affirmed this and glanced back at the game, shaking her head as she added, This is the first time I've seen Su Jianghe without his school uniform, and I must say, he is quite handsome. I really cannot fathom why Su Mushuan treated him the way she did. Perhaps she was too arrogant. Thinking Su Jianghe was beneath her, Lu Dan interjected. Oh, never mind. I believe Su Jianghe is doing wonderfully now. Those who truly know him will understand. Moreover, this time around, his mock examination will surely astonish many. Tao Xiaojiao, who had been silent until now, softly interjected. Wei Kylie, intrigued, couldn't he help but ask Xin Xian, what do you think about Su Jianghe's performance in this mock exam? Will there be any surprises? Certainly, Xin Xian replied without hesitation, before quickly adding, Hard work always yields rewards. That's true, Wei Kylie nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the court, Su Jianghe passed the ball and turned to find that Shun Xian and the others had already departed. The sky was darkening, crimson hues painting the western horizon. and the floodlights on the court flickered to life as the crowd began to disperse. After several rounds of standing drills, Su Jianghe felt fatigued and decided he had had enough. He passed a few more balls to Wei Jiahua, but seeing the latter's lack of enthusiasm, he opted to sit down and rest. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had sweated so freely. Though exhausted, the exhilaration was undeniable. Sitting at the edge of the court, people gradually left, stopping to greet Wei Jiahua as they passed, flashing Su Jianghe friendly smiles. The more extroverted among them would even call out, "Bro, that was impressive." Su Jianghe, ever amiable, responded with his customary kindness, though he remained quiet and unassuming. His powerful dunk would undoubtedly soon become the talk of the town. Still playing? Wei Jiahua handed him a bottle of water. "What about you?" "Su Zian yin gui." "That's enough for me. It's getting dark. How about we sit over there for a bit? I could use a smoke. I wanted to chat with you." Wei Jiahua gestured towards the greenery by the wall. Being on school grounds, he was cautious not to be too overt. "All right," Su Jianghe nodded, rising to his feet. He then called out to a couple of teammates. "I'm off. See you next time." The two temporary teammates replied politely. As Su Jianghe walked away, others on the sidelines called out, "Leaving already? Not playing anymore? How about just one more dunk before you go?" Forget it. You all enjoy yourselves. There will be another chance." Su Jianghe waved his hand and smiled. Maintaining an impressive facade was crucial, and so was a graceful exit. When one lacks substance, kindness may appear cheap and ingratiating. However, when supported by achievements, others will recognize your worth without pretense. In youth, one often believes in forging their path regardless of others' opinions. But with age comes the realization that external validation truly matters. Reaching the wall, they sat down. Wei Jiahua offered a cigarette. "Want to smoke one?" Su Jianghe shook his head. Wei Jiahua nodded, taking one for himself instead. After taking a drag, he shivered slightly, as if jolted awake. "How'd the exam go?" "Not bad, right?" Wei Jiahua asked again. "It was all right," Su Jianghe replied. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. It was Wei Jiahua who had initiated this conversation. Yet now it bore a semblance to the estrangement often portrayed in films when old friends reunite. "Su Jianghe, I've been observing you for some time now." Wei Jiahua finally broached the main topic. "And then?" Su Jianghe responded, raising an eyebrow. Wei Jiahua hesitated, looking at Su Jianghe with a furrowed brow, and then shook his head, clicking his tongue. "Su Jianghe, I genuinely find you quite unfamiliar now. You have completely transformed. Do you realize that?" "Yes, I have changed." "Su Zian hak no wet." "But let us get to the point. I want to focus on my studies too. Perhaps I should move to the back row, and we can be desk mates once again?" Wei Jiahua asked with a cheeky grin. "Well, you can move to the back, as there's a spot there, but if you want to sit with me, then we might as well both take a break for basketball." Su Jianghe replied with a chuckle. "What do you mean, Su Jianghe? Are you looking down on me?" "Not at all. Should I be honest?" Su Jianghe gazed at him, shifting the topic. Wei Jiahua, slightly displeased, lit another cigarette and nodded. "Go ahead. If I were you, I would stop trying so hard. Just be a rich second-generation slacker." "Isn't that what your father wants?" "How do you know what my father thinks? Can't I have some aspirations?" Wei Jiahua protested, feeling indignant. "Su Zian lauet lai di." Maintaining his stance, no? Why not? It's not the lazy, rich second generation that is worrisome, but the one who wants to prove himself. "But what about my studies?" Wei Jiahua pressed. "You want to succeed. Your heart isn't in it. You'll just waste time and make yourself miserable. Why bother?" Wei Jiahua fell silent, knowing deep down that he couldn't focus. His father was more straightforward, advising him to just live without making a fuss. The family wealth was ample, and true extravagance could never be exhausted. He remembered how carefree he had been in his previous life, without any other hobbies besides flirting. Once he established his persona on social media, mingling in various circles, spending money was never an issue, and women were always present. In his past life, Su Jianghe had even suggested he buy a home in any city he fancied, instead of renting, so he could provide a place for a girl to stay. Didn't he buy over a dozen properties? He mused. Su Jianghe remembered how he had urged him to sell at a high point, earning over 10 million. Later, there was a lucrative investment opportunity that Su Jianghe had provided him access to, which also yielded significant returns. In any case, he had lived lavishly until his 30s, only to find his health deteriorating while his wealth increased. "All right, enough about me. Let us talk about you, Su Jianghe. I can't quite grasp one thing." Wei Jiahua shifted the topic. "You don't want to study anymore?" Su Jianghe shot him a glance. "Why would I? Am I cut out for that?" "So, your purpose in seeking me out is merely for some psychological comfort? Come on, can't we just acknowledge the truth?" Wei Jiahua retorted, feeling flustered. Yet, as he looked at Su Jianghe, he became serious, saying, "Su Jianghe, you have genuinely changed. The way you carry yourself and express yourself is quite impressive, truly. Just now on the court, when you slammed that dunk, those guys were left speechless. I was absolutely thrilled. I felt great too, Su Jianghe replied. Huh. They both laughed, sensing a shift in their relationship. In their past lives, they had merely been desk mates, without any real friendship. Su Jianghe had few friends, but Wei Jiahua had always treated him well, making their bond significant. Only Wei Jiahao lacked friends. It was simply his nature, compounded by the fact that they were desk mates. Thus, to claim he wholeheartedly recognized Su Jianghe would be a stretch. However, the current circumstances were evidently different. Hey, let me ask you, I've been observing you lately. Do you truly feel indifferent towards Su Mushuan? Wei Jiahao finally posed this question, which had been troubling him for some time. Previously, Su Jianghe had been so unreasonably infatuated, as if his existence hinged entirely upon Su Mushuan. Now, how could he assert indifference? What else is there to say? What does it matter if I care or not? Su Ziang Vito. True, Wei Jiahao nodded thoughtfully. Yet, he soon shook his head, insisting no, that doesn't seem right. The logic stands, but do you honestly feel nothing? Back then, to put it bluntly, you were utterly enamored, as if you could not live without her. How have you become so apathetic? Wei Jiahao, what's wrong? Su Ziang Zipli. Engaging in meaningless pursuits only depletes one's time, energy, and emotions. Do you understand? Damn, speak plainly. I'm not following you, Wei Jiahao exclaimed. Then tell me, do you loathe Su Mushuan? Not all. And you neither love nor hate her? That's about right. Then I truly don't understand. If it were me, I would hate her to the core. What was your attitude back then? Wei Jiahao said, suddenly filled with indignation. But soon after, he furrowed his brow as if realizing something, shaking his head. No, Su Jianghe, you're being deliberately evasive, aren't you? You're throwing yourself into your studies as if your life depends on it, trying to prove something to Su Mushuan, right? You're just pretending to be carefree. Huh? Su Jianghe was taken aback by Wei Jiahao's assertion. Was he really that kind of person? Was that thought lurking within him? Perhaps to some extent, but it was certainly not the primary reason. After a moment of silence, Su Jianghe looked at Wei Jiahao and countered. Is that all I amount to? That's not what I meant. I meant, damn it, how should I put it? Wei Jiahao, huh? Expand your horizons. What? Our country is vast, with countless people. Thus, there are many beauties to behold. While it may seem that Su Mushuan is the only one in Lu Yizhong, what about beyond Lu Yizhong? Beyond Lucheng? One must aspire to greater heights. If you cannot rise, you will merely observe from below, and sometimes, stretching your neck could lead to disdain and a kick. Damn, you have some insight, Su Jianghe. Do you understand? I do, I've learned something. Then let's not speak of Su Mushuan again. That is still not acceptable. Am I just rambling to you? Su Jianghe, you may have a grand vision, but I am quite small-minded. I am simply displeased that Su Mushuan never took you seriously. Wei Jiahao's words were direct. He was simply annoyed. Then softening a bit, he added, regardless of how you choose to act, I believe in you, my brother. I truly think you can achieve great things now. But I must see Su Mushuan regret her actions. There's a saying, you once disregarded me, but now you will find me unattainable. How juvenile. I don't care. No matter how she treated you these past 2 years, I've been watching. If it weren't for the fact that my family depends on hers for sustenance, I would have scolded her long ago for treating my brother so poorly. All right, enough of that. It's getting greasy. What? Just letting it go. Fine. I won't say more. I'll just wait and see, Wei Jiahao declared, puffing on a cigarette. Chapter 28 now. Let me read the results. Will Su Mushuan regret her choices? Uncertain. It would be more accurate to say it seems unlikely. In any case, Su Jianghe had never witnessed her bowing in remorse. In a previous life, when Su's uncle came to Shanghai to probe Su Jianghe's stance, he had mistakenly thought it was Su Mushuan feeling regret. He had laughed at the time, stating that it was all in the past. The next day, an unfamiliar call came through. Su Jianghe, my father is looking for you regarding his matters. It has nothing to do with me. Anything I discarded concerning Su Mushuan, if I look back, it counts as my loss. With that, the call ended. Damn, she's quite tough. It's perplexing how often only those who have lost insist they have not. A new week began. March brought warmth. This week, the anticipation among classmates revolved around the mock exam results. Many were not even concerned about their own scores, but rather Su Jianghe's performance. Moreover, it was not just within the class. Interest extended across the grade and even the entire school. With such scrutiny came an instinctive urge to investigate, inevitably leading to new discoveries. Some noted that Su Jianghe was rather handsome. Others observed that he was genuinely putting in effort. Some even recognized his basketball skills, finding that he could indeed dunk. Ultimately, it became apparent that Su Jianghe seemed quite extraordinary. This shift in reputation was markedly evident, particularly in class. Su Jianghe could feel the loquacious Lu Dan occasionally turning to share a few words with him. Yet, curiously, this newfound reputation seemed tinged with a sense of watchfulness. A catalyst was required, and, clearly, that catalyst was the recently concluded mock exam results. During student life, especially in a high school known for its academic rigor, results were paramount. Finally, Wednesday arrived. Before evening study, Lu Dan tapped lightly on Su Jianghe's desk with her pen cap, her voice low and conspiratorial. "Hi, Su Jiang. I heard the mock exam results are out. Our homeroom teacher will announce them during evening study." "How do you know?" "Su Jiang instinquito inquit." It seemed everyone was anticipating his results, except for him. He felt indifferent. After the exams, he had immersed himself in a new study plan. Just as he had told his mother that night, the mock exam was insignificant. The college entrance examination was what truly mattered. It was still about long-term thinking. Li Wei asked our homeroom teacher, and he said you should have done well. Lu Dan informed him. "Is that what the homeroom teacher said?" Su Jianghe asked. "No. Li Wei said that." He deliberately asked the homeroom teacher. Although the teacher didn't disclose anything, his good mood led Li Wei to deduce you must have performed well. Lu Dan explained, shaking her head. "Who is Li Wei?" "Ah, right. Li Wei is the class representative for math, and he hangs out with Guo Mingsheng and Zijian. He is the type who can't wait for results, always pestering the homeroom teacher with questions." Su Jianghe knew he had surely improved, but he wouldn't exaggerate. He hadn't used any crutches. "Let us hope for the best," Su Jianghe nodded. "You'll do great, but I'm in trouble. My math is a disaster, and my comprehensive science is baffling. I'll probably get scolded again." Liu Dan lamented. "If you spoke less, you wouldn't be in such a predicament." Tao Xiaozhou suddenly interjected, addressing Liu Dan. After saying that, she stole a glance at Su Jianghe before quickly turning away, her ears reddening once more. The talkative Lu Dan was the type of girl who was carefree, oblivious to the implications in Tao Xiaozhou's words, merely defending herself in a pitiful manner. "I hardly talk at all, okay?" Then, shifting to a nonchalant tone, she leaned on Tao Xiaozhou's desk and asked, "Xiaozhou, you should have done well this time. You've been studying hard like Su Jianghe." I don't know." Tao Xiaozhou shook her head. "You'll definitely do fine. It's just me. What am I going to do?" Lu Dan continued her lament, unrepentant. Evening study commenced. Their homeroom teacher, Wang Weijun, arrived fashionably late. Upon his appearance at the doorway, the entire class instinctively halted their writing, their heads lifting in unison, as if caught in a moment of collective breath-holding, evoking a palpable sense of impending judgment. Shen Xian was already aware of her results. In the afternoon, when she submitted her paper to the office, the homeroom teacher praised her, noting her impressive performance, securing the top position in class and narrowly missing the top 30 in the grade level. Such a ranking in the parallel class was commendable and aligned with Shen Xian's consistent standards. Although she was curious about Su Jianghe's performance, she refrained from inquiring, having heard from Li Wei that he had likely improved significantly, especially in mathematics. The memory of Su Jianghe playing basketball lingered vividly in her mind, and she often found herself thinking of him. And there was also Lu Dan's remark about his notable qualities that she couldn't shake off, causing her cheeks to flush and fueling her irritation towards Lu Dan for being so indiscreet. However, Shen Xian couldn't resist sneaking a glance at her deskmate. Su Muxuan had been unusually quiet these past few days, seeming to withdraw into herself and exuding an air of aloofness, no longer posing questions to Shen Xian. At times, Shen Xian found herself wondering what thoughts occupied Su Muxuan's mind. "Everyone, please pause your pens. I shall now discuss the results of this mock examination," the homeroom teacher declared as he ascended the podium. A ripple of restlessness coursed through the classroom, the sound of deep breaths filling the air. It's over. I'm doomed," Lu Dan lamented, turning to Su Jianghe. Su Jianghe merely smiled in response. Shen Xian had anticipated a calm demeanor, yet she couldn't suppress a slight tension. Nevertheless, this was the essence of being a student in the classroom. For the vast majority, studying was synonymous with their youth. Reborn into this life, Su Jianghe not only possessed youth, but also the ability to savor its nuances. How splendid it was. Firstly, I must commend that our class has exhibited overall progress in this examination, both in high scores and average performance, ranking favorably within the grade. Particularly in the high score segment, with 3 students entering the top 100, Shen Xian, Li Wei, and Cheng Zijian. The familiar opening remarks indicated that the homeroom teacher remained unchanged. Lu Dan turned to Su Jianghe once more, gloating. Guoming must have flopped. He was second in class last time, over 70 in the grade. He deserves it. It was only when Tao Xiaozhou promptly nudged Lu Dan that she ceased her chatter. The homeroom teacher typically began by discussing the overall results before highlighting the high scores, specifically those within the top 100. After this, he would read out the scores, acknowledging a few students who had shown remarkable improvement and ultimately allowing for self-study. He then began to call out the names of those whose scores had significantly declined for a discussion. True to form, the teacher took a sip of tea before proceeding. Now, I shall announce the scores. I will not read those ranked beyond 100, as they will be posted for you to view during the break. Chapter 29. I suspect Su Jianghe's score is inflated. First place, Shun Xian, 637 points. Ranking 31st in the grade, 3rd in the non-accelerated class. Well done. Continue your efforts. Second place, Li Wei, 608 points, ranking 79th. He has made notable progress, having previously been outside the top 100. Third place, Cheng Zijian, 597 points, also displaying significant improvement. Sixth place, Hu Tingting, 587 points. Seventh place, Chen Cheng, 585 points. Upon reaching this juncture, the teacher paused, his expression darkening as he glanced at Guoming's seat in the second row. Eighth place, Guoming, 581 points. As Guoming's results were revealed, a stir spread through the classroom, with many expressing surprise. Despite not surpassing Shun Xian, Guoming had consistently held second place in class and within the top 100 of the grade. How could he have plummeted so dramatically this time? The teacher remained silent and continued. 13th place, Wei Kairi, 560 points. 17th place, Su Mushuan, 542 points. 18th place, Lu Sudong, 537 points. At this point, the teacher paused again, a smile gracing his face as he glanced toward a corner of the room. This subtle shift was noticed by the students below, and some immediately reacted, their eyes widening in realization. Suddenly, an untimely voice broke the tension. What the heck? Wei Jiahao, what happened? The homeroom teacher's face darkened as he reprimanded him. Wei Jiahao shrank back, chuckling. Sorry, teacher, I didn't mean it. Still joking? You scored abysmally, third from the bottom. I've lost all words for you. The teacher, exasperated, had never held back his criticism of Wei Jiahao. Wei Jiahao was accustomed to this, knowing the teacher meant well. But at that moment, his thoughts were occupied with Su Jianghe. His own results had remained predictably low, but Su Jianghe was different. Wei Jiahao eagerly anticipated the teacher announcing Su Jianghe's score. He estimated that Su Jianghe might very well break into the top 30, but not beyond, given that he had ranked 41st last time. However, upon witnessing the teacher's expression, Wei Jiahao exclaimed in excitement. What the heck, 19th? It wasn't just him. A multitude of classmates was taken aback, and as Wei Jiahao's exclamation echoed, more students instinctively turned to the back of the room. Su Jianghe, you can't possibly, Lu Dan exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Tao Xiaojiao, too, was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Su Jianghe, her eyes wide and surprisingly charming. Su Jianghe, 536 points. 19th place. At that moment, the teacher finally announced the name, his voice noticeably louder. An uproar erupted in the classroom, as many were left speechless. Oh my goodness! Su Jianghe has improved so much? Is this real? 536? He barely scraped past 400 in the last exam. I distinctly remember he was 41st last time. He's jumped 22 places to break into the top 20. This is simply astounding. Only half a month, yet he truly has worked hard. I sometimes admire him. In truth, it wasn't so outrageous. This score range was relatively easy to achieve, a reflection of his diligent efforts. Shun Xian had been engrossed in her book, oblivious to the teacher's announcements. She paid little heed to Wei Jiahao's ruckus, but upon hearing Su Jianghe's name, she jolted with surprise. 536? 19th place? Good heavens! He has improved so much. Shun Xian felt a surge of joy and excitement, instinctively turning to the corner. Just as Su Jianghe raised his head, their eyes met. He smiled at her. Shun Xian, caught off guard, felt a pang of annoyance at his smugness. Yet, she didn't dislike it. Rather, she found it amusing and instinctively held back a glare, returning a smile instead. This unspoken connection lifted Shun Xian's spirits, though her cheeks flushed slightly. She merely glanced back for an instant before turning away, her flushed cheeks still adorned with a smile. However, as she turned, she paused, her expression freezing. For her deskmate, Su Mushuan had slightly turned her face, staring at her with a cold detachment. Su Mushuan's gaze shifted away after a mere glance. Yet Shun Xian felt an unsettling shift within her. What could Su Mushuan possibly mean? Supporting her head with her hand, Shun Xian felt a wave of inexplicable unease wash over her. This was the first time she had seen Su Mushuan regard her with such a countenance and expression. Although her expression was devoid of warmth, a mere glance revealed an unsettling indifference, tinged with a hint of hostility. Shun Xian was acutely aware that this demeanor stemmed from Su Jianghe. Su Muxuan, how can you seemingly care the least about Su Jianghe? The teacher refrained from further commentary, continuing to read the names, as over 30 students awaited their results. As each name was announced, some released a quiet sigh of relief, while others hung their heads in despondency. Su Jianghe's rank of 19th in the class, with a score of 536, was not unexpected. It aligned closely with his premonitions, primarily due to his significant improvements in English and mathematics. He noted that Tao Xiaojiao had achieved a commendable 23rd place with a score of 517, a marked improvement from a previous position outside the 30s during the last term. However, Lu Dan faltered, landing at 35th with a score just above 460, remaining stagnant, as his previous result mirrored this one. This was followed by the trio at the bottom of the list, predictably scoring below 300. Once the results were fully announced, the teacher distributed the score sheets, habitually instructing the class monitor to affix the sheet to the board. Guoming, who had kept his gaze lowered, stood up and approached the front. The teacher observed him, shaking his head before turning his attention to the class, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Su Jianghe in the corner and stating, "I must take a moment to commend Su Jianghe for his remarkable progress. His efforts during the previous term have not gone unnoticed. I reiterate, there are no shortcuts in learning, only hard work, tireless effort, and dedication." As he spoke, the class fell into a profound silence. Occasionally, students glanced towards Su Jianghe, their expressions markedly transformed. The diligent efforts Su Jianghe had put forth during this time were evident to all, and as the results were unveiled, the astonishment was accompanied by a newfound recognition of the rewards reaped from sincere endeavor. However, the teacher's discourse was abruptly interrupted. As Guoming prepared to post the score sheet on the wall, he suddenly exclaimed, "Teacher, I believe Su Jianghe's results are inflated and not genuine. There are serious questions regarding his integrity." Chapter 30, just one statement. Inflated results? Not genuine? Serious integrity issues? Guoming was outright accusing Su Jianghe of cheating. The classroom initially fell silent, but soon erupted into a flurry of whispers. What did the class monitor mean? Was he insinuating that Su Jianghe had cheated? Surely not. Su Jianghe had indeed been diligent in his studies. Who could say for certain? A sudden surge in scores over such a short time, over 100 points, seemed implausible. If cheating was the source, it would explain everything. I still choose to believe in Su Jianghe. His reputation had undeniably improved during this period. Yet fundamentally, he still influenced the neutral majority. Those who acknowledged him remained steadfast in their belief, while detractors continued to dismiss him. In this moment, Guoming's provocations elicited some rather unsavory remarks. "Guoming, your casual judgments are profoundly irresponsible. Do you realize?" Shun Xian exclaimed vehemently, her frustration palpable. "Guoming, do you have any evidence?" Wei Jiahao shouted in response. "Exactly," Lu Dan chimed in, unable to restrain herself any longer. Even Tao Xiaojiao appeared visibly agitated, her breathing quickening. The classroom fell significantly quieter as the teacher still stood at the podium. At this moment, Wang Weijuan's expression darkened. He regarded Guoming in silence, his disappointment unmistakable. The decline in Guoming's performance was glaring, and Wang Weijun, having taught for over 20 years, often chose to turn a blind eye. He was aware of the tensions between Su Jianghe and Su Muxuan, as well as Guoming's 2 breakfast purchases for Su Muxuan. Regarding Su Jianghe's mock exam results, Wang Weijun was fully cognizant of the truth. The previous occasion in the office, Su Jianghe had boldly stated that his mock exam results would be memorable. Thus, following the mathematics exam, the impatient teacher Yao was the first to retrieve and grade the papers. Su Jianghe's most significant improvement was in English, achieving a score of 132. Upon learning this, Wang Weijuan's immediate reaction was disbelief. He too harbored suspicions of inflated scores. After showing the paper to the English teacher, the latter shook his head, asserting that it did not appear inflated. The essay's vocabulary was somewhat advanced, and upon reviewing the entire paper, it was evident that while his vocabulary was rich, his grammatical foundation was lacking, likely a result of rote memorization. This analysis not only relieved Wang Weijun, but also garnered him greater respect for Su Jianghe. Wang Weijun, who taught physics, also presented the comprehensive science paper in the office for review by several teachers, and it posed no issues. However, the improvement in comprehensive science was not as pronounced as in English and mathematics. As seasoned educators, they could discern a student's level and the effort exerted merely by examining a paper. Initially, the consensus among the teachers was that if Su Jianghe could achieve a 100-point increase by the time of the college entrance examination, it would be commendable. Yet, this student had accomplished it in merely half a month. The teachers were effusive in their praise, marveling at the transformation. which left Wang Weijun in high spirits as he entered the classroom that evening. Yet now, he was genuinely disappointed in Guoming. He felt that Guoming had truly overstepped. With a sigh, Wang Weijun glanced at Su Muxuan, his thoughts a jumble. As a class advisor, he often feared the presence of particularly beautiful girls in the class, as they could lead to unnecessary complications. Just as Su Jianghe seemed to have found his footing, Guoming had become entangled in confusion. However, when he looked at Shun Xian, Wang Weijun felt a sense of reassurance. The young girl was exceptionally beautiful and had consistently been a role model. Guoming, there is no issue with Su Jianghe's results. It is natural for you to feel affected by your own performance. Adjust your mindset, and I have faith you will excel in the next examination. Wang Weijun spoke earnestly, offering Guoming a way out. As a class advisor, he had to balance the integrity concerns surrounding Su Jianghe with Guoming's psychological state, particularly during this crucial period. Nevertheless, teacher, Su Jianghe's results are undoubtedly inflated. He scored 132 in English. This is impossible. He has never passed English before, and during the last term, he didn't even score 80. How can such a drastic improvement occur in just half a month? It's impossible. He must have cheated. He was terrified of failing and losing face after boasting too much. Guoming seemed almost entranced. The class fell silent upon hearing his words, incredulity washing over them. Over 130 in English? Could be true? With this revelation, it did seem as though there might be merit to Guoming's claims. It was indeed inconceivable for someone who had never passed English to suddenly achieve such a high score. Perhaps he had cheated after all. I knew it. How amusing. At the back of the classroom, Su Jianghe had remained silent, his expression tranquil. He had anticipated such a scene. It had indeed manifested. With Guoming leading the charge, Lu Dan and Tao Xiaojiao grew anxious. While a score of over 130 in English was undeniably high, they were aware of the context. Guoming, don't speak recklessly. Su Jianghe attended English tutoring during the winter break. Liu Dan asserted loudly. Yes, exactly. When Su Jianghe practices English exercises, he consistently performs at this level. I can attest to that. Tao Xiaojiao added in agreement. Wei Jiahao was even more direct, unleashing his thoughts in front of the teacher. Guoming, were you not mocking Su Jianghe earlier? You claimed you were curious to see how little he could improve, yet now he has made significant strides. Leaving you with no face, is it? How pathetic you are! Wei Jiahao interjected sharply. At that moment, Guoming's countenance was decidedly grim. Wei Jiahao's words completely stripped him of any remaining dignity. Huh, does he himself not know whether he cheated? It is pointless to deny it. I simply do not believe him. Guoming stubbornly clung to his stance. Wang Weijun, unable to bear it any longer, shook his head and spoke with increased gravity. Guoming, teacher, there is definitely something amiss. It is impossible for him to have achieved this. Yet Guoming remained obstinately unyielding. At this juncture, Su Jianghe stood up, directing his gaze not at Guoming, but towards the teacher, saying, Teacher, may I say a word? Wang Weijun had initially wished to prevent Su Jianghe from speaking, as he aimed to manage the situation and minimize conflict. However, upon observing Su Jianghe's composed demeanor, he nodded in acquiescence. The entire class turned to face Su Jianghe, all eyes upon him, save for Su Muxuan, who remained resolutely unturned. I shall speak just one sentence. Is it possible for me to cheat on the college entrance examination? If not, then what is the significance of this? Su Jianghe articulated his point with remarkable poise, posing a question that resonated throughout the classroom. He required no further elaboration. His words succinctly pinpointed the crux of the matter. Chapter 31. Is Su Muxuan now filled with regret? The classroom fell into a profound silence. Su Jianghe's words carried a definitive weight. Many students instinctively pondered, arriving at their own conclusions. Teacher Wang Weijun felt a renewed sense of astonishment. He had anticipated an explanation from Su Jianghe, yet he was met with such a striking statement. This reminded him of that day in the office when Su Jianghe had similarly focused on the key issues, rendering him speechless, gaining the admiration of the other teachers present. What a clever lad. His thinking possesses considerable depth. Sensing that the atmosphere in the classroom had stabilized, Wang Weijun decided to conclude the discussion. Asserting with authority, Su Jianghe has posed an excellent question. Is it possible to cheat on the college entrance examination? It is indeed impossible. Therefore, I hope this matter concludes here, and I urge some classmates to adjust their mindsets. The mock examination is of little consequence. It merely serves as a test. The college entrance examination is the true determinant of success or failure. Now it is time for self-study. This conveyed a clear stance. Should the ruckus continue, Wang Weijun would not hesitate to take a firmer approach. Guoming stood there, his face aflame with embarrassment. Lacking the audacity to misbehave in front of the teacher. He could only exert his influence within the confines of the classroom, bolstered by the belief that the teacher would protect him. Yet now, Guoming had no choice but to return to his seat, head hung low. Wang Weijun had intended to call Guoming out to discuss his performance. But he changed his mind. Given the commotion, summoning Guoming would seem excessively targeted. After all, they were all his students, and the college entrance examination was of paramount importance. He resolved to wait a few days before addressing the issue. Wang Weijun stood at the podium for a while. The classroom remained quiet, most students engrossed in their self-study. He quietly departed. As soon as he left, the classroom erupted into a buzz of activity. Lu Dan appeared on the verge of bursting, quickly turning around with a mix of excitement and indignation, exclaiming, "Hey, Su Jianghe, your performance this time was outstanding. You've shown such remarkable improvement. Yet Guoming is truly something else. Having performed poorly himself, he still seeks to belittle you. Even the teacher is likely infuriated with him. He is utterly inadequate. Don't pay him any mind." Although that was her sentiment, I simply cannot tolerate him. He is insufferable. However, I must say, your response earlier was quite decisive, with just one sentence silencing the whole class. Even the teacher's gaze towards you has shifted. Do you realize that? It's not as exaggerated as that. Su Jianghe, are you being overly modest? There is no need for humility. I'm being serious. Lu Dan maintained a sincere expression. Fortunately, at that moment, Tao Xiaozhou nudged her with her elbow, whispering, "Lu Dan, you ought to be quiet. This is self-study time." I want to speak any further, but Xiaojiao, you two have made significant progress this time. We're desk mates. And though you were just a few ranks ahead of me last term, now you've surpassed me entirely. Admit it. Have you been secretly studying hard behind my back? You know, if you spoke less, you might also see improvement. Tao Xiaojiao, flustered by Lu Dan's remarks, stammered slightly. In the elegant seating area, Su Jianghe observed the two girls with a smile before resuming his studies. His recent results were anticipated. It appeared he had made considerable progress. Yet this was merely the beginning, an initial response to the outside world. Initially, when he severed ties with Su Muxuan and relocated to the back corner, he endured substantial skepticism and ridicule, with many regarding him as a mere distraction. Now, some opinions had shifted, though not entirely, particularly among Guoming and his cohort, who outright accused Su Jianghe of cheating. While Su Jianghe had offered a response that bore some effect, it was still insufficient, far from enough. Although his improvement was noteworthy, his level remained average, merely placing him within the top 20 of the class, just brushing against the threshold for top-tier universities. Thus, he would await the next mock examination in a month's time. This interval was ample, allowing Su Jianghe to confidently aim for the top 10, or even higher, within the class. At that point, he would relish witnessing the reactions of those who had doubted him. During the intermission of the evening study session, as the bell rang, students surged towards the blackboard to check their scores. Lu Dan had not performed well, yet her enthusiasm was palpable. She eagerly took pen and paper to record the scores and rankings of herself, Tao Xiaojiao, and Su Jianghe. Wei Jiahao rushed over, brimming with excitement and a loud voice. "Wow, Su Jianghe, you truly are impressive. How did you manage that? I thought merely breaking into the top 30 would be a feat, yet here you are, directly in the top 20. Many students nearby turned their heads, drawn by the commotion, their expressions softening. A few positioned nearby unexpectedly smiled and said to Su Jianghe, "Su Jianghe, you're truly remarkable this time. Su Jiang, it's evident you've been working hard. I believe in you." Su Jianghe, ever amicable, simply smiled in response. At that moment, Wei Jiahao suddenly threw an arm around Su Jianghe's shoulder, leaning in with uncontainable excitement, lowering his voice to say, "Su Jianghe, do you think Su Muxuan is regretting her past dismissiveness? What? Su Muxuan, she never took you seriously, but now you've transformed, making such significant progress. She must be feeling quite unsettled. Haha, just thinking about it brings me joy." Wei Jiahao laughed heartily. Yet, Su Jianghe shook his head, clarifying, "Wei Jiahao, there is no need for that. Why not? I have indeed improved, but I've only scored slightly over 500. It's hardly noteworthy. Furthermore, have you forgotten what I said yesterday? What's done is done." Su Jianghe spoke with conviction. In the front row, Tao Xiaojiao, who had been eavesdropping, nodded adorably at his words. "He spoke the truth, but I lack your level of detachment. I am genuinely curious to see Su Muxuan's expression. I must witness it." Wei Jiahao shook his head. "I advise against it. You should ignore me. I refuse to relent." After saying this, Wei Jiahao made his way to the front row. Su Jianghe realized that his advice fell on deaf ears and chose to let it be. Their different perspectives naturally led to divergent views on issues and methods of handling them. Wei Jiahao pretended to casually stroll past Su Muxuan's seat, then turned to observe her, only to furrow his brow immediately. Su Muxuan sat there, her cool and exquisite features devoid of any emotion, casually flipping through a book, exuding an air of nonchalance and lingering pride. Still aloof, still haughty, Wei Jiahao paced back and forth twice before approaching Su Muxuan's desk, calling out, "Hey, Su Muxuan?" Chapter 32. Ah, what a relief. Su Muxuan ignored Wei Jiahao, as though she hadn't heard him at all. Wei Jiahao was momentarily taken aback. "Hey, you?" Yet he dared not provoke Su Muxuan too much. He had to choose his words wisely. Taking a deep breath, he called out again, "Su Muxuan, if you have something to say, just say it." Su Muxuan responded without lifting her gaze. Wei Jiahao nodded. "All right then, go ahead." "Su Muxuan, did you expect this? Su Jianghe has directly entered the top 20 of our class this time. What are your thoughts on that?" Wei Jiahao inquired directly. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone around perked up their ears. Su Muxuan paused, lifted her eyes, and coldly regarded Wei Jiahao. She remained silent, merely observing him. Before long, Wei Jiahao felt an uncomfortable shiver under her gaze, muttering, "You must feel uneasy about this. Did Su Jianghe send you to ask me?" Su Muxuan suddenly interrupted him. Wei Jiahao was taken aback, shaking his head vehemently. "How could that be? Su Jianghe doesn't even want to mention you right now. He couldn't care less about you. I'm just curious, so I can't ask about your feelings. Do you wish to die?" "Huh? I asked if you wish to die. Fine, forget I said anything. Goodbye." With an indomitable spirit, Wei Jiahao departed. Damn it, what a joke. Su Muxuan thought to herself. If she were to tell her family, they wouldn't even need her father. Her numerous cousins and siblings could easily tear Wei Jiahao apart. However, Wei Jiahao felt no sense of indignation. He quickly exited the classroom and headed straight to the boys' restroom on the 5th floor. Lighting a cigarette, he savored the moment. He felt elated after having uttered the words that Su Jianghe couldn't care less about her. It made him feel wonderful. As for Su Muxuan, was she trying to intimidate him? That was clearly a sign of her growing agitation. Oh, what a relief. At that moment, back in the classroom, once Wei Jiahao had wandered far enough away, Guoming dared to turn back, wearing a face full of indignation as he addressed Su Muxuan. "Su Muxuan, don't stoop to the level of someone like Wei Jiahao. He is pathetic." Without pausing, Guoming continued, "Moreover, Su Jianghe definitely cheated. His grades are all copied. How could anyone improve so much in just half a month? I don't understand why the teacher believes him. A normal person could see the problem at a glance. I think the teacher is angry with me because I didn't perform well this time, but can you be quiet?" "Huh? Be quiet." Su Muxuan interjected, "I know you're upset, but honestly, Su Jianghe cheated, and you don't need to." Guoming continued to ramble on. Suddenly, Su Muxuan picked up the book on her desk and threw it at him. The unexpected action left Guoming dumbfounded, frozen in his spot. "I told you to be quiet," Su Muxuan said coldly. I want to say anything more, just don't be angry. Here, take your book back." Guoming, desperately trying to appease her, dusted off the book and placed it back on Su Muxuan's desk. He finally fell silent. A hush settled over the room. At that moment, Guoming trembled with resentment towards Su Jianghe. Why did no one believe him? He was indeed cheating. Su Muxuan must be angry about this. Which is why she told him to be quiet. Yes, that must be it. Still grinding his teeth, Guoming loathed Su Jianghe and blamed himself for performing so poorly this time. Otherwise, the teacher wouldn't have disregarded his words. Just then, Hu Tingting from the front row turned around and quietly said, "Class monitor, I believe you. I also think Su Jianghe must have cheated." "Class monitor, you just had an off day. You'll do better next time." As for Su Jianghe, regardless of whether he has issues, he only scored 530. What is there to show off about? One would think he topped the class. Li Wei, sitting next to her, paused his writing and pretended to express disdain. Cheng Zijian, also sitting in the front row, turned around, echoing Li Wei's sentiments. "Li Wei is right. I've been meaning to say that even if he has improved, so what? It's easier to raise scores in the lower scoring range. He is acting as if he got first place. What is there to flaunt?" "Exactly, just 530, nothing impressive. I can't even be bothered to acknowledge someone like him. What an eyesore." Hu Tingting scoffed, growing more animated, and then consoled Guoming, saying, "Class monitor, you're aiming for 985, a student who should be scoring over 600. Why bother with Su Jianghe?" Surprisingly, these words struck a chord with Guoming. Yes, what was Su Jianghe's pathetic score? He didn't need to stoop to his level. Guoming's spirits lifted, and he felt enlightened, instinctively wanting to share this newfound insight with Su Muxuan. However, upon seeing her expression, he hesitated, fearing she might tell him to be quiet again. In the end, he could only steal a glance at Su Muxuan's stunning face, finding solace and joy in it. Shun Xian, resting her chin on her left hand, watched this farce unfold with a sense of boredom. She had anticipated Guoming's poor performance. His thoughts were entirely consumed by Su Muxuan. In contrast, Su Jianghe had garnered a much better impression lately. Contemplating this, a thought crossed Shun Xian's mind. Should she assist Su Jianghe? She had noticed Su Jianghe's scores across subjects when the results were announced. His English was exceptional, and his math had improved significantly, yet his comprehensive science scores remained weak. Su Jianghe was currently navigating his studies independently, somewhat detached from the teachers. However, learning requires a certain level of guidance, which is crucial. But teachers must also consider the overall pace of the class. So, should she lend her notes to Su Jianghe for reference? He could surely benefit from them, especially for reinforcing his foundation and tackling advanced questions. Shun Xian didn't overthink it. Perhaps it was her disdain for the unwarranted superiority displayed by Hu Tingting and Cheng Zijian, or maybe it was simply her desire to see Su Jianghe succeed. But she had never spoken to him before. How should she approach this? This felt like a conundrum, seemingly more challenging than the last question on a math exam. Chapter 33. Su Jianghe, why do you act like a child? In the back row, the quiet corner. While Wei Jiahao rambled on to Su Muxuan, Su Jianghe was oblivious. However, the commotion caused by Su Muxuan throwing the book at Guoming drew the attention of the entire class, including Su Jianghe, who glanced over. Lu Dan had been at the blackboard for quite some time, copying several student scores. Su Jianghe took a look, Math 113, Chinese 103, and indeed, his English stood out at 132. Fewer than 10 students in the class scored over 130 in English. The highest score was 142, achieved by Su Muxuan, the only one to surpass 140, followed closely by Shun Xian with 138 points. Upon reflection, Su Jianghe discerned a rather intriguing phenomenon. Based on his experiences from a previous life, he noted that young women hailing from families of middle-class status or above exhibited remarkable proficiency in English, often excelling in specific areas, as exemplified by Su Muxuan. Upon further contemplation, he attributed this phenomenon to their upbringing. Either they had ample opportunities to study abroad, or their families had already laid the groundwork for an overseas education as a secondary option. Su Jianghe's only disappointing score this time was in the comprehensive science examination, where he managed a mere 188 points, while the top student, Shun Xian, achieved an impressive 251, the highest in the class. Nevertheless, he had made significant progress compared to his previous performance. Su Jianghe did not dwell excessively on the scores. Instead, he began to formulate a study plan for the next phase. In the preceding half-month, he had primarily focused on revisiting knowledge points, with limited practice on problem sets. However, in the upcoming stage, he recognized the necessity of intensifying his practice. A mere understanding of concepts, coupled with rote memorization, would only scratch the surface. It was through extensive practice with a variety of question types that true mastery could be attained. Yet, a dilemma arose. In his prior life, he had been rather inattentive to his studies during high school, and his textbooks were nearly pristine, devoid of any valuable notes. Moreover, Su Jianghe was not one to trouble others. He had a tendency to tackle challenges independently. Even if he were to seek assistance, whom could he approach? The two girls sitting in the front row had not yet surpassed his current standing. It was indeed manageable to elevate one score from 400 to 500. However, advancing from 500 to 600 posed a distinctly different challenge, as it required grappling with difficult concepts and excelling in advanced questions. At 10 o'clock, the evening study session concluded. For the first time ever, Su Jianghe left precisely on time. As he was tidying his desk, Lu Dan turned around, her expression one of surprise, and inquired, "Hey, Su Jianghe, why are you in such a hurry to leave today? Today the results are out, and I need to get home early to share the news with my mom and make her happy." Su Jianghe replied with a smile. "Seriously? Su Ziyang, you sound like a child," Lu Dan remarked instinctively. Su Jianghe merely smiled and departed. As he left, Lu Dan remained somewhat bewildered and tugged at Tao Xiaojiao, reiterating, "Xiaojiao. Did you notice? Just now, Su Jianghe really acted like a child. He actually said he wanted to get home early to tell his mother about his results. He has improved, and his mother will surely be delighted. I think it's quite admirable. He is very filial," Tao Xiaojiao softly responded, her eyes still sparkling as she gazed outside the classroom. Lu Dan nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it's quite nice. Su Jianghe is surprisingly filial. Oh, I just find it amusing. He usually gives off a focused and mature vibe, but that moment was quite the contrast." Upon returning home, Su Jianghe took a deep breath before entering. However, as soon as he spoke, his mother greeted him with a beaming smile. Surprisingly, his father, Su Guizhong, was still awake, standing at the bedroom door in his pajamas, maintaining a serious demeanor but unable to suppress the smile in his eyes. "Son, you did remarkably well this time. Your progress is astounding. His mother, Wu Xiaomei, exclaimed. Mom, how did you know? Su Jianghe asked, taken aback. As soon as the results were announced. Your homeroom teacher called me this afternoon, advising you not to be complacent and to continue striving, reminding us that one mock exam does not define your capabilities. The real test is the college entrance examination. Su Gudong in Dezet. This was typical of Su Guozhong. He always had something to say, regardless of the situation. Su Jianghe shrugged it off, allowing him to express his thoughts freely. Turning his attention back, Su Jianghe set his backpack down and looked at the extra dishes on the dining table, feeling a warmth in his heart. Seeing his mother's joyous expression, he couldn't help but feel elated as well. Mom, how about it? Did I meet your expectations? Su Jianghe feigned a casual tone. While he was generally reserved outside, he made an effort to engage in conversation at home, especially with his mother, who cherished their exchanges. Absolutely. My son is the most outstanding. Hurry up and eat this delicacy. It's wild-caught, sourced by your father from the village, his mother beamed. Su Guozhong stood nearby, his chin held high, exuding an air of paternal pride. It was a blend of exasperation and amusement, yet the familial atmosphere was genuinely warm, a stark contrast to his previous life. As always, he confronted problems head-on, seeking solutions. During this period, his mother had been preparing various additional meals, and Su Jianghe indulged in them, recognizing that studying diligently required mental effort. Moreover, at his age, he was still in the throes of rapid physical development, so it was beneficial to supplement his nutrition. Since his rebirth, Su Jianghe had established a stable routine across various aspects of his life. His time management was commendable. Upon returning home in the evening, he would read for a while before sleep, simultaneously incorporating some self-improvement exercises as the family possessed a set of dumbbells. His intention was not to bulk up, as the amount of training he engaged in would not yield significant muscle gain. Rather, Su Jianghe sought to enhance his posture and maintain a sense of well-being. As he had been a regular gym-goer before his rebirth, the results were quite evident. His previous slouch had vanished, and he now stood tall, exuding an air of comfort and confidence. In summary, he was simply handsome. After finishing his meal, Su Jianghe proceeded to wash up before retreating to his room. Wu Xiaomei was tidying the table, while Su Guozhong stood by, as per usual, with his arms crossed. Why are you still standing there? Your son has already gone to his room. Shouldn't you be getting ready for bed? Wu Xiaomei chided, glancing at her husband, unable to suppress her annoyance. She found it both amusing and frustrating to observe her husband in this light. Yet, she seemed unaware of the fact that in the past, she had spoken little in the household, always cautious of Su Guozhong's reactions. However, tonight, she was more talkative and even scolded her husband. Su Guozhong, too, had undergone a transformation. In the past, he would have retorted, insisting that his affairs were none of her concern. Yet this time, he remained calm, albeit with a hint of embarrassment, and replied defensively, I can't sleep like a pig all the time. I wake up after a nap. You should hurry up and sleep too. That little rascal eats so much. Is it bad for him to have a good appetite? Isn't it good that he can eat? In your eyes, he can do no wrong. She shot back. He is my son. I raised him, so of course I see him in a favorable light. Besides, he's your son too. Isn't he? Why would I argue with you? Su Guozhong waved his hand dismissively and retreated to his room. Shortly after entering, Su Guozhong pondered, chuckled, and shook his head. He was indeed in high spirits. After receiving the call, he promptly contacted Su Pingzhong to share the news. On the other end of the line, Su Pingzhong seemed even more delighted, laughing as he said, Brother, see, I told you I was right, didn't I? Meanwhile, at Su Mushuan's home, a modest townhouse consisting of her parents, Su Pingzhong and his wife, her 7-year-old brother Su Zihong, and a live-in housekeeper, the atmosphere was bustling. Chapter 34. Yes, Su Jianghe was indeed the one she had let go of. Recently, Su Pingzhong had been quite busy, often returning home around 9 or 10 o'clock, while his eldest daughter, Su Mushuan, was in her crucial final year of high school. Previously, Su Jianghe would drive her home after evening study sessions, but recently, the housekeeper had taken over the driving duties, even though it was only a short distance. His wife, Roland, had always been an early sleeper, having started her anti-aging regimen at 35. In reality, Roland appeared remarkably youthful, showing no signs of even being 30. And when she went out shopping with her eldest daughter, they were frequently mistaken for sisters. At this moment, Su Pingzhong was seated on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. As long as it wasn't too late, he would wait for his daughter, Su Mushuan, to return from her study session before feeling at ease to head upstairs. There was no need for conversation. It was merely a matter of showing support, particularly given his wife's perceived inadequacies. Thus, on numerous occasions, Su Pingzhong would jokingly tell Roland that she was the eldest daughter of the family. As per usual, Aunt drove Su Mushuan home. Upon entering, Su Muxuan instinctively glanced at the sofa and called out, "Dad." Su Pingzhong would nod with a gentle smile and remind her to sleep early before heading upstairs. However, today, Su Pingzhong refrained from uttering those words, remaining seated, his gaze imbued with warmth as he observed his daughter, before his brow slightly furrowed. He discerned that her mood was not quite right today. "I heard the mock exam results are out. How did you fare?" he inquired. "Well, it's about the same as last time, 17th in class, but still first in English," Su Muxuan replied with a nod. "That's good," Su Pingzhong responded kindly. Su Muxuan turned back, offering a faint smile to her father. Then, tilting her head, she hesitated momentarily before asking, "Dad, why aren't you asleep yet?" "No ruse." Su Pingzhong shook his head, maintaining his gentle tone, and inquired, "What about Xiao Su? I heard he made considerable progress this time. Is that true?" Xiao Su referred to Su Jianghe, a name Su Pingzhong consistently used at home. Su Muxuan, initially with a soft expression, suddenly became distant upon hearing that name. Her voice laced with evident emotion as she said, "Dad, I've told you before, he is no longer relevant to me." "Oh, you did mention that. I shouldn't have asked." "All right then, get some rest." Su Pingzhong feigned a moment of realization, then decisively stood up and made his way upstairs. Su Pingzhong was not a strict father, and with Roland pampering their daughter, their communication had always been characterized by equality and respect. Su Muxuan watched her father ascend the stairs in silence, her heart inexplicably heavy. She had no habit of having a late-night snack for fear of gaining weight. The so-called pressures of being a senior were inconsequential to her, as there was no need for excessive effort. By this hour, her mother had long since retired for the night, and her younger brother, Su Zihong, was still in elementary school. It took Su Muxuan a moment before she finally made her way upstairs, though she was uncertain as to why she paused. Upon entering her suite, she changed into her sleepwear and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Su Muxuan occasionally wore light makeup, though at times she was indifferent, for the difference was negligible. Her mother often remarked that a woman should always maintain an air of refinement. At this moment, gazing into the mirror at her flawless beauty, she felt a surge of discontent. Why did her father have to say that? Su Muxuan's brow furrowed deeply. She couldn't help but reflect on the events of recent times. After severing ties with Su Jianghe, she had initially found herself at ease, but Wu Yin had made a foolish mistake. Fortunately, after she had issued a stern warning, Wu Yin had become significantly more compliant. Yet today, Guoming displayed an even greater level of foolishness, prompting her to a state of annoyance. Su Muxuan had never resorted to using books as weapons, but during evening self-study, she lost control and had to silence that imbecile. As for Wei Jiahao, his insufferable arrogance made Su Muxuan contemplate whether she should teach him a lesson. No, these matters were trivial. The root of all her troubles lay with Su Jianghe. For the past half-month, Su Muxuan had consciously ignored Su Jianghe's existence. This was consistent with her personality. Once she discarded something, she would not glance back. Initially, she felt indifferent, even relieved. However, gradually, she began to notice Su Jianghe's unexpected changes. They had quarreled before, and he had had a share of bad moods. But he had never lashed out. He would simply adjust and come back. Yet this time, when Su Jianghe said he wanted space, he truly distanced himself. He claimed he wanted to study diligently, even relocating his seat to the corner, which had elicited a chuckle from Su Muxuan. Little did she expect that he would genuinely improve, seemingly transformed, particularly during 2 altercations with the foolish Guoming. Su Muxuan found herself pleasantly surprised by Su Jianghe's demeanor and his approach to resolving issues. His reputation had begun to shift during this period, with many discussing him, and certain remarks had reached Su Muxuan's ears. Most notably, her deskmate, Shan Xian, had inexplicably started paying attention to Su Jianghe. Why? What made Su Jianghe so special? The mere thought of it stirred an uncomfortable sensation within her. Additionally, she recalled Wei Jiahao's comment during the day. Su Jianghe doesn't he even want to mention you anymore. Couldn't he care less about you? Couldn't he care less? What did all his previous actions amount to then? Absurd. Su Muxuan felt a twinge of amusement. With the mock exam results now revealed, Su Jianghe's reputation had significantly improved. He had indeed followed through on his promises, exhibiting remarkable progress. Even if he was still in the lower scoring segment, achieving an impressive leap of over 100 points in just half a month. Nevertheless, this did not significantly impact Su Muxuan or provoke any backlash. She remained Su Muxuan, still the goddess of the first high school, her features capable of silencing any dissent. Su Jianghe remained indifferent to such matters. The general marches on, not disturbing the hairs in their path. With the imminent high school graduation, studies and the college entrance examination remained the prevailing theme, and as time progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Thus, the majority of students focused primarily on their own endeavors. Guoming had quieted down for a couple of days, having embarrassed himself. However, after the homeroom teacher had a word with him, it seemed to have bolstered his confidence, allowing him to regain his former arrogance in class, acting rather imperiously. He dared not accuse Su Jianghe of cheating again, but instead adopted a different approach. Upon hearing Su Jianghe's name, he would smirk disdainfully, displaying utter contempt. Then, with a mocking tone, he remarked, "I thought Su Jianghe was doing exceptionally well. Turns out he just scored 503. Is that a good score?" Chapter 35. The Tender Blossoms of Youthful Affection. Why do they call him brain dead? One's evaluation of another should be holistic, yet they refuse to do so. Their achievements are highlighted solely by their scores. And anyone who does not measure up during their student years is scorned and looked down upon. It is nauseating. The logic simply does not hold. There are only two approaches: the short term, where one flaunts their grades to slap them in the face, and the long term, waiting to exit the student phase, to wield social status as a means of retaliation. In a previous life, Wei Jiahao had endured considerable humiliation, but once the student phase ended, he became insufferably arrogant. He would organize gatherings at the drop of a hat, footing the bill for the venue, all under the guise of reconnecting with old classmates. Boasting of lavish events, this time a Parmigiani, next to G-class, and if all else failed, perhaps a Ferrari. Ironically, the so-called top students, Hu Tingting and Cheng Zijian, who thrived on their sense of superiority during high school, were the most eager participants, fawning and flattering him. Not only did they enjoy free food and drinks, but they could also boast about it on social media. When they returned to their own stifling social circles, they had plenty of tales to tell, casually dropping names like, "Oh, so-and-so, my classmate, invited me to the last gathering, and you won't believe what happened." Wei Jiahao relished this. Su Jianghe found this rather agreeable too. After all, people with idle time and abundant resources are simply seeking emotional value in their expenditures. A week swiftly passed. The college entrance examination loomed closer, with just over 70 days remaining. Su Jianghe's state continued to improve. He was diligently tackling practice questions, consuming a pencil lead every couple of days. It was Monday once again. Su Jianghe entered the classroom as usual. He typically arrived early, with few students present, and Tao Xiaojiao was also an early bird, while Lu Dan often arrived precisely on time. However, today was a surprise. Lu Dan had arrived unusually early. As Su Jianghe settled into his seat, she promptly turned around, retrieving a stack of notes from her backpack and placing them on his desk. She then whispered, "Hey, Shan Xian asked me to give these to you, saying they should be of assistance." Su Jianghe raised an eyebrow. "Shan Xian?" Indeed, these are all her notes, the notes of an academic prodigy. I nearly exhausted myself carrying them over this morning. Why are they so heavy? Lu Dan always found a way to keep the conversation flowing. Su Jianghe gazed at the hefty tomes in surprise, instinctively glancing towards the front row. At that moment, Shan Xian was already seated, engrossed in her book, and all Su Jianghe could see was her slender and attractive silhouette. "I truly need this. Please remember to thank her on my behalf." Su Ziang Zima. He genuinely required these notes, and had been contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to borrow Shan Xian's exemplary notes. Yet he was apprehensive about seeming too forward or intrusive. But now, it seemed, circumstances had conspired in his favor. "Is this what they call a tacit understanding?" Lu Dan observed Su Jianghe, who did not respond but frowned and countered, "You should thank her yourself. Why should I convey your gratitude? I have yet to speak a word to Shan Xian." "Well, we can always exchange messages on QQ later," Su Jianghe suggested. "But I don't have her QQ," Lu Dan replied. "Oh right, Su Ziang. I just realized that I don't have your QQ either. Jiao Jiao, do you have it?" Lu Dan suddenly made the connection, looking astonished as she tugged on Tao Xiaojiao's school uniform. Tao Xiaojiao flinched, shrinking back and shaking her head, whispering, "I don't have it either." "That's quite normal. Su Jianghe has no more than 20 friends on QQ," Lu Dan asserted. "Come on, Su Jianghe, write your QQ number down for me. I'll add you when I get home. It's inexcusable that we haven't connected on QQ." Su Jianghe instinctively nodded, but froze when he picked up the pen. "What's my QQ number again?" He pondered. "How about this? You write it down, and I'll add both of you when I get home. I can't quite remember my own." Su Ziang Ziplit Gandhi Li. He was meticulous with his choice of words, deliberately using both of you. The reason for this was to consider Tao Xiaojiao. He could sense the undeniable, sweet innocence of youthful affection radiating from her over the past weeks. If he could not reciprocate those feelings, he would not wish to cause any harm. Instead, striving to provide Tao Xiaojiao with some positive reinforcement and guidance within this one-sided emotional landscape. Just as Su Jianghe endeavored, Tao Xiaojiao was also making an effort to draw closer to him. "All right then, hand me the notebook. Here, that's my QQ, and this is Shun Xian's. I remember it. You can add us when you get home. Lu Dan enthusiastically stated, as she returned the notebook. The previously quiet Tao Xiaojiao felt her ears flush with warmth, her body trembling slightly. Su Jianghe observed this with keen interest and casually remarked, Tao Xiaojiao, what about your QQ? I'll write it down for you. Tao Xiaojiao replied, visibly relieved. She took the notebook and penned her details with great care, her handwriting elegant and refined. When she returned it to Su Jianghe, her gaze remained fixed downward, stealing a quick glance at him when he was preoccupied. However, fate had other plans. Lu Dan, suppressing her voice, leaned in again, her face alight with curiosity, and teased, Su Jianghe, how could you have only had eyes for Su Mushuan in the past? Is she really that remarkable? I believe Shun Xian surpasses her by far. Let us not dwell on the past, Su Jianghe interjected. Haven T, you noticed that Shun Xian has been quite attentive to you lately? She glances at you each time she enters the classroom. I've noticed it, and now she's lending you notes. Perhaps you two would make a fine pair? I think you're well suited for each other. I could play matchmaker. What do you think? Lu Dan grew increasingly animated as she spoke. Su Jianghe felt exasperated. You noticed that? Did you also notice your desk mate? He asked. Whenever Lu Dan rambled on, Tao Xiaojiao would noticeably pause her writing. At times, when Lu Dan's chatter became incessant, Tao Xiaojiao would gently tug at her, signaling her to quiet down, not wanting to disrupt Su Jianghe. Su Jianghe rarely admonished others, but today he felt compelled to address Lu Dan. Lu Dan, he began. What is up? Ready to play matchmaker? Lu Dan responded, still brimming with excitement. There are just over 70 days until the college entrance examination. Do you realize that? Su Jianghe frowned, speaking earnestly. Of course, I'm aware. Why do you ask? Isn't it written on the blackboard? Lu Dan replied, wearing a goofy expression. This girl was somewhat oblivious, a quality that could be both a blessing and a curse. Su Jianghe shook his head and changed his approach. Lu Dan, during the last mock exam, Tao Xiaojiao improved while you did not. She has consistently encouraged you. Yet you seem indifferent. This is not how it should be. What is the college entrance examination? It is in essence a critical juncture in life, a means of stratification. Tsinghua, Peking University, 985, 211, and so forth. While not absolute, attending a better institution signifies access to broader platforms, perspectives, and greater possibilities for the future. This is about taking responsibility for oneself. I believe Tao Xiaojiao is doing exceptionally well. She has been working diligently in silence. And you, Lu Dan, are quite intelligent as well. Nevertheless, it's not too late. There is still time. Just over 70 days remain. Give it your all and provide yourself with a reason to avoid regret. Don't you agree? Chapter 36. The College Entrance Examination. It's the damn college entrance examination. Su Jianghe spoke from the perspective of someone who had been through it, making his stance clear. He emphasized two words, college entrance examination. Everything else paled in comparison. After this phase, they could discuss other matters, while also inadvertently affirming Tao Xiaojiao's efforts. Lu Dan was evidently taken aback by Su Jianghe's remarks. This was perhaps the most he had ever spoken to her since moving to the back row. Lu Dan lowered her head, silent and contemplative. In truth, she was not as carefree as she appeared. She had observed Su Jianghe's relentless efforts and Tao Xiaojiao's commitment, both of which resonated with her desire to improve. However, wanting to do something and achieving it are two different things. Each time she resolved to persist, she would eventually slacken her resolve. Just over 70 days left. Let us push ourselves. Su Ziang Zaitet. Lu Dan nodded in agreement. Tao Xiaojiao reached out to grasp Lu Dan's hand, offering silent encouragement. For an entire morning, Lu Dan sat quietly in her seat, not once turning around. This brought Su Jianghe a sense of relief. The affirmation embedded in Su Jianghe's words had a palpable effect on Tao Xiaojiao, visibly lifting her spirits and filling her with renewed enthusiasm. Su Jianghe's intentions were unmistakably clear. 3 points. College entrance examination. College entrance examination. It's still the damn college entrance examination. Shun Xian's notes proved immensely useful, providing Su Jianghe with considerable insights as he immersed himself in study throughout the morning. He practiced problems, corrected mistakes, summarized analyses, and drew connections, repeating the cycle over and over. Meanwhile, Shun Xian found herself somewhat distracted that morning. First, her desk mate Su Mushuan seemed to exhibit a change in attitude towards her. They had barely communicated, yet Shun Xian could distinctly sense the difference, although she didn't dwell on it. After organizing her notes for several days, she finally summoned the courage to hand them over to Lu Dan, asking her to pass them on to Su Jianghe. Lu Dan must have delivered the notes to him by now, Shun Xian thought as she glanced back a few times, noticing Su Jianghe deeply engrossed in his work, while Lu Dan appeared transformed, remaining seated for the entire morning. This puzzled Shen Xian. As soon as school let out at noon, Shan Xian deliberately waited outside the classroom. When she saw Lu Dan emerge, she approached her and said, "Let us proceed to the cafeteria together." Lu Dan nodded, her spirits still lacking in exuberance. Shan Xian observed this, and, after taking a few steps, feigned nonchalance as she inquired, "Hey Lu Dan, why do you seem so down today?" "Shan Xian. Su Jianghe lectured me this morning." Lu Dan could no longer contain her feelings. Shan Xian's heart sank momentarily. Why would Su Jianghe address Lu Dan? Was it concerning her notes? Surely, Su Jianghe must have found it rather abrupt, right? Why? Shan Xian felt somewhat awkward. "I merely jested, suggesting that you and Su Jianghe were quite compatible, asking if he had any intentions and that I could assist him in making a move. And he lectured me, saying Lu Dan speaks her mind." Initially, Shan Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. Why was Lu Dan so indiscreet? However, as she listened further, she was unexpectedly relieved. "Liu Dan, Su Jianghe is correct. The most crucial matter now is the college entrance examination, which determines one's destiny. You have indeed become somewhat lax." Shan Xian spoke earnestly. "Shan Xian, how can you be just like Su Jianghe?" Lu Dan protested, feeling wronged. "Su Jianghe is right. I share his sentiments. We all wish for you to excel and have no regrets," Shan Xian replied. "I understand. Rest assured, I shall strive diligently." Lu Dan recognized that both Shan Xian and Su Jianghe had her best interests at heart. Particularly Su Jianghe, who was usually reticent, had earnestly sought to counsel her for the first time. Suddenly, Lu Dan seemed to recall something and hurriedly said, "By the way, Shan Xian, I gave my notes to Su Jianghe. He mentioned he needed them and asked me to express his gratitude to you. I shared your QQ with him, so he should add you tonight." "Huh? Is that so? I understand." Shan Xian felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. But does he truly need them? That's wonderful. After the self-study session, Su Jianghe returned to his room. He then powered on his computer and logged onto QQ. Su Jianghe's family was relatively well off. While they lacked great wealth, they were comfortably situated. Being the only child, he enjoyed a certain economic freedom. His computer was assembled a couple of years ago, and he possessed a Nokia 5320, a semi-smartphone, which sufficed for his needs. Not long ago, Su Jianghe had checked his modest savings, which consisted of a bank card holding nearly 20,000 yuan accumulated from his childhood red envelope money and pocket money. Su Jianghe had always been enamored with Su Mushuan, and Su Guozhong was aware of this. Thus he was generous with financial support. However, he had not spent extravagantly on Su Mushuan, as she was not financially constrained either, and there weren't many opportunities to spend before college. Upon logging into QQ, Su Jianghe opened his friend list. After counting, he found only about a dozen friends, several of whom were random online acquaintances whose identities he did not recognize. Since his rebirth, Su Jianghe rarely logged onto QQ. His phone was usually left at home, unlike Wei Jiahao, who was perpetually engrossed in his N86 during classes. In 2009, online chatting was all the rage, and Wei Jiahao was particularly fond of it, boasting a list filled with female acquaintances he claimed were all his wives. Su Jianghe recalled accidentally glimpsing Wei Jiahao's chat interface once, leaving him utterly astounded. It was simply unbearable. How can one fall in love during a lunch break? In this regard, Wei Jiahao had indeed grasped the nuances of relationships far earlier than Su Jianghe, having already cycled through several girlfriends. Su Jianghe's online name was simply Su Jianghe, and his space was impeccably tidy. Initially, it bore the name This Life's Sole Affection for Xian in a non-mainstream font. Upon seeing it, Su Mushuan insisted he change it, deeming it distasteful. In his youth, enamored with youthful exuberance, Su Jianghe had originally posted some entries about Su Mushuan, but those two were deleted upon her request. However, there existed a password-protected album commemorating Su Mushuan's birthday, containing only her photographs and a few of them together. On the night of his rebirth, Su Jianghe deleted it all. Now, in this new life, Su Jianghe relished the almost socially isolated state he found himself in, neglecting QQ and leaving his phone behind, maintaining a routine between home and school. Unlike his previous life, where he was burdened with myriad responsibilities, particularly after the company's IPO, where he had to answer to the board and the shareholders, he seldom experienced such leisure. Su Jianghe flipped through the notebook where he had noted down QQ contacts and began to add them one by one. The first was Shan Xian. He typed in her name, and a familiar online name popped up. Ran Chu. Chapter 37. Oh my, Shan Xian, what are you doing? Shan Xian's QQ name had always been this. In his previous life, Su Jianghe had inquired about it, and she had mentioned it was a phrase she encountered in a book, flowing gently, never forgetting one's original intention. Thus she adopted that name. The phrase implied a gradual progression. Just after sending the friend request, Su Jianghe prepared to add Tao Xiaojiao, but was surprised to hear the notification sound indicating acceptance. So soon? Su Jianghe was taken aback. The chat window opened. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jianghe typed a message. Thank you very much for your notes. They have been immensely helpful. Moments later, Shun Xian replied with an emoticon, a smile that left Su Jianghe momentarily speechless. It was the infamous enigmatic smile from the future. However, Shun Xian quickly responded, no need to mention it. You are very diligent. Keep up the good work, followed by another smile. Su Jianghe couldn't help but smile in return. Their exchange was remarkably polite, radiating a nostalgic charm. I will. Thank you for your encouragement, classmate Shun Xian, he replied. Looking forward to your next improvement. Classmate Su Jianghe, she responded with a smiley. Su Jianghe found himself at a loss for words. How could he continue the conversation? He desired to showcase his conversational prowess, but feared it might be inappropriate. Ultimately, noting the time, he opted to conclude the discussion, replying, likewise. I too look forward to your progress. It's getting late. You should rest. He paused, adding an ambiguous smiley. After a while, Shun Xian replied, I shall rest now. Good night, accompanied by a smiley. Good night, he typed back. The chat ended, and Su Jianghe stared blankly at the screen. Suddenly, he recalled that in his previous life, he and Shun Xian had only grown close during their postgraduate studies, a period when he underwent significant changes. And Shun Xian too was quite different from her high school self. At that time, Shun Xian was more mature and strikingly beautiful, especially when wearing silver-rimmed glasses. Pulling himself from his reverie, he added Tao Xiaojiao and Lu Dan on QQ, and both girls accepted his request swiftly. Lu Dan was not only chatty in person, but also exceptionally quick in her typing on QQ. Su Jianghe, you finally added me. I've been waiting forever. Su Ziyang, why is your online name just your own name? Su Jianghe, where's your signature? Why don't you have one? Your space is completely empty. Su Ziyang, I'm going to leave a message in your space. Remember to return the favor. Su Jianghe remained expressionless as he typed 2 words followed by 3 exclamation marks. College entrance examination. Lu Dan responded with a pout emoticon and then continued to chatter before bidding goodnight. Tao Xiaojiao's approach was the most amusing. Once accepted, her opening line was delightfully simple. Hello, I am Tao Xiaojiao. Su Jianghe paused for a moment, wondering who had added whom. However, he still followed the thread of conversation and replied, Hello, I am Su Jianghe. Hello, Su Ziyang. Hello, Tao Xiaojiao. Silence ensued. Ultimately, it was Su Jianghe who shattered the tranquility, stating, it's getting late. One should rest and conserve energy for another day of striving tomorrow. I will good night. Good night. Was it truly a good night? Regardless, Shun Xian had yet to fall asleep. She remained in a daze, staring at the screen. Shun Xian's family was quite well off, both her parents being doctors. However, due to their demanding careers, they had delayed the prospect of having another child. At that moment, Shun Xian sat in her small bedroom before the computer, clad in a pink nightgown, her eyes blinking as they fixated on the computer screen. The small bedroom was also adorned in shades of pink, presenting a stark contrast to Shun Xian's usual demeanor in class. Su Jianghe, classmate. Shun Xian muttered absently to herself, before suddenly realizing, her face flushed with embarrassment. Oh my, Shun Xian, what are you doing? It was already 11:30, she thought. No, I must go to sleep. Shun Xian shut down her computer and climbed under the covers, yet her eyes remained wide open. Her mind consumed by thoughts of that boy, unable to suppress an avalanche of musings. Lu Dan had a penchant for extolling Su Jianghe in her presence, often showering him with praise. Shun Xian was perplexed, wondering what Su Jianghe had done to earn such admiration from Lu Dan. Today was no exception, yet after listening, Shun Xian found herself astonished and in agreement. She believed Su Jianghe possessed a unique perspective, showcasing maturity in his thoughts, distinguishing him from the rest. All right. During the recent mock exam results, Lu Dan remarked that Su Jianghe was like a child, eagerly rushing home to share the news with his mother. Shun Xian had been greatly surprised to learn of this side of him. Each time she recalled it, she could not help but smile, finding it endearing. Although, perhaps describing a boy as adorable may not be entirely appropriate. Upon returning home from evening study, the first thing Shun Xian did was log onto QQ, her heart fluttering with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Then, indeed, there was a friend request, the username being Su Jianghe's real name. After accepting the request, Shun Xian suddenly found herself at a loss for words. This seemed to be their first exchange. Fortunately, Su Jianghe took the initiative to send a message. Nestled in her bed, Shun Xian lay on her side, hugging a plush dog pillow, her legs comfortably entwined, quietly murmuring to herself, Su Jianghe, let us strive together. Shun Xian relished this feeling. Time was of the essence. She quickly adjusted herself and prepared for sleep. Meanwhile, on another front, Su Muxuan was also wide awake. She felt no inclination for sleep, or rather, her mood had begun to grow restless. Upon returning from study, she habitually opened her computer, and a message from her cousin studying abroad in California came through, prompting a conversation. As they chatted, a notification signaled that a friend had come online. Su Muxuan glanced over, momentarily taken aback. It was Su Jianghe. She had always logged in invisibly, her list of friends not particularly extensive, merely a handful, with Su Jianghe among them. In truth, she should have deleted Su Jianghe upon returning that day, but had forgotten, and since he had not logged in since, she had not paid it much mind. However, when she finally noticed, inexplicably, Su Muxuan felt reluctant to delete him. It wasn't that she was particularly attached. There was nothing to be sentimental about. She believed it was either best to delete him from the start or to keep him and ignore him. Yet tonight, as Su Muxuan stared blankly at her computer, she ultimately succumbed to an inexplicable urge and clicked on Su Jianghe's avatar, opening their chat window. Chapter 38, Why Provoke Them? The chat history still existed, halting a month prior, on the day they severed ties. Su Muxuan scrolled through the messages. Most were lengthy paragraphs from Su Jianghe, filled with inquiries about her well-being, attempts to placate her, and some clumsily humorous anecdotes. Then there were the daily, unwavering good night and good morning messages. Su Muxuan's replies were scant, mostly consisting of all right, enough, be quiet, and similar sentiments. After perusing for a while, Su Muxuan frowned, shaking her head, and exclaimed in exasperation, just looking at it is irritating. I don't know how I endured it for so long. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of March. The weather in Lu City had warmed considerably. The peach blossoms at Delongton had already bloomed. Meanwhile, the senior class at Lu E High School was preparing for the second mock exam of the semester. This mock exam would still be a school-level assessment, while the one at the end of April and beginning of May would be a citywide examination, the most consequential one, known as the small college entrance exam, which would yield city rankings. Su Jianghe was in good form, having put in significant effort, and Shun Xian's notes have been quite helpful. Interestingly, despite being classmates, their interactions felt more akin to those of online acquaintances, with all communication occurring over QQ. Shun Xian remained her usual self, earnest and positively spirited, adopting a small teacher's demeanor as she diligently encouraged Su Jianghe. Su Jianghe was delighted by this, yet kept his excitement discreet. Before the exam, during evening study, the homeroom teacher addressed the class similarly to the previous time, briefly discussing the exam rules, after which the students began rearranging desks to post the seating chart. Su Jianghe had made considerable progress in the last mock exam, jumping from over 800 in rank to over 400. This time, he was assigned to a different testing room. Once the seating was arranged, the homeroom teacher departed, and the classroom buzzed with chatter. Lu Dan turned around and tapped Su Jianghe's desk. Hey, Su Jiang. What? Su Jianghe paused his writing and looked up. Over the past half-month, Lu Dan had transformed significantly, evidently putting in the effort and blending into the dynamics of the trio at the back of the classroom. The trio consisted of Su Jianghe, Tao Xiaojiao, and Lu Dan. Su Jianghe was rapidly going through pens and diligently tackling practice papers. The two girls in front, aware of Su Jianghe's capabilities and having grown closer to him, would turn around to ask him questions whenever they encountered difficulties. Are you confident this time? Liu den inquired. Tao Xiaojiao, sitting beside her, also paused her pen discreetly. Su Jianghe nodded, responding, not bad. Su Jianghe, I believe you can definitely make it into the top 10. You have such faith in me. Of course. This afternoon, I overheard Hu Tingting and the others discussing you. I told them you would be in the top 10, and they didn't believe me. Hu Tingting even mocked me, saying I was dreaming. Why provoke them? Su Jiang ziplit, so me what speak I. Lu Dan pouted and said, I just can't stand it. Su Jianghe shook his head, choosing to say no more. After evening study, upon returning home, Su Jianghe's mother was as usual, preparing a variety of dishes for him. Su Guzhong was also awake. Hearing the door open, he emerged from his bedroom, still maintaining an air of authority, and asked, Another mock exam tomorrow? Dad, do you even need to ask? Su Jiang Vito. As expected, Su Guozhong's face twitched in annoyance. Yet he had no way to reprimand Su Jianghe, snorting in response, Can I ask? I am your father. Su Jianghe ignored him and turned to his mother, Wu Xiaomei, with a cheerful smile, saying, Mom, do you believe I can make it into the top 10 in class this time? You'd better make it. If you don't, I wonder how you'll face it. Su Guozhong interjected with a scoff, his demeanor less than cordial. Wu Xiaomei shot Su Guozhong a glare, then turned with eyes full of maternal affection, saying, Son, I absolutely believe in you. Do not burden yourself with pressure. Take your exam with ease. And it's perfectly acceptable if things do not go as planned. Rest assured, Mother. Su Jianghe replied, while not elaborating further, as he merely wished to provide emotional support. There was little for him to converse about with Su Guizhong, and after finishing their meal, he washed up and returned to his room. During this period, Su Jianghe had recalibrated his time management. After consolidating his knowledge points into coherent systems across various subjects, he found himself feeling more at ease. His methodical approach yielded high efficiency, allowing him to derive profound pleasure from the learning process. Moreover, brimming with energy, Su Jianghe chose not to continue studying late into the night after his evening self-study session, but instead began strategizing his next steps. Su Jianghe contemplated whether to embark on an entrepreneurial venture ahead of schedule. However, at present, he had not identified any particularly promising opportunities, nor could he spare much energy. So he opted to remain observant. He browsed through various portal websites to stay abreast of contemporary developments, aligning himself with the pulse of society. He also frequented several specialized investment forums, maintaining his interest and occasionally contributing comments. The year 2009 was notably unique. The subprime mortgage crisis had recently subsided, and the global economy was beginning to recover. Domestically, following the grandeur of the Olympics, the nation's international reputation reached its zenith, heralding a decade of economic prosperity characterized by GDP growth soaring by double digits annually. Infrastructure, energy, and finance sectors were all taking off, presenting opportunities abound. Most critically, the golden era of mobile internet was quietly unfolding, poised to ignite a new wave of wealth creation. Foreign investments surged, and the domestic venture capital scene was electrified, akin to a shot of adrenaline. Regrettably, Luqing was rather small, and Guangxi province remained significantly underdeveloped. What surprised Su Jianghe was that while perusing the forums and offering insights, he had begun to garner some attention. As a reborn individual endowed with an astute grasp of future information asymmetries, his cognitive level was elevated. Prior to his rebirth, he had already achieved success as an entrepreneur, enabling him to comprehend these disparities from a professional standpoint while articulating them through extensive practical experience. The nature of cognition tends to converge as one ascends intellectual heights. An individual's caliber can often be discerned by astute observers through mere words. In 2009, internet penetration was limited, and those online generally possessed higher quality. Specialized forums were particularly teeming with talent. Su Jianghe only responded to posts about projects that piqued his interest, offering merely directional insights. Yet, industry insiders could readily recognize the value of the information shared, gaining inspiration and even considerable benefits from it. In a short span, his alias Jianghe attracted over 100 followers, with individuals frequently tagging Su Jianghe. Some speculated about his identity, concluding he must be a prominent figure in a specific industry or a scholarly professor. Chapter 39. Let us meet at the pinnacle. The phenomenon of information asymmetry is indeed formidable. One might assert that the essence of profit lies within the disparities of information, with successful enterprises leaning heavily on the advantages bestowed by such asymmetries. For instance, just a few days prior, Su Jianghe encountered a post regarding an energy sector project, where the poster hesitated due to ambiguous policy directions and sought public opinion. Su Jianghe, possessing some understanding of the matter, offered a few insights. If the poster had taken his advice to heart, it could have translated into an anticipated profit of at least hundreds of millions. However, the poster did not reappear, and Su Jianghe chose not to dwell on it any further. His current focus remained on the impending college entrance examination, particularly tomorrow's mock test. As anticipated, when he logged onto his computer and opened QQ, it wasn't long before Shan Xian appeared online and proactively messaged him. "Little Su, still awake? Are you confident about tomorrow's mock exam?" Such a tone from this young teacher, accompanied by a whimsical smiley. After adding each other on QQ, their communications had not been frequent. Shan Xian, being someone who maintained her rhythm with great self-discipline, did not easily get distracted. Nevertheless, their relationship had grown considerably closer. She called him Little Su, while he referred to her as Little Shan. Strangely enough, this dynamic seemed to rejuvenate Su Jianghe's mindset, instilling a sense of youthful vigor within him. "Time to rest soon," he replied. Regarding tomorrow's mock exam, he had only one phrase. "What do you mean?" came Shan Xian's inquiry. "Little Shan, let us meet at the pinnacle." Su Jiang Zponde, having been reborn for quite some time, with environmental changes shaping him, it was only natural for Su Jianghe to adopt a more youthful attitude, which he found quite pleasant and liberating. Shan Xian hesitated momentarily before replying. "So confident, are you? That's good. I can see your effort. I look forward to meeting you at the pinnacle." Once again, the tone of this young teacher was endearing. Su Jianghe found it hard to imagine what it would be like to hear her say those words in person. It was indeed remarkable that they had yet to converse face-to-face despite the time that had passed. Then Xian sent another message. Little Sue, it's getting late. You should rest. Have a good night's sleep, and I hope you perform well in tomorrow's exam. I'm looking forward to it. As always, she maintained her composure and focus. Good night, Su Jianghe replied. Good night, came Shun Xian's response. The following day, the mock exam commenced. Su Jianghe found himself in a different examination room, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. However, upon entering, he was surprised to discover that Su Mushuan was in the same room. It made sense, given that they had previously been in different classes, one ranked 17th and the other 19th, with a gap of over 30 positions in their year. Su Mushuan was quite well known, strikingly beautiful, always standing out amongst her peers. This time, she had chosen not to wear the school uniform. But her attire, a simple sweatshirt and jeans, perfectly showcased her 173 Meter Statur. Perhaps it was her presence that rendered this examination room significantly quieter than the others. Yet, when Su Jianghe entered, the atmosphere shifted markedly, with many students expressing surprise, some even gasping. Su Mushuan's seat was positioned near the front, first in the second row, making her easily visible as Su Jianghe walked in. He hadn't anticipated this at all. Since he had scarcely paid attention to Su Mushuan previously, he was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly composed himself and proceeded directly to his own seat at the back without any emotional fluctuation. Su Mushuan, on the other hand, remained expressionless, her eyes half-lidded, exuding an air of aloofness tinged with a hint of world-weariness. The morning exam was Chinese, followed by mathematics in the afternoon. In this phase, Su Jianghe performed significantly better than before, particularly in mathematics, where he had thoroughly grasped the entire high school curriculum. After completing the exam, he felt confident that he had scored around 130. No small feat the next day brought the comprehensive science exam in English. Su Jianghe found the science exam somewhat challenging. Despite having practiced several papers, his highest score had only reached 230, indicating ample room for improvement. However, English was straightforward, and he finished the exam 15 minutes early. Leaving the room, as he passed Su Mushuan's desk, he noticed a slight change in her expression. Nevertheless, Su Jianghe moved swiftly, not pausing for even a moment. Inside the examination room, many were observing, and coupled with the ongoing scrutiny over the past couple of days, they were astonished, finding it quite unbelievable. Su Jianghe's utter disregard for Su Mushuan was strikingly evident. Let us set aside the fact that during his pursuit, he was notorious for his relentless determination, as if his very existence hinged upon her presence. Even a man of ordinary disposition would find it impossible to remain indifferent upon gazing at that visage, would he not? Thus, can it truly be said that Su Jianghe has resolved not to pursue her any longer? Following the conclusion of this mock examination, a brief respite of 2 days was granted, allowing the senior class to catch their breath momentarily while the grade committee could focus on grading and distributing scores. In the teacher's office, due to the month-long interval, memories inevitably began to fade. The typically impatient teacher, Yao, from the adjacent class this time, did not recall Su Jianghe immediately while grading. Like his colleagues, Teacher Yao meticulously reviewed the papers in an orderly fashion. After completing the grading, he suddenly remembered and flipped through the papers once more. Teacher Wang, come quickly and take a look. Teacher Yao exclaimed suddenly. What is it, Teacher Yao? Responded Wang Weijun, the homeroom teacher, who was also engrossed in grading. Your student Su Jianghe has made remarkable progress this time. He scored 133 in mathematics. And I only just realized it. Teacher Yao exclaimed excitedly. Wang Weijun was taken aback, unable to believe his ears, and instinctively inquired, Are you referring to Su Jianghe's paper? Wasn't it said that this mathematics exam would be challenging? Indeed, it was challenging, but that did not hinder the high scores. There are several who scored above 130. However, I did not expect Su Jianghe to perform so well. Teacher Yao marveled, just as Wang Weijun was about to respond. A colleague grading English in the same office took a deep breath and said, Teacher Wang, guess how much your student Su Jianghe scored in English? How much? His last score was already 130. Surely he hasn't regressed this time? Wang Weijun replied, aware that Su had evidently been more diligent over the past month. Indeed, he has been hard at work. He scored 143, 1 point higher than Su Mushuan from your class. Such a high score. Indeed, Wang Weijun took a deep breath, momentarily at a loss for words. Soon, a teacher from the Chinese department chimed in, Teacher Wang, your student Su Jianghe also improved in Chinese this time, scoring over 110. Every subject shows progress. Wang Weijun exclaimed with excitement. Now we only await his comprehensive science score. His foundation in that subject is weak, but one can only wonder how much effort he has put in over the past month. Logically, with a weak foundation, the potential for improvement is significant. making it easier to raise his score. However, his expression soon turned serious as he emphasized, "But I must insist, you all must grade objectively. We cannot allow." Before Wang Weijun could finish, several teachers in the office chuckled and assured him, "Rest easy, Teacher Wang. We will treat all students equally." Indeed, the results are genuine, and I doubt I could find grounds to deduct points. They laughed heartily. That's a relief. Wang Weijun exhaled with ease. To be honest, Wang Weijun held high hopes for Su Jianghe, anticipating his improvement in this mock exam, but he had not expected such remarkable progress. Based on the scores released thus far, if he could slightly elevate his comprehensive science score, securing a position in the top 10 of the class would be within reach. And even the top 5 was a distinct possibility. In the office, the teachers could not help but express their admiration. Particularly the few who taught the third class had been closely observing Su Jianghe and had noted his growth. Teacher Wang. I vividly recall when Su Jianghe came to the office to discuss his mock exam scores. At the time, I thought little of it, but now I feel quite ashamed. One remarked, I had said that with just over 100 days until the college entrance examination, achieving a good score for a second-tier university would be commendable. How swiftly things have changed. I now believe that a 211 is well within his grasp. A 211? With 2 months remaining until the exam, I doubt anything could stop him. This Su Jianghe truly possesses ambition. I have witnessed his diligence firsthand. A student like him, whether in academics or in life, is certainly someone to look forward to. Over 100 days, and he has surged from over 400 points to aiming for a 985. Never has our school seen a student like this. I believe this year will be extraordinary. The praises and recognition from his colleagues were gratifying for Wang Weijun, having served as a homeroom teacher for many years. This was the first time he encountered a student like Su Jianghe. However, in his eyes, academic improvement was but one aspect. The ability to follow through on promises was another. And there was also the invaluable influence Su Jianghe had on those around him and the entire class, which Wang Weijun observed with great satisfaction. He eagerly anticipated the final distribution of scores from this mock examination. Although the previous results had shown significant improvement, the scores were still low. Should Su Jianghe break into the top 10 or higher this time, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable achievement. Having completed the exams, Su Jianghe felt quite satisfied. It had been a considerable time since his rebirth, and he had maintained a state of tension, with a small holiday at hand. He intended to relax and recalibrate. Upon returning home, his mother, Wu Xiaomei, immediately sensed from his expression that he had performed well, which delighted her. Su Guizhong maintained his authoritative demeanor, appearing to disapprove of Su Jianghe, yet feeling powerless against him. That evening, Su Jianghe spent his time in his room browsing an investment forum. After several days of inactivity, upon logging in, he discovered a multitude of messages awaiting his attention. Some were inquiries for advice, while others sought to connect with him. Su Jianghe, under the alias de Jianghe, was often mistaken for an older individual, leading most to refer to him as Teacher Jiang. This amused Su Jianghe greatly. Teacher Jiang? Teacher Jiang is currently striving for the college entrance examination. He ignored all requests for contact, perceiving their intentions as overtly self-serving and potentially bothersome. For those seeking advice, he would glance at the messages and respond briefly if he found them intriguing. Su Jianghe approached the investment forum with a specific purpose. It was a realm replete with talent. Investors, aspiring entrepreneurs, those with technology, and those with resources, all potentially lurking in shadows. Su Jianghe aimed to leverage this platform, gradually showcasing his personal value through replies, seeking to attract like-minded partners. What value, you may ask? The disparity of information and experiential insight. Upon entering the forum, Su Jianghe was amused to see that the topics had shifted significantly in his absence, centered around a heated debate. Someone had posted a prophetic thread declaring that Apple would vanquish Nokia, sparking a frenzy of rebuttals. It was 2009. Nokia was at the zenith of its power, an undisputed titan, while Apple was just beginning to emerge, having only recently released the Apple 3G novel, yet far from redefining the mobile phone. At this juncture, no one could fathom the demise of Nokia, as it was simply beyond their imagination. This exemplified the limitations of perception. The original poster also exhibited a clear cognitive limitation, presenting a judgment steeped in strong bias. Even the era's Steve Jobs, despite his visionary prowess, was navigating his understanding and imagination regarding future mobile devices. The difference, however, was that he had grasped the direction. Thus, the debate tilted overwhelmingly against the original poster, who faced a barrage of criticism. Even prominent figures from Nokia's technical team chimed in, amused, deeming the notion absurd. After perusing the discussions, Su Jianghe resolved to respond, standing in solidarity with the original poster. However, Rather than directly comparing Apple and Nokia, he chose to articulate his vision for the future of mobile phone technology from a forward-looking perspective, sharing his insights and projections. The discourse is not extensive. Rather, it remains quite superficial, primarily directional. The essence is that the current mainstream mobile phone functionalities are limited to making calls, listening to music, and accessing basic 2G web pages. Meanwhile, the more popular facets of the internet, such as shopping and gaming, are predominantly concentrated on computer platforms. However, the future undoubtedly trends toward mobile terminals, where a single smartphone will suffice. In this regard, Apple's direction is indeed commendable. Upon the release of the post, a plethora of comments ensued, some contemplative and agreeable, yet the majority were rebuttals. This was largely due to the technical limitations that have yet to be surmounted, stemming from cognitive constraints. Some individuals, upon noticing that the commenter was Jianghe, expressed disappointment, claiming they had misjudged him, never expecting such ignorance from Mr. Jiang. Jianghe remained unfazed by these rebuttals or even attacks, as those individuals failed to recognize the immense value of that reply. To put succinctly, if someone resonates with this and is inspired to strategize accordingly, betting on this developmental trend, they could ascend effortlessly as long as they avoid catastrophic mistakes. Why? This is the essence of predicting burgeoning opportunities. In this context, those who take flight are invariably the ones who position themselves early, accurately forecasting the direction and patiently awaiting the winds of change. When the winds begin to blow, it will be too late to purchase a ticket for the ride. And let us not entertain the notion that even a pig can soar in a favorable wind. A pig remains a pig, and when the winds die down, it will meet its fate. Jianghe perused the forum for a while before logging off. Shortly thereafter, a notification alerted him to someone's online presence. Following this, a message popped up. Shunxian's avatar was pulsating. What is happening? A smiling JPEG from Shunxian arrived. Ah, that familiar enigmatic smile. Jianghe inhaled deeply and replied, "Just surfing the internet." A response reminiscent of 2009. Shunxian quickly retorted, "After exams, one should relax, but be sure to manage your time well, little Su." Another smiling JPEG. "Very well, Shunxian the little teacher is at it again." Jianghe, with the soul of someone in their 30s, found this rather amusing, even a tad endearing. Chapter 41. What? Are you serious? However, their conversation did not delve deeply. It was predominantly centered around academics. At this stage, Shunxian was indeed focused, a diligent and rule-abiding student. She did not inquire about Jianghe's recent mock examinations, perhaps deeming it pointless since the exams had concluded. It would seem presumptuous to ask, particularly if he had not performed well. The following day, a brief holiday ensued. Jianghe indulged in a leisurely morning slumber. In the afternoon, Wei Jiahao called him to play basketball and work up a sweat. Upon stepping onto the court, Jianghe was met with a markedly different reception. His reputation had indeed reversed significantly. However, Wei Jiahao appeared lackluster today, panting heavily after just a couple of shots, his jump shots lacking vigor. And he was blocked several times. "I'm not playing anymore. My performance is poor today," Wei Jiahao exclaimed. Noticing the time, Jianghe nodded. "All right, let us head out." "Why the rush? Let us stop by aiming milk tea at the school gate." "It's on me," Wei Jiahao suggested. Jianghe readily agreed. As they walked, Jianghe ambled slowly, distractedly surveying his surroundings. Since his rebirth, it felt as though the pace had been perpetually frenetic, leaving little room to truly savor the campus that resided in his memories. In truth, he had scarcely paid attention in his previous life, his thoughts consumed by Su Muxuan. Years later, when he returned to the campus, he found the old buildings had been demolished, and the changes were quite substantial. "What is up with you today? You seem off," Jianghe casually inquired. On the court, the two had been on the same team, and Wei Jiahao had struggled, nearly bowing out on several occasions. Wei Jiahao chuckled, candidly admitting, "I overindulged last night. Damn it, I woke up this morning feeling like my back is broken." "Aren't you a bit young for that?" Jianghe raised an eyebrow in response. In their previous life, they had shared a desk, but had not been particularly close friends. Wei Jiahao came from a wealthy family. His father was generous with money, and given his penchant for enjoyment, he had already cycled through 2 girlfriends, neither of whom were students from their school, but rather spirited girls from elsewhere. After Jianghe changed seats, it did not affect Wei Jiahao. He continued to live freely, surrounded by friends both in and out of school. "What the hell, Jianghe, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? I've been with 5 girls. You know? Damn, even after all that, she still wants me," Wei Jiahao protested. "All right, enough of that," Jianghe interjected. Discussing such matters on campus was inappropriate. Yet, Wei Jiahao was relentless, suddenly recalling something, turning to Su Jianghe with a mischievous grin. Su Jianghe, several girls have been asking about you lately, wanting your QQ number. But I didn't give it to them. I'm worried it might distract you from your studies. Good call. What? Are you serious? Well, don't you want to say goodbye to your innocence? That essay matter for another time. True. With your looks, you won't have to worry about girls. Once you get the hang of it, they won't be able to resist you. Enough. Can we speak about something of substance? As their conversation flowed, they exited the campus and headed straight to Aming Milk Tea, not far from the school gate. Su Jianghe initially intended to enjoy a cup of milk tea on the way home, especially since Wei Jiahao was treating. Suddenly, however, he furrowed his brow, staring intently ahead. Ming, there. A thought sparked within Su Jianghe's mind. Indeed, freshly made milk tea represents a burgeoning consumer market poised for exponential growth. Yet in 2009, the milk tea industry was merely in its infancy, with most of the renowned brands yet to emerge. Su Jianghe began to entertain an idea. He did not intend to open a milk tea shop, as such a venture would require a low initial investment with a high span, and the return on investment would take too long. His prior plan was to first conquer the college entrance examinations and then embark on entrepreneurship, undoubtedly within the realm of the internet sector. Several factors weighed favorably. Firstly, this was Su Jianghe's area of expertise. He had primarily engaged in this field in his previous life. Secondly, 2009 marked the early golden era of mobile internet, perfectly timed. Lastly, the internet's capacity for rapid wealth generation was astonishing and belonged to a new playing field devoid of the convoluted intricacies present in entrenched traditional industries. During this period, Su Jianghe frequented entrepreneurial forums, laying the groundwork for future business endeavors and seeking like-minded partners, whether through casual posts or anonymity, particularly in cultivating an air of mystery. These were all tactics Su Jianghe employed to showcase his value and resources. After all, how could a high school graduate attract seasoned entrepreneurs for partnerships? Ideas alone are the least valuable currency. The viability of a business hinges on execution, planning, and the ability to rally substantial resources and support. The concept of partnership is fundamentally a resource exchange. Su Jianghe currently possessed no resources, but he had true talent. The prerequisite, however, was that someone must recognize this talent. Thus, the purpose of the entrepreneurial forum was established. Yet at this moment, Su Jianghe felt a stirring desire. He pondered whether he should casually incubate a milk tea brand that could potentially expand to thousands of outlets. Upon entering Aming Milk Tea, he found the establishment devoid of customers at this hour, the young proprietor being the sole occupant. Wei Jiahao was evidently a regular patron, well acquainted with the owner. He entered with a casual greeting, offered a cigarette, lit one for himself, and said, "Boss, 2 cups of bubble tea?" "No problem," the owner replied, turning to prepare the milk tea. Su Jianghe scrutinized the owner, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He had a recollection of this milk tea shop, which had been in operation for quite some time, quite popular among students, with reviews praising the owner's skill and the delightful flavors he concocted. The establishment had always been called Aming Milk Tea. Ah, yes, Shenxian was particularly fond of his bubble tea. In a previous life, Shenxian had mentioned that she would always stop by for a cup upon returning home. However, the Aming Milk Tea shop eventually closed down due to the emergence of several new franchise brands near the school gate, gradually leading to a decline in business. The owner was a nice person, or so Shenxian had said. Su Jianghe observed the owner. He was efficient in his work, and one could discern a shrewdness in his gaze. Not bad at all. This was not an exaggeration. In his previous life, Su Jianghe had successfully expanded a company, demonstrating a keen acumen for recognizing talent. Generally, he could gauge a person's capabilities and potential with just a few glances and a brief conversation. "Owner? Su Zian in Guit? What do you need?" The owner turned back, smiling out of habit. "What should I call you?" You could just call me Ming. "And your full name?" "Huh. Full name? Yu Shui Ming, with Shui meaning water and Ming meaning abundance." "What's up, little brother?" The owner seemed somewhat taken aback by Su Jianghe's questioning. Wei Jiahao, fiddling with his phone and holding a cigarette, also looked puzzled, glancing at Su Jianghe and asking, "Su Jianghe, why are you asking all this?" Chapter 42. Do you want to make big money? Su Jianghe paid no heed to Wei Jiahao. He chose to remain silent, waiting for Yu Shuiming to prepare the 2 cups of milk tea. Soon, Yu Shuiming brought over the milk tea and inquired, "The bubble tea is ready. Would you like to drink it here or take it away?" "I'll drink it here," Su Jianghe replied, taking a sip. The flavor was indeed commendable. At this moment, the milk tea was nothing extraordinary, primarily sweetened with saccharin, but the ability to balance the flavors indicated a certain level of skill on the owner's part. "Yu Shuiming, may I discuss something with you?" Su Jianghe spoke once more. Sure. What do you want to talk about?" Yu Shuiming responded, momentarily taken aback. However, he felt a bit perplexed. He recognized Wei Jiahao, a senior from the nearby high school, so the handsome young man accompanying him must also be a student. Yet, the way this person spoke, with such demeanor and tone, was far from that of a typical student, especially during the inquiry about his name, which made Yu Shuaiming uncomfortable. Now, as the other party expressed a desire to discuss matters, Yu Shuaiming was even more surprised, yet he couldn't help but become cautious and serious. What do you want to talk about, Su Jianghe? Wei Jiahao couldn't resist asking again. Su Jianghe still ignored him, focusing on Yu Shuaiming, and proposed. Here's the thing. What if I suggest an idea? Have you ever considered expanding your shop? Perhaps even transforming it into a chain brand? Wei Jiahao was left dumbfounded. Huh? Are you joking? Yu Shuaiming echoed, equally bewildered. I'm not joking. I can contribute ideas and funding. You only need to exert effort. I will provide you with a developmental strategy and product direction. Once you meet my initial requirements, I will continue to support you with capital. This venture can be successful. Su Jianghe aimed to be as concise as possible. What? Su Jianghe, I don't quite understand what you're saying, but it sounds impressive, Wei Jiahao exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. In truth, Yu Shuaiming was also struggling to comprehend, his mind buzzing. He had merely a high school diploma, and after several years of setbacks, he managed to open this milk tea shop. Is it hard to understand? Let me be more specific. I will provide you with a flagship product, a new tea drink. If you manage to create it, it will undoubtedly sell well. From there, we can start expanding, upgrading the store, branding, and pursuing an expansion strategy. I will guide you at every step, and you will execute. Do you understand? Su Jianghe had laid it out very plainly. Upon hearing this, Yu Shuaiming grasped part of the concept. He understood that having a best-selling item is crucial for a shop as success. However, he struggled to comprehend the latter parts about branding and expansion. This was a limitation of his understanding. Perhaps I should just stick to running a milk tea shop. Yu Shuaiming shook his head instinctively, rejecting the idea. What does that mean? Have you not even considered it? And you already deem yourself incapable? That is self-imposed limitation. A rather unhealthy habit that must be changed. Su Jianghe stated earnestly. Yu Shuaiming did not feel offended. Instead, he blushed as he could grasp the fundamental principle. Little brother, I can tell from the way you speak that you are knowledgeable and capable, but I truly believe I can only manage this one shop. Capabilities can be cultivated, but no buts. Let me ask you, do you want to expand? Do you wish to earn substantial wealth? Do you aspire to a net worth in the millions or even billions? Su Jianghe nearly invoked dreams. Just tell me, do you want to? Of course I do. Then that's it. Capability is not the issue. It can be developed. This has nothing to do with education. Education can also be acquired, as long as you desire it, are willing to put in the effort. Endure hardship and shift your mindset. Nothing is unfeasible. Do you understand what I mean? I understand, somewhat. That's all right. Just remember this for now and think it through later. Su Jiang note that. He moved swiftly, transitioning to the next step. Do you have pen and paper? I'll look for them. Yu Shuaiming responded hurriedly, his actions somewhat flustered. This was due to the previous conversation elevating Su Jianghe's perceived status in his mind. The other party's words and demeanor were indeed quite impressive. As for Wei Jiahao, he stood there, dumbfounded, regarding Su Jianghe with a look akin to that of a stranger. Once he retrieved the paper and pen, Su Jianghe began to write while speaking. This is a milk tea I had before called Yangji Ganlu. The approximate formula is as follows. I will jot it down. It may not be complete, but you can adjust it later. The quality of the final product would depend on you. All right, I will give it a try later. Secondly, let me provide you with a plan. The name Amin milk tea is inadequate. It needs to be changed. What to change it will be discussed later. But the store must be upgraded. Actually, let us just open a new store on Wuxing Street. The initial positioning is crucial. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Be bold. Dare to think and act. So, preliminarily speaking, I will hold 80% of the shares. Yu Shuaiming, you will have 15%, and Wei Jiahao, 5%. As for later financing. Wait a moment. Yu Shuaiming suddenly interjected. Su Jianghe turned to him, understanding his unspoken thoughts, and spoke directly. Do you think that's too little? Allow me to clarify. It's not. Wei Jiahao's 5% is because he is providing funding. Your 15% is for your continuous effort and hard work. The remaining 80% for me is due to my planning of the development direction, bringing in subsequent capital resources, and assuming risks. While it may seem excessive for Su Jianghe to claim 80% for merely opening a few shops, it is not unreasonable if the goal is to establish a chain brand worth billions. Su Jianghe's claim of 80% is, in fact, quite fair. After a brief pause, Su Jianghe continued, let me put it this way. This 15% equity can bring you unimaginable wealth, provided you have the capability to match it, meaning you need to grow and improve. I will assist you with that. Yu Shuiming was left speechless, his brow furrowed and his breathing heavy. Clearly, the notion of billions left him somewhat dazed. If you still harbor any doubts, we could enter into a wager, a 2-year commitment where you work with me. And should you find yourself dissatisfied, you may withdraw at any moment. Currently, what is your annual income? I shall compensate you double that amount. Conversely, if I find you lacking, I too may terminate our arrangement, with compensation determined by the same standard. At this juncture, Su Jianghe furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling somewhat indifferent. As the situation seemed a tad cumbersome, he realized he was slipping into the mindset and manner of speaking from his previous life, but as a mere student, it was likely that the other party would dismiss his words and find them difficult to comprehend. If they failed to understand, so be it. After all, Su Jianghe's proposition was impulsive. While this represented a transformative opportunity for Yu Shuiming, Su Jianghe had no obligation to feed him, for opportunities abound in the future. After all, who is to say who deserves to eat? In any case, I've said my piece. Ponder it well and give me a call if you decide. If not, consider it merely a jest on my part. With that, Su Jianghe inscribed his phone number on a piece of paper. At that moment, Yu Shuiming's mind was utterly bewildered. Chapter 43. The golden scales are not mere pond fish. Yu Shuiming had once been an ordinary man, hailing from a rural background. Having graduated from high school and worked for a time in Lucheng before cleverly borrowing money to open a milk tea shop. His diligence and ingenuity in crafting delightful flavors gradually led to his success. He had not envisioned much beyond merely maintaining the shop. However, today, a remarkable individual, no, a high school student, had presented him with concepts that shattered the confines of his understanding. Yu Shuiming grasped only fragments of the conversation, but felt an inexplicable sense of conviction. Yet, he remained indecisive, gripped by an unnameable fear. This is a common affliction among ordinary people, a tendency to be timid and self-limiting. Su Jianghe had even calculated Yu Shuiming's potential cost of trial and error. Should things fail, he would compensate him, although future stipulations would be established. I need to think this over, Yu Shuiming said, his voice trembling slightly. Suit yourself, but I may change my mind next time. What I just suggested was merely a spur-of-the-moment idea. We shall see how things unfold, Su Jianghe cautioned. Yu Shuiming nodded repeatedly, instinctively lowering his posture. Su Jianghe observed this dynamic with a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, Yu Shuiming appeared to recall something, hastily looking up with a goofy grin, saying, "How about I make you another cup of milk tea? Thank you for sharing so much with me." There's no need, Su Jianghe replied with a smile. Waving his hand, feeling that he had said enough and weary from the conversation, he kicked Wei Jiahao lightly, urging, "Let us go." Yes. Wei Jiahao was still in a state of daze. The two exited the milk tea shop and walked toward the roadside. Su Jianghe had arrived on a bicycle, while Wei Jiahao, affluent, rode a scooter that roared like thunder. After a few steps, Wei Jiahao, who had been silent for a while, suddenly called out, "Su Jianghe? What is it?" Su Jianghe halted, noting the unusual tone in Wei Jiahao's voice. At that moment, Wei Jiahao's expression was serious, his brow furrowed, entirely devoid of his usual nonchalance, fixating intently on Su Jianghe's eyes. "Su Jianghe, you just made me feel like I don't know you at all. I genuinely can't comprehend," Wei Jiahao exclaimed. "What is there to not understand? I was merely indulging in spontaneous thoughts, discussing hypotheticals," Su Jianghe replied with a chuckle. "Not at all. Do you take me for a fool? I may be indifferent to my studies, yet since middle school, I've accompanied my father to various banquets and encountered numerous characters. I truly understand some things." "What do you mean? I heard every word you said earlier. Skills can be cultivated, and one should not impose self-limitations." "No, those are secondary. What you spoke of, I don't fully grasp it, but I know you are correct. Your level of understanding, what do they call it? Yes, your cognitive level is exceedingly high." Well, Wei Jiahao. What do you mean by well?" Wei Jiahao shot back. "Tell me, how did you suddenly become like this? I'm somewhat frightened." "Su Jianghe, you aren't possessed, are you?" Wei Jiahao's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Jianghe regarded him thoughtfully, contemplating how to elucidate his transformation. "You are not mistaken. Wei Jiahao, you possess insight. Having grown up accompanying your father to banquets, you may not be fond of studying, but your perceptiveness and judgment are commendable. First, I have delved into this area, which is why I comprehend it. It is a result of my efforts. Second, my thinking has evolved. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Just as I told you, Shuiming, the greatest folly lies in self-limitation. I am acutely aware of this. When I declare my intention to study, I firmly believe I can excel at it. Just as I had confidence and assurance in proposing this idea, Su Jianghe explained. That's the best I can articulate, he concluded, and it sounded reasonable. Wei Jiahao nodded, deep in thought. After a moment, He took a deep breath, and his gaze towards Su Jianghe shifted entirely. It was one of complete recognition, accompanied by an undeniable admiration. He was genuinely impressed. Su Jianghe, to be honest, I never thought much of you in the past. When you pursued Su Mushuan, I even found you foolish. But now, I respect you, truly. Wei Jiahao articulated each word distinctly. That's an exaggeration. Su Jianghe chuckled. Not all. After that basketball game, you told me that one must strive for greater heights, and now I understand. Lu Cheng cannot contain you. The golden scales are not mere pond fish. Enough with the possession and golden scales. Let's not delve further. I get it. If we continue, I might just get goosebumps. Su Jianghe quickly interjected. At their age, Wei Jiahao was merely a high school senior, his thinking not yet fully matured, and he was still caught up in youthful exuberance. Su Jianghe patted him on the shoulder. Wei Jiahao appreciated the gesture, but soon donned a comical expression of exasperation, retorting, Dude, Su Jianghe, don't be so mature. You make me look foolish, you know. Are you not foolish? You? Forget it. Let me ask you. Earlier, you mentioned I should invest too? How much are we talking about? My goodness. Are we discussing thousands of shops? Millions? Are you for real? The amount is still uncertain, perhaps around 100,000. Do you think you can manage that? I may not be able to, but I must, especially since I am now convinced by you. 100,000 is not excessive. If needed, I can ask my father. Perfect. I'm still baffled by the magnitude of your transformation. Is it because of Su Mushuan? Let us not mention her. All right then. At that moment, at the Aming milk tea shop, Yu Shuaming watched the two high schoolers depart, his mind still in a haze, his breath uneven and slow to stabilize. Brother, a tall, beautiful girl with a ponytail emerged from the back room. Yu Shuaming turned to see Yu Shuai, instinctively softening his expression as he asked, Shuai, why are you down here? Brother, you must listen to him. What? I said, what that person just said. This is an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. You must seize it. Yu Shuai's eyes were bright, and her tone was devoid of jest. At that moment, Yu Shuaming gazed at his sister, still somewhat dazed. Yu Shuai, 3 years his junior, was also a graduate of Lu Yizhong, having secured a place at one of the top 5 universities, Jinling University, with outstanding grades in the top 10 of her class. She was currently in her 3rd year, back home, to collect materials. Yu Shuaming had always been inclined to heed his sister's words, for she had been independent and sensible from a young age, especially since her university days, where her experiences in the big city had broadened her perspective immensely. However, he is merely a high school student, Yu Shuaming instinctively remarked. His words trailed off upon noticing his sister's furrowed brow, clearly indicating her disapproval. Brother, that individual urged you to shed your self-imposed limitations. In my opinion, you should not only heed his advice, but also reflect on your narrow-mindedness. Do you really believe you are at a disadvantage? On the contrary, I believe you stand to gain immensely. Yu Shuai sighed, shaking her head. Chapter 44. Beautiful, capable, and considerate. Brother, what capabilities do you believe you possess currently? Yet, he uttered something particularly profound. Abilities can be cultivated. I absorbed every word he said. It was remarkably insightful and of a high caliber. This person must either come from an influential family or be a genius, or perhaps both. Is he truly that impressive? Of course. Conversely, you, dear brother, are far too petty. Let me tell you, the ability to earn money is secondary. The real prize lies in networking with individuals of such caliber and working alongside them. Should I reach out to him now? No. Yu Shuai firmly shook her head. This left Yu Shuaming somewhat perplexed. Yu Shuai chose not to elaborate, but instead approached, picking up the paper left by Su Jianghe. The characters were bold and elegant, detailing a rough recipe for a milk tea concoction. Mango pomedo sago, Yu Shui murmured, head brul, furuing in contemplation. She then turned to her brother, gazing earnestly into his eyes, and said, Brother, we wish to create this mango pomelo sago. I will request a leave of absence from my instructor and return a few days later. During this time, I will endeavor to teach you some things, particularly to amend those aspects of yourself that I believe are lacking, especially your way of thinking. He mentioned that a shift in mindset is crucial. You embody the quintessential impoverished mentality. All right, I shall heed your counsel. Suddenly, Yu Shuaming felt a surge of enthusiasm. However, his sister doused his fervor with cold water. Shaking her head, Brother, while this is indeed a splendid opportunity that could potentially alter your destiny, whether you seize it depends solely on you. Merely speaking about it is futile. Fine. Nevertheless, his desire to connect with you certainly indicates a degree of recognition. Brother, I believe in you. Rest assured, I may not boast of much, but I can endure hardship. Simply knowing how to endure hardship is insufficient. Upon returning, Su Jianghe felt a twinge of regret. His decision had been impulsive, stemming from a belief in potential opportunities, yet upon reflection, he realized he had succumbed to habitual thinking patterns. This habitual thinking mirrored his mindset from before his rebirth. At that time, he had wealth, resources, and a network of connections, making it remarkably easy to empower a project. One could even say it was akin to turning stone into gold. The women surrounding him, beautiful, capable, and considerate. What were they after? Was it money? Pursuing money is the most trivial of motives. The least valuable asset to the wealthy is, indeed, money. What they seek are resources, growth alongside Jianghe, and ultimately, independence, where Jianghe lends a hand, enabling them to become the independent entrepreneurial women of the new era, earning their keep with dignity. Thus, Jianghe felt a pang of regret. He found the entire situation bothersome and anticipated minimal returns. In this world, talent is abundant. Yet opportunities are scarce, and even rarer are those willing to provide opportunities. Time flew swiftly. The brief 2-day holiday vanished in an instant. Monday. As soon as he entered the classroom, Lu Dan eagerly turned around and exclaimed, Jianghe, I heard the exam papers from this mock test have been graded and are currently being compiled. I suspect our homeroom teacher will announce the results during evening self-study. Did you hear that from Li Wei? Yes, Li Wei approached the homeroom teacher, but he didn't perform well this time. So he was promptly criticized and didn't dare to inquire further. Isn't that awkward? Indeed, I felt embarrassed just listening to it. Liu then nodded vigorously. Then, lowering her voice, she continued, I heard Guoming performed well this time, ranking third in the class, while Hu Tingting secured second place. These two are bound to flaunt their success. Certainly, the first place must be Shan Xian. Jianghe nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, he felt quite confident about his performance. He initially believed he could break into the top 5, but it seemed everyone had excelled in their own right. During evening self-study, the homeroom teacher indeed arrived, bearing the results. The classroom fell silent, every student instinctively holding their breath, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. However, the homeroom teacher appeared in high spirits, suggesting that the class as a whole had made commendable progress. Here it comes. I've surely flunked my comprehensive science exam. I'm doomed. Lu Dan always took this approach, exuding a sense of impending doom. Tao Xiao Jiao lowered her head, clearly anxious. In the front row, Shan Xian remained composed. That evening, when she retrieved her exam paper from the office, the homeroom teacher praised her, noting her significant improvement in the ranking, now placing 23rd, while still leading the class. Achieving a high score at this level was no small feat, particularly for the top 10, who were all striving for the elite universities. Entering the top 20 practically secured a spot in the C9 League, vying for prestigious institutions. Shan Xian felt elated. This was her first time breaking into the top 30 in her 3 years of high school, proudly standing as the top student in her parallel class. She believed this success was influenced by Jianghe. During this period, they had developed an exceptional rapport. Throughout the day, a glance in his direction would remind her not to slack off. During evening self-study, a simple exchange of encouragement on QQ would leave Shan Xian revitalized and increasingly focused the following day. Unable to contain her curiosity, Shan Xian inquired about Jianghe's performance. To her surprise, the homeroom teacher kept the results under wraps, instructing her to wait for the evening class announcement to discover the outcome. This only heightened her anticipation. From the homeroom teacher's demeanor, it was clear that Jianghe must have improved, but the extent of that improvement remained unknown. At this moment, Shan Xian took a deep breath, feeling a hint of nervousness, and recalled the message Jianghe had sent her. Let us meet at the summit. Meanwhile, in the front 3 rows, Li Wei appeared as deflated as a wilting eggplant. Class monitor Guoming, on the other hand, was brimming with self-satisfaction. He had put in considerable effort recently and felt quite pleased with himself. In the afternoon, he shamelessly approached the homeroom teacher, who, in a better mood than before, candidly informed him that he had ranked 3rd in the class, which relieved Guoming immensely. Returning to class, he was buoyed by confidence. He then attempted to strike up a conversation with Mu Xian, but his initial greeting was met with a glare that stung his pride. The unfiltered expression of disdain from Mu Xian left him feeling a sharp pang of discomfort. Consequently, he cast a disdainful glance towards the back row, silently challenging. Jianghe, this time I shall see what you bring to the table. The first place was undoubtedly Shan Xian, as expected. As for the second place, Guoming didn't bother to ask, but speculated it was Changzi Jian. Otherwise, there was no one else. Thus, he bluntly shared his assumptions with Changzi Jian, which delighted him immensely. He spent the entire afternoon boasting, claiming that after the exams, he thought he had flunked mathematics, yet the results turned out surprisingly well, earning him several eye rolls from his peers. The homeroom teacher ascended the podium. As per usual, he took a sip of tea and cleared his throat. Please put your pens down. I will now analyze the results of the April mock examination. Chapter 45. What am I even pretending for? No more pretense. In this mock examination, our class has made notable progress overall, securing the second position in average scores among 20 parallel classes, with commendable performance in the higher score brackets as well. Shun Xian has emerged as the top student in our parallel class, ranking 23rd in the entire grade. I am not surprised by this achievement. I have observed the excellent learning atmosphere in our class during the previous stage, which is truly commendable. Our teacher, Wang Weijun, paused momentarily as he spoke. A chorus of admiration erupted among the students. Shun Xian has improved once again. Wow, she truly is a top scholar, never failing to impress in every examination. 23rd in the grade, an unprecedented rank. If she maintains this position, she could potentially aim for the prestigious C9 or Wawajin. This remarkable ranking suggests that she is likely the top student in our class without a doubt. In student life, girls like Shun Xian are often the unattainable dreams of many boys, beautiful, exceptional, and academically accomplished, devoid of any distractions. At this juncture, our teacher rapped his knuckles on the podium, and the class fell silent. I will first announce the scores, and, as before, I will skip those beyond the top 100 in the grade. You may check them after class, he stated. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense once more. First place, Shun Xian, with a score of 649, ranking 23rd in the grade. Such progress is truly remarkable, our teacher affirmed. After saying this, he looked at Shun Xian with eyes full of pride, nodding in encouragement. Shun Xian, keep it up and strive for the top 20 next time. Shun Xian instinctively clenched her small fist, resolute in her goal. Our teacher continued, second place. However, he suddenly paused, prolonging the suspense, leaving the students in eager anticipation. Whispers filled the room. Who could the second place be? Why isn't the teacher announcing it? It's Cheng Zijian. This afternoon, Guoming mentioned that Cheng Zijian was second, and he was third. Right? Cheng Zijian was boasting this afternoon, claiming he had flunked his math exam. Yet he ended up second. At this moment, Cheng Zijian in the front row proudly lifted his chin, beaming at the teacher. His deskmate, Hu Tingting, nudged him with her elbow, whispering, Cheng Zijian, how did you perform so well this time? I don't know, I just guessed. Cheng Zijian began to reply. But before he could finish, he was struck dumb. The teacher finally spoke again, his voice resonating with enthusiasm. Second place, Su Jianghe, with a score of 627, ranking 69th in the grade. What? Su Jiang. Second place? 627 points. Su Jianghe scored 627 points. No way, I must have misheard. He was only 19th in class last time, with around 530 points. How'd he leap to over 600 this time? My goodness, is he even human? This is divine. The classroom erupted into chaos. It was utterly unexpected. The first place was always a certainty, held by Shun Xian. Many had assumed second place would go to Cheng Zijian, who had been boasting all afternoon. No one anticipated Su Jianghe. Yet, here he was, a thunderous surprise. Shun Xian was equally taken aback. Throughout the afternoon, Guoming and Cheng Zijian had been chatting, and she had believed second place would be Cheng Zijian. But now it was Su Jianghe. As she patiently waited in her seat, upon hearing the name, she jolted, exclaiming, ah! Her eyes widened behind her glasses, and she instinctively turned to glance at the corner of the back row. Her mouth agape, eyes round with astonishment. Her face radiated joy and excitement. Su Jiang, he. Meanwhile, Wei Jiahao, reacting a beat too late, sprang up from his seat, bellowing in disbelief. In an instant, Lu Dan and Tao Xiaojiao in the front row turned around, their expressions frozen, as if their very eyes were about to pop out in shock. At the back row, Su Jianghe himself was momentarily stunned. Wait, am I truly second place? No, it appears I really am second. This was his first moment of glory since his rebirth, and Su Jianghe, no longer modest, straightened his back and lifted his chin to accept the collective gaze of his classmates. His first glance fell upon Shun Xian, and he immediately grinned. Shun Xian's startled reaction, followed by her wide-eyed gaze, was charming beyond measure. Their eyes met, and Su Jianghe narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting as he exchanged a meaningful glance with Shun Xian. We'll meet at the peak. Shun Xian was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing. Yet, almost immediately, her face, adorned with a mixture of surprise and delight, scrunched up adorably in playful defiance before she turned back around. This interaction surprised Su Jianghe. They had never shared such a moment before. Su Jianghe is incredible. Wait, Jiahao shouted again. The classroom remained in a frenzy. This is astonishing. How did Su Jianghe achieve this? I am in total awe. Teacher Wang Weijun rapped the podium again, feigning annoyance. All right, enough with the surprise and astonishment. Channel that same determination you see in Su Jianghe, and you too can achieve remarkable progress. After saying this, the teacher's gaze fell upon Su Jianghe in the corner, filled with appreciation and recognition. When the results were announced in the office that afternoon, it caused quite a stir. Several teachers were in disbelief, discussing Su Jianghe for the entire afternoon. Even teacher Wang Weijun was astonished. He had been somewhat prepared, having already seen several subject scores during the grading process. Yet, when the final ranking was revealed, this boy had surged into the top 100 of his second year. Teacher Wang had kept it under wraps, not divulging anything to Shun Xian, all in the hopes of creating a sensation during evening self-study. He not only aimed to create a stir, but also to properly commend Su Jianghe. This was not only exemplary, but also a crucial motivating force for the class as they approached the pivotal stage of their college entrance exams. Today, I must take the time to commend Su Jianghe, teacher Wang Weijun began. However, midway through his sentence, Su Jianghe in the back row stood up and interrupted. Teacher, what is it? Do you have something to say? Su Jianghe. Wang Weijun now regarded him with nothing but warmth and kindness. The current Su Jianghe was entirely different. As he spoke, the entire class turned to him, their faces filled with admiration. Su Jianghe, brimming with sunshine and radiance, smiled and asked, Teacher, are you going to commend me? Indeed, I certainly plan to commend you. Well then, should I not step onto the podium, stand beside you, and receive your heartfelt praise up close? Su Jianghe spoke humorously, coining a new phrase. This was his first moment of glory since his rebirth. Why pretend? No more pretense. Life's triumphs should be celebrated to the fullest. Upon hearing this, teacher Wang Weijun was momentarily taken aback. Then he chuckled. The students in the class were also initially stunned before bursting into laughter. Shun Xian suddenly jolted, spinning around with wide eyes that blinked at Su Jianghe, her expression seemingly asking, Su Jianghe, you can actually do this? Go up, go up. Teacher, let Su Jianghe take the stage, haha. The classmates began to cheer. The atmosphere instantly lightened and became vibrant. Having been reborn to this moment, Su Jianghe had endured for far too long. In his previous life, how could he have suffered such indignity? Who would dare to cast him a sideways glance? However, there was no escaping it. One must pay for their youthful ignorance. Thus, the first thing Su Jianghe resolved to do upon his rebirth was to dedicate himself fervently to his studies. Although he had made significant progress last time, achieving only 530 points was hardly commendable. This time, however, he had surpassed himself, scoring over 620 points, ranking second in the class and within the top 100 in the grade, a bona fide high-achieving student. The remarkable part was that Su Jianghe accomplished this in less than 2 months. Isn't that impressive? Isn't that audacious? Given such accomplishments, why remain low-key? Su Jiang, while indeed confident, was also adept at maintaining a level of poise and method. For instance, at this moment, he was relishing the spotlight, the class buzzing with energy, and the teacher beaming with delight. No one found fault with it. In fact, many were clamoring for him to take the stage. In contrast, Guoming and Cheng Zijian seemed rather pedestrian. All right, come on up. It's well-deserved. Teacher Wang Weijun proclaimed with a grin. With only 2 months until the college entrance examination, the classroom atmosphere had become increasingly tense, and Wang Weijun hoped to lighten it a bit. This was no bad thing. All right, Su Jianghe called out, prompting another round of laughter from the class. He stepped up with ease, maintaining a smile that hinted at youthful innocence. Overall, there was a palpable sense of relaxation, which was quite endearing. As he ascended the podium beside the teacher, Su Jianghe surveyed the faces below. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and release it. Finally, what a relief. Su Jianghe was candid, scanning the front row where the so-called top students sat. Guoming, Cheng Zijian, Li Wei, and Hu Tingting. These individuals had constantly targeted him, exuding an air of superiority while brandishing their grades. After the first mock exam, they had been chattering, saying, I thought Su Jianghe would perform exceptionally, but he only scored 530. And now, were their smiles. In student life, grades speak volumes. He was now second in the class. Aside from Shun Xian, he regarded no one with disdain. Guoming furtively glanced up, only to meet Su Jianghe's unyielding gaze, causing him to hastily avert his eyes, his previous arrogance evaporating. Cheng Zijian, too, was flustered. He had spent the entire afternoon bragging about his second-place finish, and now he felt as though he had been slapped across the face, wishing he could shrink beneath his desk. As for Hu Tingting, she was the most boisterous among the girls, even more so than Wu Yan. At this moment, Su Jianghe was entirely different from before. He fixed his cold gaze on the front row, showcasing his indifference without reservation, ensuring the rest of the class noticed. This was a statement. No need for shouting or chattering. This was the attitude. As the saying goes, people have eyes. They see and remember. The classmates immediately understood what Su Jianghe's demeanor signified. No one found it inappropriate. In fact, nearly everyone empathized with Su Jianghe, joining him in confronting Guoming and his ilk with newfound boldness. Su Jiang, I'm at a loss for words on how to praise you now that you've taken the stage. You've left teacher at a loss for words, ha? Wang Weijun joked. No worries, teacher, I'm just here to make an appearance. Su Jianghe replied with a smile. Goodness, I've never seen you so articulate before. Teacher Wang was momentarily taken aback. In recent times, Su Jianghe had kept to himself, appearing quite reserved and tense. But now, his responses were humorous yet measured, exuding a confidence that belied his age. Wang Weijun, an experienced teacher who had taught countless students, quickly recognized that this young man was exceptional. His eloquence and ability to gauge the atmosphere were astute, far beyond that of an ordinary student. This was unexpected, yet not entirely surprising. A student capable of such rapid academic improvement undoubtedly possessed remarkable learning ability and understanding. If he could excel in his studies, he could surely enhance himself in other facets as well. Praise was warranted. Su Jianghe, your progress is astounding. I never anticipated this. The other teachers in the office were equally surprised. You're impressive, Wang Weijun remarked sincerely. Su Jianghe nodded, shifting his tone to one of earnestness. Actually, I'm deeply grateful to you, teacher, for not giving up on me. That has provided me with immense internal motivation. Ah, you can articulate well. Not just you. I would give up on any of my students. So, class, let us learn from Su Jianghe. Hard work will undoubtedly yield rewards, understood? Teacher Wang seized the moment. The class responded in unison, understood. All right, Su Jianghe, do you wish to continue your appearance? The teacher turned back. No, teacher, that's enough. Any more, and I'll become too conspicuous. Su Jianghe, you rascal. The teacher shook his head, laughter deepening. Before stepping down, Su Jianghe glanced at Shun Xian, who wore a continuous smile, her eyes curving sweetly. As they exchanged glances, Shun Xian no longer shied away, playfully wrinkling her nose in mock disdain. Such little interactions were quite delightful. Su Jianghe then cast a sidelong glance at Su Mushuan, who remained fixated on her books, not once lifting her gaze. She was as haughty and aloof as ever. Yet, Su Jianghe could sense a hint of her feigned indifference. This made him recall a rather cliché, yet fitting phrase. I stand before you. How much do I resemble my former self? Furthermore, my apologies. Everything is just beginning. Su Jianghe returned to his seat in the back. Teacher Wang continued announcing the scores. Third place, Guoming, 613 points, ranked 92nd in the grade. Fourth place, Chunsheng, 610 points, ranked 97th. Chunsheng has made significant progress this time. Fifth place, Cheng Zijian, 605 points. Seventh place, Li Wei, 596 points. Eighth place, Hu Tingting, 593 points. And now, we reach the bottom three, as expected. After announcing the scores, Teacher Wang glanced at Guoming, contemplated for a moment, and finally called his name. Class monitor, please come up and post the score sheet. Guoming, in a daze, stood up. Initially, Guoming had been thrilled and proud. After performing poorly last time, he had redeemed himself this time, securing third place, though not second. He had prepared his jabs for Su Jianghe, his words already crafted, only to find that Su Jianghe had claimed second place. He was bewildered, stunned. He simply couldn't process it. However, this is merely the beginning. After the teacher finished announcing the results, he praised Su Jianghe, who astonishingly transformed his usual demeanor and began to engage in lively banter with the teacher. He even ascended the podium, despite Guoming's inner turmoil and reluctance to accept it. He was compelled to acknowledge Su Jianghe's exuberance as he stood before the class. It was akin to witnessing a once inconspicuous and unimpressive individual suddenly become the focal point of attention. At that moment, after receiving his report card, Guoming immediately sought out Su Jianghe's name. It was easy to find. It was right there on the second line. Upon reading it, he was left utterly dumbfounded. English 143? How could that be? Su Mushuan scored 142, and he surpassed her. However, this time, Guoming dared not openly question Su Jianghe's results. The last time the teacher had spoken to him, he had explicitly stated that there were no issues with Su Jianghe's scores, and several instructors had confirmed this. Next, Guoming examined the mathematics and comprehensive science scores. Mathematics 133 was not particularly impressive. Comprehensive science 236 was rather average. Guoming's own score in that subject was higher. Wait a moment. There are still 2 months left. Surely his comprehensive science score will continue to rise, right? The thought suddenly struck Guoming, leaving him utterly stunned. With Su Jianghe's current scores already overshadowing him, any further improvement would completely eclipse him. Would he be unable to hold his head high? The very notion made Guoming feel faint. Teacher Wang Weijun was noticeably more talkative this time, and understandably so. As he was elated, he continuously called out names from the report card to commend all students who had made progress. Wang Weijun's approach was well-founded. The atmosphere in the class became increasingly crucial as the college entrance exams approached. Furthermore, progress entails a series of incremental advancements. It is through these consistent, small improvements that positive feedback is garnered, fostering a more optimistic and vigorous mindset towards achieving the next milestone. Wang Weijun believed that the upcoming citywide examination at the end of April would yield further progress for his class. Indeed, it was highly probable that this cohort would achieve the best results in the college entrance examinations during his tenure as a homeroom teacher. With Shun Xian serving as a consistent model and benchmark, Su Jianghe, during the most arduous and trying 100 days before the exams, demonstrated through his actions that nothing is impossible. As soon as the teacher departed, the classroom erupted in excitement. Lu Dan, sitting in the front row, turned around with an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, Su Jianghe, are you a god? How did you make such astonishing progress? 627. How on earth did you achieve that?" Su Jianghe, who had worked diligently, deserved such results. "As for me, I simply performed well this time," murmured Tao Xiaojiao, her ears turning red. In a good mood, Su Jianghe was more talkative than usual. However, he refrained from discussing his own achievements, instead focusing on Lu Dan and Tao Xiaojiao, affirming, "Lu Dan, you made progress too, and you, Tao Xiaojiao, keep up the steady pace. There are still 2 months until the exams. Let us aim for a score of 211. 211? I can't possibly achieve that. I'd be satisfied with a decent score in the first tier." Tao Xiaojiao's face flushed even more as she quickly shook her head. Su Jianghe smiled and replied, "There's nothing impossible, right? Nothing is impossible. I'll strive for it too," declared Lu Dan, clenching her fists in determination. Yet suddenly, Lu Dan seemed to recall something, staring at Su Jianghe in astonishment, and asked, "Wait, Su Jianghe, you're acting so differently today. You actually spoke to the teacher like that, and even went up to the podium? Were you noticeable?" "Su Jiang Zipli, so mewat Li. Not at all. I found it especially amusing." "What was it called?" "Oh yes, humor. I was thoroughly entertained. Especially when you told the teacher you were just going up to make an appearance. It was hilarious." Lu Dan laughed uncontrollably as she spoke. Tao Xiaojiao couldn't help but smile along. "However, it was quite unexpected. I never imagined you would have such a side," exclaimed Lu Dan in surprise. "Sometimes, a sense of relaxation is necessary," Su Jianghe explained. "A sense of relaxation? What advanced term?" Lu Dan was momentarily taken aback. Tao Xiaojiao also paused, stealing a glance at Su Jianghe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, sense of relaxation was quite an eloquent expression. The classmates turned to look at Su Jianghe, many of them enthusiastically shouting, "Su Jianghe, you're amazing. Su Jianghe, you're unbelievable. From a score of 500 to 600 in just 1 month. You must be a deity." Previously, Su Jianghe would have merely smiled modestly in response to such praise, feeling that he hadn't yet achieved enough to deserve the accolades. But now, he felt truly formidable. Of course, he would not let it go to his head, as he had always managed such matters with finesse. As soon as the bell rang, Lu Dan eagerly grabbed her notebook and pen to jot down the scores. Wei Jiahua was causing a ruckus, rushing to the back row as soon as the class ended and exclaiming, "Holy cow, Su Jianghe, Wei Jiahua. Could you refrain from adding that exclamation when you call my name? It's quite unsettling, you know." Su Jianghe finally reached his limit. However, he remained polite and did not directly express his irritation. At that moment, several boys who had been sitting nearby gathered around him as soon as class ended. Were they familiar? Not particularly, but this was the treatment one receives during their moment of glory. "Holy cow, Su, all right, I'll change it, okay? I'll be more mindful next time, haha." Wei Jiahua quickly understood, laughing. Then, in the next breath, he exclaimed, "Holy cow, Su Jianghe, how did you achieve such astonishing results?" Su Jianghe was speechless and stood up, saying, "Let us go get some drinks. Let us go. I'm coming too. Count me in, Su Jianghe." A group of 7 or 8 boys energetically exited the classroom together. Just as they reached the door, Su Jianghe paused for a moment. Shun Xian was walking towards him. Chapter 48. Is Su Mushuan jealous? Shun Xian appeared somewhat taken aback, her cheeks flushed. However, this time she did not merely walk past him. Instead, she looked at Su Jianghe and smiled, saying, "Su Jianghe, You did exceptionally well this time. Thank you. Su Jianghe replied with a gentle nod. This marked the first time Su Jianghe had a face-to-face exchange with Sun Xian since his rebirth. Previously, their interactions have been limited to mutual encouragement on QQ after evening study sessions, with only fleeting glances exchanged in class or polite nods when they encountered each other on the way. After saying thank you, Su Jianghe refrained from prolonging the conversation. Wei Jiahua and several other boys from the class were behind him. If Su Jianghe displayed any more initiative, it was likely someone would tease him, which wouldn't be a pleasant situation for Sun Xian. Su Jianghe stepped aside to allow her passage, and Sun Xian kept her head down as she brushed past him, her charming face beneath her glasses radiating sweetness. However, in the next moment, as Su Jianghe exited the classroom, he was momentarily stunned. Su Mushuan seemed to have been following closely behind Sun Xian. Consequently, Su Jianghe and his group blocked the front door of the classroom, causing Sun Xian to pause, which in turn made Su Mushuan wait for a moment as well, taking in everything that had just transpired. Su Mushuan remained, as she always was, imbued with an air of pride, tinged with a sense of world-weariness. Her gaze was fixed straight ahead, her expression devoid of any discernible emotion, as if she were oblivious to Su Jianghe's presence. Su Jianghe, too, exhibited a stoic demeanor, his countenance unchanging as he walked forward. The two brushed past each other, resembling two strangers in the night. Not long after, Wei Jiahao could no longer restrain himself and was about to speak. Su Jianghe anticipated his impending folly and cast a glance at him, prompting Wei Jiahao to promptly fall silent, his face betraying a smirk of schadenfreude. In the classroom, once settled back in her seat, Sun Xian felt her heart racing inexplicably, a sense of unrest washing over her. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed Su Mushuan passing by the podium. Sun Xian was momentarily taken aback, for Su Mushuan had cast a glance her way, her eyes cold and hostile, perhaps even laced with disdain. This unsettling gaze made Sun Xian feel quite uncomfortable. However, she quickly regained her composure, recognizing that such overt animosity and aggression could be cumbersome to handle, and it would be better to simply disregard it. Yet, as she lowered her head to read, a thought suddenly crossed Sun Xian's mind. Is Su Mushuan feeling envious? Is it the reason for her hostility towards me? But she is the one who does not cherish Su Jianghe. Sun Xian found this notion utterly unreasonable. At 10 o'clock, after evening self-study, Lu Dan turned to Su Jianghe and tapped on his desk. Hey, Su Jianghe, you performed so well this time. Why aren't you in a hurry to go home and share the good news with your mom? The homeroom teacher usually calls ahead, just like last time. Su Jianghe replied straightforwardly, indeed. Well, I bet your mom will be overjoyed this time. Absolutely. Upon returning home, as expected, Su Jianghe found his mother, Wu Xiaomei, already at the door, clearly having been waiting eagerly. Today, she was genuinely elated, her face aglow with joy and pride, appearing considerably younger. Su Guozhong stood behind the door in his pajamas, initially feigning a stern demeanor, but upon seeing Su Jianghe, he could not help but break into a smile and exclaimed, You little rascal. Son, your homeroom teacher called me tonight. Your progress has been astounding. You've made your father so happy that he's been grinning all evening. Is that true? Dad, did you really spend the whole night smiling? Su Jianghe teased, refusing to indulge in his father's mock sternness. You little brat. How dare you speak to me like that? Only because you did well this time. Otherwise, I would have given you a good talking to. Su Gudong Vito. Unable to hide his amusement, he was genuinely pleased. When he received the call from a homeroom teacher, he initially thought he was still dreaming. 627 points? Second in class. Among the top 70 in the grade? The homeroom teacher said if you maintain this momentum, a spot in a 211 university is within reach. However, Su Jianghe clearly had no intention of stopping there. After encouragement, the homeroom teacher specifically advised that parents should take good care of their children and strive to meet all their needs. Once the call ended, Su Gudong imeditan contestet Su Pingjiang. Upon hearing the news, Su Pingjiang was evidently taken aback, remarking that little Su's progress was beyond his expectations. Su Guozhong felt a surge of excitement, pondering that perhaps the matter of their children becoming in-laws held promise now. That evening, Wu Xiaomei prepared a nourishing soup for Su Jianghe. In contrast to his usual demeanor, Su Jianghe was markedly different today. In previous instances, he had been fervent and enthusiastic, painting grand visions for his mother and providing emotional support. But now, he merely remarked, Mom, it's just a minor improvement. Is it really worth this much excitement? As he sipped his soup, he is putting on a show, Wu Xiaomei thought, her joy only increasing. Even Su Guozhong, with a grin on his face, chided, You little rascal, you even know how to be modest? Modest? Isn't that a bit like Versailles? Su Jianghe shook his head, realizing once more the generational gap. After a satisfying meal, Su Jianghe returned to his room, instinctively logging onto QQ before beginning his nightly workout routine with dumbbells, as was his custom. Before long, a message notification chimed. Why isn't little Su in a hurry to return home today? Came a message from Shun Xian accompanied by a sunglasses emoji. Su Jianghe recognized it was about Lu Dan and recounted the contrast from when he hurried home to tell his mother. Since the homeroom teacher informs parents ahead of time, there's no need to rush, he replied. Is that so? Shun Xian responded with 3 words. Following this, another message appeared. Previously, you mentioned reaching the pinnacle, and you've done it. Truly remarkable. I never expected your progress to be so substantial. Also, you look quite different standing at the podium during evening self-study, which surprised me. Complimenting me? Su Jianghe, being quite ordinary, felt flattered and uplifted by the praise. Thank you for the compliment, little Shun. However, next time, I might just surpass you, considering you're the only one ahead of me in class. Su Jianghe replied. I will be looking forward to that. Shun Xian responded, with a sunglasses emoji. Su Jianghe aimed to instill a sense of urgency in Shun Xian, applying pressure, which was beneficial at this stage. Shun Xian had always been the top student in class. Although there was room for improvement in her overall ranking, the top contenders were in the accelerated classes, creating a slight distance. Now, however, Su Jianghe was right behind her, gaining momentum. Indeed, before Su Jianghe could reply, Shun Xian sent another message. No, I can't chat with you anymore. I feel pressured. I need to memorize some vocabulary to calm myself down. Memorizing vocabulary to calm down? Sounds good. Su Jianghe decided not to intrude further. He genuinely hoped for Shun Xian to improve purely and simply. As for everything else, they would address it after the college entrance examination. There was no rush. Meanwhile, at the other end, in Su Muxuan's home, she walked through the door after evening self-study and found her father, Su Pingzhong, seated on the couch in the living room, smiling at her, as usual. Dad, Su Muxuan called out habitually. Welcome back. I heard the mock exam results are out. How did you do? Su Pingzhong inquired with a smile. This question inexplicably stirred a sense of resistance within Su Muxuan, yet she replied, well, I did a bit better than last time, ranked 15th in English. She suddenly fell silent, for the highest score in English this time belonged to Su Jianghe, at 143. What happened with English? Su Pingzhong continued to probe. Nothing much. I just didn't perform well, second in class. And who was the first? Dad. Su Muxuan furrowed her brow. Su Pingzhong, of course, was well aware of who the top student was. However, he chose to refrain from further inquiries, nodding with paternal affection as he said, as long as there's overall improvement, that's what matters. Get some rest. I'm heading upstairs. After Su Pingzhong left, Su Muxuan lingered in the living room while the aunt busily attended to her chores. After a moment of daze, irritation began to surface on her delicate features. She ascended the stairs to her room, washed her face, and took a deep breath, gazing at herself in the mirror, feeling quite displeased. Ever since that morning when Su Jianghe declared he had given up and would no longer pursue her, he had not reached out to her again. It had nearly been 2 months. Even though they were in the same class, Su Jianghe seemed to completely disregard her existence. Especially when they passed each other on the road, Su Muxuan had noticed a few times that Su Jianghe exhibited not the slightest emotional fluctuation. Moreover, she frequently overheard discussions among those around her. It appears that everyone holds Su Jianghe in particularly high regard. To be honest, Su Jianghe's remarkable progress in his first mock examination, rising from the bottom 10 to the top 20, is indeed a testament to his determination, which caught Su Muxuan by surprise. However, upon reflection, she felt it was merely par for the course. In fact, she found his effort to prove something to himself somewhat amusing. When the results were announced today, Su Muxuan anticipated Su Jianghe's improvement, but she did not expect him to soar to second place in their class. Moreover, she was astonished to see him jokingly interacting with their homeroom teacher, who suggested he should be commended. Su Jianghe cheekily responded that he should come forward, leaving Su Muxuan utterly taken aback. Later, when the teacher jestingly remarked that he was at a loss for words to praise him, Su Jianghe quipped back, no worries. I'll just come up to make an appearance. The entire class erupted in laughter, including the teacher, and Su Muxuan found it rather amusing, though she refrained from laughing herself, feeling she should not display any amusement in front of Su Jianghe. Overall, she remained indifferent to the grades. They were inconsequential to her, and she paid little heed to those aspiring students from Tsinghua and Beida. However, upon returning from the restroom, she unexpectedly encountered Shun Xian conversing with Su Jianghe. Although their dialogue seemed innocuous, Shun Xian's flushed cheeks and Su Jianghe's beaming smile stirred a disquieting sensation within Su Muxuan. In fact, When Su Jianghe's name was announced among the results, her deskmate Shun Xian's immediate excitement and swift glance back had already unsettled her. A sudden thought crossed Su Mushuan's mind. Did Su Jianghe's actions, efforts, and transformations truly have no bearing on her? The moment this notion surfaced, her mood soured drastically, plunging her into a state of discontent. At that moment, Su Mushuan's exquisite face appeared somewhat dazed as she contemplated what Su Jianghe used to be like. She believed she should be quite familiar with him, having known him since childhood when he was always around her, seemingly impossible to shake off. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, she struggled to recall anything particularly noteworthy about him. He was decent looking, and she did not dislike him, but beyond that, he was amiable and compliant, always willing to do as she asked, enduring her occasional outbursts. Other than that, there was little else. His constant presence had become somewhat tiresome. If the former Su Jianghe had mirrored his current self, perhaps she would not have found him bothersome. Su Mushuan whispered this thought to herself, only to feel a sudden surge of anger and embarrassment. Gazing into the mirror at her stunningly beautiful face, she took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and coldly admonished herself. Su Mushuan, what are you thinking? Don't you find this rather pathetic? Su Jianghe is merely something you discarded. Once discarded, it's best not to look back. Do you understand, Su Mushuan? Chapter 50. Love is in the air. Su Jianghe's ability to adjust remained commendable. As soon as the results were released, he turned the page and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the next phase. This mock examination was astonishingly impressive. Currently, throughout the entire senior year cohort, nearly all the homeroom teachers are using him as a paragon, especially the teacher of Class 3, who has been singing his praises. In just half a month, he surged from a score of 400 to 500. Within a month, he ascended from 500 to 600, placing him among the top 70 in the grade. Luyi High School is a prestigious provincial institution, and the top 100 are typically candidates for 211 universities. Yet it is evident that Su Jianghe will not stop here, as there are still 2 months until the college entrance examination. The improvement in his scores is merely a result. Often, the process matters just as much as the outcome within the evaluation and grading system. Su Jianghe has transitioned from being the #1 admirer of the school goddess, Su Mushuan, to a state of clarity and acceptance, making direct assurances in the office, relocating his seat to a corner to study alone, and then leaping and soaring in 2 successive mock exams. There are countless intriguing topics to discuss throughout this journey, and there are numerous facets of Su Jianghe's character that shine brightly. In the following days, the foot traffic at the entrance of Class 3 increased significantly. Both boys and girls were drawn there, primarily to catch a glimpse of the currently trending Su Jianghe. In 2009, during student life, especially in top-tier high schools with a strong academic atmosphere, the most significant factor in evaluating a person was academic performance. At this juncture, wealth alone may not suffice. The only battlefield left is one of looks. The school goddess in the eyes of boys, the school prince in the hearts of girls. Yet now, Su Jianghe possesses both attributes. Originally, people were merely coming to admire the formidable individual who had catapulted from over 900th place to within the top 100 in less than 2 months. However, upon closer inspection, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that Su Jianghe was quite handsome. While his foundational looks are commendable, to claim he is striking enough to debut would be an exaggeration. Yet, when coupled with his academic achievements, he is undeniably impressive. Young girls, especially those at this age experiencing the stirrings of first love, upon seeing an academic achiever who is also handsome, and upon inquiring further, would be astonished to learn he plays basketball and can dunk. How delightful! Su Mushuan must have pondered how Su Jianghe, such a promising individual, had escaped her notice. Although Su Mushuan is undeniably beautiful, her pride often borders on arrogance. Not only that, but she has never truly acknowledged Su Jianghe. I have heard that their connection stems from Su Mushuan's father holding Su Jianghe in high esteem. Regrettably, Su Mushuan's perception seems somewhat lacking. In truth, while Su Mushuan is indeed strikingly beautiful, what else does she possess? It appears to be merely skin deep. How does that sound rather sour? I suddenly feel curious. Do you think Su Mushuan will have any regrets? Returning to Su Jianghe, in recent days, Lu Dan has continually turned back, mentioning which class and which girl has expressed interest in Su Jianghe, eager to add him on QQ and get to know him. Wei Jiahao has echoed this sentiment, lamenting that he has been inundated with inquiries from girls about Su Jianghe. Notably, these girls are all exceptionally attractive. In 2009, during this era, the environment was still relatively innocent. Generally, the girls who dared to take initiative were not lacking in looks. Nevertheless, Su Jianghe did not take it too seriously. As a result, he continued to receive friend requests on QQ. Su Jianghe, quite decisively, chose to simply deny friend requests. He cited his focus on the college entrance examination as one reason, while another was his lack of interest in excessively expanding his social circle at this stage. Having been reborn, with a different mindset, Su Jianghe believed it sufficient to maintain a few friends filtered from his past life. Everything else was inconsequential. He was acutely aware that he needed to ascend step by step. This journey was not merely from a small city to a larger one, but also from a common social stratum to a higher one. His previous life experiences taught him that as a man continues to strive forward, each ascent in social class aligns him with higher quality and more valuable potential partners. To put it plainly, if your mind is preoccupied with women, you're unlikely to find any. However, if your focus is on your career, women will undoubtedly be drawn to you. Before long, a week passed. Su Jianghe's current state had grown increasingly routine. In class, he concentrated diligently on reviewing and practicing questions, undistracted and highly efficient. After self-study, he returned home, and due to his abundant energy and circumstances permitting, he delayed his bedtime until past midnight. During this period, he generally devoted his time to two pursuits, the first being moderate physical fitness, and the second, an incessant engagement with the current flow of information, all while casually contributing to discussions on venture capital forums. The alias de Jianghe, he gradually gained recognition, attracting over 300 followers. Among them, Su Jianghe observed that a notable portion were individuals of substance, either industry elites or those with valuable resources. This, in essence, represented a form of value alignment. To secure a place at a more prestigious table, one must possess tangible worth, either through resources or genuine skills. Moreover, these individuals shared a common trait. They focused solely on matters at hand, never inquiring about the hero's origins, embodying a certain purity of intent. In contrast, those who incessantly pressed for Su Lauscher's real-life profession or his residence displayed a clear sense of entitlement, indicating their lack of sophistication. Su Jianghe enjoyed himself in the forum, and many users directly commented, expressing their willingness to pay for consultations with him. This phenomenon essentially mirrored consulting fees, as corporations often engage top-tier consulting firms at the outset of projects for sums ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. This prompted Su Jianghe to reminisce about Yu Shuiming from the milk tea shop near the campus. He had previously left his phone number, yet Yu Shuiming had yet to reach out. This realization left Su Jianghe somewhat wistful. After all, what could be said of Yu Shuiming? It was as if fate had served him a feast, and he was determined to spit it out. However, the following day, Yu Shuiming contacted Su Jianghe. Chapter 51. To live off one's parents is not to waste their efforts. It was a Saturday evening when Su Jianghe, after finishing his study session, discovered a dozen missed calls on his phone, all from Yu Shuiming. Yu Shuiming informed him that he had successfully prepared Jianghe Ganlu, though he was uncertain if the taste would meet Su Jianghe's satisfaction. Without much elaboration, Su Jianghe instructed Yu Shuiming to await his arrival at the shop the next day at noon. The following day, during the weekend, Su Jianghe summoned Wei Jiahao and exited the school gates. Wei Jiahao, do you remember the idea I mentioned last time at the milk tea shop? Su Ziang in Guit? Oh wow, I had completely forgotten. Are you serious about it? With only 2 months until the college entrance examination, can you manage that? Wei Jiahao exclaimed, smacking his thigh. Recently, Wei Jiahao had come to a profound realization. He recognized that academia was not his forte. He simply could not engage with it. After their basketball game, Su Jianghe's words had awakened him. Oh, I'm a second-generation rich kid. Why should I even bother? What's wrong with living off my parents? Living off my parents is what truly signifies not squandering their efforts. His father had several business partners and friends, and after successfully establishing their company, they believed it was time to retire and pass the reins to the next generation. However, upon returning from studying abroad, the son and daughter, despite appearing competent and possessing international perspectives, found faults within the family business. They took over, initiated changes, and within a year, the father was hastily called back to salvage the situation. Alternatively, they insisted on independence, seeking to venture into entrepreneurship, often attempting to switch industries to prove themselves. The father invested several million, sometimes even tens of millions, into unfamiliar territories only to watch the money dissipate within 2 years, leaving debts in its wake. Thus, Wei Jiahao resolved not to stir the pot. Yet he had one clear conviction. He genuinely believed Su Jianghe possessed remarkable potential. This individual was destined for greatness. It was merely a matter of time before he emerged. While Wei Jiahao was uncertain about how high or far Su Jianghe would ascend, he was resolute in his decision to support him. This was, in essence, the wisdom imparted by Wei Jiahao's father. Wei Daming, his father, had once been a bald salesman at a car factory, struggling in his early years. Yet he had astutely recognized the potential in a particular individual, Su Mushuan's father, Su Pingzhang. At that time, Su Pingzhang was a poor university student newly assigned to the car factory, often ostracized by the factory's children. Wei Daming took it upon himself to protect him, even carrying a brick in his bag to fend off any aggressors. Eventually, Su Pingzhang did indeed rise to prominence. And naturally, Wei Daming prospered alongside him. When a person achieves success, they tend to habitually pass on their experiences to the next generation, a phenomenon known as path dependence. Hence, Wei Daming often advised Wei Jiahao, what is business? Business is about people. It's about relationships. Whether Wei Jiahao excelled academically was not a priority for him, but he insisted that one must never compromise their integrity. Consequently, although Wei Jiahao had a rebellious streak, he never bullied honest individuals and had formed a friendship with Su Jianghe, always looking out for him. Conversely, he never tolerated the duplicitous nature of individuals like Guoming, who preyed on the weak. Su Jianghe nodded affirmatively, stating, it's not a big issue, but you must put in more effort. Me? What effort can I contribute? Isn't it enough that I provide the funds? Wei Jiahao replied, we'll discuss it later. All right, I'll follow your lead. Wei Jiahao nodded, and they entered the Aming milk tea shop. At that moment, business was thriving, with numerous students queuing for milk tea. Upon seeing Su Jianghe's arrival, Yu Shuiming's face lit up with excitement. He quickly waved and informed the students in line, I apologize, but due to unforeseen circumstances, we won TB making milk tea today. Please come back another time. What? Boss, I've been waiting in line for ages, exclaimed one student. Why are you suddenly not making any? Another complained. Yu Shuiming, feeling guilty, smiled apologetically, but quickly devised a plan. How about this? I'll write you a voucher. Bring it next time, and you can have your drinks for free. Really, boss? Free? You're quite generous. Cheer the students, their spirits lifted. Su Jianghe remained silent, observing as Yu Shuiming retrieved a notebook and wrote a few vouchers, signing them with flair as proof. Shortly thereafter, Yu Shuiming closed the shop, apologizing. I'm not sure when you'll return, and since the shop is closed, I've only made a few cups. You certainly know how to run a business. Wei Jiahao complimented. Business is all about people. Yu Shuiming scratched his head. Su Jianghe nodded, withholding further commentary, though he felt a sense of surprise at Yu Shuiming's initiative. With little time to spare, he cut to the chase. So, have you made the Jianghe Ganlu? Let me see. Jianghe Ganlu is regarded as a hallmark product in the milk tea industry, with a formidable brand having built its reputation on this very item. Absolutely. I prepared a few cups in advance, just waiting for your arrival, Yu Shuiming eagerly replied. This prompted Su Jianghe to nod approvingly once more. Yu Shuiming retrieved 2 cups of the completed Jianghe Ganlu from the refrigerator and handed them over with an expectant expression. Wei Jiahao, ever the impatient one, popped in a straw, took a sip, and his eyes widened in surprise. Wow, what's this? It's delicious, right? I think it's great too. Who knew milk tea could be made like this? I spent several days perfecting this flavor. Yu Shuiming exhaled in relief, his excitement mounting. Yet, he still awaited Su Jianghe's feedback with a hint of anxiety. Su Jianghe took a sip. The taste was quite pleasant, although he was not a frequent consumer of milk tea and couldn't precisely recall flavors. He could confidently declare that it was of a higher caliber compared to the standard bubble tea previously sold in Yu Shuiming's shop. Not bad. Su Jianghe nodded in approval. Goodness, this is not just good. This is bound to sell like hotcakes. I've never tasted such delightful milk tea, Wei Jiahao exclaimed with palpable excitement. However, Yu Shuiming furrowed his brow, glancing at Su Jianghe with trepidation. While it is indeed delicious, the cost is prohibitively high. Following the recipe you provided, using only fresh milk and fruits, I would need to sell each cup for at least 5 or 6 yuan to deter profit. Who would pay that? The most expensive item in my shop is merely 3 yuan. In the year 2009, in the city of Lu, a bowl of noodles was valued at only 4 yuan, and a cup of refreshing dessert, like Qingbu Liang Wun tea, exceed 2 yuan. The priciest milk tea item in Yu Shuiming's shop was just 4 yuan, with very few patrons willing to purchase it. Now, if Jianghe Ganlu were made according to Su Jianghe's formula, the cost would soar to 6 or 7 yuan, making it unlikely for anyone to buy. Yet, Su Jianghe remained undeterred, asserting, if we sell it for 6 or 7 yuan, we still won't make a profit. It must be sold for at least 10 yuan. 10 yuan? Surely you jest. Who would spend 10 yuan on a cup of milk tea? Yu Shuiming was taken aback. Su Jianghe did not respond directly. Instead, he turned away Jiahao and inquired, would you pay 10 yuan for a cup of milk tea? Absolutely. It's just 10 yuan. If it's delicious, that's all that matters. Wei Jiahao replied without hesitation. Su Jianghe then shifted his gaze back to Yu Shuiming and asked, do you understand now? Huh? Yu Shuiming was momentarily puzzled. This is what it means to identify the target customer base, Su Jianghe emphasized. He picked up the milk tea and continued. In your current shop, this cup of milk tea, packaged as it is, would be considered expensive at 5 yuan. However, if you were to change the packaging, relocate to a better area, establish a brand, and tell a compelling story, selling it for 10 yuan would seem like a bargain. Brand premium? Yu Shuiming instinctively responded. You were aware of this? Su Jianghe was taken aback. Yes, Yu Shuiming nodded. Didn't you mention wanting to open a shop on Wuxing Street to create a brand with comprehensive packaging? I've considered it too and believe it's feasible, but the costs are too high and the risks are significant. What else have you considered? Su Jianghe asked, surprised once more. You've visited packaging manufacturers. If we want to establish a brand, we need to redesign everything from the shop to the cups, even the bags, which significantly increases the costs. Go on. Furthermore, to sell at a higher price, we need to be in a prime location targeting affluent customers. You mentioned Wuxing Street, but the rental prices there are exorbitant. At this point, Yu Shuiming paused and continued in one breath. To be frank, I calculated my finances. I have some savings, and if I borrow a bit more, I could manage to transfer the shop for a maximum of around 150,000 yuan. However, I've heard that for brand positioning and design, that amount might not suffice. Who told you this? Su Jiang Sudenli Zito. Huh? Yu Shuiming was momentarily taken aback. Not comprehending. You're quite different from before. You've learned a lot. Did someone teach you? I don't think so. Be honest. All right. To tell the truth, I have a younger sister. Yu Shuiming confessed candidly. Despite being significantly older than Su Jianghe, who appeared to be a typical high school student in his uniform, the latter's presence and sharp intellect made Yu Shuiming feel somewhat insecure. What? You have a sister? Wei Jiahao exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. Sister? Where is she? Su Jianghe was equally astonished. He could sense that Yu Shuiming's sister was quite impressive. She is back at school. The day you all came over, she was in the room and heard everything. It was her suggestion that I listen to you and follow your path. By the way, my sister graduated from Lu Yizhong and is now studying accounting at Jinling University in her 3rd year. Yu Shuiming explained. Wow, that is impressive. Wei Jiahao was left speechless. Su Jianghe was also surprised. Jinling University? Studying accounting? No wonder she understands these matters. What else did she say? She mentioned that you are remarkable, suggesting either your family is quite influential or that you are a genius. She urged me to seize the opportunity and also to change my mindset. Yang Zhigan Lu was concocted with her assistants, and she instructed me on how to open a shop and develop a brand identity. Did she also encourage you to empty your savings, even to transfer the shop, borrow money, and go all in with me? Huh? Yes, that was her intention. That is quite commendable. Su Jiang noted that. Initially, he had modest expectations, but now it seemed that there was potential. However, Su Jianghe recalled something and asked again, by the way, did she know about the equity distribution we discussed earlier? Does she have any objections? It seems she had no objections, and she encouraged you to liquidate your assets? Yes. All right then, let us proceed. We'll finalize this matter. Su Jiang Daisi Vin Kunke. The rationale was straightforward. First, Yu Shuiming was willing to work hard and demonstrated significant potential in tea blending. Second, it was a pleasant surprise that Yu Shuiming's sister possessed a commendable level of understanding and strategic thinking, which would alleviate many burdens for Su Jianghe. Are we really doing this? Does that mean we are partners in this venture? Yu Shuiming exclaimed with delight. Have you learned that term too? Su Jiang Juke. My sister taught me. What is your sister's name? Yu Shui. Ah, that is a lovely name. I'd like to meet her when I have the chance. Certainly. Yu Shuiming nodded excitedly. Su Jianghe wasted no time, instructing Yu Shuiming to fetch pen and paper, then called out to Wei Jiahao. Wei Jiahao, come over and listen. Wei Jiahao eagerly approached. First, let us discuss the division of responsibilities, beginning with you. Yu Shuiming Su Jianghe stated. Yes, I'm listening, Yu Shuiming replied earnestly. Your tasks will be somewhat heavier. Let me explain something to you. Product thinking. Make sure to remember this, and you can ask your sister later if you have questions. Initially, we will focus on the product itself, primarily promoting Yang Zhigan Lu while developing a few new items. It's quite simple. Replace artificial sweeteners and colors with fresh milk and fruits to create a healthy new beverage. In the early stages, we need to build a strong reputation in the market, especially for a premium new tea brand. Both flavor and reputation must be exceptional. This was where Yu Shuiming's strengths lay. So Su Jianghe wanted him to grasp product thinking first. I'll give you 2 weeks for this. No more than 5 or 6 new items will suffice. I'll handle the positioning and pricing later. Su Jianghe continued. All right, no problem. Yu Shuiming nodded vigorously. Next is brand design and positioning. I will take care of that. The final step is opening the shop, which you will lead, but Wei Jiahao should contribute significantly. Rely on him. Huh? Am I capable of that? Yu Shuiming instinctively questioned. You must find a way. Su Ziang in si. By the way, do you know why I brought him in? Su Jianghe glanced at Wei Jiahao. Because I'm funding it. Wei Jiahao chimed in. Money is one aspect, but he is also a local influencer, which will help ensure a stable initial step. You've run a shop before. You should understand this, right? Absolutely. In small businesses, having a local influencer can shield you from numerous petty troubles. Once you grow larger, however, that will be an entirely different matter with a new set of logic, and you will grasp this soon enough. Chapter 53. Is Su Jianghe capable? Su Jianghe decided not to return to the classroom during lunch break. Since the decision to proceed had been made, he would immediately begin planning and executing. Su Jianghe's thought process was clear. He instructed Yu Shuiming to develop 5 to 6 milk tea items within a week. Similar to bubble tea, milk green tea, and matcha, the focus has shifted from the previously prevalent cheap saccharine concoctions to enhancing the quality of ingredients. Wei Jiahao, being a local influential figure, assumes responsibility for the store's location selection, renovation, and securing stable supply channels, with Yu Shuiming following closely. Moreover, Wei Jiahao guarantees an initial capital infusion of 500,000. In 2009, that sum was no trifling amount. Su Jianghe had not initially intended to request such a sum, but Wei Jiahao confidently assured him of no issues. Claiming his father was affluent, money is crucial, particularly during the nascent stages of entrepreneurship, as it can absorb the costs of trial and error. The task is not overly complex. Su Jianghe is merely considering the long term while being acutely aware of the present. What is the present? It is to open the first store. The advantage of possessing future information disparities lies in ensuring that every step taken is devoid of errors, or at the very least, significant mistakes. However, Su Jianghe sets high expectations for Yu Shuiming, articulating numerous responsibilities. While product quality remains Yu Shuiming's core duty, management must also be prioritized. He must learn how to launch a single store, then expand to a second and third, and subsequently attract capital for growth and establish channel advantages. All of these are lessons for Yu Shuiming. As the saying goes, abilities can be cultivated. Of course, if he fails to learn, Su Jianghe will replace him when the time is right. Su Jianghe holds an 80% equity stake, granting him absolute authority. This encompasses the first steps. And Yu Shuiming, let me reiterate, standardization is paramount. We must ensure a consistent flavor. Su Ziang in si. I understand. My sister has mentioned this to me before. Rest assured, I have recorded all the data. Yu Shuiming replied. Excellent. Let us proceed as such. Su Ziang note that time was of the essence. As the lunch break was nearing its end, prompting Su Jianghe and Wei Jiahao to head toward the school. Along the way, Wei Jiahao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Wow, Su Jianghe, am I really embarking on entrepreneurship? You could say that. Damn, this feels incredible. We've only just begun. By the way, let me ask you, are you sure your father can provide the funds? Money is not an issue. I'll confront my father about it tonight." All right. Su Jianghe did not elaborate further. Inside the Aming milk tea shop, Yu Shuiming struggled to contain his excitement. Previously, his sister, Yu Shui, had taken a day off to assist him in concocting Jianghe Ganlu, imparting invaluable entrepreneurial insights that greatly benefited him. Confidence surged within him. Yet to be candid, he still felt apprehensive. Conceptualizing something is one matter. Executing it is another entirely. When it came to actual implementation, Yu Shuiming found himself at a loss. Similarly to his sister, Yu Shi, who also felt a sense of bewilderment. However, upon Su Jianghe's arrival today, with clarity in thought and defined tasks, Yu Shuiming quickly found his direction. He was now exceedingly exhilarated, unable to resist pulling out his phone to call his sister, Yu Shui. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, at the School of Economics and Management at Nanjing University, Yu Shui sat in the student council office, engrossed in her materials. "President, my boyfriend is taking me hiking this afternoon, so I'll take my leave." A younger student chirped from across the table. "Go ahead," Yu Shui nodded. "The president is kind and beautiful." The younger student could not help but compliment. Yu Shui merely smiled, exuding a gentle yet competent demeanor. After the younger student left, Yu Shui lowered her head, her delicate brows furrowing unconsciously as the pen in her hand inscribed 3 characters on the paper. Su Jianghe. Gazing at the name, she felt a complex mixture of emotions. That day in Lucheng, in her brother's milk tea shop, she had been astounded by Su Jianghe's eloquence. After he departed, she urged her brother to seize the opportunity and held Su Jianghe in high regard. Subsequently, Yu Shui took several more days off to assist her brother in perfecting the Jianghe Ganlu, which left her once again impressed by its delightful taste, reinforcing her belief that this was a monumental opportunity. Yu Shui was not well acquainted with Su Jianghe. Yu Shuiming only had a cursory understanding of Wei Jiahao, primarily perceiving him as a wealthy, second-generation individual. Thus, Yu Shuai did not dwell too much on it, assuming Su Jianghe's background was also noteworthy. Upon returning to school, her curiosity got the better of her, and she could not resist inquiring with a high school classmate. This classmate had a sister who happened to be in her final year at Lu Yi High School. After a few queries and relays, Yu Shuai was taken aback. The top admirer of Su Mushuan, the school beauty, he had gained notoriety for his relentless pursuit of her. However, it seemed he had ceased his pursuit and had remarkably surged from the bottom of his class to the top 12, and within a month, he had climbed to second place. As for being a wealthy second generation, it appeared he was far removed from that label. Additionally, he had previously been looked down upon by his peers. Yu Shuai was genuinely taken aback. The image she had constructed in her mind crumbled instantly. She even felt a twinge of regret for encouraging her brother to seize the opportunity. Was this truly an opportunity? Could that Su Jianghe manage it? Reflecting on it, he was still her junior. Surely he couldn't be up to the task, right? Just as she pondered, her phone vibrated. Picking it up, she saw it was her brother calling and frowned as she stepped out of the office to answer. Hello, brother? Shuai, let me tell you. Su Jianghe came by at noon, and now Yu Shuiming is eagerly recounting what Su Jianghe said and the tasks assigned, along with the expectations he set. After listening, Yu Shuai was momentarily stunned. Is it really that simple? This thought echoed in her mind. Upon returning to school, Yu Shuai's mind was considerably clearer, leading her to contemplate the feasibility of the situation. However, the more she thought about it, the more complicated and daunting it appeared, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. As a finance and accounting student, and given the fervor that contemporary university students have for entrepreneurship, she had entertained ideas and concepts of her own. Yet, after much contemplation, Yu Shuai realized that while ideas and creativity are not hard to come by, the true challenge lies in planning, executing, and achieving success. However, upon hearing her brother's remarks on the phone, she was utterly impressed. That junior, named Su Jianghe, possessed remarkable clarity of thought. Not only that, but he was adept at mobilizing resources. Her brother's strength lay in his experience with milk tea, which constituted a valuable resource. Wei Jiahao, being a wealthy second generation and a local powerhouse, could establish connections and find solutions across various channels. Then, Su Jianghe would integrate and orchestrate a clear and precise plan, leading to successful execution. It seemed he was genuinely serious about this endeavor. Yu Shuai took a deep breath. Hey, Shuai, what S with your silence? My brother is saying he really teamed up with the right person this time. Oh right, there's one more thing. I mentioned you to him, Yu Shuiming added. Why did you bring me up? Didn't you say not to mention me? Yu Shuai was startled. I had no choice. He asked me a couple of questions and concluded that someone was mentoring me, so I simply told the truth. What? He asked it impressive? Indeed. All right then. Yu Shuai was left speechless once more. Chapter 54. She was not so naive after all. Shuai. Su Jianghe mentioned he would like to meet you if there is an opportunity. When do you think you can return to Lucheng? Her brother chattered on the other end of the line. Yu Shuai's brows furrowed. You want to meet me? How insufferable. With that pretentious and overbearing tone, Yu Shuai felt a whirlwind of emotions within her. She was somewhat reluctant to meet Su Jianghe. The primary reason for the disintegration of Su Jianghe's image in Yu Shuai's heart is that it leaves her feeling rather perplexed, rendering her uncertain about how to approach Su Jianghe. Should she regard him as a senior from high school, or as the younger sister of a colleague? Brother, I am quite occupied at this stage, with several competitions ahead. Just listen to Su Jianghe. Learn more, act more, think more. If you are uncertain about anything, you can always reach out to me, Yu Shuai stated. Rest assured. Su Jianghe mentioned the same thing, advising me to consult you for any minor issues. Yu Shuiming replied. Huh? What do you mean by This is merely an acknowledgement of your abilities. After all, he is a student from a prestigious university. Yu Shuai felt a lingering oddity. But he is still a high school student. Moreover, he clearly considers himself a resource to be utilized. All right, I understand now, brother. Yu Shuai responded. Is your living expense sufficient? If not, let me know. I haven't asked my family for living expenses since my sophomore year, you know? Right. Your current scholarship exceeds what I earn from running a shop. Fine, I won't say much more. Take care of yourself. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Yu Shuai still felt a strange sensation in her heart. She couldn't help but recall the words she overheard that day in the shop. 1,000 stores nationwide? A valuation exceeding 100 million? Is it truly feasible for an initial stake of 15% to reach such heights? In 2009, the housing prices in Jianghe were around 7,000. That year, the nation's richest individual had a net worth of 35 billion. Yu Shuai shook her head. She still believed that it would not be a loss for her brother to learn something and gain some skills. As for the grand vision, she wasn't that naive. Su Jianghe, on the other hand, demonstrated remarkable initiative, having already conceived the brand identity and shop name that same evening. The shop would be named Yucha, a succinct and elegant two-character name. The interior design would primarily feature white and green, emphasizing a fresh and upscale ambience. This was merely a preliminary concept. Should expansion be necessary in the future, Su Jianghe would consider engaging a specialized consulting firm for a redesign. Yet in 2009, such ideas were already quite avant-garde, distinctly recognizable and differentiated. Having finalized this, Su Jianghe called Wei Jiahao. The call was quickly answered, and Wei Jiahao, likely still groggy from sleep, mumbled, "Hello? Who is this?" "It's me." "Damn. Su Jianghe, what's going on at this hour?" "Next time, don't say damn." "All right, right. What is the matter, heh? Have you communicated with your father?" "Not yet. He is away on a project and will return in a few days. I'll discuss it with him then." "Are you in a hurry?" "No, it's fine. Tomorrow, find me an advertising design company to create a branding proposal for the new shop." "Sure, no problem. By the way, there's one more thing. Let's keep this low-key for now." "What do you mean?" "My primary focus is still the college entrance examination, and this could conflict with that. If my teacher or my parents find out, they might not understand. Do you get what I mean?" "Got it. Don't worry. I know what to do." "All right, then." Wait, Jiahao hung up the phone. Su Jianghe advised this with careful consideration. With the college entrance examination approaching, his actions might not be readily understood by his parents or teachers. Although Su Jianghe was confident in his ability to manage the situation, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble whenever possible. This was not an attempt to act covertly. When Wei Jiahao inquired about how to communicate with his father, Su Jianghe encouraged him to be forthright, as this was not an ignoble endeavor, and his father would surely recognize its potential. 3 days later, Wei Daming returned from his business trip. Having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, he was groggily pulled from his slumber by his son, Wei Jiahao, around 10 o'clock at night, exclaiming, "Dad, wake up. We need to discuss something important." "What important matter? Can it wait until tomorrow?" "It can't. It has to be today." "Damn it, help me up." "Dad, why are you cursing yourself? Mom, hasn't he done anything to you? Do you even have something to discuss? If not, get lost." In the study on the second floor of their townhouse, Wei Daming flipped through the shop renovation proposal and an intriguing business plan that his son had handed him, his eyes widening in surprise. "Repeat that." "Who? Su Ziyang, the son of Su Guozhong?" Wei Daming asked again. "Yes, my desk mate. Did you forget?" Wei Jiahao replied, somewhat disgruntled. "I haven't forgotten. I've heard that kid has been quite impressive lately." "All right, I support you. How much do you need?" "Dad, you're being surprisingly agreeable about this." "What is wrong? If it's not feasible, then let us drop it." No, Dad, give me 60,000. I promise to secure 60,000 as the initial funding. You see, I'm not joking around. The key is having Su Jianghe on board. He's genuinely impressive. 60,000? That is not too much. No problem. I'll have the finance department transfer it to your account tomorrow. What? What is wrong? Nothing. Wei Jiahao shook his head, though he still felt a bit dazed. He had been apprehensive prior to the conversation, thinking it would require considerable effort, as 50 or 60,000 is not a trifling sum. Yet, his father was so straightforward. "If there is nothing else, go back to sleep." "What time is it?" "Let's leave it at that." "All right, Dad." Wei Jiahao couldn't contain his excitement as he rushed back to his room to share the good news with Su Jianghe. In the study, Wei Daming's intoxication had long dissipated. He stared at the documents in his hands, shaking his head and sighing. The renovation proposal was quite sophisticated. As for the business plan, Wei Daming skimmed through it. Though he was not well versed in the new tea beverage market or future consumption upgrades, it still seemed plausible. However, these factors were not the primary reasons for his swift approval. The real reason lay in Su Jianghe, the son of Su Guozhong, whom Su Pingzhong had always treated like a brother. Money was a minor concern. If it meant supporting a venture, it was worth it, regardless of whether it succeeds. It was a gesture of goodwill. However, this was not something Wei Daming would openly discuss, and he might never bring it up voluntarily. This kid, securing 80% of the shares without any investment, with others providing the funds and opening the shop. Now, that is an achievement. Wei Daming lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, nodding in approval. Chapter 55, The Art of Human Relations. When Wei Jiahao called, Su Jianghe had yet to retire for the night. He was accustomed to staying up late. His energy remarkably abundant. "Hello, Su Jianghe, it's done." Wei Jiahao exclaimed excitedly on the other end of the line. "Did your father provide the funds?" "He did." "How much?" "Well, 50,000. "Are you sure?" "No, wait, 60,000. I managed to squeeze out an extra 10,000. Haha." Wei Jiahao chuckled. This left Su Jianghe somewhat speechless. Upon asking for the amount, Su Jianghe immediately sensed something was amiss. And indeed, Wei Jiahao was being mischievous. "What did your father say?" Su Jianghe inquired again. "Not much, but once he heard it was you, he was quite straightforward." "Really? Did you show him the 2 documents?" Yes. "All right, I understand." Su Jianghe surmised the situation, likely attributing it to Uncle Su, considering that Wei Daming's livelihood was supported by Uncle Su. Human emotions, indeed, constitute an art form. In conclusion, Su Jianghe pondered for a moment and added, "The expenditure should not be excessive. When the time comes, a comprehensive financial summary will be prepared, which I will present to your father." "Goodness, Su Jianghe, is that truly necessary?" "Absolutely essential. Will my father not be furious with me?" "Not at all. He will be quite pleased." "Oh, it is getting late. I shall discuss the next steps later. Goodbye." With that, Su Jianghe ended the call. The funding was secured. A few days prior, Su Jianghe had instructed Wei Jiahao to engage an advertising design firm to create a comprehensive branding package for UT, covering everything from cups to storefronts and displays, culminating in a cohesive proposal. The next step involved organizing the store and its renovation, which Wei Jiahao was already overseeing. Yu Shuiming was also remarkably efficient. Originally allotted a fortnight, he finalized 5 product offerings in less than a week, with the flagship item being the signature mango pomelo sago. Wei Jiahao approached this endeavor with a sense of playful spontaneity. He was not one to engage in laborious, long-term undertakings. Nevertheless, Yu Shuiming proved to be a diligent and eager learner. Another week passed. It was mid-April. With funds in place, progress accelerated. Wei Daming, Wei Jiahao's father, not only provided financial support, but also took a keen interest in the project. He facilitated the store's renovation, ensuring swift advancement. And it was nearly certain that the new store would open before the May Day holiday at the prime location on 5-Star Street. The registration and procedural formalities were to proceed as previously discussed, with equity allocated as follows: Su Jianghe at 80%, Yu Shuiming at 15%, Wei Jiahao at 5%, and Yu Shuiming would serve as the legal representative. Wei Jiahao's initial enthusiasm waned quickly. Being a student, he soon delegated the responsibilities entirely to Yu Shuiming after establishing the necessary connections. As for Su Jianghe, he found it simpler still, opting for periodic updates from Yu Shuiming regarding progress. His concern was not about the store's performance, but rather about Yu Shuiming's personal development. In his past life, Su Jianghe had risen from humble beginnings, and this experience endowed him with a profound understanding of identifying and nurturing talent. He was keen to mentor Yu Shuiming, albeit with a hint of pressure. Yu Shuiming was tasked not only with executing assignments, but also with contemplating improvements. Su Jianghe's guidance was particularly insightful. He encouraged Yu Shuiming not to fear mistakes, assuring him that with his presence, no grave errors would occur, and that minor mistakes could even be beneficial. However, there was a stipulation. Once a mistake was made, it must not be repeated, and all similar errors must be avoided in the future. This was the principle of learning from experience. Additionally, Su Jianghe imparted an important lesson. While abilities can be cultivated, the key to development lies in one's understanding. If one comprehends something, that knowledge translates into ability. To enhance one's comprehension, one must continuously absorb high-quality information, learning through practice and reflection. After these discussions, Yu Shuiming was invigorated, displaying an impressive zeal for work. He possessed a grounded nature coupled with astuteness, prompting Su Jianghe to recognize his potential for growth. Nevertheless, he was not hesitant to apply pressure when necessary. Su Jianghe was straightforward. If someone's abilities proved inadequate or mismatched, he would consider replacing them. Furthermore, he warned against deceitful thoughts, emphasizing that with Yu Shuiming's current level of understanding, he could not engage in sophisticated maneuvers without being discovered. Conversely, should Su Jianghe choose to manipulate him, the consequences would be unforeseen. Fortunately, Yu Shuiming was astute enough not to falter in this regard. Su Jianghe's primary focus remained on learning. His involvement with UT was merely a convenient venture. Moreover, the bubble tea industry had a relatively long development cycle, necessitating alignment with the evolving consumer spending patterns, which required patience and careful progression. Wei Jiahao kept this endeavor under wraps, resulting in limited awareness among their peers. At school, Su Jianghe continued to be the formidable figure focused on his academic resurgence, with his sights set solely on the citywide examination at the end of April. During this period, his interactions with Shan Xian were infrequent. Since he had previously mentioned on QQ that he intended to surpass her, Shan Xian's sense of urgency had noticeably heightened, her focus becoming intense. In school, they would occasionally cross paths, their gazes meeting, and Su Jianghe could sense the fierce determination radiating from her flushed cheeks, reminiscent of her tenacity in his past life. This indomitable spirit was indeed a trait that persisted. Su Jianghe welcomed this development, as it seemed that in this life Dr. Shunxian would elevate her academic standing significantly. The tumult surrounding Su Jianghe's reputation at school gradually subsided, with the impending college entrance examination bringing clarity to the atmosphere of the senior year. College entrance examination. College entrance examination. It was all anyone spoke of. Su Muxuan's standing appeared to have suffered some backlash. However, in truth, it mattered little. A goddess remains a goddess, as long as her visage graced the halls. Her high value could not be overlooked. Yet, Su Jianghe observed something intriguing. In a classroom setting, where faces frequently brushed past one another, Su Jianghe often had to walk past the podium. Previously, Su Muxuan would not spare him a glance. Recently, however, she occasionally cast a fleeting look his way, feigning indifference. Her expression cool and aloof, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of resentment and indignation. Su Jianghe understood the implications of her demeanor. Frankly, when it came to psychological games, no girl of this age could rival him, and Su Muxuan, with her peacock-like pride, was no exception. In his reborn life, Su Jianghe had mastered an unassailable tactic, maintaining an absence of emotional gaps. What does it mean to have emotional gaps? Any uncontrolled emotional fluctuations qualify. Once emotions are stirred, one becomes passive, inviting trouble. Time continued to pass swiftly. Before they knew it, late April 2009 had arrived. The citywide examination was approaching. Yu Shuiming was also finalizing preparations for the May Day opening. Su Jianghe took a moment to devise a marketing plan for him, centered around the opening event, which was quite simple, a half-price promotion for checking in on QQ Space. While this might have been a commonplace strategy in later years, in 2009, it was quite innovative. Moreover, since it remained effective despite its commonality, it underscored its simplicity and efficacy. Chapter 56, Magnificence. The citywide examination was scheduled for late April, with a short holiday following immediately thereafter. During evening self-study, the homeroom teacher, Wang Weijun, entered the classroom with a radiant complexion, tapping the podium. Come now, everyone. Please put down your pens. I have a few more points to emphasize regarding tomorrow's citywide examination. Since mid-April, he had been underscoring the significance of this examination. The so-called citywide examination involved all high schools across the city, including those from subordinate counties and townships, with a unified curriculum and testing structure, simulating the college entrance examination in its entirety, requiring answer sheets and number 2 pencils. After the examination, grading and scoring would be conducted uniformly across the city, resulting in a citywide ranking. It could be said that this examination was the most critical assessment aside from the college entrance examination. Its value was such that one could assert that the level of performance in the citywide examination would closely reflect that of the college entrance examination. What mattered was not the score itself, but the ranking. Those in the top 10 were assured admission to prestigious universities, such as Tsinghua and Peking, while those within the top 100 were in contention for the C9 League and Huazhong University of Science and Technology. By this stage, the academic level of the senior students had stabilized, with only a month remaining until the college entrance examination. Further improvement was challenging, as everyone was striving diligently, particularly the high-achieving students. Of course, one could not dismiss the role of chance and on-the-spot performance. Dear classmates, the municipal joint examination is akin to a mini-college entrance examination, and its significance cannot be overstated. The ranking you achieve will likely correlate closely with your performance in the actual college entrance examination in a month's time. I urge you to approach this with the utmost seriousness, yet maintain a balanced mindset. Do not be disheartened if you do not perform as expected. I have often shared my thoughts on this matter, but I firmly believe that our class will undoubtedly achieve remarkable results this time around. I have witnessed the fervor and dedication you all embodied during this period. Let me reiterate, hard work will yield rewards, and we shall not squander our efforts in our final year. Class monitor, please retrieve the seating chart, and once the arrangements have been made, let's continue with our self-study. The old teacher hurried in and out, having said all that needed to be said countless times before. The classmates began to tidy their desks and arrange their seating, with a few class committee members adhering to the seating chart. Lu Dan glanced back, her pre-exam anxiety flaring up as usual. Oh no, I'm certain I'll perform poorly this time. There are still several concepts in the comprehensive science that I find utterly perplexing. What am I to do? Fear not. You're bound to make significant progress this time. Tao Xiaojiao gently reassured her. Let us hope so. Lu Dan clasped her hands in prayer. Almost immediately, she turned to Su Jianghe and exclaimed, Hey, Su Jianghe, you ranked 69th last time. This time, you've been placed directly into the second examination room. Are you not excited? Are you not looking forward to it? Su Jiang Fzawen, 69th? That dismal number hardly evokes any feelings. He shook his head. Nevertheless, he encouraged Lu Dan and Tao Xiaojiao, saying, Lu Dan, your performance over the past month has been commendable, and you will surely excel. The same goes for you, Tao Xiaojiao. Your diligence is evident. Huh? Me? I have done nothing special. You are the one who is most earnest and focused. Tao Xiaojiao blushed at his compliment. Su Ziyang, you won T surpass, Shun Xian this time, will you? Lu Dan interjected with excitement. The girl, whose Mandarin was less than fluent and whose accent was strong, had inadvertently emphasized the word surpass with an unexpected intonation. Su Jianghe was momentarily taken aback. Shun Xian had always held the top position in the class, consistently maintaining a lead of at least 50 ranks over the second place. Yet, he felt a strong premonition that this time, he might indeed surpass her. Lu Dan continued enthusiastically, I have a strong feeling that you will definitely surpass her this time. Su Jianghe furrowed his brow and replied, It's hard to say. It's possible, but it all depends on the performance. I sense a rivalry brewing between the two of you. During this period, I have noticed Shun Xian putting in considerable effort as well, Tao Xiaojiao softly remarked. Indeed, the more reserved and observant girls often possessed a keen sense of awareness. Su Jianghe had intentionally sought to instill a sense of urgency in Shun Xian, who inherently had a competitive spirit. In truth, it was not only Shun Xian who had been influenced. Su Jianghe's determination had also spurred others on. Tao Xiaojiao had been diligently striving in silence, while the once chatty Lu Dan was gradually adjusting to the rhythm of their studies. The remarkable leaps in Su Jianghe's performance during the previous two assessments had shifted public perception, and the class had grown accustomed to glancing back at the rear corner of the room. This was precisely the source of the confidence exuded by their teacher, Wang Weijun. The trio seated at the back, engaged in little conversation, each absorbed in their respective studies. Over the past month, Su Jianghe had maintained a commendable pace and felt quite good about his progress. However, he was acutely aware of a particular issue that had arisen. He sensed that he was nearing his limits. This realization was somewhat disheartening, yet acceptance was inevitable. Deep down, Su Jianghe understood that his academic aptitude was not of the exceptional kind. Given just 100 days, it would be nearly impossible for him to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. In his past life, he had managed to reverse his fortunes in the postgraduate entrance examination, but that was a different arena with a distinct level of difficulty. In Guangxi province, gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University required not only a remarkable academic talent, but also unparalleled effort, even for the most gifted competitors. Time was indeed short, and Su Jianghe had not discovered any shortcuts. He felt that his ceiling was likely limited to the C9 League, which included prominent institutions like Huazhong University of Science and Technology. To ascend from a third-tier institution to a C9 university within a mere 100 days was already an impressive feat thus. If he performed well this time, he should be able to secure a position within the top 30 of his grade. If Shun Xian did not improve, or worse, regressed, then there was indeed a possibility that he could surpass her. However, when it came to the actual college entrance examination, the outcome remained uncertain. After all, Su Jianghe had been reborn and possessed certain hidden advantages. Thus, following the conclusion of the municipal joint examination, as he prepared for the final month leading up to the actual college entrance examination, Su Jianghe resolved to dedicate time to recalling the exam questions from his previous life. He remembered the essay prompts for Chinese, but they held little value. The key lay in the mathematics and comprehensive sciences challenging problems, which were crucial for attaining high scores. Unfortunately, he had little recollection of them, so he could only strive to remember and practice as many similar problems as possible. They need not be identical, but if he could grasp the similar question types and thought processes through repetition, he would be well prepared. The first evening self-study session concluded. Class 3 now exhibited an exceptional academic atmosphere, with silence reigning even after class ended. The teacher took great pride in this, often remarking that passing through other classes before arriving at their own was a stark contrast. So, if you cannot perform well, who else has the right to excel? In any case, the final sprint demanded relentless effort. The teacher had another saying, yes, be bold. You must approach the examination with confidence. I can do well. No question can defeat me. Unbeknownst to Su Jianghe in his past life, upon his rebirth and simultaneous experience of youth, he realized that the trials faced during his final year of high school were indeed a rare and memorable experience worth cherishing. However, just as Su Jianghe immersed himself in his studies, an unexpected commotion erupted. Chapter 57. This girl seems a bit dim-witted. The classroom, which had been quiet, suddenly became lively. Su Jianghe was focused on his work when, without warning, someone slapped his desk. Following that, a crisp, Unfamiliar female voice broke the calm. Hey Su, Jianghe? Instinctively, Su Jianghe raised his gaze, first noticing Lu Dan in the front row looking back at him. Then his eyes drifted upward, revealing an unfamiliar girl standing beside his desk. She stood there, exuding an air of superiority. With long hair cascading down her shoulders, she was tall and strikingly beautiful, though she wore subtle makeup. It was already late April, and the temperatures in Lucheng were beginning to rise, prompting a switch to summer uniforms. White t-shirts paired with black athletic pants. This girl donned such an outfit, and at first glance, an aura of youth emanated from her. At this moment, Su Jianghe furrowed his brow, remaining seated and silent, entirely certain that he did not know this girl. A glance around the classroom revealed that nearly everyone was turning to look, especially the boys, their eyes wide with interest. Outside the classroom, a group of people congregated, mostly girls, their makeup evident and markedly different from that of his classmates. Su Jiang, I wrote you a letter asking you to add me on QQ. Why haven't you done so? She inquired again. What? Su Jianghe was perplexed. The letter. You didn't receive it? She asked incredulously. Letter? All right. After the last mock exam, my reputation took a turn for the better, and I began to find notes, or, shall we say, love letters in my desk drawer. Initially, I was intrigued and opened a few, but they were almost all anonymous. The content is rather subtle, yet somewhat uniform. It conveys that Su Jianghe is diligent and possesses a sunny disposition, followed by hearsay regarding various matters. Ultimately, it expresses a fondness, a desire to forge a friendship, culminating in the exchange of a QQ number for Su Jianghe to add her. In 2009, people were generally more reserved, making the practice of discreetly slipping letters into desks quite popular. However, the issue lies in the anonymity. Perhaps including a photograph would suffice. Thus, after perusing a few letters, Su Jianghe became indifferent, and the subsequent letters remained unopened, merely tucked away in his drawer at home. He didn't discard them, intending to revisit them when time permitted, for this, after all, was a fragment of youth. Now, the current situation is that she has also penned a letter. To be candid, this girl is strikingly beautiful. In Su Jianghe's recollection, aside from Su Mushuan and Shun Xian, Lu Yizhong is the only one remaining. In fact, in terms of looks and physique, she surpasses Shun Xian and is nearly comparable to Su Mushuan. Shun Xian suffers from her height, being just over 1.6 meters. In reality, she lacks the striking presence of a girl with legs exceeding 1.7 meters. At this moment, Wei Jiahao entered from outside, utterly astonished. What on earth? Chen Yiyuan? Su Jianghe regarded the girl. Her face flushed, brows furrowed slightly in displeasure as she nodded. Wei Jiahao approached, eyes wide with surprise, fixating on Su Jianghe with an expression of utter disbelief. When did you two get involved? I had no idea. Su Jianghe cast a glance at Wei Jiahao, who fell silent in shock. Su Jianghe then stood, looking at Chen Yiyuan, and said, Let us step outside to talk. Why? She asked. Just look around. Oh, all right. Let's go outside then. It was only then that Chen Yan realized the entire class was watching her, and she responded with a soft "oh," seemingly unfazed by the attention. The back door was ajar, and Su Jianghe strode outside. Chen Yiyuan initially followed, but halted after a few steps, calling out to the front row. Su Mushuan? Su Musuan? Su Jianghe paused and turned back. Su Mushuan remained seated, offering no response. Chen Yiyuan, undeterred, continued. Long time no see, Su Mushuan. Have you lost your mind? Su Musuan ziplit gutli. This irked Chen Yiyuan, who huffed. You're the one who's lost it. She then turned back, her smile radiant yet tinged with a hint of childishness, deliberately raising her voice in a sweet and intimate tone, stating, Su Jianghe, come on, let's go speak outside. Su Jianghe simply regarded her, silent and expressionless, before turning to exit through the back door. A few girls lingered outside, clearly friends of Chen Yiyuan, grinning at Su Jianghe and teasingly nudging Chen Yiyuan. Go, Yiyuan. You got this, Chen. Chen Yiyuan huffed, a touch smug. Su Jianghe continued walking until he reached the corridor between two teaching buildings, where he paused, turning back. He had surmised the general situation. Chen Yiyuan was likely a liberal arts student, probably an arts major, possibly studying dance, as her physical attributes were quite evident. Chen Yiyuan, is it? Speak up, what is going on? Su Jianghe inquired directly, standing before the towering Su Jianghe at about 1.7 meters. She needed to tilt her head to meet his gaze. At that moment, she appeared momentarily flustered, clearly at a loss. What do you mean? She countered, her eyes blinking rapidly. Her large, sparkling eyes were undeniably clear. I'm uncertain if you have indeed sent me a letter. Perhaps you have, but I haven't opened or read it, Su Jianghe stated. Why didn't you open it? Chen Yiyuan's eyes widened, visibly displeased. For no particular reason, it doesn't matter. Now, I ask you, what is it you intend? Su Jianghe regarded her intently. I just wanted to inquire why you haven't added me on QQ. I've been waiting several days. Chen Yuyuan asserted earnestly. Her face bore no trace of embarrassment, and she appeared quite self-assured. At this juncture, Su Jianghe perceived that this girl seemed somewhat lacking in intelligence. Their conversation was evidently not on the same wavelength. In truth, Chen Yuyuan represented a rather typical profile. In his past life, Su Jianghe had encountered many like her. They were primarily arts students, exceptionally talented, yet often lacking in academic prowess, with simplistic logic and comprehension skills. In summation, they were beautiful but not particularly astute. Su Jianghe couldn't help but chuckle and pose another question. You wish for me to add you on QQ because you want to get to know me. What is your motivation? Do you harbor feelings for me? Also, why did you call out to Su Muxuan in class? Huh? Chen Yuyuan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she was rendered speechless by his directness, her face flushing with either frustration or embarrassment as she stamped her foot and pouted. Why do you have to ask so bluntly? No one speaks like that. Chapter 58. Yes, I'm interested in you. The first evident sign of a lack of intelligence in women is when emotions govern their actions. Presently, while Su Jianghe was posing questions, Chen Yuyuan was merely expressing her feelings. When one is governed by emotions, they become susceptible to manipulation by others. In contrast, Su Muxuan exhibited greater intelligence than Chen Yuyuan. After Su Jianghe severed ties with her, they became strangers, regardless of any emotions. Su Muxuan maintained her composure and pride up to this day. As for Chen Yuyuan, she was merely upset over not being added on QQ. Yet she felt compelled to come to his class. Of course, one cannot expect too much from girls of this age. Emotionality is not always a negative trait. A beautiful girl lacking in cleverness, as long as her essence is not flawed, can indeed possess an endearing side. So, what do you expect me to do? Waste time engaging in this roundabout conversation with you? Su Jiang Vito. Chen Yuyuan was once again bewildered, her eyes blinking rapidly, exuding clarity. Yet she was left struggling for words. And no, as she became flustered, instinctively stamping her foot. Su Jianghe couldn't help but smile, softening his tone. Go on. Why do you want to get to know me? I just think you're quite remarkable, and you're rather good-looking too. Chen Yuyuan stammered, her cheeks flushing, her speech halting, and eventually bursting into a silly laugh, exuding an air of infatuation. Su Jianghe shook his head. Her thought process was still simplistic. However, her emotional responses were direct. Merely softening his tone prompted her to become immediately enthusiastic. By the way, Su Jianghe, did you know you're quite famous right now? Your scores have improved significantly in the mock exams. Girls are talking about you. And then I sought you out. Yes, I'm interested in you. Chen Yuyuan declared with newfound confidence. She stood tall, gazing directly into Su Jianghe's eyes. Yet soon, she faltered, her gaze darting away as she mumbled. Why are you so different from what I imagined? What did you envision me to be like? Well, someone gentle and cultured. When you were pursuing Su Muxuan, you never seemed bothered by her outbursts, and when others said you were a toad wishing to eat swan meat, you didn't get upset. That was in the past. In truth, I once held a certain disdain for you, but now, I find you to be exceptionally unique, Su Jianghe. Su Jiang, what expression is that on your face? Is your relationship with Su Muxuan not harmonious? Indeed, I have long harbored resentment towards her. Why is that? You are unaware? Chen Yuyuan was taken aback. Su Jianghe chose to remain silent. It is only logical. I do not even know who you are. How could I possibly understand your grievances against Su Muxuan? Very well, let me enlighten you. We are both campus beauties. Yet there are always whispers claiming that Su Muxuan surpasses me. In what ways does she excel over me? Chen Yuyuan huffed. Su Jianghe paused for a moment, then began to grasp the situation. Two strikingly beautiful girls are often compared, and the one perceived as inferior inevitably feels a sense of imbalance. Clearly, Chen Yuyuan occupies the weaker position, and she is unwilling to accept it. However, with her simplistic mindset, she struggles to process such feelings, and thus remains perpetually disgruntled. Upon hearing that Su Jianghe had willingly abandoned his pursuit of Su Muxuan, which had resulted in a dramatic shift in his reputation and a backlash against Su Muxuan, an ingenious idea sparked in Chen Yuyuan's mind. Now that many are speaking in Su Jianghe's favor and expressing their indignation on his behalf, coupled with the fact that he was the one to relinquish his pursuit, if I, Chen Yuyuan, were to win him over, would it not be proof that I am more attractive and superior than Su Muxuan? Su Jianghe, let me tell you, if we were to become an item, Su Muxuan would undoubtedly be furious. Do you believe it? I would flaunt our affection before her daily. I would say to her, isn't my Su Jianghe remarkable? Do you now regret your choices? Who can you blame? Blame your own blindness. You paid him no mind when he pursued you. But fortunately, Su Jianghe is not blind. He recognizes my superiority and has swiftly chosen me. Chun Yueing's imagination ran wild as she excitedly conveyed her thoughts, her grip on Su Jianghe tightening as she exclaimed, "Isn't it true?" She would be infuriated. Su Mushuan's fury. And then what? Su Xiang Su Den Li Gao De. Chun Yueing was momentarily stunned, replying vacantly, "Huh? Well, she would just be angry, and that would please me. Haha. And then? You would throw yourself into the mix? Casually engage in a romance with me? Only to be, mistreated? All for the sake of provoking her? Mistreated? You do not comprehend? Huh? Su Jianghe, how can you be this kind of person? And what sort of person do you believe me to be?" Su Jianghe's demeanor shifted abruptly. He then stated, "Without further ado, I have no interest in such antics, and I advise you against them, as they are rather foolish." You think I am foolish? In what manner have I been foolish? Is it because you deem my academic performance lacking that you look down upon me? I'm quite clever, Are you truly clever? Is this the sort of reasoning that showcases your intelligence? No, that is not what Enough, this conversation ends here. Tomorrow is the city joint examination, and I have no time to indulge in your trivialities. Su Jianghe declared as he prepared to leave. Chun Yueing stamped her foot in frustration, calling out, "Su Jianghe, you stop right there. What further issues are there?" "There are no issues. Rather, you, Su Jianghe. How could you be this way?" "No issues is quite satisfactory." Su Jianghe turned once more. Yet suddenly, Chun Yueing shouted, "Wait. Su Jianghe, are you exerting yourself in your studies merely to prove something to Su Mushuan? Who claimed that? Everyone asserts it." "Very well, allow me to clarify. This has nothing to do with Su Mushuan. I study for my own sake, purely desiring self-improvement. It is as simple as that." Silence. Su Jianghe returned to the classroom. Yet, Chun Yueing stood there dazed. A sense of grievance welled up within her, her eyes reddening as she stamped her feet in a flurry of emotions. What is this? What sort of person is he? How can he act this way? Especially when, at the very end, when she sought to speak, Su Jianghe had the audacity to tell her to be quiet, effectively silencing her. How could he treat her so? And with others observing, the more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Yet, as she pondered, her head tilted, and she suddenly realized that perhaps Su Jianghe had no real faults after all. Could it be that she was truly the one being unreasonable? It seemed just a tad. Absolutely not. Oh dear, how did it come to this? Su Jianghe is nothing like the person I had envisioned. Chun Yueing felt a surge of anxiety, as if her mind might explode. At that moment, several friends who had accompanied her from the liberal arts class to the science class approached, curiously and excitedly inquiring, "What happened, Yao Yao? Did you win over Chinjie?" I tell you, Su Mushuan was quite flustered. Her expression was rather unpleasant just now. I saw Su Jianghe enter the classroom, frowning, "You too." At this point, Chun Yueing's mind heated up, and she stamped her foot, saying, "What is there between us? We are perfectly fine." Chapter 59. Shun Xian? Shun Xian is simply different. So, did you really secure him? Chinjie is undeniably enchanting. One friend exclaimed, "Well, it is not quite like that. After all, we have become friends. Besides, he has the city joint examination tomorrow. I wanted to focus on his studies and not be distracted. You all know he is a diligent student now." Chun Yueing spoke with a hint of false seriousness despite her inner turmoil. That is true. However, Su Jianghe is indeed impressive. He has made such significant progress in such a short time. Oh, by the way, I just observed him closely, and he truly is quite handsome, tall, with a rather unique aura. Another friend chimed in. Indeed, Chun Yueing could not help but swell with pride. Yet, soon after, a sense of panic washed over her. Luckily, the class bell rang, prompting her to hurriedly pull her friends along, saying, "The bell is ringing. We must return to class quickly, or else Old Li will scold me again." I ranked first in the South Arts examination and third in the Shanghai drama exam. Yet he still looks down upon me. It infuriates me. Old Li only has your best interests at heart. Having passed your exams is good, but if you do not meet the standards in cultural subjects, that will be problematic. I understand, let us go. Yao Yao, Su Mushuan must be furious. I cannot care less whether she is furious. Oh, Yao Yao, you have changed. Be quiet. Su Jianghe entered the classroom just as the bell rang, signaling the start of the second evening study session. However, all the classmates turned to look at him simultaneously, their gazes revealing a curious mix of envy and admiration. Su Jianghe could discern that Chun Yueing was quite well known. Yet, this was to be expected. High school differs from university. Its smaller scale and monotonous nature allows strikingly beautiful girls to easily stand out, thus lending credence to the notion of campus beauties. Su Mushuan was one such example. Chun Yueing likely falls within that category as well. However, Su Jianghe truly had no recollection of her. After all, in his previous life, his focus had solely been on Su Mushuan. Upon entering the classroom, Wei Jiahao began whistling and teasing, while class monitor Guoming turned back with an expression of deep resentment, clearly reluctant to intervene. Su Jianghe cast a glance around the room, only to find Shan Xian also glancing back at him, her gaze peculiar. Unlike before, when they would share a knowing look and smile, this time, Shan Xian merely glanced at him before averting her gaze. As soon as Su Jianghe took his seat, Lu Dan immediately turned around, unable to contain her curiosity as she whispered, Hey, Su Jianghe, what is going on? Does Chen Yueying have a crush on you? Is she pursuing you? Su Jianghe instinctively glanced at Tao Xiaojiao, who had indeed paused her writing, slightly tilting her ear in their direction. Do you know Chen Yueying? Su Ziang in Guit? You don't know her? Liu dan replied, astonished. However, upon noticing Su Jianghe frowning, seemingly in a bad mood, she quickly stuck out her tongue and whispered, Chen Yueying from class 25 of the humanities, an art student majoring in dance, is regarded by the boys as one of the two most beautiful girls in the school, alongside Su Muxuan. You actually don't know her? I don't know. Su Jianghe shook his head. He then added, Are those two the only school beauties? What about Shun Xian? Shun Xian? She is different. She is a good student. However, many boys harbor a secret crush on her, often asking me to pass notes to her, Lu Dan remarked. Different? A good student? That's an interesting notion. After pondering for a moment, Su Jianghe replied, I truly do not know Chen Yueying. She has merely heard of me and developed a curiosity. However, it has been made clear that I am quite different from her imagination, so now, it's of no consequence. Though the reality was rather melodramatic. Leaving Su Jianghe somewhat speechless, he maintained a semblance of decorum, extending Chen Yueying a measure of dignity with his tactful words. That girl appeared to lack intelligence. Yet, in this incident, Su Jianghe was undoubtedly the one who benefited. In the hearts of boys during their school years, it is indeed a source of pride to have a beautiful girl openly express her affection. I understand now, Lu Dan nodded thoughtfully. Tao Xiaojiao exhaled lightly, and then secretly glanced back at Su Jianghe. The second evening study session remained raucous. Lu Dan, the chatterbox, had likely disseminated Su Jianghe's explanation far and wide. This was beneficial, as it provided closure to the situation and offered some individuals a sense of clarity, preventing them from approaching Su Jianghe with idle inquiries. The college entrance examination, it's all about the damn college entrance examination. Soon, the second evening study session concluded. Wei Jiahao indeed rushed over, snickering and causing a ruckus. Su Jianghe shot him a disapproving look, and he, recognizing the hint, nodded in acquiescence. Shun Xian had been somewhat out of sorts throughout the entire session. She did not quite comprehend why. Although she had moved her seat, her deskmate Su Muxuan still sat beside her. A few observations revealed that Su Muxuan appeared similarly distracted. Could it be that she was feeling jealous? Shun Xian pondered. As soon as the class ended, Su Muxuan stood up and left for the restroom. In the back row, Wu Yan had been watching Su Muxuan closely and quickly got up to follow her. Muxuan, wait a moment. Let us go together. Wu Yan called out with a friendly smile. Recently, Wu Yan had been feeling rather dismal, especially after that foolish incident when Su Muxuan had started ignoring her. Whenever Wu Yan approached, Su Muxuan would impatiently tell her to go away. Wu Yan didn't particularly treasure her friendship with Su Muxuan, but she had always been by her side, and many boys seeking to get closer to Su Muxuan would first try to win her favor. Moreover, being Su Muxuan's confidant was inherently a source of pride. However, after Su Jianghe's departure, Su Muxuan had distanced herself from Wu Yan. Wu Yan wasn't oblivious. She was aware of her lack of beauty, often noticing the disdainful and mocking glances from boys, especially after her relationship with Su Muxuan had soured. Those boys showed no restraint in their derision. At that moment, Su Muxuan walked steadily, yet did not dismiss Wu Yan. Muxuan, that Chen Yueying is truly out of her mind. I can tell she is after you. What is the point of this charade? And that Su Jianghe, what a piece of work. Just because his grades have risen, he flaunts it like this. I even suspect he is already involved with that wretched Chen Yueying, deliberately putting on a show for you. No wonder he hasn't come to seek your forgiveness or ask for another chance. Wu Yan chattered on. Su Muxuan remained silent. Upon entering the restroom, Wu Yan finally quieted down. Just then, Lu Dan and Wei Kylie followed him behind. Lu Dan, with her loud voice, boisterously declared no. Su Jianghe said it was all a misunderstanding. It seems that during this time, his grades improved and drew some attention. Chen Yueying was merely curious, but upon meeting him, realized he was not what she had imagined, so they cleared the air. There is nothing between them, right? In truth, that explanation seemed reasonable. However, had it been any other boy, he would have been boasting endlessly by now. Su Jianghe was not that sort of person. He is genuinely a good guy. Indeed, I agree, Wei Kylie chimed in. Chapter 60 always so clever, aren't you? After Lu Dan and Wei Kylie exited, Su Muxuan stepped out of the stall. Wu Yin had been waiting for a while. Having overheard their conversation, she felt somewhat awkward and instinctively attempted to strike up a conversation. Muxuan, why were you in there so long? Su Muxuan's lip twitched, her irritation flaring up again. She shot Wu Yin a glance, but ultimately decided against saying anything. Wu Yin, realizing her slip of the tongue, felt a pang of self-reproach. As Su Muxuan walked out, she hurried to follow. After a few steps, Wu Yin couldn't help but comment again, Muxuan, I still think Su Jianghe is rather nice. This whole situation is entirely the fault of that wretched Chen Yueing. She thought she could pick up what you no longer wanted. Wu Yin, huh? What is wrong? For now on, keep your distance from me. Su Muxuan blurted out. Her tone was habitually cold, indifferent to others' feelings. Yet this time, as she glanced at Wu Yan's dazed expression, an unfamiliar twinge of guilt welled up within her. Then, her tone softened slightly as she said, there is only a month left until the college entrance examination. Focus on your studies. You're different from me. Muxuan I enough. That'll be all. Su Muxuan dismissed Wu Yin and continued on her way. As she passed several classrooms and reached the entrance of Class 3, an inexplicable restlessness gnawed at her, though she felt slightly better. She instinctively glanced toward the back corner, where Su Jianghe was deeply engrossed in his work. Shaking her head, Su Muxuan returned to her seat. Afterward, she glanced at her deskmate, Shen Xian, who was also buried in her studies. Meanwhile, in Class 25 of the Humanities, Chen Yueing slumped over her desk, her mind in disarray and her heart racing. It was only after returning to her class that she realized she had misspoken. Encouraged by her friends, she had foolishly claimed to have befriended Su Jianghe and even urged him to study diligently. This was unacceptable. The truth would inevitably come to light. Thinking of Su Jianghe, Chen Yueing felt a swell of frustration. She had seen him several times before, trailing behind Su Muxuan, always obedient to her whims, ready to comply with her every demand. While she had looked down on him, she had harbored a hint of envy, imagining how delightful it would be if he pursued her instead. However, upon entering her senior year, the path of an art student diverged from that of a regular student. Chen Yueing initially focused on intensive training, followed by provincial examinations, and then national school assessments, only returning to Lu Yizhong recently to dedicate the last 2 months to her academic performance. Both her provincial and school exams had gone exceedingly well, filling her with pride. Yet, as for the college entrance examination upon returning to school, particularly during the intense period leading up to the school examination, she found herself immersed in her sister's incessant chatter on QQ about the affairs between Su Jianghe and Su Muxuan. Initially indifferent, she later became intrigued, ultimately realizing that Su Jianghe possessed a certain uniqueness. Under the influence of multifaceted psychological factors and her sister's coaxing, she penned a letter, requesting her friends to discreetly slip it into Su Jianghe's drawer. Consequently, she spent her days in class covertly playing on her phone, eagerly anticipating Su Jianghe's addition to her QQ. However, to her dismay, a week passed, her eyes nearly falling in her phone, yet Su Jianghe had not added her. This was intolerable. It was the first time in her life she had taken the initiative to write a letter, which could hardly be deemed a mere letter. It was undoubtedly a love letter, directed towards a boy, yet yielding such a disappointing outcome. How could she maintain her pride among her friends as Chunjia in the future? Thus, in a moment of impulsiveness, she resolved to confront him. Yet, Chen Yueing could never have anticipated that the real Su Jianghe would be so markedly different from her expectations. Firstly, his demeanor was strikingly aloof. Secondly, and most frustratingly for Chen Yueing, Su Jianghe had the audacity to call her foolish. Where was the foolishness in her actions? Had she not been astute all these years? Though she protested verbally, internally, she could not deny the truth. Every time Su Jianghe spoke, she found herself lagging behind, her responses delayed. Moreover, there was another peculiarity. His cold and fierce demeanor, devoid of unnecessary words, inexplicably resonated with her. Particularly when Su Jianghe instructed her to be silent, a peculiar sensation washed over her. Even now, merely reflecting on it felt odd. Leaning over her desk, she instinctively squeezed her legs together. Wait a moment, Chen Yueing, what on earth are you thinking? The pressing issue is that Su Jianghe perceives you as foolish. Upon returning home, someone is bound to inquire, and who knows how he might portray you. Oh no, whatever shall I do? Su Muxuan is certain to find this hilarious. How infuriating. Perhaps I should return to my studies. Chen Yueing pretended to pick up a book, but soon found herself lost in thought. Where'd she left off? Ah yes, the odd and even transformations, symbols and quadrants, Chen Yueing muttered to herself. Her desk maid had been observing her for some time and could no longer contain herself, approaching her in astonishment, exclaiming, "Yuang, after 3 years, you're still reciting that line?" "No talking during evening study," Chen Yuang retorted. After evening study, Su Jianghe logged onto QQ immediately upon returning home. He was awaiting a message from Shun Xian. Upon entering the classroom for evening study, Su Jianghe had distinctly noticed a shift in Shun Xian's mood. If not properly adjusted, it could adversely affect the upcoming municipal examination. After a brief wait, Shun Xian came online. Su Jianghe swiftly sent her a message. "Do you have confidence for tomorrow's municipal examination?" "Of course. I want to let you surpass me easily," came her almost instantaneous reply. Su Jianghe, upon reading her message, was reminded of Lu Dan's regional dialect from earlier that day, leading his thoughts to wander, stirring a sense of restlessness within him. At the tender age of 19, youthful exuberance often bordered on recklessness. Meanwhile, on the other side of the network, Shun Xian sat before her computer, a playful smile gracing her lips. She had logged on rather late that evening, and there was indeed a reason for the delay. Chapter 61. That should be sufficient, right? During a break in evening study, Chen Yuang unexpectedly approached Su Jianghe, catching Shun Xian off guard, as she seemed somewhat out of sorts throughout the entire session. After study, as she returned home, she habitually logged into QQ, but opted for invisibility. Tomorrow marked the municipal examination. She should actively encourage Su Jianghe, yet now she found herself at a loss for how to initiate. However, Shun Xian was unprepared for the sudden message from Lu Dan, inquiring why she had gone offline. Shun Xian replied, explaining that she had not logged off, merely gone incognito. Lu Dan then began to chatter about Su Jianghe. Shun Xian, still unaware of the dynamics between Chen Yuang and Su Jianghe, remained seated throughout the evening, listening intently to Lu Dan's explanations. "Oh, I see." Her mood lightened considerably. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Dan brought up a piece of gossip. "By the way, Xian, this evening I discussed the school beauty with Su Jianghe, and he suddenly asked me why you weren't included. Isn't that strange? I've pondered this for quite some time, and there's only one possibility. He has a crush on you." "Absolutely." Shun Xian was momentarily stunned by Lu Dan's words, her face suddenly aflame. However, she quickly responded, "Don't say such things. Tomorrow's municipal examination is approaching, and the college entrance exam is just a month away. Su Jianghe has been quite focused. I'm not saying anything out of turn. I'm merely sharing my thoughts. All right, Xian, get some rest early, or else Su Jianghe might just surpass you this time." Liu Dan replied, "That's all right. It will be a good thing." Shun Xian responded. Lu Dan acknowledged with a got it, and their conversation dwindled. Shortly thereafter, Shun Xian noticed Su Jianghe coming online. She found herself momentarily dazed, changing her status before promptly sending him a message, inquiring about his confidence. In the past, Shun Xian would have replied earnestly, "Yes, you too, give it your all. I look forward to your progress." But this time, on an inexplicable whim, she playfully responded, "Of course. I want to let you surpass me easily." After sending the message, Shun Xian immediately regretted it, her face burning, wondering if it had been too intimate. Thus, she hastily added, "But I still hope you can surpass me. Good luck." Meanwhile, Su Jianghe read her 2 messages. The first left him momentarily speechless, while the second prompted a smile. Su Jianghe felt assured of Shun Xian's state of mind. Moreover, while she was competitive, she also had a kind heart. Together, they would progress and meet again at the pinnacle. Su Jianghe replied, "Understood. Sleep early, little Su. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if you don't perform well tomorrow." Su Jianghe was once again momentarily taken aback. Words could indeed convey warmth and emotions. Good night. Su Jiang, Zipli. Good night, Shun Xian returned. Following that, her avatar turned gray, and Shun Xian logged off. Su Jianghe gazed at the chat history, smiling to himself before logging off. The municipal examination tomorrow was crucial, and Su Jianghe placed great importance on it, opting for an early night to conserve his energy. However, beneath the night sky, one individual was experiencing increasingly poor sleep quality. Su Muxuan sat before her computer, remaining incognito on QQ. This was a habitual tendency for Su Muxuan. Though her friends were few, whenever she logged on, numerous individuals would reach out to her. Among them were cousins, good friends, and some peers due to familial connections. In truth, Su Muxuan's mood upon returning home that evening was not particularly dire. Although Chen Yueying's antics during evening study had irked her somewhat, her spirits lifted considerably after hearing Lu Dan's words. It was precisely due to this uplift in mood that she found herself for the first time advising Wu Yin to focus on her studies. Yet, upon arriving home, she instinctively logged onto QQ. She noticed Su Jianghe was online, followed shortly by Shun Xian. Consequently, An inexplicable agitation began to brew within her, particularly when Shun Xian logged off and Su Jianghe's avatar turned gray as well. Su Muxuan was far from foolish. She could certainly piece together the situation. She had ventured into Shun Xian's QQ space, activated the yellow diamond, and accessed it incognito, discovering traces of Su Jianghe in the visitation records. Thus, it became evident that the two had clandestinely added each other as QQ friends. Despite maintaining silence in school and focusing on their studies, they were secretly flirting during late-night study sessions after returning home. If they had the audacity, why not just be together openly? Su Muxuan suddenly felt a surge of anger, glaring at her computer as she shouted this aloud. Yet before long, her eyes brimmed with tears, and her heart was filled with vexation. Su Muxuan realized that she shouldn't be losing her temper. Such outbursts indicated that she had not truly moved on, that she was being foolish, an unforgivable sin. But why was she unable to control herself? Su Muxuan abruptly deemed Su Jianghe to be exceedingly unreasonable. Was it just because she had lost her temper that morning when the buns had gone cold? It wasn't as if she had never expressed her anger before. He should have understood that tempers would pass. It wasn't as if she genuinely wanted him to leave. Moreover, why didn't he mention his injury earlier? Why did he insist on having Shun Xian say something? Once Shin Xian spoke up, it was certain that she would be even angrier. Why should she be the one to address it? Recently, many at school had been discussing Su Jianghe, and Su Muxuan had overheard snippets of conversation, the most frequent remark being that Su Jianghe wanted to prove himself to her. If that were the case, Su Muxuan thought it wasn't entirely negative. But what was the nature of his relationship with Shun Xian? Wasn't he supposed to be proving himself to her? Hadn't he already done enough? How frustrating. Infuriating. Su Muxuan was once again overwhelmed with rage, pushing her desk. A book atop the shelf seemed to have been precariously placed, tumbling down and landing open on the floor, dislodging a photograph. Su Muxuan stared vacantly at the book and the photo on the ground. Chapter 62. Your Rose. The book was a fairy tale, The Little Prince. The photograph was a group shot taken at their middle school graduation, where she stood in the sunlight, seemingly lacking joy for reasons unknown. Su Jianghe stood beside her, slightly behind, foolishly making a peace sign, secretly glancing at her, his expression of delight rendering him even more foolish. Su Muxuan continued to gaze at the photograph, neither picking it up nor kicking it away. After a while, her attention shifted to The Little Prince. This book had been a gift from Su Jianghe at their middle school graduation, accompanied by the group photo. He had said it was his favorite book. At the time, Su Muxuan had found it rather childish. Who still read fairy tales after graduating middle school? She had accepted it, but had never read it, not even flipping through its pages. After some time, Su Muxuan crouched down to retrieve the book and the photograph. She contemplated tearing the photograph, yet inexplicably lacked the resolve, ultimately placing it back within the book. Originally intending to return the book to the shelf, Su Muxuan inexplicably sat back down at her desk, holding onto The Little Prince. The book was somewhat worn, with evident signs of having been perused, its cover slightly damaged. Su Muxuan let out a soft huff, attempting to laugh, yet still found it peculiar that someone could repeatedly read the same fairy tale after graduating middle school. Was it truly that captivating? She flipped through the pages, discovering numerous folded pages, likely creased by Su Jianghe after reading. Perhaps he had intentionally left them, hoping Su Muxuan would directly open to the parts he wished her to see. She unfolded a page, revealing a sentence circled in red ink. One sees clearly only with the heart. What is essential is invisible to the eye. Su Muxuan was momentarily taken aback. After a while, she turned to another page, which read, "It is the time you have wasted for your rose that makes your rose so important." The following day, the citywide joint examination commenced. Early in the morning, Su Jianghe entered the classroom, instinctively glancing toward Shun Xian's seat. She had arrived earlier than him, looking up at him, her sweet face slightly flushed behind her glasses, her little fists raised in a gesture of defiance towards Su Jianghe. Su Jianghe chuckled, smiling, and feigned indifference. In response, Shun Xian's smile grew even sweeter. Thus, they exchanged their customary brief glances. At 7:30, they headed to their respective examination rooms. Su Jianghe had placed within the top 100 in the previous mock exam, ranking 69th, so this time he was assigned to room 2. Shun Xian, ranking within the top 30, went directly to room 1. 95% of the students in these two rooms hailed from the elite classes. Su Jianghe had anticipated that the students from these classes would be somewhat different. However, upon entering, he found them all staring at him in unison. "Wow, so you've heard about my story?" A few clearly extroverted students exclaimed. "Su Jianghe, you're the one from class 3, right? Wow, you're incredible. Even our homeroom teacher often talks about you in class. Class 3 is truly formidable." And there's even Shun Xian in the first exam room. It's remarkable that someone from a parallel class made it to the first exam room. While some of the comments weren't particularly flattering, they bore no malice, reflecting the straightforwardness typical of high achievers. Su Jianghe merely smiled, neither affirming nor denying, and did not seek to boast. This was his first time entering an examination room so advanced, and he felt a mix of emotions. He surveyed the room and couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Indeed, girls who excelled academically and were also beautiful were a rare breed. The boys were no different. Across the entire class, they all looked haggard, with none capable of matching his own looks. This thought reminded Su Jianghe of something Lu Dan had mentioned, noting that many boys were enamored with Shun Xian, particularly several high achievers from the elite classes, one of whom had even written a letter to Shun Xian in secret, having been a top student at Tsinghua University. In his past life, Shun Xian had mentioned a boy from her cohort who, after graduating with both a bachelor's and master's degree from Tsinghua, was now working in the city. They had previously been friends, but she had recently sensed something was amiss with him. Upon hearing this, Su Jianghe immediately understood what she meant. That fellow could certainly be considered exceptional. He had chuckled and remarked, "You're not exactly a child anymore." Shun Xian had suddenly reacted with displeasure, retorting, "Are you the only one who is young? We're all the same." Ultimately, Shun Xian had not given him the chance to engage further. The morning was dedicated to the Chinese exam, followed by mathematics in the afternoon. Su Jianghe diligently tackled the exams, feeling satisfied with his performance. As there were no study requirements for the evening session, he decided to leave after completing his exams. He made a trip to Wuxing Street, where the first store of Yuecha was set to open the day after tomorrow, coinciding with Labor Day. The preparations were nearly complete. The store's decor had been executed to closely resemble the design plans, featuring a green and white color scheme that was both minimalist and sophisticated, ensuring high recognition and memorability. The pricing for the milk tea items had been determined by Su Jianghe, with the flagship item, Mango Pomelo Sago, priced at 12 yuan for a medium cup and 15 for a large. When Su Jianghe mentioned this pricing, Yu Shuaming was taken aback, exclaiming it was too expensive and would never sell. Not just the Mango Pomelo Sago was costly, the average price for the other milk tea items was around 8 yuan. Was it truly expensive? In 2009, it could indeed be considered so. However, Su Jianghe desired it to be perceived as such. Product pricing should reflect brand positioning, as well as the maturity of the consumer market. One could either pursue a cost-effective route, selling at lower margins for higher volume. But that path often proved to be laborious and thankless, as the meticulous consumer base was the hardest to please. Either you embark on a high-end journey, taking a bold leap to offer differentiation and a distinctive identity, or, more bluntly, you could market it as an intelligence tax. In 2009, the bubble tea market lacked any semblance of maturity, and Yuecha stood as the first in Lucheng, which was a significant advantage. Opting for a low-end strategy would only lead to unnecessary hardship. Thus, it is wiser to carve out a new path and generate buzz from the outset. Many would surely laugh and label it as foolishness fueled by wealth. However, the affluent are indifferent to such judgments. The middle class tends to overlook the folly, focusing instead on the abundance of wealth. As for the average consumer, they are not currently my target demographic. Chapter 63. Shed the employee mindset. However, with the rapid economic development and accelerated consumer upgrades in recent years, they will inevitably join the fray. In essence, based on Su Jianghe's past experiences, companies aiming for substantial profits typically follow two paths. First, sell products at a premium, extracting the intelligence tax from consumers. Second, if the products are not expensive, then sell in volume, expanding the business while capitalizing on the surplus value of employees. Su Jianghe succinctly conveyed this logic to Yu Shuaming, who grasped the gist. Su Jianghe then instructed him to consult his sister for insights into consumer psychology to enhance his understanding in that realm. At the store, Yu Shuaming was training 3 newly hired employees, a requirement set forth by Su Jianghe. He realized he could not manage the new shop alone. Initially, Yu Shuaming suggested enlisting friends and relatives, trusted individuals. Su Jianghe promptly dismissed the idea, asserting it was unfeasible. Such personal entanglements would complicate future management. If one is merely playing around without aspirations for growth and profit, then it matters little. Otherwise, it is prudent to avoid potential issues from the outset. The earlier one addresses these concerns, the lower the associated costs will be. Furthermore, Su Jianghe clearly stated that he needed Yu Shuaming to grow, to learn how to identify, employ, and manage people, even to exploit them if necessary. The message was stark but truthful. Initially, Yu Shuaming struggled to comprehend the rationale, questioning its morality. Su Jiang smiled, asserting that as a business owner, profit must always take precedence. Once profits are secured, One can then consider improving employee benefits, albeit after squeezing them further. Yu Shuiming pondered this for an entire night and sought counsel from his sister, Yu Shuai. Still a student, she possessed a youthful idealism and immediately reacted with indignation, likening it to the actions of a heartless capitalist deserving of condemnation. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized the inherent truth. No capitalist is devoid of a ruthless streak. This realization marked a transformative moment for Yu Shuiming. He evolved, gaining confidence. He genuinely felt that following Su Jianghe would lead to success, and that confidence proved far more valuable than gold. Su Jianghe entered the store alongside Wei Jiahao. Prior to this, he had taken a stroll through the pedestrian street to observe the surroundings. Passers-by were captivated by the refreshing storefront of Yuecha, often stopping to inquire within, indicating that the initial step was indeed successful. "Boss, you're here," Yu Shuiming greeted them. "Wow, Yu Shuiming, you've done well here. It looks impressive," Wei Jiahao remarked, nodding in approval. During the initial stages, he was enthusiastic, but later delegated the renovation and supply chain matters to Yu Shuiming, leaving him unconcerned. It was clear he was not the type to diligently engage in the work. Su Jianghe looked at Yu Shuiming, saying, "No need to call me boss. You're managing the store. You're the boss. Shed that employee mindset." Yu Shuiming paused, then solemnly nodded, affirming, "Rest assured, I will do my utmost." "Are you tired during this period?" Su Jianghe inquired further. "A bit," Yu Shuiming replied, scratching his head. He had been sleeping only a few hours each night, handling everything himself, while Su Jianghe had visited the store only twice, primarily to review financial summaries. The financial reports were prepared remotely by Yu Shuai, and they were not complex, merely bookkeeping. "Being tired is expected. If you claim otherwise, it implies my demands have not been sufficiently high," Su Jianghe chuckled. Upon hearing this, Yu Shuiming reflected momentarily and responded, "Then I am not tired." This took Su Jianghe by surprise. "Excellent. Indeed, there is potential for growth." He nodded in approval, saying nothing more. Yu Shuiming sensed the recognition in Su Jianghe's expression, which invigorated him, akin to receiving a motivational boost. Initially, Yu Shuiming regarded Su Jianghe as merely a high school student, but gradually he transitioned from admiration to reverence, even developing a sense of awe, making him particularly attuned to Su Jianghe's demeanor. Su Jianghe conducted a brief inspection and found everything satisfactory. He engaged the 3 new employees with a few questions. They displayed commendable qualities and efficiency, indicating that Yu Shuiming's training was effective. The next step was the grand opening on May Day. "By the way, Yu Shuiming, I need you to handle one more task." Su Jianghe turned back. "What is it?" Yu Shuiming inquired earnestly. "Previously, you posted about half-price promotions on social media. Set up another scheme to see if you can recruit a few actors to create a bustling queue," Su Jianghe instructed. "Understood. I will take care of it tomorrow," Yu Shuiming replied. "Make sure the details are clear, the spectacle is grand, and don't pay until everything is in order," Su Jianghe emphasized, pausing before adding. "Also, during the opening days, manage the tea preparation speed. It can be slower to extend the waiting time." "Is that even a strategy?" Yu Shuiming was astonished. "Wow, Su Ziyang, that seems a bit cunning," Wei Jiahao exclaimed wide-eyed. "Cunning? This is called a business strategy, understanding consumer psychology. Do you think this is child's play?" Su Jianghe shot a glare at Wei Jiahao. "Incredible, truly impressive," Wei Jiahao conceded. Yu Shuiming nodded, thoroughly impressed, realizing that every meeting with Su Jianghe offered valuable lessons. Su Jianghe did not linger long in the store. Soon, he departed with Wei Jiahao. Once outside, Wei Jiahao could no longer contain his admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, Su Jianghe, what are you even thinking? I am genuinely in awe." Chapter 64. A Flourishing Bloom. "Tell me, how much have you spent?" "Once the store opens, the cash flow should sustain itself. I am preparing to provide your father with a financial summary, so be ready to address any deficits and concoct excuses as necessary." "Is it really necessary?" "Absolutely." "Fine. I previously transferred 200,000 to Yu Shuiming, and he hasn't asked for more, so there should be a surplus." "Understood." Su Ziyang noted that. In truth, he was well aware of the financial situation, having kept a close watch. Initially, when Wei Jiahao sought 600,000 from his father, Su Jianghe deemed it reasonable. However, as expenses accumulated, he recalled it was 2009, with inflation not escalating as rapidly. The substantial rent was manageable due to Wei Jiahao's father's intervention, securing a favorable payment arrangement. Though Wei Jiahao grumbled, he understood that Su Jianghe was principled. His father, Wei Daming, often advised against forming close ties with those lacking principles, as they are invariably unreliable. Meanwhile, at the store, Yu Shuiming had taken to residing there. After the departure of 3 employees, he could hardly contain his excitement, and, noting that there was still ample time, promptly called his sister, Yu Shuai. Thousands of miles away at Nanjing University, Yu Shuai was studying in a library. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Upon checking, she saw it was her elder brother. Over the past month, he had been calling her every few days. "Hello, brother," she answered, stepping outside to take the call. "Shuai, have you seen the photos? Your brother is eager to share." Yu Shuiming can hardly wait. Her brother's words came pouring forth, and she felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, she was thrilled and anticipatory, yet on the other, there was an unsettling feeling. The photos were taken by Yu Shuiming before the store's grand opening, sent over via computer. And after viewing them, she was profoundly moved. How quickly it has come to fruition, she thought, having assisted with bookkeeping and basic financial tasks. She felt a sense of involvement. She was aware of Su Jianghe's guidance to Yu Shuiming, and many aspects, once met with subconscious resistance, had now compelled her to acknowledge their validity upon deeper reflection. In 2009, the wave of entrepreneurship surged, particularly among elite universities, small circles, and salons thrived, where various talents passionately discussed their visions. Over the past few years, entrepreneurial programs had proliferated, especially those focused on the internet, with figures like Jack Ma of Alibaba becoming prominent opinion leaders. Yu Shuai held great admiration for Jack Ma, believing his insights on entrepreneurial visions, values, and dreams were profoundly enlightening. However, when it came to Su Jianghe, she found his demeanor rather unpleasant, rife with pettiness and ugliness. His understanding of the system of rules starkly contrasted with her own beliefs. Yet, she had to concede that Su Jianghe seemed capable of achieving results. Just moments ago, her brother had recounted some cunning promotional details that effectively tapped into consumer psychology. What could this be termed if not practical application? Moreover, regarding the previous pricing strategy, her initial reaction was disbelief. Yet upon hearing Su Jianghe's reasoning, she realized she could not refute his logic with her own knowledge. It all came down to real-world outcomes. Thus, she was particularly eager to see what transpired post-opening, whether it would thrive, perish, or soar to new heights. At this moment, her brother Yu Shuiming said, "Shuai, to be honest, weren't you supposed to be pursuing further studies? I was thinking, once you graduate, why not come help me directly? You're more capable than I am and have a better education." "Brother, didn't we agree to set that aside? What you can achieve remains uncertain, and besides, Su Jianghe is the actual controlling person. He may not agree to this." Yu Shuai quickly interjected. In truth, she had entertained that notion. Her academic credentials were commendable. Yet the post-graduation situations of her senior colleagues often fell short of expectations, leading to significant disillusionment. Furthermore, she feared Su Jianghe's disapproval and worried that her brother's thoughtless mention could provoke his ire. Damn it, how did I come to be wary of that person as well? He is just a high school student, a junior from Luizhong. How peculiar. Brother, do temper your optimism. I believe his pricing strategy carries substantial risks. Customers may not be willing to pay. Let us wait until the May Day opening to assess the situation, Yu Shuai remarked. I'm a bit apprehensive too, but I have faith in him, Yu Shuiming replied. Let us hope for the best, Yu Shuai responded, though inwardly, she questioned the extent of such confidence. The siblings exchanged a few more pleasantries before ending the call. In contrast to her brother's buoyant optimism, Yu Shuai remained engulfed in a tumult of emotions. She wished for her brother's success, yet inexplicably, she longed to witness the pompous Su Jianghe stumble within his own cognitive framework, which would bring her a sense of vindication. Meanwhile, Su Jianghe was riding on Wei Jiahao's scooter, heading to Xiqiao for a bowl of snail noodles. In 2 lifetimes, he had determined that the best snail noodles were from this shop in Xiqiao. After the dish gained popularity, the shop became a sensation, and during one of his previous visits, he had waited in line for quite some time. He arrived home around 8 or 9 o'clock. His mother, Wu Xiaomei, was still beaming with pride, thoroughly satisfied with her son. Lao Deng remained his usual self, frustrated and irritable, but he found himself powerless against Su Jianghe. Su Jianghe had a knack for outmaneuvering Su Guozhong. He began, "Dad, you're not unreasonable," and deftly elevated the discussion, laying out his logic. How could Su Guozhong possibly compete with Su Jianghe? The disparity in their intellect was stark. Su Guozhong was left dumbfounded, unable to counter, and frustrated yet devoid of recourse. He could only simmer in silence. This situation caused Su Guozhong's standing in the household to plummet, with Wu Xiaomei occasionally teasing him about it. Feeling humiliated, Su Guozhong sought out Su Pingzhong, who, upon hearing the tale, chuckled and sided with that little rascal, praising him. insisting that such independence was commendable and that he should take a step back, for his son had great potential, being Su Guizhong's only child. This praise brought him some comfort. If Su Pingzhong believed his son would succeed, then surely he would. That evening, Su Jianghe logged onto the venture capital forum. His recent online presence had dwindled due to pressing academic obligations. However, he unexpectedly stumbled upon an insightful exchange. A user named Hua Kai-Fu Gue had been engaging with his posts, meticulously analyzing and endorsing his viewpoints. Su Jianghe could discern that this individual possessed considerable intellect. Despite the virtual barriers of anonymity, there existed an inexplicable rapport and a shared cognitive resonance between them. Yet, the name Hua Kai-Fu Gue struck him as overly ostentatious, evoking the image of an affluent matron, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He regretted having adopted the old-fashioned moniker to Jianghe for his online persona. Chapter 65. Having come this far, should I not change it to Xiao, Jiang Xiaoi? He mused, but upon reflection, he deemed such a change disingenuous. After all, he had always been just as ambitious over the years. Nevertheless, he paid close attention to Hua Kai-Fu Gue's comments, noting their eloquence and logical structure, which suggested a relatively youthful individual, at least not elderly. Su Jianghe did not dwell on this for too long. In the realm of virtual spaces, one could encounter all manner of individuals. In recent days, a new topic had emerged on the forum: consumer upgrades. Hua Kai-Fu Gue had even tagged a Jianghe, prompting Su Jianghe to browse the thread and contribute his thoughts. He firmly believed that consumer upgrades were an inevitable trend. However, most forum members attributed this phenomenon solely to rising economic standards. Su Jianghe proposed a different perspective, suggesting that capital was a driving force, indicating the ascendance of consumerism. The forum's discussions were purpose-driven. From the outset, Su Jianghe had envisioned laying the groundwork for his next entrepreneurial phase. He had no intention of pursuing a trivial initial investment or seeking a traditional small project to accumulate his first pot of gold. Such approaches belonged to a bygone era, now rendered obsolete. What was the current trend? In the venture capital sphere, a fashionable concept had emerged, referred to as the credit card of life. Essentially, it entailed evaluating an individual's value, capabilities, and potential to issue a credit rating, which could then be leveraged to secure funding from angel investors. Typically, it is the prestigious educational background, international study experience, coupled with a unique understanding of the entrepreneurial realm that embellishes the narrative. Investors, upon reviewing such a tale, are often swayed to part with their funds. Alternatively, a serial entrepreneur, even after experiencing repeated failures, may still attract investment, provided the flaws are not egregious. Investors are not only drawn by capital, but also the potential for resources and networks. In 2009, if one were to return from prestigious institutions such as Yale or Stanford, merely localizing a project that had already been launched in the West could result in a plethora of investors eager to contribute financially. Naturally, the specific sector plays a crucial role. Different sectors demand different strategies. However, one need not adhere to such complexities when starting a stall-based business. Yet, if one aspires to earn their initial capital through a stall and subsequently venture into the internet realm, that would indeed be an amusing challenge. Essentially, individuals seldom earn beyond the confines of their knowledge. Take, for instance, the inaugural store of UT. Had Su Jianghe not provided guidance, allowing Yu Shuiming to blindly pursue his efforts, it would likely have faltered. Thus, Su Jianghe currently endeavors to showcase his personal value while simultaneously seeking compatible partners. The following day, on the last day of April, coinciding with the second day of the citywide examination, the morning was dedicated to comprehensive sciences, followed by English in the afternoon. Su Jianghe's grasp of the sciences had notably improved. Having returned to high school, reclaiming lost knowledge was not particularly arduous, especially since he had previously pursued postgraduate studies, which provided a robust intellectual framework, enhancing his comprehension and assimilation capabilities. For instance, the first encounter with derivatives can be quite taxing due to unfamiliarity. However, having already tackled calculus, the concept of differentiation becomes trivial. English has always been Su Jianghe's forte. Even Su Mushuan may not pose a significant challenge. Once again, he submitted his paper a good 10 minutes ahead of schedule, leaving the top students in the second examination room in stunned silence. After completing the exam, Su Jianghe called Wei Jiahao and then rode his scooter straight to Wuxing Street. Yu Shuiming was noticeably anxious. The new store was set to open tomorrow, and uncertainty loomed over its fate. Su Jianghe remained remarkably composed, simply stopping by to check in. All the necessary arrangements for the opening event were in place, and Yu Shuiming had also organized the staffing requirements, with ample inventory and 3 well-trained employees. Rest assured, get to bed early tonight, Su Jianghe reassured, patting Yu Shuaiming on the shoulder. Will you be coming tomorrow? Yu Shuaiming inquired, releasing a sigh of relief. I might swing by in the afternoon, Su Jianghe replied. Really? Tomorrow is the grand opening. Yu Shuaiming was taken aback. Isn't it enough that you're there? Su Jiang Juke. With preparations nearly complete, there was no need for Su Jianghe to attend. As for any unexpected circumstances, Yu Shuaiming could handle minor issues himself, while he could call Su Jianghe for guidance on more significant matters. However, Wei Jiahao was brimming with excitement, declaring, I'll come. I'll be there bright and early tomorrow. This is my first store, and I'm officially an entrepreneur now. You may come, but don't interfere too much. Su Jiang Atvis. What? I'm a co-founder. How can I not be involved? All right, I'll follow your lead, Wei Jiahao conceded. Later that evening, around 9 o'clock, Yu Shuaiming called his sister. Shui, tomorrow UT opens. Brother, are you nervous? Shui inquired. Yu Shuaiming smiled and replied, How could I not be? The pricing you mentioned carries significant risk, and I worry. Worrying won't change anything. We'll see what tomorrow brings. By the way, is Su Jianghe coming? He stopped by earlier. He mentioned he might come in the afternoon, depending on the circumstances, Yu Shuaiming recounted. Afternoon? What does that mean? Is he not concerned about the opening, or does he have complete confidence that everything will go smoothly? What if? Enough, Shui, let's not dwell on hypotheticals. We've come this far. I still trust him, Yu Shuaiming insisted. All right then, brother, make sure to rest early tonight. Understood. Yu Shuaiming ended the call. He too wished to rest early, but slumber eluded him. With the citywide examination concluded, a brief 3-day holiday awaited the senior students of Lu Yi High School, marking the only true break before the impending college entrance examination. The next break would be in June, just 3 days prior to the exam. But that hardly counted as a holiday. As the Gaokao approached, a palpable sense of urgency settled in the household. Even his mother, Wu Xiumei, had significantly reduced her usual nagging. Su Guizhong recognized the gravity of the Gaokao and remained quietly contemplative, suppressing any irritation. Yet, Su Jianghe remained unchanged upon returning home. Without prompting from his mother, he confidently stated, Mom, don't worry. I performed well in the citywide exam and will improve this time. Don't worry. I've always been confident, Wu Xiumei beamed. Su Guizhong instinctively adopted a paternal demeanor, unable to contain his discontent, muttering, You speak so grandly before the results are out. Who cares about your bad habits? Just wait and see if you don't improve. Dad, let us not speculate. Hypotheticals are pointless. Tell me, how many times have I said I did well after an exam, and was I ever wrong? Su Jianghe retorted, locking eyes with his father. Su Guizhong was momentarily speechless. Su Jiang Smai. Su Guizhong's irritation flared, yet he could not vent it, so after a moment of silence, he remarked, Whether you do well or not, it's for your own sake, not for your mother and me. I'm merely asking you to be a bit more humble. Is that too much to ask? Not at all. I simply cannot learn it, Su Jianghe replied defiantly. You, Su Gudong Fumet? Wu Xiumei quickly intervened, attempting to defuse the tension. All right, you two. No need to escalate things. Let us just have dinner. Certainly, my dear mother. Thank you for your hard work in preparing the meal, Su Jianghe declared. The contrast is quite amusing. It's just to get under your father's skin, Wu Xiumei teased. Yet, it was evident she appreciated the jest. Her mood visibly lifted. Mother, too, deserves recognition and care for her emotions. After dinner, Su Jianghe retreated to his room and logged onto QQ. With the holiday in effect, nearly all his contacts were online. Moments later, a message notification chimed. It was from Lu Dan. Su Jianghe, how did you fare in this exam? Not too shabby. He replied. By the way, Shen Xian performed admirably as well. Surpassing her will be a challenge. Challenges are expected. Improving in the high score range is inherently difficult. Indeed. By the way, since tomorrow is May Day, we're planning to go out and unwind. Would you like to join us? Going out? Su Jianghe felt indifferent, but inquired. Who is going? Me, Tao Xiaojiao, Shen Xian, and Wei Kaylee with her boyfriend. That's the current lineup. Are you in? We're heading to Longtan Park. The weather is supposed to be splendid. All right, let us meet at the entrance of Longtan Park at 9 tomorrow morning. Sounds good, Su Jianghe confirmed. Since his rebirth, he and T truly relaxed or engaged in much social activity. With May Day approaching and no school obligations, he felt it was an opportune moment to venture out, especially since Shen Xian would be present. As for attending the opening of UT, he ultimately decided against it. There was no necessity to be on site, as Yu Shuaiming would call him for any pressing matters. A short while later, Shen Xian's avatar lit up, pulsating with activity. Are you there? I'm here, Su Jianghe responded, adding a smiley face. Once again, that enigmatic smile. All right, let us engage in a little mutual teasing, he thought. Liu den remarquet. So, you're also going to long tan tomorrow? Not feeling welcomed? No, I thought you wouldn't come out, Su Jianghe responded. He actually wanted to say, I came because you were here, but he reconsidered, feeling that it was inappropriate to express such sentiments so openly. He decided to restrain himself, and thought it best to wait until after the college entrance examination. After a moment, Shun Xian replied, All right, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Su Jianghe mused as he gazed at the screen, lost in thought. Shun Xian didn't inquire about his exam performance, nor did she use the somewhat intimate title of Xiao Su. The following day, during the May Day holiday, Su Jianghe intended to indulge in a leisurely sleep-in. Yet his biological clock betrayed him, rousing him at 6 o'clock. He closed his eyes, attempting to drift back into slumber, only to find it was already 6:30 upon reopening them. Wei Jiahao's complaints were not exaggerated. As a man, Su Jianghe certainly possessed considerable appeal. In his previous life, he had maintained a disciplined fitness regimen, ensuring a well-managed physique. Coupled with his personal charm and affluent status, he exuded an undeniable aura of desirability. In matters of private life, Su Jianghe was not particularly virtuous, yet his reputation remained commendable, attributed to the simple fact that he was both exciting and extravagant, providing an unparalleled experience. Furthermore, despite his wealth, he seldom spent extravagantly in this regard, not out of reluctance, but because he desired to spend. However, the women he encountered were often disinterested, seeking the special regard that Su Jianghe could afford them. This stood in stark contrast to Wei Jiahao, who was unabashedly transactional, believing that money could secure quality. Thus, he harbored a deep envy for Su Jianghe, though he begrudgingly acknowledged his superiority. Having risen, Su Jianghe quickly tidied himself up and ventured downstairs for a run. Due to the constraints of his senior year schedule, he had previously only managed to fit in brief workouts before bed, primarily focusing on core strength. After running for half an hour, he covered approximately 5 kilometers, an average performance, considering that in his past life, he had completed marathons. Around 7, Wei Jiahao and Yu Shuiming called to inquire if Su Jianghe would join them. He declined, citing prior commitments. At 8:30, Wei Jiahao called again, brimming with excitement. Oh my god, Su Jianghe, it's a hit. The store is booming. Su Jianghe was taken aback, nearly considering alerting the fire department. It turned out that the opening of UT had been extraordinarily successful. Su Jianghe quickly grasped the situation. On May Day, foot traffic surged on Wuxing Street, and though many initially hesitated upon seeing the prices, a half-price promotion for checking in on social media drew them in. The store and brand exuded freshness and sophistication, with elegantly packaged cups that conveyed an air of luxury. The promotional posters prominently displayed the use of fresh milk and real fruit, prepared on the spot, emphasizing visible health and quality. Crucially, the products were exceptional, particularly the mango pomelo sago, which was a revelation to those unfamiliar with it in 2009. Additionally, the queue had grown so long that it stretched into 3 lines, drawing attention from passersby and generating considerable buzz. The combination of waiting, social media check-ins, and positive word of mouth was precisely as Su Jianghe had anticipated. In the end, Su Jianghe called Yu Shuiming, not allowing him a chance to express his excitement before stating, Yu Shuiming, if any customers become impatient, please have Wei Jiahao prepare some snacks. If asked about the wait, instruct the staff to explain that everything is made fresh to ensure quality. Apologies for the delay, but no alterations should be made. Although Yu Shuiming might not immediately comprehend, he obediently acknowledged, promising to arrange it. This strategy effectively cultivated a sense of brand prestige through consumer conditioning. After completing his run, Su Jianghe took a shower and changed into a simple outfit, straight-leg jeans paired with a plain long-sleeve shirt. He was still somewhat lean, but the foundational muscle definition was noticeable. Standing at 183 centimeters, his proportions were commendable, and he appeared refreshingly stylish in his casual attire. Just then, Su Guozhong emerged from the bedroom, frowning as he inquired, Where have you been running off to this early? Su Jianghe chose not to respond. His mother, Wu Xiaomei, interjected, Can't you speak kindly to your son? He woke up early to go for a run. Running? Su Guozhong was taken aback. Su Jianghe gathered his wallet and phone, stepping out of his room to warmly address his mother. Mom, I've made plans with classmates to get some fresh air. It's a rare holiday, so I'm just looking to relax and relieve some study pressure. Go ahead. Do you have enough money? If not, I can give you some more. Wu Xiaomei said, her trust in her son unwavering. No need, I have enough. Mom, I'm off now. I probably won't be back for lunch. All right, be safe, dear. Don't worry, Mom. Su Jianghe always responded to his mother-esque concerns. Once he stepped outside, Su Guozhong's frustration resurfaced, muttering to himself, This kid is so driven to study. I bet he'll be lifting weights when he returns tonight. During this May Day break, he doesn't even sleep in. He wakes up early to run. What on earth is he aiming for? What does that mean? Wu Xiumei shot a glare at Su Guizhong. It's not that he is wrong, but the way he is carrying himself is somewhat alarming. Su Guizhong furrowed his brow. Chapter 67. When outside, do not call me mom. What is so alarming? Isn't it good that he is ambitious? It's no wonder he has issues with you. Wu Xiumei stated, shaking her head as she headed to the kitchen. Su Guizhong remained silent, his temper seemingly mellowing over time. Yet, he continued to frown, growing increasingly anxious. While his son's ambition was undoubtedly commendable, how many sons of that age had aspirations as intense as his? In just 2 months since the beginning of his senior year, he had elevated his rank from over 900 to 69th in the class, and it appeared he was poised for further improvement, especially with the upcoming citywide exam. Furthermore, he was practicing his physical fitness late into the night, lifting weights in his room. During this May Day holiday, when most would relish sleeping in, he chose to run instead. Isn't that unusual? It's precisely as it should be. However, the concern lies in the fact that, at his age, how many possess such determination? This thought troubled Su Guizhong. If he continued on this trajectory, his son could truly achieve greatness. While one might typically aspire for their child to succeed, Su Guizhong found himself feeling apprehensive about that very prospect. He mused, if he hasn't even become successful yet and already makes me feel this way, what will happen if he truly excels? Nonetheless, despite his anxiety, he couldn't deny the pride swelling within him as a father. He let out a long sigh, clicking his tongue in realization. No wonder Ping Zhang has always believed in that kid. If this trend continues, he might genuinely achieve remarkable success. That would be splendid. He would be worthy of Xian. And if they were to become in-laws, our Su family wouldn't be considered a mere climb up the social ladder. Meanwhile, on Wuxing Street, Su Muxian donned a simple gray athletic outfit, her tall and slender frame complemented by her long, straight black hair cascading naturally, partially obscured by a black baseball cap that shielded much of her face. At this moment, she observed Roland, who had exerted considerable effort to park the Porsche Cayenne into the parking space. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, Mom, I fail to comprehend why you insist on choosing such a large vehicle. It truly is a hassle. The driver's side door of the Cayenne swung open, revealing a woman clad in a matching simple gray athletic ensemble, donning a baseball cap. Her hair was neatly tied up and tucked beneath the cap, exposing her fair neck. Roland, Su Muxuan's mother, stepped out and immediately wore a frown, fixing her gaze on Su Muxuan with a feigned pout, expressing her discontent. Xian, have you forgotten what I instructed before we left? When we are outside, you must address me as sister, not mother. Do you understand? Sister, Su Muxuan rolled her eyes in response. Hearing this, Roland's spirits lifted as she approached and linked her arm with Su Muxuan's, exclaiming, Come on, sister, let us go shopping. Su Muxuan sighed. She then turned her head to glance at her mother, who was half a head shorter than herself and appeared even more youthful in her attire. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Despite both being nearly 40 and mothers of 2 children, Roland lived with the vibrancy of a 20-something girl, often exhibiting a more youthful and naive demeanor than her eldest daughter, Su Muxuan. Moreover, she had a penchant for impulsive decisions. For instance, she had recently been clamoring about anti-aging and insisted on Su Muxuan accompanying her outside, demanding that Su Muxuan call her sister. As for the car, it was rather astonishing that a woman, just over 6 meters tall, insisted on driving the massive 36 Cayenne. It was evident that her father indulged her, accommodating her whims. Xian, if it weren't for your impending senior year exams, I would surely whisk you away to Shanghai or Hong Kong this May Day. Alas, we must make do with a leisurely stroll today, since the weather is splendid, Roland said. All right, sister, Su Muxuan replied apathetically. How long has it been since we last visited the pedestrian street? Roland inquired again. How would I know? You never buy anything there. Su Muxuan shook her head. Can you really blame me? Lu City is so small. If it weren't for your father, I wouldn't remain here for a lifetime to purchase a decent handbag. One must fly to the northern cities, which is utterly tiresome, Roland complained, lost in her own thoughts. Then, shifting the topic, she excitedly said to Su Muxuan, Oh, Xian, once your college entrance exams are over, accompany me to Paris. It has been ages since I traveled abroad for shopping. Let's talk about it after the exams. Su Muxuan deeply sigh. Your disposition is nothing like mine, Roland lamented. The mother and daughter continued their light-hearted conversation as they strolled along Wuxing Street. Their striking demeanor turned heads, evoking the impression of affluent individuals. After a few steps, Roland suddenly exclaimed, Xian, look over there. What is happening? Why are there so many people in line? Huh? It seems to be for the opening of a new store. There should be some sort of event. Su Muxuan glanced over. Before she could finish her thought, Roland tugged her toward the crowd. Mom, slow down. Xian, you forgot again. Call me sister. Hurry. Let's see what new store has drawn such a crowd. Roland urged with impatience. As they drew nearer, the storefront caught their attention, adorned in white and green hues, exuding a simplistic yet sophisticated charm. Roland's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Xian, look. You it there? A tea house? In the pedestrian street? How peculiar. But I adore the aesthetic. It feels so inviting. Let us go queue up. You don't even know what they sell, and you want to line up? Sumusun vito. No matter, we'll see after waiting. All these people can't be wrong, Roland insisted. Sigh, Sumushuan sighed again. As they approached, they noticed customers exiting the shop with cups of bubble tea, and Roland quickly understood, exclaiming, Xian, it's a bubble tea shop. The cups look quite exquisite. Bubble tea is high in sugar. It will make you gain weight, Sumushuan cautioned. It says here they offer fresh fruit and fresh milk, healthy drinks. It's fine. Just one cup. Let us queue up. Roland insisted. All right then, Sumushuan acquiesced, trailing behind in the line. She adjusted her cap and peered toward the end of the queue, observing the shop's fresh and comfortable decor, the cups exhibiting a sense of quality and design, with staff dressed uniformly in hats and masks. This was a first for Lu City, and Sumushuan deemed it worth the wait. After all, how could she resist when her mother possessed a more youthful spirit than herself? Just as she withdrew her gaze, she abruptly froze, recognizing a familiar face in the adjacent line. Wei Jiahao. Coincidentally, Wei Jiahao glanced in their direction, and upon spotting Sumushuan, his previously radiant smile vanished, replaced by a look of unease. Xian, what are you looking at? Roland turned back. Following her gaze, Roland smiled and remarked, Aren't you that one person? Hello, Auntie. I'm Wei Jiahao, Wei Daming's son, he replied hurriedly. Yes, Wei Daming's son. I've seen you before. You and Xian are classmates, right? Are you also here for bubble tea? Roland finally recalled, nodding and smiling. Chapter 68. No pretense, I'm coming clean. Upon first sight of Sumushuan, Wei Jiahao's initial joy swiftly turned to discomfort, for the expression in Sumushuan's eyes was rather irksome. That gaze conveyed but two words, bad luck. Wei Jiahao felt unsettled, yet he dared not provoke Sumushuan openly. Initially, he intended to ignore her, to act as if he hadn't seen her, but then he recognized Roland. She was an elder, a figure of significance he could not afford to slight. After all, his father's livelihood was supported by Sumushuan's family. Wei Jiahao, being socially astute, quickly donned a beaming smile and approached with courteous respect, greeting her, Hello, Auntie. In truth, he had only met Roland once before, 2 years ago, while accompanying his father, Wei Daming, to pay New Year's respects to Su Pingzhang's family. Yes, Auntie, I'm in the same class as Sumushuan, but I'm not here to buy bubble tea. Wei Jiahao lowered his voice for the latter part of his statement, casting a glance at Sumushuan. Sumushuan's eyes were half open, still reflecting her irritable demeanor. If you're not here for bubble tea, then what brings you here? Roland asked, puzzled. Auntie, to be frank, I'm one of the shareholders of this establishment, Wei Jiahao stated candidly. He had pondered the necessity of deflating Sumushuan's arrogance, hence his decision to speak plainly. Su Jianghe had previously advised him to remain low-key, but had provided a rationale. The venture would conflict with his preparations for the college entrance exam, as his teachers and parents might not understand. It wasn't an intentional concealment. Otherwise, Su Jianghe wouldn't have allowed him to return home and explain everything to his father. Additionally, Wei Jiahao had discerned that Su Jianghe had become a source of discomfort for Sumushuan. The more outstanding Su Jianghe proved to be, the more unsettled Sumushuan became. Before the shop opened, Wei Jiahao had refrained from boasting, but now that it had garnered attention, why remain low-key? No pretense, I'm coming clean. Simultaneously, he was also revealing Su Jianghe's involvement. As expected, upon announcing his status as a shareholder, both Roland and Sumushuan expressed surprise, their eyes widening at him. A shareholder? What does that mean? Are you also one of the owners of the shop? Roland inquired with keen interest, clearly intrigued. Auntie, I am merely a small shareholder, the youngest among the three, simply providing capital. The one bustling about in the shop is the second shareholder. He handles all the operations and manages the store, Wei Jiahao stated with deliberate nonchalance. So, there's a major shareholder as well? Roland inquired with a smile. Yes, indeed. The major shareholder is Su Jianghe, Wei Jiahao replied, nodding as he spoke, intentionally adopting a tone of casualness. After finishing his sentence, he cast a sidelong glance at Sumushuan's expression. As expected, upon hearing the name Su Jianghe, her icy demeanor shifted, and her gaze fixated on Wei Jiahao with intensity. What did you just say? She demanded. Su Jiang. He holds 80% of the shares, The ideas, brand positioning, style design, and distribution channels are all his contributions. I provide the funds. Yu Shuiming offers the labor. And he provides the intellect. Wei Jiahao continued, his words flowing effortlessly. He then paused, adopting a tone of reluctant admiration, adding, to be honest, I truly admire Su Jianghe now. Not only has he excelled academically, but he also managed to establish this shop in his spare time. Moreover, that term, what was it again? Ah, yes, vision. Annie, you understand much, so you must know that Su Jianghe envisions Yuecha as a brand expansion route, aiming for tens of cities and hundreds of stores from the very beginning, and ultimately striving for 1,000 stores nationwide. Even fabricating tales requires a draft, you know? Su Mushuan suddenly interjected, her tone frigid. However, Roland chuckled and glanced at Su Mushuan, playfully admonishing, Xian, do not be so impolite. Wei Jiahao, is it? Yes, indeed. Andy, I am Wei Jiahao, he confirmed. There's no reason for Wei Jiahao to deceive us, is there? Absolutely not. I wouldn't he dare. My father is aware of this. Su Jianghe asked me for investment and insisted I clarify everything with my father. He even prepared 2 documents for my father to review, which is why my father agreed to provide the funds, Wei Jiahao asserted earnestly. Yet, Su Mushuan's expression grew noticeably darker. Mom, let's not wait in line any longer. Let's go elsewhere. Su Mushuan turned to Roland and declared. Hold on, Mom, this is becoming increasingly interesting, Roland objected. She then turned her face back to glance inside the Yuecha shop, observing the long queue and the expressions of customers savoring their drinks. In that case, Wei Jiahao, go over there and explain the situation in detail to Auntie. She is not yet aware of this matter, Roland suggested with a smile. Wei Jiahao, invigorated, nodded vigorously, volunteering. All right, Auntie, how about I go to the shop and get 2 servings of Yangji Ganlu? It's our signature drink, exceptionally delicious, and sells out rapidly. It's on me. You're going to the shop? Not waiting in line? Roland asked with amusement. I'm a shareholder too, so of course. I don't need to wait in line, Wei Jiahao replied with a grin. However, he quickly noticed Roland's playful glint in her eyes and blushed, scratching his head as he added, Andy, I just thought it would save you from queuing, considering how many people there are. It is precisely because of the crowd that one should queue. Annie doesn't need you to treat her. First, go over there. I have some questions for you. Xian, and I will join the line shortly, Roland said with a smile. After she finished speaking, she walked toward a shaded area with fewer people. Wei Jiahao stood momentarily stunned. He was not very familiar with this elder aunt. The last time they met, he thought she was young and beautiful, mistaking her for Su Mushuan's sister. However, he had heard from Wei Daming that this Aunt Roland was quite remarkable, the youngest daughter of the Luo family. A factory heiress who, years ago, had dealt with a factory lad who had crossed paths with Su Pingzhong, resulting in her breaking his leg. Thus, initially, Wei Jiahao felt nervous. Now, he harbored a sense of respect and realized he had embarrassed himself. Ah, the affluent truly are distinct. Wei Jiahao mused inwardly. Not daring to lag behind, he hurriedly followed her. On the way, he instinctively glanced at Su Mushuan, pondering, Su Shu is the person his father respects the most. Now, it seems Aunt Roland is not to be underestimated either. Why does Su Mushuan possess such a temperament? This woman has caused my brother quite a bit of trouble. Andy, Wei Jiahao called out as he caught up, increasingly respectful. Just call me Aunt Roland. We are not strangers, Roland replied with a smile. At that moment, Roland exuded a calm demeanor, her composure contrasting sharply with her earlier insistence on Su Mushuan addressing her as sister. Chapter 69, You've Lost Your Mood. The phrase not a stranger left Wei Jiahao both surprised and honored. Such words from an ordinary person might not carry weight, but coming from Roland, it would undoubtedly bring joy to his father if he were to relay it. Auntie, this is the situation, Wei Jiahao expressed eagerly. He shared the details candidly, with slight embellishments yet remaining truthful, showering praise upon Su Jianghe at every opportunity. However, all of it was genuine sentiment from Wei Jiahao. He recounted how Su Jianghe initially chose Yu Shuiming, persuaded him, guided him through the planning process, and meticulously executed each step until the store was finally established. I know Xiao Su. However, what you've described differs greatly from my impressions, Roland remarked, her tone laced with intrigue after listening to his account. She then glanced at her daughter, Su Mushuan, who stood beside her. Annie, I was surprised too at first. I sat next to Su Jianghe for 2.5 years. How should I put it? It was as if he had suddenly transformed. I coughed. I asked him about it, and he said he developed an interest in this area, so he sought out a wealth of information online and learned a few things. Perhaps he possesses a modicum of talent. In any case, he is exceptionally clever. In the presence of Su Mushuan, Wei Jiahao refrained from mentioning her severed ties with Su Jianghe, but he was eager to extol Su Jianghe's virtues. After a brief pause, he added, Annie, I must admit, I truly admire Su Jianghe. When he decided to focus on his studies, he approached our teacher and, upon returning, immediately moved his seat to the back corner of the classroom. He was so earnest and focused, immersing himself for an entire day without even taking a restroom break. When he sets his mind to something, he is relentless. I'm aware of this, Roland nodded. Andy, how do you know? Wei Jiahao instinctively inquired. He then glanced at Su Muxuan, wondering if she had mentioned it to her mother. Roland, perceiving his thoughts, smiled and clarified. It was mentioned by Xuan's father. But regarding Xiao Su's endeavors, particularly with his shop, I am uncertain. I suspect Xuan's father is unaware too. Any, Su Jianghe does not permit me to disclose anything, as he believes that during critical periods, his teachers and parents may not understand and might think he is distracted, Wei Jiahao explained. Is that what he said? Hold on, Quayod. Yes. Then where is Xiao Su? Is he at the shop? Oh no, he isn't coming today. He might show up in the afternoon. Wei Jiahao shook his head repeatedly. This revelation surprised Roland. For such an important occasion as the opening of a new store, he, as the major shareholder, is not present? Today is a holiday. Does he have other matters to attend to? She pressed further. I am not sure, but Su Jianghe rarely comes by. He is responsible for brainstorming and planning, while Yu Shuiming handles the operations. If there are uncertainties, they directly call Su Jianghe, Wei Jiahao responded. He then appeared to remember something and quickly added, Annie Luo, Su Jianghe is nurturing Yu Shuiming. I recall him mentioning that ability can be cultivated. It seems his focus lies elsewhere, as he expects Yu Shuiming to stand on his own. If Yu Shuiming fails to meet those expectations, he has stated he would consider replacing him. Thus, this aligns with your initial observation that young Su adeptly managed this establishment, doesn't he? It's evident to me that he is not truly invested here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such indifference even during the opening. Annie Luo, to speak candidly, I genuinely admire Su Jianghe. He is remarkable. Furthermore, regarding this municipal examination, judging by his demeanor post-exam, he is bound to make further advancements. This individual is quite formidable. How does he achieve such feats? Well, I've gathered enough information now. Jianghe Ganlu, right? I'll join Xian in queuing for a cup to taste. The store's aesthetic is quite pleasing, and the name Yuecha is delightful as well. Horono did, a smile ever present on her visage. However, Wei Jiahao found it difficult to discern what lay within her thoughts. He felt a twinge of anxiety, questioning whether he had overly praised Su Jianghe. Yet upon reflection, he realized he had merely spoken truthfully and sincerely. Auntie, why don't you and Su Muxuan stroll around first while I stand in line? Once I reach the front, I shall wait for you here. Otherwise, it will take quite some time, especially with that long queue, Wei Jiahao suggested, suddenly inspired. Roland glanced at him with a smile, replying, You do resemble your father in that regard. No need. If I don't queue myself, the taste will differ. Upon saying this, Roland furrowed her brow. Recalling something. Aren't you a shareholder? Why are you in line? Annie, to be frank, I'm merely a proxy. There are 7 others involved as well. Wei Jiahao chuckled. Whose idea was it? Young Su's? Roland was taken aback. Indeed, all the event planning was orchestrated by him. Furthermore, Su Jianghe instructed the staff to deliberately slow down the service. He referred to it as, yes, consumer conditioning, enhancing the brand's prestige. The longer the queue, the more customers are drawn in. Wei Jiahao, buoyed by enthusiasm, began to divulge more. Roland merely smiled, offering no further comment. Wei Jiahao proposed once more that he should queue while Roland and Su Muxuan wandered. Roland waved her hand dismissively, chuckling, You tend to your tasks. Xian and I will queue briefly. Consider it our support for both young Su and your entrepreneurial venture. Thus, Wei Jiahao felt compelled to relent. Su Muxuan remained silently observant. Roland glanced at her, gauging her mood. Despite Su Muxuan's reluctance, she ultimately acquiesced to her mother's wishes and followed suit. As mother and daughter, the nature of Roland was well understood by Su Muxuan. Once Roland became earnest, as she was now, Su Muxuan dared not defy her easily. While waiting in line, Roland kept her silence. Su Muxuan stood behind her, grappling with a sense of unease. She found it hard to believe, yet reality appeared to deny her skepticism. After nearly an hour of waiting, it was finally Roland's turn. She promptly ordered 5 cups. Mom, why are you buying so many? Su Muxuan inquit astonits. One for your father, another for Zihong, and one for the housekeeper, Roland replied. Su Muxuan had no retort. At that moment, a staff member politely inquired, Hello, we currently have a promotional event. No need, thank you, Roland interjected, dismissing any interest in the promotional pricing. After a brief wait, the 5 cups of Jianghe Ganlu were prepared, 3 of which were packaged. Roland handed 1 cup to Su Muxuan, opened another for herself, took a sip, and her expression shifted as she gazed deeply at the establishment. Why aren't you drinking? Roland turned to Su Mushuan. I don't feel like it, Su Mushuan replied. No more shopping. Let us go home, Roland said with a smile, linking arms with her daughter. Su Mushuan paused, seemingly surprised, furrowing her brow as she asked, Mom. We haven't even shopped yet. All our time was spent in line. You've lost the desire to shop. So let us head home, Roland stated resolutely. In Chapter 70, Learning from Experience, Wei Jiahao lingered nearby, observing as Roland and Su Mushuan exited with their tea and promptly approached to bid them farewell with polite formality. Once they had departed, he furrowed his brow, feeling he had perhaps spoken too much today. Prior to speaking, Wei Jiahao had contemplated whether it was necessary to conceal anything, reasoning that he had only shared positive remarks, all of which were truthful. He felt no need to hide anything from Annie Luo. It was not a matter of impropriety. Su Jianghe was indeed impressive, possessing considerable talent. Moreover, given Su Mushuan's previous dismissive attitude towards him, today's bustling new establishment rendered her previous sentiments irrelevant. Nevertheless, Wei Jiahao took out his phone and called Su Jianghe. At that moment, Su Jianghe was in a taxi en route to Longton Park, where he had arranged to meet Shan Xian and Lu Dan at 9 o'clock at the park entrance. The phone rang. Once again, it was Wei Jiahao. What is up? Su Jianghe wondered if there was a problem. Su Jianghe, I need to discuss something with you. If I've overstepped, please tell me so I can avoid it in the future. Wei Jiahao's tone was oddly measured. Go ahead, what is it? Su Jiang zet ponde gan li. I just encountered Su Mushuan, along with her mother, Annie Luo. Wei Jiahao recounted the details. Upon hearing this, Su Jianghe fell silent, his brow furrowing in surprise. Is it really such a coincidence? Did I just happen to run into Roland and Su Mushuan? As for Wei Jiahao's casual remarks, Su Jianghe felt no offense. They were merely words spoken in sincerity. He understood that Wei Jiahao was simply attempting to bolster his brother's reputation. At this age, Wei Jiahao's thoughts were not overly complicated. His nature was rather straightforward. However, the fact that he thought to call Su Jianghe afterward was commendable. Su Jianghe regarded him with admiration for his self-awareness. After all, no one is born with perfect wisdom. Growth comes through experience, learning from missteps, and gaining wisdom through adversity. No worries. Next time you boast about me, be mindful of the balance. Today was a bit excessive, making it seem contrived and ultimately less effective. Su Jianghe jested. Seriously? I was conservative, you know. Wei Jiahao sighed in relief. By the way, Su Jianghe, did you notice Su Mushuan's reaction when I mentioned you were the major shareholder? She looked momentarily stunned, and accused me of fabricating stories. When I mentioned that even my father was aware of this matter, she lost her temper. Wei Jiahao chuckled as he recounted the incident. Su Jianghe remained silent, yet a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Even the mundane could be enjoyable. All right, enough about her. This matter has little to do with her, Su Jianghe remarked. I understand, but to be honest, Annie Luo is quite a decent person. I was surprised today. I can't fathom why Su Mushuan possesses such a temperament. You would think Su Shu is a good man, right? No complaints there, but let us not discuss this. I have matters to attend to. I'll leave it at that. Just as the taxi approached its destination, Su Jianghe preferred to refrain from commenting on Su Shu and Annie Luo, thus ending the call. He gazed out the window, the scenery reminiscent of memories past. Once Roland became aware of Yuecha, Su Shu would soon learn as well, likely followed by Su Guozhong. It is what it is. As long as nothing has gone awry, it matters little. Regarding Aunt Luo, Wei Jiahao holds her in high regard. In fact, Su Jianghe also has a favorable impression of Aunt Luo. Uncle Su genuinely cares for Su Jianghe, and even though he harbors intentions of uniting their families through marriage, Aunt Luo has not openly opposed or rejected this idea. In their past life, when Su Jianghe first visited as her boyfriend, Aunt Luo welcomed him with a warm smile. At the dining table, in Su Jianghe's presence, she even suggested that Su Mushuan should temper her temper, encouraging her to cherish their relationship now that they were together. However, at that time, Su Jianghe could distinctly sense a hint of estrangement in Aunt Luo's gaze. It seemed there was some dissatisfaction lingering in her heart. Not genuine discontent, but rather a facade of cordiality that concealed her true feelings. The older Su Jianghe grew, the more he understood this nuance. He had arranged to meet Shan Xian at 9 o'clock. Arriving by taxi, he found himself somewhat early, with the time barely past 8:40. Lu City, with its unique geography of mountains and parks, features the scenic de Longtan, a combination of mountain and water, which is reputedly a foray tourist attraction. The subtropical climate, adorned with coconut trees and peach orchards, makes it rather pleasant. Upon alighting from the taxi, Su Jianghe was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed he would be the first to arrive. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed a girl in a white dress, standing in the shade at the park entrance. She had short hair, wore glasses, and her fair skin complemented her sweet visage. It was Shun Xian, and she was alone, a fact that surprised Su Jianghe. His first thought was that Lu Dan had orchestrated a setup, but he quickly dismissed the notion, recalling that Tao Xiaojiao had also messaged him the previous night. Nearly 3 months had passed since his rebirth, and this was the first time he would engage in face-to-face communication with Shun Xian. Habitually, he flashed her a smile and briskly approached. Shun Xian spotted Su Jianghe as he stepped out of the car, and feeling a bit flustered, she stood there momentarily unsure of what to do, especially when she saw him standing there against the morning sun, clad in simple jeans and a plain gray long-sleeve shirt, beaming a smile her way. At that moment, the sunlight seemed particularly radiant. She stood frozen for a moment, and by the time she regained her composure, Su Jianghe was almost upon her. Her face flushed slightly, and her heart raced, causing her to instinctively shy away from his gaze. But then she thought that such behavior was unwarranted. After all, they were classmates, and she had been encouraging him through their recent interactions on QQ. Su Jianghe, why are you here so early? Shun Xian asked with a smile, looking up at him. I took a taxi, he replied. Ah, Shun Xian said, a bit taken aback. Suddenly at a loss for words. She felt a twinge of nervousness, especially since it was their first time alone together. Were those troublesome Lu Dan and the others? Su Jianghe remained silent, a smile playing on his lips as he quietly observed Shun Xian before him, standing at just over 1.6 meters. She reached just above his shoulder. Because they were standing so close, she had to look up to meet his gaze. In this moment, Shun Xian appeared slender, likely weighing less than 90 pounds, her proportions well-defined, and her little white dress fitted her perfectly, radiating youthful beauty. Although she was thin, she was still striking, wasn't she? Chapter 71, Truly Sweet. In Su Jianghe's memory, Shun Xian had always been quite remarkable, possessing depth and charm. To be more specific, she could easily be described as eye-catching. The key was that, in contrast to her petite frame, she created a striking visual impact. Previously, she had always worn loose school uniforms, which concealed her figure. Now, with her head bowed, her cheeks flushed, it was evident that she felt nervous and somewhat out of her element. Su Jianghe saw through this and found it quite endearing. This was Shun Xian at 18, a blend of youthful innocence and subtle pride. However, Su Jianghe quickly quelled his thoughts. Despite being 19, he bore the soul of a 33-year-old, and he realized that he had unconsciously adopted a predatory gaze, akin to that of a hunter surveying its prey. This was inappropriate, especially at this moment, regarding Shun Xian. I'll check where Lu Dan and the others are, Shun Xian said, breaking the silence. Sure, Su Jianghe nodded. Shun Xian looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with a smile, her cheeks flushed, her eyelashes fluttering. She truly appeared sweet. She then took out her phone, a red Nokia 5300 slide phone, and dialed Lu Dan's number. Hello, where are you guys? Oh, I'm at the entrance. And Su Jianghe has also arrived. I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Shun Xian awkwardly sought a topic of conversation. They're all together, so they will share a ride, and should be here shortly. Sound good, Su Jianghe replied promptly. Yet, Shun Xian seemed at a loss for words again. Su Jianghe observed her out of the corner of his eye, finding her amusing. She carried a small shoulder bag and absent-mindedly rubbed a sunshade with her fair hands. After a while, not seeing a car arrive, Shun Xian once again broke the silence. Su Jianghe remained quiet, gazing down at her with a smile. The two were close in proximity. Su Jianghe stood at about 1.84 meters, and Shun Xian had to lift her gaze to see his expression. However, she continued to avert her eyes, which Su Jianghe found amusing, especially as Shun Xian instinctively sought to take the initiative, trying to find topics to ease the peculiar tension of their solitude. How did your city joint exam go? I forgot to ask you last night. It should have gone well, right? Shun Xian's voice was bright, though it still carried a hint of forced nonchalance. I'm not sure. We'll see when the results come out. What about you? Su Jianghe responded, picking up the thread of conversation. I feel okay. Honestly, if you score higher than me, I'd be happy for you, Shun Xian admitted, her head bowed, her delicate hands fidgeting with the sunshade S-handle. Really? Su Jianghe asked instinctively. Huh? Shun Xian was momentarily stunned. Su Jianghe had pushed the conversation forward, and she found herself at a loss. Thankfully, at that moment, a taxi arrived, with Lu Dan being the first to jump out, her extroverted nature on full display as she bounced over, waving and shouting, Xian Xian, Su Ziyang, we're here. You finally made it. Shun Xian exhaled a breath of relief. Following her, Tao Xiaojiao and Wei Kairi also alighted from the vehicle, and Chen Cheng emerged from the passenger seat. Since it was a holiday, They weren't in their school uniforms. But Su Jianghe could still tell that Tao Xiaojiao had made an effort to look nice. In fact, Shen Xian had also dressed well, sporting a little white dress and shoes, although she didn't wear makeup. Su Jianghe could still catch a whiff of her delightful hair fragrance when he stood next to her. Upon seeing Su Jianghe and Shen Xian together, Tao Xiaojiao's expression seemed to dim slightly. Hey, Su Ziang! Wei Kairi approached, taking the initiative to greet him. Among the girls, she was the only one Su Jianghe hadn't spoken to before. He, Su Ziang Weva, Zet Ponding Politi Li, Su Jianghe, Em Chen Chenk. Another voice chimed in as Chun Chung approached, clearly awkward, even a bit stiff. Su Jianghe recognized him, remembering that he ranked well within the top 10 of their class. A diligent student who focused solely on his studies, unlike Guoming and the others. I know, Su Jianghe nodded, repeating the phrase to ease the atmosphere. Instantly, he was taken aback, watching Wei Kaili directly take Chun Cheng's hand and entwine her arm with his, indulging in a display of affection that was simply overwhelming. She even turned back to Su Jianghe and quipped, by the way, no reporting to the teacher. Su Jianghe blinked, glancing at Shen Xian, then at Lu Dan, all of whom bore expressions of nonchalance. Goodness, Chen Sheng, aren't you the studious type with thick brows and big eyes? Su Jianghe, why do you look so surprised? You didn't know? They've been together for a while now. It hasn't affected their studies at all. They've consistently ranked in the top 10. In fact, the teacher is already aware, Lu Dan remarked. Su Jianghe merely smiled and said, that's wonderful. If you were with Shen Xian, that would be great too. Liu Dong chimed in. What nonsense are you spouting, Lu Dan? Shen Xian exclaimed, stomping her foot. I was just joking. Hee, let's go inside. I'm about to go crazy at school. Finally, a holiday. Lu Dan linked arms with Shen Xian and dashed toward the park. Slow down. Shen Xian found herself helpless against Lu Dan's exuberance. It seemed that Wei Kaili and Chun Chung had not been in contact much at school, being rather reserved. So now they were oblivious to everything else, lost in their own world. Eventually, only Su Jianghe and Tao Xiaojiao remained behind, walking side by side in an atmosphere that felt somewhat awkward. Su Jianghe had no intention of disrupting the tranquility. In such a situation, feigning ignorance was the best course of action. Thus, he focused his gaze on Shen Xian, amplifying the underlying tension. An ambiguous attitude would only serve to confuse matters, which would be detrimental both to Shen Xian and to Tao Xiaojiao. Early May, the weather was still pleasantly mild. The sun shone brightly, and the trees were lush and vibrant. Su Jianghe walked behind, observing as Shen Xian, though being tugged along by Lu Dan, occasionally turned to glance back at him. Her eyes, framed by her glasses, sparkled like tiny stars. The innocent ambiguity between the young man and woman was indeed delightful. Hey, Su Ziang. We're not at school anymore. Why are you still so reticent? You weren't like this during the mock exam results. Wei Kaili teased as she turned back. Su Jianghe, show us your face. Lu Dan shouted over her shoulder. Su Jianghe merely smiled and shook his head, choosing not to engage. In fact, Chen Chung spoke even less, but that was his nature. He occasionally glanced back at Su Jianghe, his expression friendly and clearly one of approval. Su Jianghe could tell that Chen Chung wished to foster a closer relationship, perhaps to forge a friendship. At that moment, Wei Kaili waved at everyone and made a phone gesture, saying, hey, you all have fun. I'm going over there with Chen Chung. Just call me later. Go on. I want to delay your little couple, Lu Dan said with a mischievous grin. All right. Shen Xian seemed in high spirits as she responded, her face serious yet brimming with joy. Chen Chung blushed and glanced at Su Jianghe, who nodded back with a smile. Once the two departed, Lu Dan turned back, a sly grin on her face, and rushed over to take Tao Xiaojiao's arm, insisting, Jiao, let us go to the Wind and Rain Bridge. Huh, sure. Tao Xiaojiao responded, momentarily surprised, but then nodded, her tone revealing a hint of relief. This left only Shen Xian and Su Jianghe together. Shen Xian clearly hadn't anticipated Lu Dan's antics. Her face flushed, wanting to shout something, but Lu Dan was already far ahead, casting a teasing glance back at her. With no other option, she turned to Su Jianghe, giving him a quick look before directing her gaze toward Lu Dan's retreating figure, exclaiming, that Lu Dan, I really don't know what she is up to. What is she up to? What else could it be but shipping couples? Su Ziang Ziplit, Feizing in Godan. As a result, Shen Xian paused, staring at Su Jianghe, tilting her head and furrowing her brows in suspicion. Wait, no, that is not what I meant. Su Jianghe quickly realized. But how could he explain? Forget it. Let's take a walk. Fortunately, Shen Xian initiated conversation, seemingly unperturbed, her voice clear and cheerful. I'm fine with that, Su Jianghe nodded. Shen Xian glanced at him again, her eyes twinkling with a hint of cleverness. She walked ahead while he trailed slightly behind, maintaining some distance. After a while, it was Shun Xian who broke the silence. Su Jiang? Yes? Are you typically this refined? Not too bad, Su Jianghe replied. Refined? Am I really refined? I think you're quite refined, but during the last mock exam, you surprised me. You were quite bold then. Shen Suan Laoget, Aving Su Jiang. At that moment, I was quite pleased with myself, Su Jianghe chuckled. Quite pleased with yourself? Oh, I see. You were quite impressive that time. Shun Xian nodded earnestly. You were as well. Always ranking first in the class. But in the grade, it's still quite average. By the way, Su Jianghe, what university do you aspire to attend? What major do you wish to study? What do you want to do when you grow up? She fired off 3 questions in quick succession. Indeed, such inquisitiveness was typical of little teacher Shun. I'm not sure about university yet, but I definitely want to head toward East China. As for my major, perhaps something in business management. I plan to start my own business and make a fortune. Su Jianghe relaxed, attempting to lighten the mood. The couldn't remained so awkward. Suddenly, Shun Xian spun around, her eyes wide behind her glasses, her expression one of surprise as if she had misheard. Su Jianghe, are you really that straightforward? She asked delicately. I speak my mind, Su Jianghe replied with a smile. All right then. Speaking your mind and wanting to earn a lot of money for a better life isn't wrong. Good luck. Do you know what I want to study? Shun Xian shifted the topic. I don't know. What do you want to study? Su Jiang Feigen In Godan. I want to study medicine, Shun Xian replied. And wear a white coat? Su Jianghe feigned newfound interest. Who? Shun Xian paused, abruptly turning her head. Her face was clearly written with disbelief. No, Su Jianghe. You're completely off. Su Jianghe was taken aback as well. Wait, that is not what I meant at all. It has nothing to do with uniforms, although it wouldn't be out of the question. That is not right. Little teacher Shun, Dr. Shun, understand this too? The two exchanged glances, and then, seemingly, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Shun Xian suddenly blushed, scrunching her nose at Su Jianghe with a disdainful huff. You're a doctor, not a nurse. And I'm not that kind of person. Su Jianghe pretended to be oblivious. Still saying it, Shun Xian chided, pouting. Su Jianghe fell silent. It seemed she had indeed caught on to that topic. Who would have thought, little teacher Shun, Dr. Shun? The atmosphere between them had noticeably lightened. What had previously been awkward, with Shun Xian struggling to find topics to discuss, had now become more relaxed. Hey, little Shin classmate? Su Jianghe broke the silence, first this time. Shun Xian gasped, turning her head sharply, her eyes wide as she stared at Su Jianghe. What's wrong? Isn't that how we address each other on QQ? Su Jiang Feigen In No Sen. That as for QQ you are. Shun Xian's face flushed deeply, embarrassed and flustered. Su Jiang Juka. The earnestness of her demeanor was too endearing. Hey, Shun Xian, do you think I'm quite different from what you imagined? Su Jianghe pressed on. Huh. Indeed, somewhat, but it's all right. The way you looked on stage during the last mock exam revealed much about you. You possess an intriguing soul. An intriguing soul? How eloquent of you. Su Jianghe abruptly interjected, his tone slightly exaggerated. Shun Xian was momentarily taken aback, her eyes blinking in astonishment as she gazed at Su Jianghe. You. Shun Xian found herself at a loss for words. Are you startled? A bit. I don't usually act like this. What do you mean? Only in front of me? Yes. Should I be flattered? You may. You may indeed. Shun Xian raised her hand, playfully shaking her tiny fist as if to hit him. However, she quickly retracted, her face flushing, as if she felt her action was overly intimate. Yet, she couldn't help but glance at Su Jianghe again. He grinned widely, standing on the forest path, the dappled sunlight casting a gentle glow on his face, exuding a certain endearing charm that made Shun Xian want to laugh. How peculiar. Why is he like this? Clearly, in class, he speaks little and appears mature and focused, yet in private he is so carefree. According to him, this is only how he behaves in my presence. Is this his truest self? Quite fascinating indeed. Shun Xian mused, feeling inexplicably happy, relishing this interactive atmosphere. But then, a thought crossed her mind. Was Su Jianghe ever like this in front of Su Mushuan? She quickly dismissed the notion, reasoning that Su Mushuan had a temper, and he likely wouldn't act this way around her. Had he been suppressed all along? This thought caused a pang in Shun Xian's heart. Was it sympathy? What are you thinking about? Su Jiang Inguit? Nothing, Shun Xian replied, shaking her head with a smile, her lips forming charming dimples. She added earnestly, Su Jianghe, I think you are quite delightful like this. You seem relaxed and happy. Oh, is the little teacher Shun back in action? Su Jianghe was momentarily stunned, then chuckled heartily. Regardless of age or distance traveled, hearing such sincere words of consideration would inevitably warm one's heart. All right, I will heed your advice. Thank you, Su Jianghe genuinely expressed. What is there to think? Perhaps I'm a bit blunt, but I believe the current you is your true self, so do maintain it. Shen Xian gazed at Su Jianghe, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses. Just as Su Jianghe was about to respond, his brow furrowed, and he looked toward the back. Shen Xian noticed the unusualness and followed his gaze, surprised and slightly panicked, instinctively exclaiming, Wu Yan? Yes, it's Wu Yan, the girl who had always trailed behind Su Mushuan. Often considered a mere supporting character, Wu Yan. However, ever since Su Jianghe and Su Mushuan had drifted apart, Wu Yan had also distanced herself from Su Mushuan and had become more subdued in class. Yet, Su Jianghe had not anticipated encountering her here. Wu Yan was not alone. She was accompanied by two girls whom Su Jianghe did not recognize, and it seemed Shen Xian was unfamiliar with them as well. The trio approached, passing by without any exchange, as if they were strangers. Due to Wu Yan's presence, the interaction between Su Jianghe and Shen Xian became noticeably more distant, reverting to an earlier state, imbued with a sense of detachment. It was as if they had been caught in a moment of indiscretion. Naturally, Su Jianghe would not perceive it this way. However, he could tell that Shen Xian was significantly affected, unlike before when she had been lively, even raising her hand playfully. He understood her mindset. She was clearly concerned about Su Mushuan. Encountering Wu Yan would undoubtedly lead to her reporting back to Su Mushuan. Although there was nothing particularly between her and Su Jianghe, and they were not even meeting alone today, she couldn't help but feel a bit strange and uncomfortable. Shen Xian? Su Jianghe called. Shen Xian murmured, her head bowed. I have always been quite grateful to you for lending me your notes and encouraging me. You have never treated me with the same disdain as others. When I mentioned wanting to surpass you, it was merely to instill a sense of urgency. I too have a goal to chase, fostering a healthy competitive spirit between us, striving together, progressing together, and aspiring to enter our ideal universities. Su Jianghe earnestly conveyed a great deal. He chose to dispel any ambiguity between them, providing Shen Xian with a clear direction, encouraging her not to dwell on unnecessary emotions. Having been through similar experiences, he had developed a strong resilience. Yet, Shen Xian, at just 18, despite her independence and intelligence, was still quite young. Listening to Su Jianghe's words, Shen Xian felt somewhat taken aback, inhaling deeply before raising her eyes to meet his, her gaze brightening as she smiled, revealing two gentle dimples. Rest assured, I am fine, Su Jianghe. Let us strive together. All right. Su Jianghe hesitated for a moment before nodding solemnly. Clearly, Shen Xian grasped his intentions. She was consistently perceptive. If you pursue medicine, with your grades, you will undoubtedly get into a good program. And since medical studies require continued education, starting with a Master S and ideally a doctorate, when you fill out your applications, aim for the clinical 5+3 program. Or even the best, an 8-year direct doctoral program. Su Jianghe shifted the topic. He mentioned this because Shen Xian had taken a circuitous route in her previous life. She had pursued a 5-year undergraduate program, but her attempts for graduate school had not been ideal, leading her to a risky endeavor in medical postgraduate entrance exams, ultimately resulting in unsatisfactory outcomes. 3 years for a master's followed by a doctorate had consumed quite a bit of time. However, in this life, influenced by Su Jianghe, Shen Xian's college entrance exam results would surely be significantly better than in her previous life, providing her with more options, so she should seize the opportunity when it arises. Su Jianghe, you seem quite knowledgeable, Shen Xian remarked in surprise. Just a bit, Su Jianghe smiled, but it's too early to dwell on these matters. The priority now is the college entrance exam. Let us secure that first. Shen Xian clenched her tiny fist, determined. The two strolled around, discussing various topics, from professional choices to life aspirations. As their conversation progressed, Shen Xian became increasingly surprised and intrigued, occasionally widening her eyes at Su Jianghe, discovering not only his vast knowledge but also his unique insights. It wasn't until Lu Dan called that they began to head back. Given that it was the May Day holiday, the flow of people in the park was noticeably denser on their return. Su Jianghe instinctively changed his position, walking on the outside, allowing Shen Xian to walk closer to the inner side. It was a habit he had developed. When walking with a girl, he felt it was only natural for her to be on the outside and for him to be on the inside. However, Su Jianghe didn't notice that Shen Xian, upon recognizing this small detail, cast a discreet glance at him. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Dan, Wei Kai, and Li had already gathered, waiting for Su Jianghe and Shen Xian. The hour was getting late. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and lunchtime was approaching. Shen Suan, Su Ziyang. We just discussed going to Wuxing Street for a stroll and having lunch there. Would you like to join us? Liu then inquired eagerly. Wei Kai chimed in, brimming with excitement. I just checked my QQ space and saw several classmates posting about a new milk tea shop on a pedestrian street. They say the mango sago is exceptionally delicious, simply extraordinary, and there are activities too. Wuxing Street, mango sago. Su Jianghe suddenly realized that Wei Kylie was referring to UT. One of the opening activities was a half-price promotion for checking in on QQ space. And now it seemed to be quite effective. Yes, I just saw it on QQ space and asked my classmates. They said it's particularly delicious and urged us to hurry over. We might not get any in the afternoon, Lu Dan remarked. Shun Xian appeared to show little interest in this milk tea, yet she did not decline. Instead, she glanced at Su Jianghe first. He understood her unspoken words, smiled, and said, I won't go to Wuxing Street. You all go ahead. Why not? It's a holiday. ISNT today meant for fun. Liu den cuestionet, buzlet. Shun Xian then apologetically added, I won't be going either. It's a bit far, so I'll just head home directly. You all enjoy yourselves. Don't mind me. You too? Fine, we'll go. Lu Dan exclaimed, appearing to have an epiphany. Shun Xian's face flushed immediately, and feeling awkward, she could not say much. In truth, she simply did not wish to go, finding the pedestrian street too crowded and somewhat distant, and it had nothing to do with Su Jianghe, Wei Kylie, and Lu Dan. Enticed by their classmates' posts on QQ Space, were insistent on trying the tea, especially with the added element of interaction. Qin Cheng naturally followed Wei Kylie, while Tao Xiaojiao, being quiet and demure, found it difficult to refuse and was also pulled along by Lu Dan. Thus, only Su Jianghe and Shun Xian remained. How about we have a meal together, then each return home to our respective mothers? Go home to study. Yes. Let us seize the moment and not waste our youth. Su Jianghe smiled at Shun Xian. His manner of speaking startled her, prompting an involuntary giggle as she was amused. All right, I'll follow your lead, Shun Xian replied, feeling quite cheerful. Listening to me? Then I shall treat you. Su Jianghe seamlessly took the lead in the conversation. Shun Xian paused for a moment, tilting her head to look at him in a cute manner. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Fine, I'll treat you next time. It's settled. Shall we go? Let us. They exited the park and hailed a cab. Su Jianghe intended to find a decent restaurant to eat, but Shun Xian pointed at a nearby noodle shop, exclaiming, That one. I've eaten there before. Their dry noodles are exceptionally good. It felt as though she was trying to save money for herself, but Su Jianghe found no evidence to support this. After finishing their meal, Su Jianghe paid the bill, and Shun Xian, standing on her tiptoes, said, Next time, I'll treat you. I'll remember that. I'll jot it down in my little notebook. I will. Now, let me escort you home. Huh? We go to the same school and are both day students. It shouldn't be far. I'll take a cab and drop you off. It's on the way. All right, but ISNT taking a cab expensive? Time is more precious than money. Oh, how profound. However, I'll pay for the cab. Shun Xian playfully insisted, then shifted her tone, appearing resolute. Su Jianghe did not argue and nodded in agreement. Their homes were indeed not far apart, and he knew the area well. Having visited her house in a previous life, which was located next to the district hospital, after negotiating the fare without using the meter, they arrived at the destination. Shun Xian got out of the car, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, she merely waved her hand, her cheeks forming dimples as she said, Su Jianghe, goodbye, goodbye. Su Jianghe nodded with a smile. As she turned away, the car started moving. After a short distance, Su Jianghe's phone rang. It was Wei Jiahao calling. What is up? Su Jiang Ansua. Dude, where are you? Are you coming to Wuxing Street? I advise you against it. Wei Jiahao babbled on the other end. Why? The place is too crowded. I've already seen several familiar classmates. Oh my gosh, I saw Lu Dan. I need to steer clear of her. She's so loud. Why avoid her? Wouldn't it be great for you to get some publicity? Su Jiang Juke. Su Pete. Ordinarily, Wei Jiahao would relish in showing off. Why was he now hiding from classmates? Forget the publicity. Everyone knows about it now. What if they all come asking me for discounts? Better to keep a low profile. It's too troublesome. Su Jianghe, I'm heading back. Don't come over this afternoon. I thought a cup of milk tea would be around $10. But it turns out it's filled with students who have no concept of money. Students don't earn money, so they have no sense of its value. Indeed, that makes sense. All right, I'll hang up. Su Jianghe ended the call. He contemplated calling Yu Shuiming to inquire about the situation, but then he thought better of it. Realizing he was likely busy, he decided to wait until later, knowing Yu Shuiming would call him when he had a moment. Arriving at his doorstep, Su Jianghe got out of the car and headed straight home. Meanwhile, on the other side, Roland, after buying the milk tea, resolved to return home, having noticed her daughter was in a low mood. Once seated in her Kian, she did not immediately start the engine, but instead took another sip of her milk tea and turned to her co-pilot, Su Mu Xuan, saying, Xian, try this. It's delicious. Mom isn't lying to you. Sweet treats can uplift one's spirits, and Roland felt quite cheerful at that moment. Su Musun, gazing out the window in a sulky manner, shook her head, responding, I said I don't want any. What's wrong? Are you still at odds with Xiao Su? Roland inquired with a smile. Mom, can we not mention him? I've told you, I have nothing to do with him now. Su Musun hope fet. Roland merely smiled and shook her head, speaking in a calm tone, Xian, if you truly had nothing to do with him, you wouldn't be so emotional or upset. Su Mushuan had no retort. Actually, your conflict with Xiao Su, your dad told me about it. I think it's not a bad thing. In fact, it's a good thing. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not wrong. If you two weren't arguing, Xiao Su wouldn't feel the need to prove himself, and he would have changed so much during this time. Roland paused, Sigid, and continued, to be honest, if Xiao Su were still the same as before, I wouldn't be satisfied. But I couldn't go against your dad. He has always had this fixation. I used to wonder what he saw in Xiao Su. Now I see. Your dad truly has an eye for talent. Yes, indeed, my man. Mom. Su Mushuan suddenly fell silent. Why are you suddenly flaunting your parental affection? At home, this was a norm. Despite being the mother of 2 children and nearing 40, she would still act like a little wife, playfully pampering her husband without regard for her daughter's feelings. It was always the case that her father indulged and spoiled her. Now, as they chatted, Su Mushuan, though she feigned disdain, felt a twinge of envy in her heart. She genuinely believed her mother was happy. Parental love is always the first classroom for children when it comes to emotional matters, with a profound influence that lasts a lifetime. What is wrong? Did Mom say something wrong? Your dad indeed has a discerning eye, especially when he fell in love with your mother. Mom, can we go home now? Xian? What else? Nothing, let's just go home. Roland chuckled, decisively starting the car. She was eager to return and share this matter with her husband, Su Pingzhang. In truth, had it not been for Su Pingzhang's mention of Su Jianghe's academic improvement during their last conversation, she would have remained oblivious to her daughter's quarrel with him and the fact that the family's maid was the one picking her up from evening study sessions. Previously, she had been a factory heiress, and after marrying Su Pingzhang, her husband took care of every aspect, sparing her the need for concern. Roland, too, preferred to avoid worry, for anxiety ages a woman. As for her husband's fixation on social standing, Roland had thought it through thoroughly. She did not care for the notion of matching social statuses. As long as her daughter, Su Mushuan, was fond and willing, that was sufficient for her. However, Roland's aversion to fussing did not signify a lack of concern. In reality, she held reservations about the situation, primarily regarding Su Jianghe himself. She perceived no potential or brilliance in him, deeming them ill-suited as a pair. Her family was no modest one, and over time, idle gossip would inevitably arise, subjecting them to the scrutinizing gazes of relatives. Yet now, Roland felt a surge of surprise. The last time she heard her husband speak, he mentioned that Su had managed to elevate his grades from the bottom of the class to the 2nd position in just 2 months. Today, witnessing Wei Daming's high praise for him confirmed that he had indeed accomplished something remarkable. This was a tangible potential, and that alone sufficed. Chapter 75. Am I also like a rose? Upon returning home, Roland casually parked her car at the entrance, clutching a bubble tea as she called out towards the study on the 2nd floor of the small villa. Darling, come down quickly. I brought you something special, and there is something important I need to discuss with you. Her voice was notably loud, laced with a hint of petulance, causing Su Mushuan, who had just alighted from the car, to furrow her brow. After all, the neighbors could hear her. All right, I'll be right down, came Su Pingzhang's steady response from upstairs. He was much improved. Although he responded promptly, his tone remained calm and composed. Upon entering the house, Su Mushuan realized that Roland intended to discuss Su Jianghe with her father, a conversation she wished to avoid. Thus, she made her way directly upstairs, stating, Mom, I'm heading to my room. Wait a moment, take this bubble tea with you. One for each of us, just right. I'll put Zihang's in the fridge for when your uncle brings him back tonight. Roland called after her. Su Mushuan turned back, eyeing the bubble tea with hesitation before ultimately accepting it with a reluctant air. Just then, Su Pingzhang descended from the stairs, and upon seeing Roland, his eyes softened, and he smiled, asking, Aren't you supposed to be out shopping? Why are you back so early? What have you brought me? Look, bubble tea. It's particularly delightful. Oh, and there's something else. As Roland was about to broach the topic of Su Jianghe, Su Mushuan felt a flutter of anxiety and quickened her pace, her long legs carrying her swiftly upstairs. What is wrong with her? Su Pingzhang noted something was amiss. Just a little sulking, pay her no mind. Darling, I need to tell you. Roland replied dismissively. Upon reaching the upper floor, Su Mushuan, almost against her will, found herself eavesdropping instead of retreating to her room. Clutching the cup of mango sago in her hand, she instinctively glanced at it, momentarily lost in thought as she admired its appealing packaging, a fresh, minimalist design in white and green hues that resonated with her aesthetic sensibilities. At that moment, her parents' voices drifted up from below. Honey, do try it. What do you think? Is it good? Very sweet, tastes quite nice. Is that all? It's absolutely delectable. It's from the new tea shop on Walking Street. We waited nearly an hour in line to buy it. Is it that popular? Indeed. By the way, do you know who opened this UT? Your friend? It's Su Jianghe. Who? Su Pingdang et Golim Lao Li. At the staircase, Su Mushuan felt a jolt, her heart racing as she held her breath. It's your elder brother's son, little Su Jianghe. Roland recounted the details downstairs. By the way, Wade Daming funded this endeavor. You should call him to inquire further, as he likely knows more. I'll do that right away. Su Pingdang zet ponde, visibili e silat. Before long, the call was made, and Su Mushuan instinctively leaned forward to listen. Wei Daming, it's me. I need to ask you something about Su Jianghe. You must tell me the truth. All right, I understand. In the future, you should inform me of such matters beforehand. Understood? Yes, just like that. We'll discuss it when you have time. The conversation concluded, and Su Pingzhang's voice rang out once more. This boy has given me yet another unexpected surprise. Wei Daming mentioned that little Su prepared a business proposal and feasibility report, and he only invested after seeing its merit. I suppose it's a testament to your reputation? That's irrelevant. What matters is that the task was accomplished. But how does little Su manage to balance everything? Doesn't this affect his studies, especially during this crucial period leading up to the college entrance examination? Wei Daming's son said that little Su handled it with ease, his focus not primarily on this endeavor. This has been an ongoing improvement, indicating he manages it well. Darling, I am utterly astonished. Your judgment has proven impeccable. Is that so? Of course, my husband is remarkable. The child is at home. Su Mushuan has retreated to her room, so she won tea here. Let us not jump to conclusions just yet. Let us see how little Su fares in the upcoming city joint examination. Lan, don't share this with anyone for now. And I want to inform your elder brother either. Given his temperament, it's best to wait until after the college entrance exams. I'll heed your advice. But what about Su Mushuan? Don't worry about her. She is an adult now. Besides, the paramount task remains the college entrance examination. Yes, you're absolutely right. Darling. Meanwhile, at the staircase, Su Mushuan let out a sigh of relief, grateful that her parents hadn't summoned her. Once in her bedroom, she closed the door and sat at her desk, the cup of mango sago resting before her, as she stared at it, lost in thought. After a while, she inserted a straw and tentatively took a sip, only to be momentarily stunned, her eyes sparkling with delight. It was indeed delicious. No wonder so many people were queuing for it. Then, Su Mushuan tilted her head, her gaze falling upon the book The Little Prince on her desk. After discovering it a few days prior, she had consumed it over 2 nights, pondering deeply. Su Mushuan felt akin to the unique rose belonging to the little prince. Yet, in the fairy tale, the rose loved the little prince but struggled to express that love, causing repeated hurt until he turned away. And what of herself? Was she not similar to the rose? Nevertheless, Su Mushuan still felt devoid of love. How could she possibly harbor feelings for Su Jianghe? At most, she felt no aversion towards him, and lately, he had indeed shown some admirable changes. He casually opened a bubble tea shop, quite the accomplishment. As she mused, her mind suddenly recalled the last mock examination results when Su Jianghe boldly approached the podium for the first time. What had he said? Yes. I just came up to make an appearance. Su Mushuan couldn't contain her laughter, instinctively remarking, his demeanor was quite amusing. Then she paused, struck by the realization that she was praising him. Yet, Su Mushuan did not particularly resist this sudden turn of events. Perhaps it was due to her mother's special acknowledgement today, her father's unwavering support, coupled with Su Jianghe's commendable performance. Her mother had said he was proving something to himself, and that was not a bad thing. Previously, I had searched online and found that in fairy tales, the little prince's everlasting love is for his rose. Upon reflecting on this, Su Mushuan felt her spirits lift considerably. Just then, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was Wu Yan, and her brow furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, she answered the call. What is it? She responded with a frosty tone. Xian. Let me tell you, I just saw Su Jianghe at the Longton, and he was with Shun Xian. Just the two of them, laughing and playing around, looking incredibly intimate. Ugh, those scoundrels! Wu Yan exclaimed, her indignation palpable. Su Mushuan sat in stunned silence, feeling as though something had stabbed her heart, her mind momentarily blank. This Shun Xian is truly despicable. I sensed something was off when she stood up for Su Jianghe that morning. I knew I was right. I always thought she was a diligent and exemplary student, but who would have imagined she would be drawn to someone like Su Jianghe, a worthless person? Wu Yan continued her tirade passionately. Su Muxuan was momentarily at a loss for words. It felt as if her heart had suddenly emptied. She and T caught the earlier part of the conversation, but Wu Yin's remark about Su Jianghe being a worthless person struck her as jarring. A sudden wave of aversion surged within her. She didn't want to hear it. Xian, I realized that Su Jianghe is truly revolting. When he pursued you, he acted like a dog. Now that you've kicked him aside, he shamelessly. Wu Yin, shut up. Su Musuan in the shapi. Wu Yin was taken aback, her voice trembling as she tried to placate her. Xian, did I say something wrong? I was just venting my frustration for you regarding them. From now on, do not mention them in my presence. Their affairs have nothing to do with me. And do you harbor a grudge against Su Jianghe? Why speak so harshly? Huh? Xian, you call me Su Muxuan. Su Muxuan. How can you defend Su Jianghe? This is not about defending. Su Jianghe once pursued me. If you call him a dog, then what does that make me? Is there any difference between insulting him and insulting me? I didn't mean it that way. From now on, refrain from making baseless accusations without evidence, and don't contact me anymore. That's it, just leave. Su Muxuan's temper flared as she hung up the phone. Her teeth clenched in frustration. In her room, Su Muxuan sat in a daze. Anger coursed through her, mingled with regret. What was I doing? Why did I defend Su Jianghe? Previously, when Wu Yin mocked him in front of me, I didn't feel anything. Indeed, Su Jianghe is akin to a dog. Which means I, Su Muxuan, was once pursued by a dog. Su Jianghe, you scoundrel. And Xian, you have truly disappointed me. Su Musuan sit. Her mood, which had previously improved, had now soured, and her impression of Su Jianghe had shifted dramatically. Wonderful, Su Jianghe, you truly excel. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? You two should just be together. What is this nonsense about the little prince and the rose? Su Jianghe, you're just a little turtle. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, followed by Su Pingzhong's voice. Xian? Startled, Su Muxuan quickly inhaled deeply, adjusted her demeanor, and feigned nonchalance as she replied, Dad. Is there something you need? Nothing much, just wanted to see you. I'm coming in. Dad, wait. Before she could finish, the door swung open, and Su Pingzhong entered, his expression warm and gentle. He looked at her with a hint of surprise and closed the door behind him, asking, feeling down? I'm not. But your face is clearly etched with displeasure. It's just that the milk tea is awful, and I don't even know what flavor Mom chose. It's quite strange, Su Muxuan retorted stubbornly, tossing the half-finished cup of tea straight into the trash. Su Pingzhong observed this and shook his head, wondering where his daughter inherited her stubbornness. Just a word of advice, you should listen. Conflicts need resolution, and there's nothing that cannot be reconciled. Little Su wants to prove himself to you. That's a good thing. You need to temper your temper. The most important thing right now is the college entrance examination. He working hard, and you mustn't slack off, alright? Su Pingzhong spoke out stili. I am myself, and he is himself. What is the connection? Dad, please don't force a link. Alright, no more talk of connections. Come on, let us go eat. I'm not hungry. Stop being petulant, Xian. You're an adult now, and soon you'll be leaving home for university. Fine, I'll come down to eat in a bit. Okay. Su Pingzhong acquiesced and promptly exited the room. Once again, Su Muxuan found herself overwhelmed with irritation. Brave? What does he need to prove? What is his connection with Xian? Before entering his home, Su Jianghe had taken a moment to adjust his mindset, anticipating that Su Shu would inform Su Guozhong about the milk tea shop. To his surprise, upon entering, he found Su Guozhong seated on the sofa, reading the newspaper, appearing quite authoritative, but merely glanced at Su Jianghe without uttering a word. His mother was absent, presumably out. Did Su Shu not call out? Dang. This was indeed fortunate. Otherwise, given Su Guozhong's character, he would have pried into things, and who knows, he might even have gone to the shop, taking the liberty to give unsolicited advice. Su Jianghe made no greeting and went directly to his room. He powered on his computer and logged into QQ, noticing Xian's avatar flashing with 2 new messages. Su Jianghe, thank you for treating me today and for taking me home. I had a great time. Smiled JPG. This was the first message. Everything was fine, except for that mysterious smiley at the end, which left Su Jianghe speechless. Perhaps he should bring it up with her later. After spending time together, Su Jianghe's biggest realization was that Xian was incredibly perceptive and responsive. Their interactions felt both effortless and natural. Xian was quick-witted, lively, and always smiling. Her dimples sweet. Now, at home, she messaged Su Jianghe about her happiness, providing timely feedback. However, little teacher Xin swiftly returned to the topic at hand in her next message. I saw a different side of you today. It was quite unexpected. With only 1 month left until the college entrance exam, I hope you continue to work hard and make the most of your time, as you promised. Sunglasses JPG. I had a great time today too. Let us keep pushing ourselves. Soldier JPG 3. Su Jianghe smiled as he replied. However, Shun Xian's avatar turned gray, indicating she was offline. The message was sent as soon as she got home. She was probably studying again now. Su Jianghe intended to read for a while too. With only a month left, he couldn't afford to slack off. Just then, his phone vibrated with a notification. He glanced at it, momentarily stunned. Su Jiang. Guess who I am? What a childlike game. Su Jianghe chose to ignore it, setting his book aside. After a while, another message arrived. Haven T receive a reply? Then came several more in quick succession. It's Chun Yuang, didn't T guess it, did you? Why aren't T replying? Running low on credit? Moments later, another message popped up, causing Su Jianghe to chuckle. It was a notification from the mobile company, indicating that someone had topped up his phone with 20 yuan. Who could be? Who else could it possibly be? Su Jianghe scrolled through his phone, gazing at the series of messages sent from an unfamiliar number, the sheer naivety of it striking him like a wave. He was about to respond to a message, hoping to appease Chen Yuyao, when suddenly, a call came in, the caller ID revealing it was indeed Chen Yuyao. Chapter 77, One Thing at a Time. Su Jianghe decisively pressed the answer button, bringing the phone to his ear, but before he could utter a word, a piercing scream erupted from the other end, followed by the disconnection tone. What on earth? Su Jianghe pulled the phone away, furrowing his brow. It was you who called, it was you who screamed, and it was you who hung up. Shortly after, a text from Chen Yuyao arrived. I didn't call, I just wanted to check if your phone was turned off. Your phone is not a credit or turn off, so why didn't you reply to my messages? I even topped up your phone with 20 bucks. What a loss. This was what it meant to be a beat behind. Su Jianghe chose not to reply to the messages, opting instead to call her back. It rang several times, almost reaching the end when she finally picked up. Hello, why did you call me? Chen Yuyao's voice emanated from a phone, still as clear as ever. Why did you text me? Su Jiang Gao De. I thought you were angry with me that night, and had been speaking ill of me to others. However, after some inquiries this morning, it turns out you didn't say anything bad about me. Su Jiang. I didn't expect you to not only excel in your studies, but also to be quite a nice person. As she spoke, Chen Yuyao giggled foolishly. When not in elementary school, why would I talk bad about you? All right, I get it. Is there anything else? Su Jiang Juke. Since that day, Wei Jiahao had been disgruntled, lamenting how Su Jianghe wasted an opportunity, questioning why he hadn't pursued Chen Yuyao, who was renowned as the school beauty alongside Su Mushuan and was also a dance major. Noticing Su Jianghe's lack of enthusiasm, Wei Jiahao assumed he held a poor impression of Chen Yuyao and thus boisterously guaranteed that Chen Yuyao was indeed a wonderful person, despite her arts background, devoid of any frivolities. To be honest, Su Jianghe was somewhat skeptical, yet he had no reason to doubt Wei Jiahao. The source of information should not be too far off. Thus, his impression of Chen Yuyao remained favorable, indeed, a charmingly foolish beauty. Well, I have nothing else. Chen Yuyao chirped. All right, then I'll hang up, Su Jianghe replied. Why hang up? You're certainly a beat behind. Should I not hang up if there's nothing else? Does phone credit come free? Su Jiang Zito. I topped up your phone with 20 bucks, you know. Chen Yuyao said softly, a hint of concern lacing her tone. What is so significant about 20 bucks? You mentioned in a text, and now over the phone? Su Jiang Zetponde. Isapata. Are you very busy? She asked timidly from the other end. Of course, with the college entrance exam just a month away, are you free? Su Jiang Ziplik Boditki. Huh? She hesitated. But then there was a strange sound. However, the call had already ended, Chen Yuyao having hung up herself. Su Jianghe frowned, shook his head, and dismissed it from his mind. Just as he set his phone down, it rang again. Assuming it was Chen Yuyao, he answered quickly, only to find it was Uncle Su, and he promptly picked up. Hello, Unso Su. Su Jiang Gvit Politili. Ah, Xia Su, you surprised me once again. Uncle Su's voice was bright and cheerful. Su Jianghe understood the reason behind his happiness and humbly joked, Uncle Su, already know? I had a sudden idea. Gathered Yu Shu Ming and Wei Jiahao, and after some persuasion, they believed me, and we rolled up our sleeves and got to work. It seems we achieved some results. Your speaking skills have improved. Unso Su Apfim. Please, no more flattery, Su Jianghe replied. I won't flatter you further. On a serious note, I won't inform your father about this for now. You know his temperament. Secondly, I must emphasize that your primary task currently is the college entrance exam. Prioritize wisely. Understood? Understood. Rest assured, Uncle Su. And one more thing. Entrepreneurship is great, but should you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you. Unso Su. Su Jianghe expressed sincerely, feeling a surge of gratitude. In his previous life, when he embarked on entrepreneurship, the initial stages were arduous, and Uncle Su had provided substantial support. At that time, Su Jianghe had already lost contact with Su Mushuan and consequently distanced himself from Uncle Su. Yet it was Uncle Su who had taken the initiative to call him. Su Jianghe still vividly recalled that call, where Uncle Su's words carried a tinge of disappointment. He had said, "One thing at a time. Wherever you go, you are still my nephew. In your endeavors, do not be idealistic or impulsive. If you have resources from your elders and fail to utilize them, you are being irresponsible towards your pursuits. What is there to thank? You call me nephew. And of course, I wish for your success, but do not become complacent. Strive for more. Rest assured, Uncle Su, I will. Good, I have faith in you." After hanging up, Su Jianghe felt deeply touched. Uncle Su had always treated him like family. That evening, after dinner, around 8 o'clock, Su Jianghe visited the pedestrian street. Yu Shuiming called him, informing that they had sold out all the ingredients at the shop. Originally, they had anticipated a peak in customer traffic around 6 or 7 o'clock. But alas, they had to close early. Upon arriving at the shop, Su Jianghe found Yu Shuiming and 3 employees utterly exhausted yet spirited, each as energized as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. In 2009, mobile payments were non-existent. Cash transactions were the norm, and the influx of business was indeed exhilarating. "I truly didn't expect business to be this booming. We hardly had a break, and we're short-staffed. Should we hire more?" Yu Shuiming immediately remarked. "But don't hire blindly. The May Day holiday coincides with our opening activities, which is merely temporary. You made a mistake. It's not about how many people come, but how many cups you sell. You can't just sell as many cups as there are people. You need to maintain a reasonable output for the store," Su Jianghe pointed out. This was fundamentally a matter of managing customer flow. One couldn't just go all out when a crowd arrived, as what would happen the following days? What if there were no customers? This erratic approach would wear out both oneself and the employees. Yu Shuiming quickly grasped this, nodding in realization, promising to implement better control tomorrow. Other matters were relatively smooth. Su Jianghe had checked and found that they had sold over 700 cups that day, largely at half price due to the opening promotions, averaging about 5 to 6 yuan per cup, totaling nearly 4,000 yuan in sales. This was indeed quite remarkable. In 2009, the average salary in Lucheng was only around 2,500. However, the truth was, it wasn't particularly profitable. One was due to the promotional activities, and secondly, having just one store meant costs couldn't be distributed effectively. While pricing was high, the profit margins were merely average. Thus, expansion was necessary. Both direct operations and franchises needed to be pursued, and the supply chain had to be optimized, but that was an entirely different strategy. Simply opening a store was straightforward. After spending some time there, Su Jianghe took his leave. Meanwhile, Yu Shuiming had to continue preparing the materials for the next day, personally giving each of the 3 employees 100 yuan as a bonus. Salaries were based on performance, which Yu Shuai was managing remotely. Yu Shuiming had yet to fully grasp this, but Yu Shuai had stated that if the store made money, the employees could earn more. Chapter 78, Hidden Talents and Achievements. During the 3-day May Day holiday, Su Jianghe spent the first day relaxing and then visited Yu Shuiming again on the evening of the 3rd day. For the rest of the time, he remained at home, as the college entrance exam was merely a month away, and that was his primary focus. In the early morning, one rises to jog, and before bedtime, one engages in self-training, focusing on core strength. This spectacle left Su Guozhong utterly astonished, perpetually wearing an expression that suggested he had much to say, yet found himself at a loss for words. The inaugural outlet of Yuecha had been open for 3 days, and its reception remained fervently enthusiastic, particularly due to the marketing strategy of checking in on social platforms, which transformed from a mere promotional activity into a burgeoning trend. Especially within the social circles of the youth, if one were not to post a photograph and share their experience, they risked being considered out of touch. Of course, the crux of the matter ultimately lay in product quality. The new tea beverages were genuinely delightful and distinct, with a positive reputation serving as the true essence of success. In light of this, Su Jianghe resolved to accelerate the pace of expansion. Initially, he intended to allow the first store to establish itself, providing Yu Shuiming with some time to grow, and to wait until his college entrance examinations were concluded before pursuing further plans for expansion. On the last day of the holiday, Su Jianghe summoned Yu Shuiming and Wei Jiahao for what he termed a partner meeting. With over 400,000 yuan available, Wei Jiahao's financial backing prompted Su Jianghe to decide to immediately select a location, commence renovations, and replicate the business model, aiming to launch the 2nd and 3rd stores within a month. The strategy involved diversifying locations to swiftly capture the market while simultaneously leading it. Furthermore, establishing 3 stores would constitute a chain, allowing for negotiations with suppliers regarding raw materials and packaging, thereby reducing costs. Su Jianghe also articulated Yuecha's short-term developmental goals. For instance, an ambition to expand beyond Lucheng into first-tier cities for market exploration. Initially, a self-operated model with a store manager accountability system would be implemented to enhance the brand's reputation and image. The 3 employees at the store were of commendable quality. After 3 consecutive days of diligent work, Yu Shuiming even took it upon himself to distribute red envelopes from his own pocket before the end of each workday. Upon learning of this, Su Jianghe shook his head and summoned the 3 individuals. Indeed, it was time to paint a grand vision. He spoke of establishing a career advancement mechanism within the workplace, delving into the latent potential of the employees. This was essentially a shift in mindset. Su Jianghe emphasized that Yuecha was on the brink of opening its second and third stores, prioritizing internal staff for promotion opportunities. The subsequent steps in the chain's development would involve regional management, attracting capital, and potentially going public. In any case, his grand vision invigorated the 3 employees, filling them with enthusiasm. After outlining the ambitious goals, he began to extract their potential by setting demands and objectives, while Su Jianghe would provide guidance and direction. The 3 early employees were akin to Yu Shuiming, young, high school graduates from ordinary families, lacking advanced education or specialized skills, yet they were all remarkably diligent. Such individuals, if left without guidance or opportunities, and without the initiative to reflect and improve themselves, combined with limited awareness, were likely fated to remain at the bottom rung of society for their entire lives. That night, shortly after 11, Yu Shuiming, unable to contain his excitement, called his sister. Yu Shuai, "Hello, brother, the lights in the dormitory are out. What are you doing?" Yu Shuai responded with a hint of annoyance, having to leave her bed to answer the call. In recent days, it was evident that Yu Shui's mind had become more conflicted and uncertain. The explosive success of Yuecha's opening during the May Day holiday and the subsequent positive word of mouth had far exceeded her expectations. Previously, she had felt a tinge of competition, but now she found herself devoid of any frustration. Her junior from Lu Yi High School was truly remarkable. "Little sister, Su Jianghe just came by. We had a meeting, and I'm so thrilled that I can't sleep tonight. I thought I should call you right away," Yu Shuiming exclaimed with enthusiasm, launching into a barrage of excitement. Upon hearing the name Su Jianghe, Yu Shuai instinctively perked up, listening intently. After a while of silence, Yu Shuai took a deep breath, feeling profoundly shaken. Are they really opening the second and third stores so soon? The initial steps toward chain development, the self-operated store manager accountability system, the market expansion into first-tier cities, along with efficiency improvements, cost reductions, channel advantages, brand establishment, and capital attraction. All of it is laid out so clearly, grounded in actionable details. It's as if I'm attending a vividly enlightening lecture on corporate brand development. Previously, she had considered herself a prestigious university student, believing her brother, who hadn't attended college, was limited in perspective. However, she now realized that she was not much better off. While she had a degree, it was merely superficial. The individuals truly winning on the battlefield were those like Su Jianghe. Yet, he was merely a high school senior, casually managing Yuecha. It was astonishing. "Brother, that's impressive. I've gained so much insight. Su Jianghe is indeed extraordinary. You must heed his advice, endure some hardships, and keep pace with him," Yu Shuai stated earnestly after taking another deep breath. "Rest assured, little sister, I am brimming with vigor now. When you return, we'll take a trip back to our hometown and pay respects at our ancestors' graves," he assured her. "All right, brother, I won't keep you any longer. If you think there is any area where I can improve, you must let me know, okay? No worries, brother." After hanging up, Yu Shuai gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Life, development, circumstances, opportunities, choices, numerous reflections flickered through her mind. The May Day holiday came to a close. The high school seniors at Lu Yi entered the final month of their sprint toward the finish line. The municipal joint examination, often referred to as a mini-college entrance examination, was closely modeled after the actual exam. Thus, the release of scores would take a bit longer. However, a topic of conversation had emerged among students: the newly opened Yuecha on the pedestrian street, which had garnered a plethora of check-ins on social media, coupled with its undeniably delectable offerings. Class 3 was abuzz with chatter, yet few were aware that the true mastermind behind it was Su Jianghe. And even fewer knew that Wei Jiahao was one of the shareholders. Wei Jiahao found the situation amusing. Upon hearing discussions, he would subtly direct glances at Su Jianghe, relishing in a sense of superiority that came with hidden accomplishments. Before long, it was Wednesday. As noon approached, whispers began circulating that the scores for the municipal joint examination would be released that afternoon. Sure enough, during the first evening's self-study session, the old class teacher, Wang Weijun, entered the classroom with a stack of score sheets, his face aglow with excitement. having taught for 3 years. It was evident to all that the class had performed exceptionally well in the joint examination. Students, let us pause our writing for a moment. I'd like to analyze the results of the municipal joint examination, the teacher stated, diving straight into the topic, his smile unwavering. He first glanced at Su Jianghe in the corner, then at Shun Xian in the front row. An air of tension enveloped the room, and everyone halted their pens, holding their breath. Lu Dan stared wide-eyed at the teacher, suddenly startled. Could it be that Su Jianghe has actually surpassed Shun Xian this time? Shun Xian, usually composed, found herself nervously lowering her head, her heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 79. No, stay low-key. In the past, Shun Xian had never felt a sense of crisis in class, consistently ranking first with a considerable margin over the second place. However, Su Jianghe's momentum was so formidable that it was uncertain how things would unfold. At that moment, her deskmate, Su Mushuan, cast a cold glance at Shun Xian, her mood souring significantly. She had perceived the teacher's expression and could surmise that both Shun Xian and Su Jianghe had likely performed well. How infuriating! Not only was there an ambiguous relationship, but they were also improving together. What was the meaning of this? Yet, the rest of the class was primarily concerned with their own scores, and curious about Su Jianghe's performance, eager to discover how much he had progressed this time. Old class master wasted no time. Perhaps he was equally eager, and upon surveying the room, he commenced directly. In this citywide joint examination, our class has made remarkable progress, securing the top position among parallel classes in both average scores and high-achieving segments. Notably, 2 of our students have surged into the top 20th grade, with 5 others breaking into the top 100, an exceedingly rare feat among parallel classes. At this proclamation, the classroom erupted. My goodness, 2 in the top 20? Shun Xian is 1. Who could the other be? Su Ziyang? It must be Su Jianghe. He is extraordinary. There is no one else it could be. Last time he was in the top 70, and the time before that he was over 400. Now he has shot into the top 20? Is he even human? Oui, Su Ziyang. Wei Jiahao could hardly contain himself, nearly springing from his seat. Many turned a glance at Su Jianghe, while Lu Dan and Tao Xiaojiao wore expressions of utter astonishment. Su Jianghe quickly waved his hands, saying, Classmaster hasn't announced yet. Don't joke around. What if it's not me? That would be embarrassing. Last time, Cheng Zijian had been made a fool of by Guoming and had endured ridicule for half a month. So Su Jianghe was keen to avoid becoming the subject of laughter. However, Su Jianghe, no need for modesty. It's you, second in class, 18th in grade. Old classmaster interjected with a smile, and the classroom was instantly filled with gasps of awe. Oh my heavens! How impressive, Su Jianghe! Wei Jiahao could no longer contain himself, leaping up as if he had achieved the rank himself, exclaiming, Phew, Su Jianghe, you're phenomenal. Su Jianghe, you are 18th in the grade. That is astonishing. Lu Dan exclaimed, utterly taken aback. Alas, it's a pity you're only second in the class, just a hair's breadth away. Su Ziyan Juke CP Xin. He was indeed quite satisfied and had never truly expected to surpass Shun Xian in this examination, given her 3 years of diligent effort and recent hard work. Upon hearing the announcement of the rankings, Shun Xian breathed a sigh of relief, quickly turning around with wide eyes fixed on Su Jianghe. He exchanged a knowing glance with her. Shun Xian scrunched her nose adorably, while her deskmate, Su Mushuan, appeared ready to crush her pen in frustration. Quiet down, please. I'll read out the scores. There will be a citywide ranking, old classmaster said, tapping the desk, his face aglow with enthusiasm. First place is still Shun Xian, with 661 points, 12th in the grade and 37th in the city. Shun Xian has made significant progress. Achieving this high score is no small feat. She remains the top student in our parallel class. Second place is Su Jianghe. Old classmaster chuckled as he spoke. When the scores were released in the afternoon, the heads of the 20 parallel classes in the senior year looked at him with envious grins, as this cohort led by Wang Weijun was likely to set a record for the best results among parallel classes at Luizhong. Second place, Su Jianghe, with 649 points, 18th in the grade and 66th in the city. Su Jianghe deserves special recognition. Old classmaster paused dramatically before humorously glancing at the back corner, teasing, Su Jianghe, how about you come up and show yourself? No. Staying humble, Su Jianghe waved his hands repeatedly, feeling quite bashful. The classroom atmosphere was jubilant, with laughter and playful shouts urging him to come forward for a glimpse. Su Jianghe, however, firmly declined, feeling it unnecessary this time. A balance of humility was in order. As this was not the first occasion, old classmaster had already praised them profusely, simply urging everyone to emulate Su Jianghe before continuing with the scores. Third, is Li Wei with 621 points, 66th in the grade. I won't read the city ranking. You can check it later. 4th is Cheng Zijian with 618 points, 73rd in the grade. 5th is Chun Cheng with 614 points, 87th in the grade. 6th is Wu Tingting with 609 points, 95th in the grade. 7th is Wei Kylie with 606 points, 97th in the grade. 7 students from our class have made it into the top 100 of the grade, which is the most among parallel classes. This achievement is commendable. Old class master analyzed further. Meanwhile, Lu Dan turned around, looking quite pleased. Oh, did you hear? Our class leader Guoming seems to have flunked again. Haha, don't speak, Lu Dan. Tao Xiaojiao gently elbowed her. Su Jianghe then realized he hadn't heard Guoming's name. Not doing so well, huh? Old class master continued reading the scores. 8th is Guoming with 595 points. Upon reaching this point, he sighed. Moving on. 10th is Tao Xiaojiao, who has consistently improved with 586 points. 13th is Su Muxuan with 581 points. 20th is Lu Dan with 548 points. At this juncture, old class master paused, chuckling as he glanced at the back corner, lightly remarking, "It seems the back corner of our class is blessed. You three are always making progress." Though said in jest, the class atmosphere brightened, yet the truth was evident. It was Su Jianghe's influence that uplifted those around him. Upon concluding the rankings, the bottom 3 remained unsurprising. Students, the citywide examination is akin to a mini college entrance exam. The quality of the papers is exceptionally high, and the results are a true reflection of ability. However, I reiterate, this is merely a stage. Regardless of whether one performed well or poorly, it is crucial to reflect on the underlying issues. With only a month left until the college entrance exams, we must maintain our resolve. No slackening. Every point gained can eliminate 1,000 competitors without struggle. The final year is devoid of meaning. Class leader, come up and post the scores. Remember, we cannot relax, even with good results. Old class master concluded, tapping the desk. Guoming, with a sullen demeanor, reluctantly approached the front to post the scores. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of Hu Tingting in the front row. Her brow furrowed, and her demeanor shifted abruptly, growing cold, as if looking down upon Guoming. This caused Guoming to tremble, his heart aching. Chapter 80. How can one's attitude change so suddenly? As old class master exited, the classroom buzzed with chatter. Guoming, the class leader, could no longer maintain his former authoritative presence. While posting the scores, Hu Tingting spoke to Li Wei, her voice resonating loudly, as usual. Li Wei, how is Su Jianghe so formidable? He has surged into the top 20 in the grade after just one semester. How admirable. I admire him too. Moving his desk to the back row is truly remarkable. I used to underestimate him. I feel so ashamed. Li Wei responda. Su Jianghe entered the class already performing at second place. His foundation is solid. Yet the top 20? I could hardly fathom that. He truly is impressive, Cheng Zijin added. These top students had always felt a sense of superiority. When Su Jianghe placed second last time, they had harbored some resentment, attributing it to luck. But this time, they had no ground for complaint. The citywide examination, dubbed a mini-college entrance exam, featured stringent supervision and exceptionally high-quality papers, closely mirroring the actual college entrance exams. The key was that Su Jianghe's score was significantly high, placing him distinctly above them in rank. Some individuals behave this way. If you surpass them slightly, they may become envious or even disparaging. Yet once you excel beyond them, they concede and begin to admire you. These words also reached Guoming's ears, causing his heart to race and tears to well up with no means of release. Particularly with Tingting. How could she change so abruptly? Shun Xian propped her head up with her left hand, the dimples at the corners of her mouth lingering. She listened intently to the conversations of those in front of her, feeling a sense of joy as she celebrated Su Jianghe's happiness. However, a shadow of anxiety lingered. Shun Xian genuinely worried that Su Jianghe would surpass her. It was a close call, yet she felt relieved that she hadn't slackened her efforts last month. Her state and efficiency were particularly commendable. After the exam, Shun Xian felt quite pleased, but she had not anticipated achieving such a remarkable result. She placed 36th in the city's joint examination, which, when compared to previous years, assured her a position within the top 300 in the province, almost stepping into the realm of C9 prestigious universities. As for Peking and Tsinghua, that would require a top 50 rank in the province. Far too challenging. In fact, prior to the start of this semester, Shun Xian had set her sights on placing within the top 2,000 in the province, aiming for a moderately prestigious 985 university. Yet, life's opportunities are wondrous. Thanks to Su Jianghe, Shun Xian ascended to heights she never dared to envision. although she currently held a slight lead over him in her heart. She had already acknowledged that Su Jianghe was superior. Her 3 years of hard work had been matched by his single semester of diligence. With only a month remaining and the crucial Gaokao ahead, Shun Xian understood that Su Jianghe would continue to improve. Perhaps he would even surpass her in the examination. That was acceptable to her. As she had said that day, she would be genuinely happy about it. Lost in her thoughts, Shun Xian couldn't help but glance back towards the corner. However, upon turning, she froze. Su Muxuan was staring at her, her gaze icy, filled with hostility, even disdain. This was not the first occurrence. Shun Xian could roughly guess its meaning. She smiled, unperturbed, choosing not to engage in conflict with Su Muxuan. Yet, Shun Xian, Su Muxuan called coldly. It seemed they hadn't spoken in ages, despite being desk mates. Shun Xian replied calmly. Do you have a penchant for picking up trash? Su Muxuan spoke again. At these words, Shun Xian trembled, her expression stiffening as she stared blankly at Su Muxuan's exquisite face. Su Muxuan raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of disdain, her thin lips curling into a cold smirk. Then, with a huff, Su Muxuan turned away, casually flipping through a book. Their exchange was brief and barely audible, drowned out by the chatter in the classroom, so no one paid attention. Shun Xian's face remained rigid. After Su Muxuan ceased her remarks, she numbly turned back to her book, unable to focus, her mind in disarray and inexplicably uncomfortable. Picking up trash? What did that even mean? Was she implying that Su Jianghe was trash? In the back row, Lu Dan was in high spirits, having turned around repeatedly, her chatter reaching a fever pitch. Hey, Su Jianghe, you were just a smidge behind Shun Xian this time. But next time, the Gaokao, I believe you can absolutely surpass her. Su Jianghe felt a shiver run down his spine. He considered gently reminding this chatterbox about her pronunciation, but then thought better of it. It would be inappropriate to draw attention to it, as her words were unintentional, and bringing it up could backfire. Jiao, how did you improve so much? We're desk mates, sitting together every day. Just admit it. Did you secretly study hard after evening self-study? Lu Dan turned to tease Tao Xiaojiao. I just reviewed some vocabulary and biology at home. There's not enough time at school, Tao Xiaojiao replied, her cheeks flushed, too honest for her own good. Su Jianghe could no longer hold back and jokingly interjected, Lu Dan, you did well this time too. You two make a great pair, 2 goalkeepers. Goalkeepers? One ranked 20th and the other 10th. Seems so, haha. Jiao, we're awesome together. Let us high five and then hug. Liu Dan theatrically leaned in, causing Tao Xiaojiao to turn crimson. To be honest, Su Jianghe was quite surprised, especially by Tao Xiaojiao's momentum. With this drive, she might indeed reach a 211 university. At the very least, a strong first-tier institution. Tao Xiaojiao, keep up the good work. I've said it before, you can aim for 211. Su Ziang and Gao, consistently providing emotional support. Su Jianghe, thank you, Tao Xiaojiao replied softly, her voice still gentle, a blush creeping over her face. But this time she didn't claim she was incapable. Why thank me? It's your own hard work, Su Jianghe responded, smiling. Lu Dan, stop talking and study. Su Jianghe first replied with a smile, then pretended to be stern as he scolded Lu Dan. Lu Dan stuck out her tongue at Su Jianghe, but obediently returned to her studies. The back row fell silent, and Su Jianghe raised his eyes to the front. Shun Xian had been keeping her head down. Her desk mate, Su Muxuan, had been casting him forlorn glances each time he passed the podium since returning from a break. UT was quite the topic in class. While others were unaware, Su Muxuan was well informed. With the results of the city joint examination released, Su Jianghe had effectively obliterated all doubts, his worth clearly established. Simply put, this man was indeed formidable. So, is your heart feeling heavy, Su Muxuan? Or should I say, are you feeling prideful? As the thought crossed his mind, Su Jianghe busied himself with his tasks. However, he did not expect that after evening study, Shun Xian would exit the classroom alongside Su Muxuan. This came as a surprise. Many in the class had noticed. Shun Xian hadn't written a single word during the entire study session, nor had she flipped through her book. When the bell rang, she straightened her back and earnestly told her desk mate Su Muxuan, come out with me for a moment. I have something to say to you. I don't want to talk to you. If you want to go out, then I'll say it right here. Shun Xian fixed her gaze on Su Muxuan. This caught Su Muxuan off guard, as it was the first time she realized that her academically gifted desk mate was not as easy to intimidate as she had presumed. After a moment of hesitation, Su Muxuan stood and walked toward the classroom exit. Shun Xian followed without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 81. Then let him go. Stepping out of the classroom, Su Muxuan stood in the corridor, gazing into the distance. Shun Xian approached and shook her head, saying, let us go to the playground. Why? Su Muxuan shot a glance at Shun Xian. In truth, Su Muxuan felt an inexplicable unease. She somewhat regretted her earlier words, but at that moment, her uncontrollable anger had surged. She had always struggled to manage her temper, and only recently had she managed to temper it. Because I don't want to escalate the situation, everyone is watching. Of course, if you don't mind, then I don't mind either, Shan Xian articulated clearly. Su Mushuan said nothing, paused for a moment, then turned and walked towards the staircase. At this hour, the playground at Lu Yi High School was almost deserted. The distant streetlights cast a glow, ensuring it wasn't too dim. Shan Xian believed that making a scene would not bode well, but she felt compelled to have a serious discussion with Su Mushuan. Su Mushuan, what did you mean by that comment? Shan Xian initiated directly. Which comment? Su Mushuan remained aloof. When you asked if I like picking up trash, what did you mean? Shan Xian continued to be straightforward. It doesn't mean anything. Su Mushuan ziplit. But after saying this, she felt a twinge of regret. Was she avoiding the question? Did she dare to say it, but not own it? Thus, she turned back to face Shan Xian, stating, you know what I mean? Su Mushuan, tall and standing at 172 meters, towered over Shan Xian by half a head, her posture exuding an air of condescension, as if she regarded Shan Xian as inconsequential. Shan Xian exhibited no trace of fear, instead, provoked by Su Mushuan's words. A flicker of anger ignited within her. So, you're implying that Su Jianghe is trash, am I correct? Su Mushuan's eyelashes fluttered, and her silence served as tacit acknowledgement. Understanding her implication, Shan Xian shook her head once more, her gaze infused with both ire and disappointment. After a brief pause, she inhaled deeply and stated, Su Mushuan, do you not realize that your reasoning is utterly flawed? How can I be unreasonable? Allow me to inquire, why do you deem Su Jianghe to be trash? And what qualifies you to make such a judgment? Shan Xian tilted her head defiantly, her tone laced with aggression. This question rendered Su Mushuan momentarily speechless. Why? What qualification? It seemed she could not muster a response. Firstly, Su Jianghe is far from trash. He is exceptionally talented, as everyone can attest to. Moreover, the Su Jianghe I know is a commendable individual, diligent, focused, insightful, and possessing a captivating spirit. I cannot accept your disparaging remarks about him. Shan Xian continued passionately. You, why do you have to be offended? Who are you to him? His girlfriend? Su Mushuan suddenly grew agitated. Huh? Su Mushuan, what are you implying? I am his friend. Is that not permissible? Shan Xian found the insinuation perplexing. Su Mushuan paused, her demeanor seemingly calming. This suggested that she was not his girlfriend, and they had not entangled themselves romantically. Shan Xian still found it incomprehensible. Her previous impression of Su Mushuan had been favorable, but now she felt a profound disappointment. She had not anticipated such behavior from her. Su Mushuan, I believe you ought not to behave this way. Shan Xian sighed. Su Mushuan remained silent, realizing that she had lost control of her emotions, behaving in a manner unbecoming of herself. Observing this, Shan Xian's own emotions began to settle. She had always approached matters with rationality, intent on resolution, as she had expressed in the corridor outside the classroom. She did not wish to exacerbate the situation. During that evening study session, Shan Xian did not engage in any work. Instead, she pondered the matter at hand. Su Mushuan, I understand that my closer association with Su Jianghe during this time has likely stirred your discontent and animosity towards me. She began anew. Why should I be discontent? Su Mushuan vito defensivin. Shan Xian shook her head in resignation, yet maintained her composure. Could you allow me to finish speaking? Fine, go ahead. Su Mushuan not det. Turning her face away, chin raised defiantly. You indeed harbor animosity towards me. Do not deny it. However, I find such hostility to be utterly unreasonable and indicative of pettiness. Do you not realize? Where's the pettiness? Where's the unreasonable part? How Su Jianghe once treated you, and how you reciprocated. He chose to let go, and he is not at fault. Rather, I believe he seeks to honor himself. What was Su Jianghe like in the past? What is he like now? What does it matter to me? If it does not concern you, then why do you label him as trash? Shan Xian's assertiveness surged once more. This provocation left Su Mushuan speechless yet again. However, amidst the silence, Shan Xian too fell quiet. During that study session, a thought struck her. Could it be that Su Mushuan still harbored feelings for Su Jianghe? Was her previous hostility merely a manifestation of jealousy? Over the past few months, especially after her relationship with Su Jianghe deepened, a question perpetually surfaced in Shan Xian's mind. Had Su Jianghe truly given up? Did he genuinely hold no feelings for Su Mushuan? To be honest, even Shan Xian found it hard to believe. Having shared a desk with Su Mushuan for 3 years, she had witnessed firsthand how deeply Su Jianghe had cared for her and how well he had treated her. After years of affection, how could he simply extinguish his feelings? Matters of the heart are easily ignited, but exceedingly difficult to relinquish. Every time Shan Xian contemplated this issue, a sense of emptiness enveloped her. Just like now, she felt desolate. Su Musuan, Shan Xian spoke, her voice softening. Su Mushuan appeared taken aback, surprised, and responded with an uncertain Having shared a desk for 3 years, I actually hold a favorable impression of you. You are beautiful, come from a well-off family, which accounts for your proud demeanor. I'm unsure of the nature of your feelings for Su Jianghe, but he once regarded you as everything. I believe that if you do not love him, you should let him go. If you do care, then treat him well. At the very least, extend him some respect. You ought to contemplate this matter thoroughly, rather than behaving as you did tonight. Shan Xian spoke sincerely, her tone earnest. Su Mushuan remained silent. Shan Xian took a deep breath, smiled gently, and continued. With only a month remaining until the college entrance examination, nothing is more crucial than this, both for Su Jianghe and for you. I shall consider tonight's incident as if it never happened. Seeking a seat change with the old class teacher at this stage would only lead to unfavorable repercussions and baseless speculation. Su Mushuan continued to remain silent. Shan Xian felt she had expressed all that needed to be said and decided to conclude the conversation. Let us return to class. Su Mushuan glanced at Shan Xian, her expression inscrutable, then turned and walked towards the teaching building. Shan Xian hesitated for a moment, but said nothing, falling into step behind her. Upon entering the classroom, they maintained their positions, one following the other, though Shan Xian consciously adopted a relaxed and natural demeanor. Chapter 82. Next time for sure. It was no longer a break. The class was engaged in the second study session. Shan Xian and Su Mushuan were the only 2 standout beauties in the class, drawing considerable attention. In the back row, Su Jianghe had been awaiting their return, his gaze fixed upon them. Su Mushuan entered the classroom first, maintaining her aloof and proud demeanor. However, upon catching sight of Su Jianghe looking up, she immediately averted her gaze. Behind her, Shan Xian bore a smile. Though Su Jianghe could discern an element of intentionality in it, Shan Xian instinctively glanced in his direction, but when their eyes met, she was momentarily taken aback before quickly averting her gaze, feigning nonchalance. The 2 girls exited in silence and returned in silence, seemingly unfazed, while the class continued its study. After all, this final month was of paramount importance. Su Jianghe furrowed his brow, curiosity piqued. He wondered what Shan Xian and Su Mushuan had discussed during their time apart. Who had approached whom first? What had been the ultimate outcome? After the evening study session, he would message Shan Xian to inquire. Before long, the evening study session came to an end. Su Jianghe meticulously packed his belongings, eager to head home. Today marked the release of the citywide exam results. And if all went as anticipated, the old class teacher would likely contact Su Guozhong with good news. Sure enough, as he ascended the stairs and turned a corner, Su Jianghe spotted his mother waiting at the door, a radiant smile gracing her face. Mom, did the old class teacher call? Su Jianghe inquired, his spirits soaring. Yes, indeed. She called this evening to inform your father that you have made progress again, ranking in the top 20 in your grade. His mother, Wu Xiaomei, responded, her elation evident. Quickly, come inside. I've simmered some ribs from our farm-raised black pig. Your father arranged for them, and they get cold. Mom, how about it? Did I meet your expectations? Su Jianghe asked, unabashedly proud. At this moment, there was no need for modesty. This was the time to revel in emotional triumph. Your face is growing bolder, isn't it? His mother playfully chided, though her smile deepened. Being understanding is commendable, yet one should not overly ease a mother's worries, for it may lead her to feel a diminished sense of need. Upon entering the house, Su Jianghe immediately glanced towards the sofa. Why is old Deng not seated there reading the newspaper? Mom, where's Dad? Su Jianghe inquired, turning back. He's asleep. He went to bed early, Wu Xiaomei responded, though her tone was evidently strained. Su Jianghe quickly grasped the situation. Without further ado, he placed his belongings in the study and made a beeline for the master bedroom. With swift movements, he turned the doorknob without knocking, and, upon opening the door, he was met with a surprising sight. Old Deng, clearly unprepared, had just reclined on the bed, pulling the covers over himself and feigning sleep, even going so far as to snore. Wu Xiaomei followed him into the room and said to Su Jianghe, Son, what are you doing? Your father's already asleep. He was quite cheerful today and had a few drinks this evening. Asleep? What do you mean asleep? Get up and praise your son. Su Jiang Zito Defian Di. With the college entrance examination approaching, he knew that his time at home would become scarce, so he must seize the moment to confront old Deng's foul temperament. Su Jianghe approached the bedside, yanked the covers away, startling Su Guozhong. What are you doing? Do you think you can act this way without consequence? Su Guozhong sat up. His face darkened with displeasure. Su Jianghe remained unfazed, standing with his hands on his hips, squinting at his father. Indeed, it wasn't long before Su Guizhong's ire subsided. He sat on the bed, head bowed, unable to meet his son's gaze, yet still stubbornly declared, "Your mother made you rib soup. Why aren't you drinking it? What do you intend to do instead?" "Dad, what rank did I achieve in the city joint examination?" Su Jianghe boldly asked. "You don't even know your own rank?" Old Deng's anger dissipated further. "I don't know. Just tell me loudly." "Su Jianghe, I know you performed well and made progress, but so what? There's no need to be arrogant. It's not the college entrance exam." Old Deng snapped, his temper still intact. "The college entrance exam, is it? Just wait." Su Jiang not that. Satisfied that he'd made his point, he turned to leave, adopting a different demeanor towards his mother. "Mom, you've worked hard. I absolutely adore your rib soup. It's unparalleled. The ribs were sourced from a black pig your father arranged," she replied. "That doesn't matter." Su Jianghe shook his head decisively. Behind him, he could hear old Deng pounding the bed in frustration, utterly vexed. Su Jianghe relished a large bowl of rib soup, quickly freshened up, and retreated to his room. Logging into QQ, however, he found that Shun Xian was not online. He tentatively sent a message. "Are you there, classmate Xin?" After a moment, Shun Xian's avatar lit up, pulsating briefly before she replied, "You've made remarkable progress this time, but unfortunately, you still haven't surpassed me. However, there is still a month left. Keep working hard." Su Jianghe stared at the message in a daze. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I was so close this time. I will definitely do better next time." Following that, he cautiously asked, "Did you have a disagreement with Su Mushuan during evening study?" "No, we just stepped out to chat for a bit." "What's it to you?" Shun Xian replied. "Curious, what did you talk about?" "Su Zian in Gui." "Girl talk." "I can't tell you." Shun Xian teased back. "Girl talk?" Su Jianghe shook his head, thinking her naive. Nevertheless, since Shun Xian was unwilling to divulge, he refrained from pressing further and instead replied, "There is only 1 month left. We must maintain a positive mindset. Nothing is more important than the college entrance exam right now." "I know, and you too. I hope we can both improve in the college entrance exam," Shun Xian responded. Su Jianghe suddenly found himself at a loss for words. However, Shun Xian sent another message. "Don't worry, there is no issue between me and Su Mushuan. Don't let it affect you. I look forward to your progress and to seeing you surpass me. You will ace the college entrance exam. All right, it's getting late. Good night. Good night." Su Jianghe replied at last, and in the conversation, he could distinctly feel a sense of estrangement between them that night. Logically, with the exam results released today, both had made progress, with Shun Xian maintaining a slight edge. Given a May Day holiday, they should have had more to discuss. Su Jianghe could surmise the underlying reasons for this shift, yet at this stage his options were limited. He chose to let it be. After all, the college entrance exam was the top priority. Meanwhile, upon entering her home, Su Mushuan felt a shiver run down her spine upon seeing her father seated on the sofa. Su Pingzhong, as always, wore a warm and approachable smile, greeting her. "Back home? I heard the city joint examination results. I ranked 13th in the class with 581 points." Su Mushuan interjected, cutting off her father's words. As she made her way towards the stairs, she added, "Dad, I'm a bit tired. I'm heading upstairs." Chapter 83. I listen to you the most. Good night. Su Pingzhong nodded with a smile. He lingered in the living room for a moment before ascending to the master suite. At that moment, Roland, unusually still awake, quietly inquired, "How did it go? Is Xian unhappy again?" "Tonight was relatively fine," Su Pingzhong replied. Roland nodded in agreement, saying, "That's good. Xian has made progress in her recent grades. However, I was quite taken aback by Xiao Su. I thought he would be distracted, yet he improved so much. At this rate, he hasn't reached his limit yet. Let us see how he fares in the college entrance exam." Su Pingzhong expressed his genuine delight. In the evening, Su Guizhong had called Su Pingzhong, brimming with excitement. Su Pingzhong was momentarily stunned, for he truly hadn't anticipated that Su Jianghe would rank in the top 20 of his grade, and within the top 100 citywide. He had always regarded Su Jianghe as half a son, making it hard not to feel gratified. While Roland had previously maintained a cooler demeanor, her attitude had shifted, especially considering how remarkable the boy had been lately. At the same time, in her second-floor bedroom suite, Su Mushuan sat at her desk, lost in thought. Her emotions were a tangled web of complexity. Regret. Profound regret. She regretted losing control of her emotions during evening study and saying that one thing to Shun Xian. This led to an uncomfortable dialogue afterward, weighing heavily on Su Mushuan's heart. What did Shun Xian mean by that? Was she lecturing her? Did she think Su Mushuan needed her guidance? Absolutely not. Yet, Su Mushuan couldn't help but recall Shun Xian's words, particularly the one stating that Su Jianghe had done her no wrong. He simply no longer wished to disappoint himself. What had he been like before? And what was he like now? What nonsense! So, was she to blame for his past grievances? In the past, Su Muxuan would have scoffed at such an idea, dismissing it with a cold laugh, thinking he had brought this upon himself. She had certainly never pressured him to pursue her. Yet now, the echo of Shen Xian's words lingered in Su Muxuan's mind. He just didn't want to disappoint himself anymore. And Shen Xian's final remark, if she didn't like him, she should just let him go. If not, she ought to treat him better. What did if not even mean? With the joint examination results announced, Su Jianghe once again became the talk of the town. He too wished to maintain a low profile, even with the homeroom teacher trying to temper the excitement. Yet other class instructors in the senior year were relentless, using Su Jianghe as an example in class discussions daily. The corridor outside Class 3, which had been relatively quiet, soon became bustling once more. However, it is not particularly exaggerated. Many individuals may simply glance at Su Jianghe, peering into the corner of the back row of Class 3, hoping to draw some inspirational strength. By the way, there's another matter. Chen Yueying. Over the past few days, she has occasionally strolled past the entrance of Class 3. In the evenings, she sends text messages to Su Jianghe, who curiously inquires about her frequent presence at the classroom door. This silly girl, with unabashed confidence, claims she merely passes by on her way to the restroom. What is the problem with that? Really? You're in a liberal arts class across from the teaching building, and you just happen to be passing by here on your way to the restroom? One day, after returning from evening study, Su Jianghe checked his phone and found another message from Chen Yueying. Su Jianghe, how did you manage to score so well this time? You're in the top 20 of the grade. You were at the bottom before school started, just like me. Who is like you? Su Jianghe couldn't be bothered to respond and set his phone aside. Yet the messages kept coming. Have you turned off your phone? You can't possibly be out of credit this time, right? Then his phone buzzed. She was calling, ringing once before hanging up. Immediately, another text arrived. You haven't switched off your phone or run out of credit. Su Jianghe, you seem pretty aloof. Turns out you're a high-achieving, cool student after all. To be honest, whenever Su Jianghe glanced at her messages, he couldn't help but smile. A high-achieving, cool student, really? Thus, he replied, do you like that type? Chen Yueying responded, Ido. Just like in the novels, the cool, high-achieving girls all adore them. Huh, she is quite candid. Novels? Has she been reading too many romantic tales? No wonder. Following the tropes of romance novels, there's an even more extravagant character archetype, the domineering CEO. Sorry, but this guy fits that bill too. However, Su Jianghe refrained from extending the conversation. Out of goodwill, he replied, you're an art examination candidate, but your academic performance in cultural subjects is still crucial. In this final month, give it your all, and don't stumble here. Be diligent. I will. I've been putting in a lot of effort lately. I always listen to you. Chen Yueying responded, startling Su Jianghe. Was that necessary? Or was it the text that made her so bold? This was merely a minor episode, and Su Jianghe didn't take it to heart. After the municipal joint examination, Su Jianghe adjusted his pace. Once the promotional period for UT concluded, business remained robust, consistently averaging around 400 cups daily, generating a revenue of approximately 4,000 to 5,000 per day. He had previously mentioned accelerating operations, and Yu Shuaming was fully motivated, while Wei Jiahui was wholeheartedly invested as well. Since this was a replication of a successful model, once Su Jianghe finalized the location, he left everything to the two of them, who had ample experience, ensuring rapid progress. With sufficient funds, even Wei Jiahui's father, Wei Daming, provided assistance. And by the time the college entrance examination approached, the two new shops would be ready to open. Su Jianghe's focus was entirely on his studies. Striving for success in the college entrance examination, he cast aside all distractions. However, the persistent issue of reaching a bottleneck arose, prompting Su Jianghe to begin devising his unconventional strategies. Yes, recalling the examination questions from his previous life. This actually involves a method. Each year, the test questions for the college entrance examination are partly crafted by a select group of distinguished teachers from well-known high schools within the province. And schools often gamble on the likelihood that the examination will feature questions posed by their own faculty. Therefore, in the months leading up to the exam, particularly in the final few months, stronger high schools produce internal test papers for their students to practice. These internal papers are not exactly secrets and tend to circulate, with other schools copying them for their own students to use, allowing for the possibility of encountering similar question types. Luizhong is no exception. In the last month, they practically stopped reviewing and merely engaged in a frenzy of practice papers, followed by discussions of the solutions. The school's printing presses operated nonstop, churning out paper continuously. While Su Jianghe was busy working through practice papers, he also made an effort to recall previous content. Thus, after more than half a month had passed, With just over 10 days left until the college entrance examination, he was nearly ready to leap out of his seat in excitement. Comprehensive science. Physics. The final major question. Worth a full 20 points. Jianghe had a particularly vivid memory of this. Although his previous examination results had been mediocre after the test, everyone remarked on the difficulty of the comprehensive science paper, especially the final, challenging question, which had caught even the top students off guard. That year, the comprehensive science paper was indeed tough, and many formidable students with scores around 290 suffered setbacks. Now, with only 10 days left until the examination, the school was frantically printing papers, and there were so many that most students overlooked them. It was simply impossible to keep up, especially that one paper from a less renowned high school, with overall poor quality questions, yet Jianghe has stumbled upon it. Remarkably, that one question bore an almost identical approach. Chapter 84. Waiting for your words. But that question was incredibly unconventional, even somewhat bizarre. A typical person would not expect the final major question in comprehensive science to be this. Yet sometimes, it is precisely the unexpected that presents challenges, even exceeding the expected syllabus. This, in fact, serves as a method of selection in the college entrance examination. And who suffers the most? Individuals like Jianghe and Shun Xian, whose scores hover around 260 or 70 in comprehensive science. Every point on the final question counts. As a result, when faced with an unconventional question, they find themselves at a disadvantage. The elite students from Tsinghua and Peking University are not significantly impacted, as those lower down the ranks typically wouldn't know how to solve it, inadvertently benefiting from the situation. In the back row, Jianghe quickly regained his composure. This was a strategic maneuver. However, he pondered how to utilize this strategy to benefit others. It wasn't he about grandly announcing his intentions to enlighten everyone. At the very least, he wanted to assist Shun Xian, as well as the front rowers Tao Xiaojiao and Lu Dan. Yet this required a discreet and appropriate approach, without drawing too much attention. Soon enough, Jianghe had an idea in mind. He first attempted to solve that question, and indeed, it proved to be quite challenging. He got stuck on the second sub-question, and for the third sub-question, the major one, he found himself at a complete loss. After checking the answers, he realized he could only score 5 or 6 points at most. If he encountered such a question in the college entrance examination, it would likely be the same scenario, catching him off guard. Tao Xiaojiao, Liu Dan. Jianghe called out to the front row. Huh? Tao Xiaojiao turned around quickly, her ears easily flushed with color. What is up, Jianghe? Lu Dan's tone was unmistakable. Jianghe furrowed his brows, adopting a serious demeanor as he slid the paper across to them, along with his own answer sheet. Looking earnest as he said, I just went through a practice paper, and their essay question I can't quite understand the answer to, so I wanted to ask if you could help me with it. No way, Jianghe. You're asking me? You know what my grades are. Lu Dan dismissed it without even glancing at the question. On the other hand, Tao Xiaojiao examined the question intently, frowning as she murmured. This question is quite strange. Why would the final physics question cover this? I think I've seen this paper before. Yes. Why don't you give it a try? I struggle with this knowledge point and can't quite grasp it, Jianghe suggested. I'll give it a shot. Tao Xiaojiao turned back to look for the paper. Lu Dan, now intrigued, glanced at Jianghe's set of questions, then looked puzzled, shook her head, and declared, I don't get it. Forget it. I usually only tackle the first question on physics final questions. It's a guaranteed point, and skip the latter 2 questions. I'm definitely not going to get those right, and it would just waste time. That essay strategy in itself, Jianghe nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Oh, Jianghe, you ought to consult Shun Xian. You rank second while she holds the first place. If you cannot decipher a problem, it is only sensible to seek her assistance, Lu Dan remarked thoughtfully, seizing the opportunity to interject. Ah, this is precisely the sentiment I was awaiting. Jianghe feigned a glance at the front row, his expression contorted in apparent distress. Shaking his head, he replied, I rarely converse with Shun Xian in class. Approaching her might appear quite peculiar. Perhaps I shall inquire with the physics teacher later instead. What's so strange about that? It is merely a question. Nothing more. Liu Dan insisted. If you feel hesitant, I shall call for Shun Xian after this study session concludes. Honestly, Lu Dan resolved to take matters into her own hands. Tao Xiaojiao diligently wrestled with the problem, and nearly an entire period had passed when she turned around, her cheeks flushed, clearly frustrated. In a hushed tone, she said, Jianghe, I, too, am at a loss. This question is rather unconventional. Why not just ask Shun Xian? But she may not know either, Jianghe frowned. How would you know if you do not ask? Liu Dan contrat. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of the study session. Liu Dan, Unable to contain her eagerness, sprang to her feet and hurried to Shun Xian's seat in the front row. Shun Xian sat nestled within, her desk adjacent to that of her classmate Su Mushuan. Liu Dong boldly addressed Shen Xuan over Shu Mushuan's desk. Shen Xuan. Su Jianghe has encountered a problem he cannot solve and asked me, as well as Tao Xiaojiao, for help, but neither of us could assist him. He hesitates to approach you, which is rather absurd. In this class, if he cannot ask you, his only recourse is the teacher. Huh? Which problem? Shun Xian inquired. Taken aback, she instinctively glanced at her deskmate, Su Mushuan, who displayed no discernible reaction. However, concerning academic matters, Shun Xian was more than willing to lend a hand. Her innate, studious nature piqued by curiosity about a question that even Su Jianghe struggled with. It's a physics question. I didn't examine it closely. I'll have him come find you, Lu Dan replied. That works, Shun Xian nodded. Yet, she quickly reconsidered, adding, never mind. I'll accompany you to the back to take a look. Perfect, let us go. Lu Dan eagerly agreed. Shun Xian rose, and her deskmate, Su Mushuan, shifted her chair slightly, which surprised Shun Xian. She cast a glance at Su Mushuan, who maintained her usual impassive demeanor. Following Lu Dan, Shun Xian made her way to the rear corner of the classroom, acutely aware of the many pairs of eyes upon them. Upon reaching the back, she found Su Jianghe with his head bowed, lost in contemplation. This sight elicited a smile from Shun Xian, coupled with a hint of nervousness. Since the May Day holiday, they had scarcely spoken face-to-face, and their exchanges during evening study sessions on QQ had dwindled to mere words of encouragement. In this final stretch, everyone was singularly focused on one endeavor, the impending college entrance examination. Su Jianghe, I've summoned Shun Xian, Lu Dan announced with her characteristic candor. Really? You actually went to get her? Su Jianghe looked up, his performance commendable, feigning surprise. After uttering this, he adopted an embarrassed expression while gazing at Shun Xian. Which question? Let me see, Shun Xian said, meeting Su Jianghe's eyes briefly before quickly averting her gaze and lowering her head to study the desk, her voice barely above a whisper. The atmosphere in Class 3 was notably studious, with most students maintaining a tranquil silence during breaks. It's this one. I simply cannot grasp it. And the answer is also rather perplexing, Su Jianghe stated, pulling out the test paper. Shun Xian stood beside him, initially intending to lean over, but reconsidering. She instead took the paper in hand and scrutinized it with a furrowed brow, instinctively commenting, actually, this type of question is unlikely to appear on the college entrance exam. Indeed, it is that line of reasoning. So many falter due to this habitual thought process. Yet, she acknowledged, it was not entirely unfounded. In the latter stages of their senior year, particularly in the final days leading up to the exam, most had already filled in the gaps in their knowledge. With the focus shifting entirely to the examination itself, what would be tested, how it would be assessed, and how to maximize their scores, even how to appeal to the examiners. Recently, the head teacher and various subject instructors had been emphasizing these so-called nuances of the college entrance exam, providing targeted guidance. I understand it 1 TB on the exam, but having encountered this question and being unable to solve it leaves me unsettled. I wish to comprehend it. If you cannot either, then I shall consult the teacher later, Su Jianghe continued, elaborating on the details.